Chapter 78. With the captain's armband of the national team donned, is it too much to expect a hat trick? Italy's chain defense seems rather ordinary. On the substitutes bench, Negredo, after celebrating with a few teammates, rested his chin on his hand and earnestly remarked. Such audacious words would have elicited criticism in the past. However, today, witnessing his teammates effortlessly send the ball into the opponent's net through their passing, the Spanish players on the bench unanimously agreed with Negredo's assertion. Such goals were seldom seen in their own practice matches, making them feel that Italy's squad was inferior to their substitutes. Buffon rose from the ground, unable to resist kicking the adjacent post in frustration. The goal conceded was utterly humiliating, yet seeing his teammates' expressions, it was evident they had exerted every ounce of effort. It still could not thwart the opponent's advances. This only fueled Buffon's ire. On the sidelines, both coaches remained remarkably composed upon witnessing the goal. Del Bosque offered only a token clap. For Spain at this moment, such a goal was merely a testament to their strength, devoid of any pride. Italy, being their longtime adversary, did not warrant any joy in triumphing over them in a friendly match. Next to him, Prandelli appeared calm on the surface, yet internally, he was in turmoil. He felt that Spain had grown stronger since their encounter in last summer's Confederations Cup. Their teamwork had become more harmonious, and their possession tactics more formidable. However, the roster remained unchanged. With some players aging a year, logically, Spain's prowess should have diminished. Yet, why did it seem as though Spain was continuously evolving and strengthening? Last summer, they could not produce such goals. Their dazzling combinations in the front were predicated on Lin Quan's exceptional individual skill. But today, even before Lin Quan had made his mark, they achieved such breathtaking goals through teamwork. This instilled a profound sense of helplessness within Prandelli. How could they possibly triumph over such a Spain? Italy found no answers, and thus the dynamics on the field had entirely shifted to their disadvantage. Aside from the initial 10 minutes of the first half, Italy was effectively pinned down in their half by Spain. A prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. In the 38th minute, Spain executed another exquisite combination, culminating in Lin Quan assisting Iniesta for a goal. In the 44th minute, amidst the encirclement of three Italian defenders, Lin Quan, like a football sprite, maneuvered gracefully in the tightest of spaces, creating a gap to score. His remarkable ability to combine with the ball, coupled with his lightning-quick footwork and adaptability, astonished the Italian defenders. They had given their utmost effort, yet still could not contain him. The opponent was simply too formidable. By the end of the first half, Italy had already conceded 3 goals. This has left numerous Italian fans, who came to support their team on site, feeling disheartened. Given the current state of their team, how can they possibly compete against the elite teams in the World Cup? To make matters worse, they find themselves trapped in a perilous group. Is it possible that Italy will once again be eliminated in the group stage? The Italian supporters are engulfed in despondency and despair, while Spanish fans are jubilantly singing and dancing, celebrating as if it were a festival. They are thoroughly enamored with their team's dominant performance. Who wouldn't relish in such a triumph? Moreover, Italy, the reigning champion of the last World Cup, being bested by Spain would undoubtedly affirm Spain's supremacy on the global stage. Bosque shook his head, disappointed by Prandelli's Italy. The team failed to serve as a testing ground. Perhaps a friendly match with the Netherlands could be arranged? However, the Netherlands is their opponent in the World Cup group stage. Would they agree to such a confrontation? If the Netherlands is unavailable, perhaps Germany or Belgium, both formidable teams, could be considered, particularly Germany, which is among the top 5 favorites for the World Cup title according to external predictions. Following the announcement of the World Cup group stage results, several major European betting companies unveiled the odds for each team's chances of winning the tournament. The defending champions, Spain, are the frontrunners with odds of 1.273. Even before the group matches have commenced, this figure is undeniably extravagant. Argentina, with Messi, follows in second place with odds of 16, while the host nation, Brazil, ranks third with odds of 16.5. Their odds were expected to be higher. But after their devastating defeat to Spain in last year's Confederations Cup final, public confidence has waned. Germany is fourth with odds of 17, closely trailing Brazil and Belgium. The Red Devils of Europe claims the 5th spot with odds of 11. Following them are Italy and the Netherlands at 118 and France at 122. The odds for the remaining teams exceed 30, clearly indicating a bleak outlook for their championship hopes. Of course, These odds reflect a certain bias inherent in the European betting markets. In terms of national team strength, England may not be superior to Uruguay, yet their odds are significantly higher. Bosque is reluctant to schedule matches against weaker teams, fearing such encounters would diminish his squad's performance. Given that Germany and Belgium are in Europe, arranging a friendly match would prove more convenient without the need for intercontinental travel. Both sides made adjustments in the second half, as Bosque substituted Valdez, Martinez, and Alonso for Casillas, Fabregas, and Busquets. After Casillas left the field, Ramos assumed the captain's armband. However, just 15 minutes into the second half, Ramos twisted his ankle. Bosque had no choice but to replace him. With Ramos unable to move freely, he handed the captain's armband to the nearest player, Lin, who happened to be standing right beside him. "Lin, this is for you." After carelessly thrusting the captain's armband into Lin Quan's hands, Ramos was escorted off the field by the team doctor to rest. With Xavi still on the pitch, Lin Quan intended to pass the armband to him. However, Xavi shook his head, saying, "Lin, you are the captain on the field now. Wear it." Xavi had already decided to retire from the national team after this year's World Cup, so he had no intention of contesting the captaincy. Instead, as a seasoned veteran, he had long recognized that Del Bosque intended to establish Lin Quan as a core figure within the team. Thus, once this generation of veteran players gradually departed from the national team, the captain's armband would undoubtedly rest upon Lin Quan's arm. Seizing the opportunity, Xavi believed it best for Lin Quan to experience the sensation of being a captain ahead of time. With Xavi's encouragement, Lin Quan graciously accepted the role. On this day, when he was just 18 years and 15 days old, Lin Quan donned the national team's armband for the first time, becoming the captain of the Spanish national team. Although it was a temporary appointment, it marked a historic moment for Spain. As Lin Quan wore the armband, the Spanish fans at the Calderón Stadium erupted in applause. In the 77th minute, Silva and Iniesta executed a brilliant wall pass in the attacking third, with Iniesta delivering a clever heel pass at the edge of the penalty area. Lin Quan received the ball and deftly threaded a pass to the advancing Silva, who effortlessly slotted it home. With this goal, Spain had surged ahead with a 4-goal lead. Yet, they seemed insatiable, as the fans began to chant, urging Lin Quan to complete a hat trick. Initially, Lin Quan thought he could take it easy, but upon hearing the crowd's cheers, he ignited with enthusiasm. As he found his rhythm, the Italian defenders began to suffer. "Come on, it's just a friendly match. Must we be so intense?" they lamented. Lin Quan felt that, having donned the captain's armband, it would be remiss not to score a goal for the spectators. Frustrated by conceding 4 goals, the Italians were already beside themselves, and upon seeing Lin Quan's desire to score, their challenges escalated. Realizing their intent to thwart his hat trick, Lin Quan understood that the Italians were unwilling to let him succeed. Throughout the match, Italy had been under constant pressure, with an overwhelming number of players in and around their penalty area. If Lin Quan were to penetrate their defenses, he might not succeed. However, if they were to commit a foul, it would simplify matters. Thus, after receiving a pass from a teammate, Lin Quan deliberately drifted toward the center, projecting an air of determination as if he were about to conquer formidable foes. The Italian players, unaware of his ruse, believed he was genuinely intent on advancing. After all, Lin Quan possessed such prowess, being recognized alongside Messi as one of the most incisive and challenging players to defend against in football. Coupled with his prior success, the Italian defenders took him seriously, adopting a posture of heightened vigilance. Marchisio was the first to charge forward, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Quan evaded him effortlessly. Marchisio was taken aback, realizing the opponent's dribbling prowess was formidable, yet he had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. It was no wonder that experts had remarked that, following Messi's injury which diminished his ability to break through, Lin Quan had emerged as the most formidable dribbler in contemporary football. Marchisio, wary of underestimating his rival, immediately reached out from behind to pull Lin Quan back. However, Lin Quan's strength exceeded his expectations. The first attempt failed to bring him down. Momentarily stunned, Marchisio summoned his strength once more and succeeded this time, easily toppling his opponent. Yet, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Upon glancing at the spot of his foul, Marchisio's expression abruptly froze. The Italian goalkeeper, Buffon, also wore a frozen expression as he beheld the location of the foul committed by his teammate. Damn it, a free kick from this position is exceedingly perilous. After the referee signaled the foul, Lin Quan quickly sprang up from the ground, hurriedly positioning the ball and stepping back to prepare for the free kick. Chiellini, seasoned and astute, debated the foul's location with the referee while feigning ignorance as he inadvertently nudged the ball, causing it to roll a short distance. Lin Quan, slightly exasperated, had to reposition the ball, only to discover that the original spot had been marred by someone's footsteps. Placing the ball there would lower its position slightly, making the kick less comfortable. He cast a glance at Chiellini, who appeared indifferent, his gaze focused inward. Lin Quan forcefully stomped the ground a few times, finally leveling the uneven turf, and then repositioned the ball. Taking 7 or 8 steps back, he readied himself for the strike. Ever since witnessing the free kick mastery of the diminutive Juninho, Lin Quan had dedicated himself to perfecting his own free kick technique. Initially, he had only been adept at the curling and dipping shots, but after watching numerous videos of Juninho's free kicks, he had pilfered an S-shaped curling shot. This would be his first time employing it, and he was eager to test it against Buffon. As Buffon observed Lin Quan, their eyes met in an electric exchange, and Lin Quan offered him an enigmatic smile. A chill ran down Buffon's spine. Something felt amiss. What did that look mean? As Lin Quan prepared to take the free kick, Buffon quickly banished any distractions from his mind, focusing intently on his opponent, determined not to overlook any of his movements. For a player like Lin Quan, who possessed balance skills with both feet, discerning which foot he would use to strike the ball posed a significant challenge. However, this was no obstacle for Buffon. As an exceptional goalkeeper, he could calculate the player's approach and anticipate which foot would be employed, thus predicting the direction of the shot. In the realm of anticipation, Buffon ranked among the elite, if not the very best. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Lin Quan accelerated, while Buffon remained increasingly composed. He had deduced that Lin Quan would strike with his right foot. Given the characteristics of a right-footed kick, this shot would likely veer to his right, which corresponded to the left side of the goal. Upon this realization, Buffon forcefully pushed off the ground, diving to the side the moment Lin Quan struck the ball. Indeed, the ball was soaring towards his right. A sigh of relief escaped Buffon's lips. Lin, I concede that your dribbling and shooting are formidable. However, when it comes to free kicks, you do not belong to the elite echelon. Throughout his 18-year career, he had encountered countless masters of the free kick: Mihajlovic, Roberto Baggio, Roberto Carlos, Ronaldinho, the diminutive Juninho, and his own teammate Pirlo. Each of these maestros possessed unique characteristics. Some struck with immense power, while others executed unpredictable trajectories. Through his encounters with them, Buffon had amassed a wealth of experience. In his eyes, Lin Quan's free kick prowess had reached an impressive level. Yet, there remained considerable distance to the zenith of true free kick artistry. Given Lin's age, perhaps one day he could ascend to the ranks of those top-tier free kick specialists. However, that day was not today. With unwavering confidence, Buffon lunged towards the ball, believing it to be a certain save. Yet, just as he thought victory was assured, the ball inexplicably veered to the left. An S-shaped free kick? Buffon was taken aback, immediately recalling Juninho's signature technique. He hastily extended his left hand, attempting to intercept it. However, at that moment, he was airborne, shifting to the right, and his outstretched hand followed his body, ultimately falling short of the ball's trajectory. With a resounding swish, the ball nestled into the net. Buffon was left stunned. Lin Quan was equally bewildered. The fans in the stadium were momentarily speechless. When realization dawned upon them, the Calderon Stadium erupted in a thunderous cheer. A hat trick. Their player had orchestrated a hat trick in the match. Lin Quan, now regaining his composure, sprinted to the sidelines, standing behind the advertising boards with arms wide open, eyes closed, absorbing the ecstatic roars of over 50,000 fans. Witnessing this gesture, the crowd's volume intensified even further. As Buffon extracted the ball from the net, he reconsidered his earlier assessment of Lin Quan. Perhaps this young man's free kick mastery was not as distant from perfection as he had once imagined. Ultimately, as the match concluded, thanks to Lin Quan's hat trick, Spain triumphed over Italy with a resounding 5-0 victory on home soil. Following this match, Spain's morale soared, whereas the Italian team, having suffered such a defeat, was left to rue their decision to engage in a friendly against Spain. End of chapter. Chapter 79. Lifting the first championship trophy. March 8th, London, Wembley Stadium. The season's first trophy from the top 5 leagues will be contested here, pitting Manchester City against Sunderland. Due to a scheduling conflict with the League Cup final, the match between Manchester City and Aston Villa originally set for round 29, has been postponed to May 8th. With their remarkable squad depth and a stroke of fortune, Manchester City has triumphed through the League Cup, ultimately reaching the finals. Today, they face Sunderland, a club considered modest in stature. However, their performance in this season's League Cup has been nothing short of commendable. During the knockout stage, Sunderland has encountered formidable opponents, namely the Blues of Chelsea and the Red Devils of Manchester United. With outstanding home performances, they first vanquished Chelsea and subsequently triumphed over United, miraculously securing a place in the final. Should they manage to overcome Manchester City, it would mark a historic achievement, granting them their maiden League Cup title. The last significant trophy Sunderland claimed was the FA Cup in the 1972-1973 season, a staggering 40 years ago. Thus, the entire team yearns fervently to lift this coveted trophy. Coincidentally, so does Manchester City. Can you hear the resounding cheers from Wembley Stadium? Prior to the match, Pellegrini, in a rare display, delivered a pre-game motivational speech in the locker room. In Lin Quan's recollection, Pellegrini is not particularly eloquent. However, today he spoke at length. The voices of over 90,000 fans echoed around him. He urged the players, "Do you desire to seize the championship in this hallowed ground of English football and bask in the adulation and applause of the crowd?" The players nodded in agreement. While the League Cup may not hold the highest prestige, even the smallest morsel is still nourishment. If they were to come away empty-handed in all other competitions this season, the League Cup trophy would at least offer a semblance of solace. Moreover, having reached the final, how could they possibly relinquish the championship that is within their grasp? Excellent. Now take to the pitch and demonstrate your yearning for the title through your actions. Company led the way, and the players extended their hands in solidarity. Manchester City, charge. As Lin Quan stepped onto the hallowed grass of Wembley, he inhaled deeply and surveyed his surroundings. Compared to City's home at the Etihad, Wembley is indeed vastly larger, accommodating over 90,000 spectators. This is the refurbished Wembley, a far cry from the old stadium that once held 120,000 fans. The most striking feature of the new Wembley is its towering 133-meter arch, spanning 315 meters, secured by numerous steel cables that stabilize the stadium's roof. This contrasts sharply with the Camp Nou, which, despite its size, only boasts a roof on one side, leaving much of the seating exposed to the elements, leading to a less than ideal viewing experience on rainy days. Today, Wembley is filled to capacity, with supporters from both teams and a number of neutral fans filling every nook and cranny. A glance around reveals that the light blue fans representing Manchester City occupy the majority of the stadium. A rough estimate suggests that the number of City supporters exceeds 50,000. In contrast, the fans clad in Sunderland's yellow jerseys number around 20,000, with the remaining 20,000 being neutral spectators. The match had yet to commence. Yet the fans of the two teams had already engaged in their own spirited contest. The supporters of Sunderland, donned in their black cat colors, began to chant their anthem, "I'm on my way," a song far more fervent than the mellow tune of Manchester City. The resounding chorus of over 20,000 Sunderland fans created an undeniable atmosphere. Had Manchester City's supporters joined in at that moment, it would have been a challenge to outdo the fervor of Sunderland's anthem. Nevertheless, the City fans remained unfazed, with more than 50,000 strong, vociferously calling out the names of their players, erupting in cheers with each one that took to the field. The Sunderland supporters, immersed in their song, found it increasingly difficult to maintain their melody, as they were frequently interrupted by the rival fans. Meanwhile, the Manchester City players, buoyed by the collective chant of their fervent supporters, appeared invigorated and spirited, as if they had been infused with newfound energy. In stark contrast, Sunderland's players entered the arena with their opponents being hailed, while they received no such encouragement, leaving them with a sense of frustration and an overwhelming feeling of battling against the world. Even before the match had begun, a discernible disparity in morale had emerged between the two teams. At precisely 7 p.m., the whistle of the referee signaled the official start of the match. Once the game commenced, Manchester City wasted no time, launching an immediate onslaught. Having recently faced each other in the league, both teams were well acquainted, leaving little room for probing tactics. Manchester City adopted a 4-3-3 formation, with the three forwards initiating the first wave of attack. Should that fail, three midfielders would follow suit. The two fullbacks would also advance during attacks, bolstering the offensive ranks and providing additional options to retain possession of the ball. The tactics employed by Manchester City were straightforward, relying on their superior squad strength to assert dominance. Sunderland, being merely a modest team, found themselves at a disadvantage against a lineup brimming with stars. Should these players unleash their full potential, Sunderland would undoubtedly find themselves in dire straits. In the initial 10 minutes of the match, the situation on the field appeared overwhelmingly in favor of Manchester City. Within that brief span, they had unleashed 4 shots on Sunderland's goal, 2 of which posed significant threats. Had it not been for the stellar performance of Sunderland's goalkeeper, they might have already found themselves trailing. Passive defense could not continue. Prolonged resistance would likely lead to conceding a goal, and with the next offensive move, Manchester City could easily alter the scoreline. Sunderland's manager, Steve Bruce, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, pondering how to remedy the precarious situation on the field. It was clear that remaining on the defensive was not an option. A potent counterattack was imperative to stem the tide of the opponent's advances. Unlike the semi-finals, the final was a decisive encounter. The randomness of such matches could yield unexpected outcomes, as even underdogs had the potential to pull off surprising victories. Thus, in contrast to the Premier League champions, many mid-tier teams had claimed titles in the FA Cup and League Cup, where unpredictability reigned supreme. The players of Sunderland are exceedingly eager for this championship, having not laid their hands on a trophy for far too long. This fervent desire will significantly ignite their fighting spirit, although it may also amplify their pressure, potentially hindering their performance. In contrast, Manchester City is contending for the league title, and their prospects in the Champions League are promising. Hence, they may not devote their entire focus to this rather inconsequential trophy. Therefore, if Sunderland can endure and withstand the onslaught from their opponents, subsequent matches may become more manageable. With this thought in mind, Steve shouted encouraging words to the players on the field, urging them to hold on a little longer. Steve's intuition proved correct. Manchester City's strategy was to launch an aggressive attack from the outset. Should they succeed, they would control the game and entice their opponents into an offensive, allowing them to exploit their speed on the flanks for counterattacks, securing victory with minimal exertion. When a strong team adopts a defensive counterattacking stance, it becomes exceedingly difficult for weaker teams to triumph. In the following days, Manchester City has 3 more matches lined up: the FA Cup quarterfinals on March 10th, the second round of the Champions League knockout stage on March 13th, and the 30th round of the Premier League on March 15th. Including this match, they are set to play 4 games within a week. Such a demanding schedule would challenge even the most resilient players. Therefore, they must make choices. If Sunderland can withstand the initial onslaught, they may still have a chance to lift the trophy. Upon hearing the coach's exhortation, the Black Cats players rallied their spirits. Their defense became increasingly robust and decisive, with their movements growing more assertive. This year marks the World Cup, and while Sunderland's squad boasts few national team players, every member of Manchester City is an international. This disparity emboldened the Black Cats, as they recognized an opportunity. If they could intimidate their opponents with rough play, it would undoubtedly diminish Manchester City's offensive potency. They swiftly took action, with Manchester City's players, particularly those in the attacking line, frequently falling victim to fouls. The most egregious foul occurred in the 12th minute when David Silva cut in with the ball, only to be violently brought down by Sunderland's defender, Bardsley. The Manchester City players, incensed, rushed to confront Bardsley. Amidst the protection of his teammates, Bardsley sneered disdainfully, declaring, "This is a game for the brave. Cowards and weaklings do not belong here. If you fear injury, then go home and tend to your children." Following his derisive taunts, Bardsley eagerly anticipated, "Come on. Argue with me, better yet, strike me. Once your mindset falters and you risk being sent off, victory will undoubtedly belong to us." Lin discerned Bardsley's ploy, intercepting his furious teammates and engaging in a discreet discussion with a few of them, all while casting wary glances at Bardsley. Bardsley, visibly agitated by the presence of Manchester City players, directed a menacing remark towards Lin Quan. "Watch your legs, kid, or you might end up breaking one and miss the World Cup." To which Lin Quan calmly replied, with a gaze reminiscent of a lifeless being, "Thank you for your concern. I suggest you procure a wheelchair post-haste, or you may need to be carried off the field shortly." Bardsley, intimidated by Lin Quan's fierce stare, averted his gaze and opted to complain to the referee instead. The referee disregarded Bardsley's complaint and issued him a yellow card for his earlier foul. As the match resumed, Manchester City prepared for a free kick. Lin Quan assessed the distance from the penalty spot to the goal and decided to execute the newly learned S-shaped free kick. The moment he positioned himself at the spot, the City fans became invigorated. Lin had scored at least 4 or 5 free kicks this season. Could he convert this one? It seemed challenging, given the less-than-ideal position. The distance from the goal was approximately 35 meters, and it was on the left side of the pitch, necessitating a right-footed strike. The fans were filled with anticipation, yet their optimism was tempered by doubt regarding this particular attempt. Had this been a position more familiar to Lin, with the power of his elevator shot, the chances of scoring would have been considerably higher. However, in this situation, the options for a free kick were limited, making the prospect of a goal seem rather bleak. Standing at the penalty spot, Lin Quan gauged the distance and then took several steps back, halting after retreating 7 or 8 paces. Here it comes. This movement must indicate an elevator shot. The Sunderland goalkeeper shared this expectation, having studied Lin Quan's elevator shot prior to the match. The hallmark of the elevator shot lies in its deceptive trajectory. It appears to soar high, lulling one into a false sense of security, only to plummet unexpectedly near the goal, catching the defender off guard. As long as he remained vigilant and avoided making mistakes, he was confident he could save the shot. However, just as he prepared to dive for Lin Quan's anticipated elevator shot, he was taken aback to discover that Lin had executed a perfectly ordinary curling shot instead. Was this a mistake? The Sunderland goalkeeper was astonished, as Lin Quan seldom faltered in such moments. While not entirely infallible, his errors were exceedingly rare, earning him the moniker of a ruthless robot among many. Nevertheless, he dismissed the anomaly. This easily predictable curling shot would be straightforward to save. With proper anticipation of its flight path, he would merely need to execute a standard save to thwart it, just like this, and then. However, as he committed to the save, he was shocked to witness the ball, initially destined for his right, suddenly veer to the left. This was the S-shaped free kick. The Sunderland goalkeeper widened his eyes in disbelief, yet he was powerless to intervene as the ball soared through the air, ultimately piercing the net with a swish. My word, what have I just witnessed? It was the renowned S-shaped free kick from the diminutive Juninho. In the commentary booth, Andy Gray sat in stunned silence, his voice trembling as he spoke. Meanwhile, Martin Tyler displayed a level of composure that contrasted sharply with his partner's astonishment. I have some news to share with our viewers. Just 2 days ago, in the friendly match between Spain and Italy, Lin Quan executed a splendid S-shaped free kick that breached the goal defended by the world's top goalkeeper, Buffon. Therefore, I am not at all surprised by the quality of the free kick he delivered today. Andy Gray cast a bewildered glance at his colleague, astonished that he had even watched the Spain-Italy friendly. Just how much admiration did he have for Lin Quan? A few months prior, it seemed Lin's arsenal consisted solely of the elevator and knuckleball techniques. Now he had acquired yet another lethal weapon. I believe that other teams facing Manchester City should consider strictly limiting their fouls, as they can no longer afford to grant Lin Quan such comfortable scoring opportunities. Although his direct free kick conversion rate does not rival that of the elite masters, let us not forget his rapid progress. No one can predict how high he may ascend in this regard. Martin Tyler's appreciation for this player has grown increasingly profound. It seems that every few months, he presents an entirely new surprise. Lin is phenomenal. To score such a goal is simply remarkable. The goalkeeper's expression was utterly comical. He thought he had anticipated the correct direction, only to find himself outsmarted by Lin. Manchester City has taken the lead. Is the match now decided? Most likely, as Sunderland must now push forward, and once they launch their attack, their vulnerabilities will be laid bare. Just as the fans anticipated, the Sunderland players, unwilling to accept defeat, began their offensive. However, their pre-match strategy focused on counterattacks, leaving little room for organized plays. This rendered their attempts at scoring seemingly futile, as they struggled to even breach the dangerous 30-meter zone of Manchester City. Conversely, City capitalized on Sunderland's defensive frailties during their offensive forays, executing swift counterattacks with remarkable flair. In the 29th minute of the first half, Manchester City's attack surged forward once more. De Bruyne, in a rapid counter, passed the ball to David Silva, whose opponent's fullback immediately chose to advance for an interception. In a fierce tussle, David Silva made an error, delivering a wayward pass. Upon realizing his mistake, he quickly gestured an apology and prepared to retreat defensively. Sunderland defender Bardsley, spotting an opportunity to seize the ball, rushed forward. Lin Quan had initially intended to forego this chance, but upon seeing Bardsley's advance, he swiftly altered his plan. As Bardsley caught sight of Lin Quan charging towards him from the corner of his eye, a flurry of calculations raced through his mind. If he were to commit a foul directly against Lin Quan, the referee would undoubtedly blow the whistle and might even brandish a card against him. Failing to incapacitate his opponent would grant Lin Quan a potentially perilous free kick opportunity against his team's goal. However, if he could bring Lin Quan down during the contest for the ball, not only would he evade a booking, but he could also eliminate the opposing team's star player. With this thought in mind, Bardsley swung his leg with all his might, striking the ball fiercely. Lin Quan, undeterred, launched into action almost simultaneously. A resounding crack echoed as their feet collided. In that instant, Bardsley felt an overwhelming force surge through the football into his ankle. A searing pain radiating from his ankle to his heart, compelling him to emit a cry of agony. The Sunderland defender collapsed onto the grass, rolling in distress while clutching his foot. The sheer force of their clash caused Lin Quan to lose his balance and fall to the ground as well. The referee rushed over immediately, signaling to the benches for the medical team and stretcher to attend to the injured players. He glanced first at the Sunderland defender, who was howling as if in torment, before checking on Lin Quan. Bardsley's ankle was clearly deformed, indicating a serious injury. Lin Quan, having engaged in the clash, was likely injured as well. If his injury proved more severe than Bardsley's, it could spell the end of his season and jeopardize his chance to compete in the World Cup. What a lamentable fate it would be for such extraordinary talent and prowess to go unshowcased on the grand stage of the World Cup. A torrent of thoughts raced through the referee's mind. Yet before he could approach Lin Quan to assess his condition, Lin Quan sprang to his feet, brushing off the blades of grass that clung to him as if nothing had transpired. The Manchester City medical staff, who had been rushing to his aid, halted in their tracks, as did the referee. If you're injured, it's best not to move, the referee cautioned, concerned that Lin Quan might be masking his pain. Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine, Lin Quan replied, testing his feet and feeling remarkably well. Were it not for his talent for injury immunity, he would never have dared to engage in such a risky confrontation. Bardsley had hoped to take advantage of the situation to incapacitate Lin Quan, unaware of the latter's remarkable resilience. To err on the side of caution, the referee insisted that the Manchester City medical staff conduct a thorough examination of Lin Quan. After their assessment confirmed that Lin Quan had sustained no injury, they exited with their medical kit and stretcher. Unfortunately for Bardsley, his fate was less fortunate. He was lifted onto a stretcher, wailing as he was carried off the field. With the scoreline against them and one of their players injured in the physical contest, Sunderland's morale plummeted. In stark contrast, under Lin Quan's leadership, Manchester City surged forward with unrelenting momentum, launching wave after wave of fierce attacks. In the 55th minute, Lin Quan assisted De Bruyne in scoring another goal, securing Manchester City's victory with a final score of 2-0. Ultimately, thanks to the contributions from Lin Quan and De Bruyne, Manchester City triumphed over Sunderland in the League Cup final, lifting their first trophy of the season. Chapter complete. Chapter 80. Advancing to the next round of the Champions League. Their opponent in the quarterfinals is none other than Barcelona. Despite the League Cup being considered less prestigious than the league title and the FA Cup, the team rejoiced at having secured their first trophy of the season. At Wembley Stadium, they ascended the podium for the first time. Many matches in the League Cup had featured substitute players, and their contribution to winning the trophy was undeniable. Thus, Lin Quan proposed that they come forward to raise the cup, a suggestion that received enthusiastic support from his teammates. The substitutes, taken aback yet exhilarated, raised high the trophy that symbolized Manchester City's first title of the season amidst the cheers of the starting players. Following their victory in the League Cup, Manchester City did not linger in London but hastily returned to Manchester. They were set to face two home matches, one against Stoke City in the FA Cup and another against Werder Bremen in the Champions League. The proximity of these two matches led to some discord within the club. Some believe they should strategically forfeit the FA Cup to focus entirely on the League and Champions League pursuits. Compared to the FA Cup, the significance of the league title and the Champions League was evidently greater. Moreover, unlike the League Cup, the FA Cup could not be swiftly concluded. They would require at least 3 additional matches to claim the title, which awkwardly intertwined with their League and Champions League commitments. However, not everyone was in favor of abandoning the FA Cup, as they had already reached the quarterfinals and were merely 3 matches away from the championship. To concede now would render their previous efforts futile. Stoke City was not particularly formidable. Even a less than full-strength squad would likely not succumb to them. Indeed, with substantial leads in both the Champions League and the league, there was ample margin for error. Securing the FA Cup could potentially position them for an achievable minor treble this season. This so-called minor treble evidently included the League Cup as well. Typically, a treble in the top 5 leagues refers to the league title, a cup competition, and the Champions League, all of which carry significant weight, making the feat of winning all 3 exceedingly challenging, thus the rarity of such achievements in the top leagues. In light of the differing opinions among the assistant coaches, Pellegrini pondered deeply. In their previous match, they had triumphed 4-1 against Werder Bremen away, holding a 3-goal advantage along with 4 away goals. Therefore, in the upcoming match against Werder Bremen, as long as they did not lose by 4 or more goals, they would undeniably advance to the next round. Should they prioritize the FA Cup and adopt a more conservative approach in the match against Werder Bremen? Pellegrini remained indecisive and resolved to openly seek the players' opinions during the training session the following day. Ultimately, the players themselves possessed the most authority to assess the toll of the matches. In response to Pellegrini's inquiries, the substitutes expressed unwavering resolve to strive until the very end. Meanwhile, the senior players, notably Kompany and Yaya Touré, advocated for a primary focus on the league, as they found the grueling schedule somewhat overwhelming. Fearing injuries that could hinder their participation in the forthcoming World Cup, Pellegrini, having gathered a general understanding of the players' sentiments, turned to Lin Quan, who had remained silent until now. Lin, what is your perspective? Lin Quan, unburdened by the same concerns as the older players, possessed an innate resilience against injuries and thus felt no apprehension regarding potential setbacks. Concerning physical exhaustion, he felt relatively well. Although the relentless matches had instilled a slight psychological fatigue, it remained within tolerable limits. Echoing the sentiments of the substitutes, he reasoned that abandoning their pursuit now would render their previous efforts futile. Therefore, he declared, I believe we should contend for this championship. Upon hearing Lin Quan's declaration, De Bruyne promptly voiced his support. I concur. The Spanish contingent, naturally aligning with Lin Quan, also expressed their endorsement for the quest for the FA Cup title. Agüero, who shared a close bond with Lin Quan, stepped forward in solidarity. The younger players, invigorated by Lin Quan's backing, rallied around him with fervent enthusiasm, treating him with the reverence of an elder brother and wholeheartedly supporting his decision. Cruz observed the reactions of the Manchester City players quietly, taking everything in. Lin's influence and authority within the team exceeded his expectations. The expressions of disappointment among several veteran players became evident upon hearing Lin Quan's words. In knockout competitions, the challenges intensify as only formidable teams remain. Although merely 3 matches lay ahead, each would demand a grueling effort to secure victory. Should they falter midway, the losses would be devastating. Nevertheless, the majority supported Lin Quan. Even those who opposed him chose silence, recognizing the futility of dissent. While I endorse continuing the FA Cup campaign, I believe the physical toll on the primary players is substantial. It would be prudent to utilize substitutes as much as possible before reaching the final. Just when the matter seemed settled, Lin Quan spoke again, capturing everyone's attention. Lin, does this mean you still intend to abandon the FA Cup? Kompany questioned, doubting his own hearing. Fielding an entirely substitute squad would indeed be akin to conceding the FA Cup, as one could hardly expect a group of substitutes to secure the championship. Of course not. I will take the lead. Lin Quan revealed his strategy. Before reaching the finals, Manchester City would deploy a substitute lineup for the remaining 2 matches of the FA Cup, with Lin Quan starting to provide a safety net for the team. In this manner, their key players can enjoy ample rest without risking a dismal defeat at the hands of their opponents due to a lineup of substitutes. Should circumstances prove dire, the bench could be bolstered with a few mainstays, enabling them to be substituted in the second half if the team struggles to secure a victory. Thus, Manchester City would be adequately equipped to confront the vast majority of adversaries. While the strategy is indeed feasible, it poses substantial demands on one's physical stamina. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this approach? Pellegrini, in truth, harbored reservations about Lin Quan's proposal, concerned that such an all-out engagement might lead to injuries. Rest assured, if I find myself unable to continue, I shall voice my concerns. Pellegrini nodded, recognizing that Lin Quan's determination left little room for dissent. Consequently, When preparing the starting lineup for the following day, Pellegrini included Lin Quan. Upon reviewing Manchester City's starting roster, the commentators displayed expressions of perplexity. To be honest, I find Manchester City's starting lineup rather bewildering, Piway remarked, shaking his head. A significant portion of the lineup consisted of substitutes, yet the undisputed core, Lin Quan, was also on the field. What could this possibly signify? If they were to deploy an entirely substitute lineup, it would suggest a withdrawal from the FA Cup. However, the inclusion of Lin Quan as a starter seemed to contradict that notion. This peculiar arrangement raises questions. Are they conceding or not? Must there not be clarity in their intentions? Perhaps Pellegrini possesses a unique understanding of the situation. The effectiveness of Manchester City's formation would only be revealed once the match commenced. Su Yang, too, found Manchester City's intentions elusive, yet he opted to trust before questioning. Even with a lineup of substitutes, Manchester's prowess remained formidable. Apart from Lin Quan, they boasted talents such as Negredo, Jovetic, Nasri, Javi Garcia, Demichelis, and Milner. Had Fernandinho not been suspended, the midfield would have been further fortified by the inclusion of a Brazilian powerhouse, enhancing their overall strength. In this match, Lin Quan partnered with his Spanish compatriot Negredo on the front line. Negredo, traditionally a substitute for Agüero, presents a contrasting style as a center forward. His imposing stature affords him the ability to hold the ball and create opportunities, making him the preferred option when Manchester City requires a focal point in attack. However, the usual pairing in the forward line tends to be the nimble duo of Lin Quan and Agüero. The combination of Lin Quan and Negredo, one tall and the other swift, has rarely been deployed as starters together. Despite Negredo's limited starting appearances, he has featured frequently, participating in 32 matches this season for Manchester City, including 22 in the league, 4 in the League Cup, 3 in the FA Cup, and 3 in the Champions League. Without such extensive participation, he would not have been selected for Bosque's Spanish national team. Thrilled at the prospect of partnering with Lin Quan, Negredo exclaimed, "Just watch. I shall perfectly fulfill the role of a pivotal point in the attack and set you up beautifully." Before the match commenced, Negredo fervently declared his resolve. However, once the game began, his initial confrontation with the opposing defender ended in failure. "Bah, that doesn't count. I wasn't prepared," he retorted. As Lin Quan helped him back to his feet, the latter spitting out the grass he had inadvertently chewed. Clearly dissatisfied, Negredo voiced his frustration. Lin Quan cast a glance at the towering black central defender on the opposing team, then back at Negredo, feeling rather pessimistic about the latter's prospects in one-on-one duels. The reality proved him right. Negredo found himself entirely outmatched against the robust central defender, failing to establish a pivot and instead becoming a point of vulnerability for his team. Fortunately, the opponent's attacking tactics were rather rudimentary. Their ground penetration could not breach Manchester City's midfield, and attempts at long balls to outmaneuver them were equally futile, leading to a stalemate in the match. Observing his team struggling to make an impact through the center, Lin Quan decisively shifted the play to the flanks. With the formidable Milner and Nasri stationed on either side, collaboration with them promised a greater chance of success. The players of Stoke City were acutely aware of Lin Quan's threat. Among the 11 players on the pitch from Manchester City, he posed a significantly greater danger than the rest. Consequently, for Stoke City, neutralizing Lin Quan essentially meant having their defensive burden. In the 23rd minute, Manchester City executed a combination play down the left flank. After receiving a pass from Nasri, Lin Quan cut inward but was brought down by a defender. The willingness of the opponent to concede a free kick delighted Lin Quan, though the position was less than ideal. His execution of the free kick failed to keep low, soaring just above the crossbar. Nonetheless, the Stoke City goalkeeper was startled. The erratic trajectory of the ball nearly compelled him to surrender. Pay attention to the foul location. Do not grant them too generous a free kick opportunity. Upon hearing the goalkeeper's admonition, the Stoke City players found themselves in a quandary. It was already challenging to contain Lin Quan, and avoiding fouls proved even more difficult. Yet, they were acutely aware of the consequences. If they continued to afford him free kick opportunities, they might indeed concede a goal. Thus, a defensive midfielder was specifically assigned to shadow Lin Quan, limiting his passing and receiving options while restricting his space to initiate plays. Lin Quan had grown accustomed to being the target of such focused marking, having encountered it numerous times before. Realizing that the opponent had dedicated a player to tracking him, he opted to retreat. Drawing the opposing midfielder out, and creating space within their formation for his teammates. As Lin Quan vacated the front line to assume the role of Manchester City's midfield orchestrator, the Stoke City midfielder glanced awkwardly towards his coach. "Coach, should we continue with this?" The coach, gritting his teeth, resolutely replied, "Yes. Whether he moves to the midfield or even the goal, you must stay glued to him." Noticing that the opposing midfielder continued to follow him, Lin Quan found amusement in the situation. He passed the ball to Garcia and feigned a forward run. The ploy of retreating to the midfield was indeed a ruse. The defensive midfielder from Stoke City regained his focus, mirroring Lin Quan's movements while maintaining a deliberate distance, ready to disrupt his reception. However, Lin Quan's forward sprint was merely a ruse. He retreated abruptly after a couple of steps. Simultaneously, Garcia's pass found its way to his feet. Seizing the moment before the opponent could close in, Lin Quan delivered a precise through ball. This pass did not reach the forward Negredo, but instead found the attacking midfielder Jovetic. At that moment, Jovetic was in a prime position, and upon receiving Lin Quan's pass, he unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The strike was of high quality but unfortunately soared just above the crossbar, grazing it as the ball flew out of play. Stoke City narrowly escaped a calamity. "Keep an eye on your mark. Do not lose track." The Stoke City coach expressed his dissatisfaction with the play, attributing it to his players' lack of concentration, which granted Jovetic the opportunity to advance. Furthermore, the defensive midfielder McEachran's marking of Lin Quan was inadequate, allowing for the pass to occur. In summary, this defensive lapse revealed numerous issues, and if these mistakes were not promptly rectified, Manchester City's opportunistic capabilities would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Yet, while it is easy to articulate, enacting such changes proves to be a challenge. McEachran closed the gap with Lin Quan, shadowing him closely. However, being too close is not always advantageous, especially against a dribbler of Lin Quan's caliber. In the 42nd minute of the first half, Lin Quan deliberately retreated to receive a pass from Demichelis. The moment the ball arrived at his feet, he executed a Cruyff turn, effortlessly gliding past the overly attentive McEachran and surged towards Stoke City's half with great strides. With one less defensive midfielder, Stoke City's central defense revealed vulnerabilities, granting Manchester City an opportunity. Following a 1-2 wall pass with Jovetic, Lin Quan penetrated the penalty area and deftly chipped the ball into the net. Manchester City took the lead, momentarily ahead by a score of 1-0 against Stoke City. After this goal, the Manchester City substitutes breathed a collective sigh of relief, puffing out their chests with pride. "Indeed, we are formidable." Even the substitutes can triumph over the opponent's starters. They played with increasing ease, showcasing their growing confidence. Conversely, Stoke City, eager to equalize, launched frantic attacks, which only exposed them to further vulnerabilities as Manchester City executed several counterattacks. In the 55th minute of the second half, Milner's goal solidified Manchester City's dominance. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed with a score of 2-0 at home, advancing to the semi-finals of the FA Cup. However, fortune did not seem to favor them as they drew Arsenal as their semi-final opponent. Given Arsenal's fervent desire for the championship, the upcoming match promises to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, reaching the semi-finals brought joy to the substitute players. Regardless of whether they can overcome Arsenal, they have proven their worth this season. Even if they cannot remain with Manchester City next season, they should be able to find a commendable opportunity elsewhere. After the conclusion of the match, Pellegrini granted the team a day of respite. 3 days later, they returned to their home ground to face the challenge posed by Werder Bremen. In this encounter, Lin Quan found himself on the substitute bench. Although he assured Pellegrini of his readiness, the manager believed that Manchester City held a significant advantage in this match and deemed Lin Quan's presence unnecessary unless absolutely required. Acknowledging the rationale behind this decision, Lin Quan acquiesced and settled comfortably onto the bench to observe the proceedings. Despite the slim prospects for advancement, Werder Bremen approached the away match with an audacious spirit, opting for an attacking strategy against Manchester City, a decision that was met with enthusiastic approval from the hosts. Consequently, the match commenced with both teams displaying a free-spirited style of play, resulting in an astonishing tally of goals. In the 13th minute, Kompany scored with a header, putting Manchester City ahead 1-0. By the 20th minute, Bremen struck back with a goal from Peterson during a counterattack, equalizing the score at 1-1. Merely 2 minutes later, Manchester City regained the lead as De Bruyne converted a free kick into a goal. Like Lin Quan, De Bruyne refrained from celebrating, pressing his hands downward in a show of restraint, even in City's home arena. The offensive exchanges were far from over in the first half. In the 38th minute, a foul by Manchester City in the penalty area granted Werder Bremen a penalty. Captain Fritz stepped up to take the shot, successfully leveling the score at 2-2. At this juncture, the aggregate score stood at 6-3, with Manchester City still holding a 3-goal advantage. Given the current form of both teams, it appeared exceedingly difficult for Werder Bremen to mount a comeback. Nevertheless, the Parrot Army refused to yield, opting to continue their offensive efforts. In the 67th minute, Werder Bremen netted another goal, with Arnautovic utilizing his powerful leap to outmaneuver Kompany and direct the ball into Manchester City's net. However, prior to this, Manchester City had already added 2 more goals in the 48th and 55th minutes. The score now read 4-3, further increasing City's goal difference. Subsequently, the attacking intensity from both sides began to wane. Exhausted from their valiant efforts, some players from the Parrot Army even succumbed to cramps as the match neared its conclusion. In the face of such a stark disparity in strength, the Parrot Army, driven by their indomitable spirit and tenacity, managed to score 3 goals away from home, nearly matching Manchester City in a commendable display that earned them the respect of City's fans. Following the final whistle, Manchester City supporters rose to their feet, applauding in acknowledgement of their opponents. While they may not have achieved the miraculous turnaround, the Parrot Army's performance served as a testament to their capabilities. They are indeed a team deserving of respect. Following their victory over Werder Bremen, Manchester City made history by advancing to the quarterfinals of the UEFA Champions League. In other matches, Bayern managed to draw 1-1 with Chelsea away, progressing 4-1 on aggregate into the quarterfinals. Manchester United narrowly defeated Galatasaray 1-0 at home, advancing with a 2-1 aggregate score. Arsenal, however, suffered a 0-3 defeat against Barcelona away, facing elimination after 2 consecutive losses. Atletico Madrid triumphed over AC Milan with a commanding 4-1 victory, achieving a double win against their rivals and advancing to the quarterfinals. Real Madrid secured a 3-0 home victory against Olympiacos, effortlessly progressing to the last 8. In a surprising turn of events, Borussia Dortmund faced a shocking 1-2 defeat at home, yet managed to advance with an aggregate score of 5-4. Paris Saint-Germain claimed the final quarterfinal spot with a 2-1 win over Bayer Leverkusen. Consequently, the quarterfinal lineup has been established, featuring Manchester City, Manchester United, Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, and Paris Saint-Germain. La Liga proudly boasts 3 teams, reinforcing its status as the Premier League. The Bundesliga and Premier League retained 2 slots each, maintaining a respectable standing. Meanwhile, Serie A faced complete elimination, while League One held on to a glimmer of hope. Following the announcement of the quarterfinal teams, the draw for the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals was promptly conducted at UEFA's headquarters. The first team drawn was Real Madrid, who will face Paris Saint-Germain. Next, Manchester United was drawn against Bayern Munich. Atletico Madrid will compete against Borussia Dortmund. The final 2 teams remaining were already anticipated, as Manchester City will encounter Barcelona. This chapter concludes with the promising outlook for Manchester City's championship aspirations. The narrative unfolds with fateful showdowns in the shadow of UEFA's hidden agendas. Cristiano Ronaldo versus Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Lin Quan versus Lionel Messi. The clash between rising stars and established giants poses the question, can Manchester City surmount the formidable Barcelona? Lin Quan, returning to Camp Nou for the first time since his departure from Barcelona, raises intriguing prospects. The 3 titans of La Liga may very well converge in the semifinals, while Manchester United faces a daunting challenge, potentially faltering in the quarterfinals. The results of the quarterfinal draw immediately attracted significant attention and discourse. With 2 English teams eliminated in this round, and the draw outcomes appearing grim for the Manchester clubs, British media expressed their dismay. They opined that Manchester United's chances against a Bayern Munich side fresh from an emphatic victory over Chelsea were exceedingly slim. Furthermore, facing the formidable Barcelona, Manchester City, as a relative newcomer to the Champions League, might also find themselves halted in the quarterfinals. Should both Manchester clubs be eliminated, it seems unlikely that an English team's name will grace the list of this year's Champions League semi-finalists. The persistent dominance of La Liga teams in the Champions League has left the English, who pride themselves on having the world's top league, somewhat chagrined. Consequently, discussions emerged on how to bolster the international competitiveness of Premier League teams. In stark contrast to the lamentations of the British media, the atmosphere in Spain resembled a jubilant celebration. From their perspective, Real Madrid's draw appeared quite favorable. Although Paris Saint-Germain reigned supreme in Ligue 1, they, much like Manchester City, lack the historical depth and are perceived as a team constructed through financial means. Moreover, they do not possess a player of Lin Quan's exceptional caliber. And the competitive landscape of Ligue 1 pales in comparison to that of the Premier League, leading Spanish media to generally underestimate the prowess of Paris Saint-Germain. They hold a favorable view of Real Madrid's prospects in defeating Paris Saint-Germain both at home and away. After all, when facing Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Cristiano Ronaldo is sure to be in peak form. Even if Ronaldo does not shine, there is still the formidable Gareth Bale, another player worth a fortune. This match against PSG serves as a perfect opportunity to experiment with the combined might of their €200 million in European competition. As for Atletico Madrid and Borussia Dortmund, the two teams possess closely matched abilities. Both coaches, Jurgen Klopp and Diego Simeone, stand out among the mid-generation managers. Simeone's team is characterized by its ironclad discipline, while Klopp's squad is imbued with passion and fervor. The question remains whether Klopp's attacking philosophy will prevail over Simeone's defensive tactics, which will ultimately depend on the performance of both sides. Regarding Barcelona, their draw against Manchester City is neither particularly advantageous nor disadvantageous. Manchester City boasts considerable prowess on paper, and they possess superstars like Lin Quan. Such elite players, once they find their rhythm, are exceptionally difficult to contain. Fortunately, Barcelona has Lionel Messi and a plethora of top-tier talents, including Andres Iniesta and Neymar. If Barcelona leverages their extensive experience in the Champions League and exploits Manchester City's relative inexperience, their chances of advancing remain significant. Following the draw, fan discussions have intensified. UEFA seems to enjoy stirring the pot. Previously, fans of Real Madrid and PSG have not shied away from mutual disdain, each believing their stars to be superior. Now, UEFA has satisfied the desires of both fan bases in one fell swoop. Ibrahimovic, in what capacity can he be compared to Ronaldo? Currently, Ronaldo's tally in the Champions League stands at 13 goals, placing him atop the scoring charts. Can Ibrahimovic compete? He once drew level with Ronaldo in the scoring race. But after the two-legged knockout matches, Ronaldo has since widened the gap. Presently, Ronaldo leads with 13 goals, while Ibrahimovic trails with 10, sitting in third place, with Lin Quan in second with 12 goals. Last year, Ibrahimovic could have contended with Ronaldo, but since Portugal eliminated Switzerland in the World Cup qualifiers, he has clearly fallen behind. Thus, Ronaldo's supporters do not perceive Ibrahimovic as a threat. Rather, they view Lin Quan, who has been rising steadily, as the more formidable competitor. One must wonder why Lin Quan did not participate in the last match. If he had, given his track record of scoring in every game, he surely would have netted at least one goal, potentially sharing the top position with Ronaldo on the scoring charts. Perhaps the congestion of matches for Manchester City played a role. However, even if he had scored, surpassing Ronaldo would have been a tall order, especially given that Manchester City is up against Barcelona, a formidable obstacle that could halt Lin Quan's team in the quarterfinals. Nonetheless, Manchester City does have a chance of victory, as the home and away format favors them. If they can secure a draw at Camp Nou or accumulate sufficient away goals, they may still have hope of advancing upon returning home. Yet, breaching Camp Nou is no small feat. Even the most optimistic fans are not inclined to predict Manchester City's success against Barcelona. It was not merely their lack of optimism. Upon learning the results of the draw, a cloud of despair enveloped the entire Manchester City club. Oh, how wonderful it would have been to face Manchester United. Our chances of victory against them this season were exceptionally high. Drawing them would have guaranteed our advancement to the semi-finals, lamented an assistant coach with a wry smile. Among the 8 teams, Manchester City perceived their city rivals as the most vulnerable adversaries. Other clubs might still be intimidated by the name of Manchester United, but as their neighbors, City was acutely aware of the Red Devils' decline this season. If they truly had drawn Manchester United, the probability of City advancing would not be less than 80%. If not 100, they would have preferred to face Atletico Madrid, Borussia Dortmund, or even Paris Saint-Germain. Real Madrid and Barcelona represented the worst possible outcomes. Yet fate had thrust them into this predicament. It felt as though UEFA had orchestrated a conspiracy, relishing in the drama and spectacle such matchups would create. We shall do our utmost. Reaching the quarterfinals is already a commendable achievement. Manuel Pellegrini, with years of experience in La Liga, understood all too well the terror that Barcelona could instill. To claim they did not desire to reach the semi-finals would be disingenuous. However, overcoming the formidable barrier that is Barcelona would indeed be a daunting challenge. They could only strive for that slender glimmer of hope. The quarterfinals of the UEFA Champions League are set to commence on April 2nd, with the second leg concluding on April 10th. In stark contrast to the month-long interval of the round of 16, the time between the quarterfinals is significantly reduced. This presents a formidable test for clubs across various leagues aspiring for the championship. On March 15th, the 30th round of the Premier League kicked off, with Manchester City visiting Hull City. Currently, Hull City, with 30 points, sits in 15th place, a mere 2 points above the relegation zone. From a purely statistical standpoint, one would expect a one-sided encounter between the league leaders and a relegation-threatened side. However, as the season draws to a close, Premier League giants typically dread facing such desperate teams. The match proved challenging from the outset. Within the first 10 minutes, City's captain Vincent Kompany received a direct red card for a foul. This decision was far from typical for the Premier League. Although Kompany's foul involved pulling an opponent, the latter had committed a foul first, which the referee had overlooked. The anger was palpable as the referee issued a red card during Kompany's infraction. Pellegrini, observing from the sidelines, shared in the frustration. In a league that encourages physicality, a yellow card would have sufficed for such an action. Yet the referee opted for a harsher punishment. With just 10 minutes gone and a man down, facing an unrelenting relegation-threatened team, how could City possibly contend? Referee Lee Mason, noticing Pellegrini's protests, approached the sidelines to deliver a verbal warning. "Sir, mind your language." Pellegrini sarcastically gave a thumbs up in response, mocking the referee's decision. Without hesitation, Mason brandished a red card, sending him to the stands. The assistant coaches and substitutes on Manchester City's bench erupted in dissent, surrounding the referee in search of explanations. It was one thing to dismiss a player, but to expel the coach as well was clearly an affront aimed at Manchester City. However, in the face of protests from the Manchester City coaching staff, the referee remained resolute, brandishing a red card and expelling the most vociferous dissenters from the field. This action only served to further incite Manchester City, who, rather than yielding to the dismissal of Lee Mason, surged forth in an attempt to confront him. The match was consequently interrupted due to the tumult on the sidelines, and by the time play resumed, a half hour had already elapsed since the initial kickoff. A total of 5 individuals from Manchester City were sent off, including a substitute and 2 assistant coaches. The impact of the players being penalized was already significant, and the expulsion of the coach and 2 assistants plunged Manchester City into further disarray. Following Kompany's departure, the failure to promptly substitute a player to bolster the defense was indicative of the chaos that ensued. Nevertheless, the referee's decisions incited rage among the 10 players still on the field. Upon the resumption of the match, the 10-man Manchester City seized the initiative, launching frequent assaults on Hull City. In the 14th minute, Cruz advanced with the ball, seizing an opportunity to deliver a precise pass to Aguero. Unexpectedly, Lin Quan emerged from the flank, intercepting the ball mid-course. This turn of events caught the Hull City players entirely off guard, rendering them unable to respond in time. After gaining possession, Lin Quan glanced at the goalkeeper's position and, without adjusting, unleashed a shot. The strike was executed with such suddenness that the goalkeeper was unprepared, failing to parry Lin Quan's attempt. Manchester City took a 1-0 lead away at Hull City. Hull City, clearly unwilling to succumb to defeat, intensified their offensive efforts upon realizing the vulnerability of Manchester City's defense. However, Manchester's defense proved remarkably resilient, successfully thwarting Hull's repeated advances. In the 34th minute, after regaining possession in their own half, Manchester City launched a swift counterattack. Lin Quan, drawing the attention of 2 defenders, returned the ball to De Bruyne on the edge of the penalty area. De Bruyne struck with precision, hitting the crossbar and seeing the ball rebound into the net. Manchester City led 2-0. After taking the lead, neither Lin Quan nor De Bruyne celebrated. Instead, both rushed to retrieve the ball from the net, preparing to resume play. Their demeanor suggested a relentless pursuit, as if 2 goals were insufficient, far from satisfactory. With their momentum building, Manchester City posed a grave threat to Hull City. In the commentary box, Witnessing the unified front displayed by Manchester City, Martin Tyler had already condemned Hull City's fate. The Manchester City team exuded a spirit markedly different from their previous outings. They appeared more cohesive and in sync, as if bound together by a single thread. Andy Gray, observing beside him, nodded in agreement. Despite the absence of company from the back line, Manchester City's defense remained intact. During defensive phases, Cruz proactively dropped back into a central defensive position to assist in the defense. Players like Lin Quan and De Bruyne frequently retreated to the edge of the penalty area to bolster defensive efforts, rendering Manchester City's defense imperceptibly diminished. Conversely, during offensive maneuvers, their formation swiftly expanded, with players in the attacking front sprinting with fervor, seemingly oblivious to their recent Champions League exertions. This rendition of Manchester City felt unfamiliar, uncharacteristic of their usual style, almost reminiscent of their neighbors, Manchester United, particularly that of several years past. Hull City was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't the opposing team short on players? Yet, it felt as though it was we who were at a disadvantage. Whether in attack or defense, Manchester City players seemed to be everywhere. Their vigorous movement compensated for their numerical inferiority, even creating a local advantage in certain areas. This was something Hull City's players had never anticipated. In the 43rd minute, Hull City finally orchestrated a threatening attack. They exploited Manchester City's weakness in their contracted defense on the flanks, delivering a precise through ball that pierced their defensive line. At a crucial moment, Manchester's goalkeeper, Joe Hart, bravely stepped up. Ignoring the risk of injury, he threw himself to block the opposing forward's shot. Although he managed to secure the ball, he was caught off guard, and the studs of the opponent's boot grazed his forehead, causing blood to gush forth. Hart, displaying remarkable fortitude, stood on the field as the team doctor tended to his wound, not uttering a single sound of pain. Once the doctor had finished, Manchester's assistant coach inquired if he wished to be substituted for a rest. Hart declined the substitution, changing out of his bloody jersey, choosing instead to remain on the pitch and continue the battle. The sight of Hart's head wrapped in white bandages instilled a sense of trepidation, even fear, in Hull City's players. Conversely, Manchester's players were inspired by Hart's determination to play through injury, their spirits soaring higher than ever. In the second half, Manchester's performance surpassed even that of the first. Lin Quan scored twice in the 56th and 69th minutes, swiftly completing a hat-trick. David Silva then added another goal in the 84th minute, altering the score to 5-0. But that was not the end. In the 90th minute, Aguero scored from a rebound, marking the celebration of all three forwards on the Manchester front line. The match concluded with Manchester City triumphantly defeating Hull City 6-0 away from home. Such a scoreline might not have surprised many prior to the match, given Manchester City's formidable attacking prowess, renowned throughout the Premier League. However, considering they had lost their captain and coach early on, achieving this result was indeed astonishing. This round of matches saw the spotlight of the Premier League focused squarely on the referees. In addition to the unfair decisions faced by Manchester City, both Chelsea and Manchester United fell victim to the referees' scrutiny. Chelsea, playing away, encountered Aston Villa, the team notorious for receiving the most bookings in the Premier League, who had already accumulated 4 yellow cards by halftime. Given the rate at which the opposing team was being booked, Chelsea's players anticipated at least 1 red card for Aston Villa in the second half. However, the referee did issue a red card, but it was not directed at Aston Villa. Instead, it was given to Chelsea. In the 67th and 90th minutes, Chelsea received 2 red cards, with Willian and Ramirez being sent off consecutively. With 2 fewer players, Chelsea succumbed to a 0-1 defeat against Aston Villa. At this critical juncture in their championship pursuit against Manchester City, Chelsea faltered. If one were to argue that Chelsea's 2 red cards stemmed from 2 yellows converting into a red, it wouldn't be too far-fetched. In that match, 3 penalties were awarded, and Manchester United, having suffered a 0-3 defeat at home to Liverpool in the fierce rivalry, certainly has something to say. This encounter at Old Trafford held immense significance for both Manchester United and Liverpool. If Manchester United harbored hopes of advancing into the European competition zone and securing a ticket for the next season's European fixtures, they were compelled to claim victory in this match. However, during the game, Manchester United faced 3 penalties against them, and their captain, Vidic, was shown a red card and sent off. At their home ground, They not only failed to enjoy any advantage typical of home matches, but instead found themselves plunged into an abyss due to the referees' decisions. The cacophony of boos echoing throughout Old Trafford and Moyes' helpless demeanor in the coaching seat have become emblematic of Manchester United's season. In the aftermath, several clubs promptly chose to protest to the FA regarding a series of contentious decisions made by the referees in this round of matches, with prominent teams expressing their grievances. The sheer volume of controversial calls, all occurring within a single round, has led to skepticism regarding the integrity of the Premier League, even giving rise to conspiracy theories suggesting that the FA is manipulating the outcomes of matches. Given the multitude of protesting teams and the detrimental impact of the conspiracy theories circulating online, the FA was compelled to respond, announcing an investigation into the refereeing decisions from the previous match. During this period, they will suspend several controversial referees, including Liam Mason, from officiating in the Premier League. This outcome is somewhat acceptable for Manchester City, as they are most apprehensive about encountering biased officiating in critical matches as the season draws to a close. Among the Premier League's less competent referees, such as Clattenburg, McDean, Atkinson, and Oliver, their decisions often exhibit a remarkable degree of abstraction. However, when officiating in the Champions League and international tournaments, their standards of judgment drastically improve, justifying their reputation as world-class referees. This indicates that their abilities are not lacking. Rather, the Premier League presents a uniquely challenging environment. For Manchester City, there is also favorable news. Following Chelsea's unexpected defeat, City has expanded its lead to 8 points, despite having played one match fewer. With only 8 rounds remaining in the league, an 8-point advantage is substantial, especially considering they have a game in hand. If they can secure a victory against Aston Villa in their postponed match, their lead could extend to 11 points. Consequently, following the conclusion of the 30th round, the suspense surrounding the Premier League title race appears to have been prematurely resolved. The consensus is that Manchester City will clinch the Premier League championship this season. The only remaining question is how many rounds in advance they will secure the title. Chapter complete. Chapter 82. Breaking the record for the fastest hat-trick in Premier League history. Arsenal faces devastation. After concluding the match against Hull City, the grueling schedule has finally reached a respite. The players of Manchester City have been granted a rare opportunity for rest. The club organized a celebration to honor their victory in the League Cup. Previously, due to the congested match schedule, they had been unable to find time to celebrate, so they seized this moment between fixtures to make up for it. Although the League Cup title may not carry substantial prestige, for Manchester City, who aspires to achieve a treble, it serves as a promising start. Moreover, they have successfully advanced to the quarterfinals of the Champions League this season, marking a historic achievement for the club. Thus, the owner, Mansour, was exceedingly pleased and generously rewarded each player with a championship bonus. Lin Quan received 1 million, a testament to the lavishness of Middle Eastern wealth. In addition to the bonuses, Mansour prepared numerous prizes for the players, the most extravagant of which was a luxury Aston Martin supercar, valued at well over £1 million. Unfortunately, Lin Quan's luck was not in his favor. He drew the third prize, which consisted of a lavish indoor audiovisual equipment package worth 50,000. This package included speakers, a home KTV sound system, a karaoke machine, and a complete home theater system. Additionally, it came with 2 fully automated massage chairs, allowing him to enjoy movies from the comfort of his home. After the lottery concluded, Lin Quan graciously declined his teammates' invitation to celebrate at a nightclub. He believed that instead of indulging in nightlife, it would be more prudent to study their Champions League opponents. Many proclaimed Barcelona to be invincible. Yet Lin Quan recalled that they had succumbed to Atletico Madrid earlier this year. Since Simeone's Atletico managed to defeat Barcelona, there was no reason to believe that Manchester City could not do the same. After spending 2 days reviewing match footage, Lin Quan gained a deeper understanding of Barcelona's capabilities. Compared to their peak form from a few seasons ago, Barcelona's current strength has notably declined. Although Neymar's addition has bolstered their offensive prowess on the flanks, the aging squad, particularly the decline in the performance of midfield maestro Xavi, has significantly impacted the team. Furthermore, Messi's condition directly determines Barcelona's ceiling. This season, Barcelona's performance has exhibited a trend of strong beginnings followed by faltering results. At the outset of La Liga, many were skeptical of Martino's Barcelona. However, they emphatically silenced critics with an impressive streak of 8 consecutive victories. Nevertheless, after Messi's injury, Barcelona's performance wavered, and they began to be overtaken by Atletico and Real Madrid. Currently, Barcelona sits third in La Liga, 4 points behind leaders Atletico and 1 point adrift of Real Madrid in second. Their next match will be an away challenge against Real Madrid, followed by a home encounter with league leaders Atletico in the final round. Both matches are crucial. Losing either would essentially eliminate them from contention for this season's La Liga title. Thus, the pressure and strain on Barcelona in the league are considerable. In contrast, Manchester City, currently enjoying an 8-point lead, possesses far greater margin for error than Barcelona. During the Champions League period, they might even strategically forego their match against Arsenal, focusing all their efforts on performing well at Camp Nou against Barcelona. Therefore, based on the current circumstances of both teams, Manchester City appears to be in a favorable position. The primary reason for English clubs' lackluster performances in European competitions is largely due to the burden of their domestic league. Once they establish a substantial lead in the league and free themselves from its constraints, they are entirely capable of excelling in European contests. However, one must remain vigilant. For this is indeed Camp Nou, where Barcelona possesses an extraordinary prowess on their home turf. There exists a team affectionately dubbed Little Paris, which, despite holding a commanding 4-goal lead, succumbed to a turnaround by Barcelona upon their arrival at Camp Nou. On March 22nd, the 31st round of the Premier League commenced, with Manchester City returning to their home ground to face Fulham. Due to a red card, both Pellegrini and Captain Kompany were relegated to the stands for this match, leaving the team under the guidance of assistant coach Kujus. In truth, his direction was scarcely needed, as the Manchester City players resolved matters within a mere 30 minutes of play. A mere 3 minutes into the match, Lin Quan executed a breathtaking long-range shot, propelling his team into the lead. Following the opponent's intensified defensive efforts within the penalty area, Lin Quan had opted to increase his attempts from distance. His strikes are powerful and precise, resulting in long shots of exceptional quality. Such swift shots, delivered from challenging angles, pose significant difficulties for the goalkeeper. Observing Lin Quan's frequent attempts, Fulham's defenders were compelled to rush out, thereby leaving the penalty area vulnerable. Consequently, Lin Quan swiftly altered his strategy, transitioning from long-range efforts to penetrating the box. This sudden change caught Fulham off guard. In the 18th minute of the first half, Fulham's defender Amrabat, having been outmaneuvered by Lin Quan, desperately fouled him from behind. The referee, Webb, astutely observed the foul, promptly awarding a yellow card while also granting Manchester City a penalty. Lin Quan took the penalty himself, effortlessly converting it to elevate the score to 2-0. Merely 5 minutes later, Lin Quan employed a similar tactic, feigning another long-range shot to lure the defenders forward before charging into the penalty area. Unfortunately for Amrabat, he again fell victim to Lin Quan's skill. Having already received a yellow card, he ought to have exercised caution. Yet, in a lapse of judgment, he once more fouled Lin Quan from behind. Following the foul, Amrabat, resembling a forlorn child, gazed pitifully at the stern referee as he approached, almost begging for mercy. Webb, steadfast and impartial, retrieved a yellow card from his back pocket, followed by a red card from his chest pocket, ejecting Amrabat from the match. The audacity of such a foul, executed right before my eyes and in the same manner as the last, is nothing short of a disdain for my officiating abilities. Once again, Lin Quan stood at the penalty spot. The goalkeeper, filled with anxiety, realized that within just 23 minutes, the opposing player was on the verge of a hat trick. He vaguely recalled that the record for the quickest hat trick in the Premier League was also around the 20-minute mark. Could the opponent be on the brink of breaking this record? If that were the case, would he not become merely a backdrop? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Lin Quan, sensing the goalkeeper's nerves, intentionally glanced at the lower right corner of the goal, creating the impression that he intended to aim in that direction. The goalkeeper indeed fell for the ruse, diving instinctively in the direction of Lin Quan's shot. However, to his astonishment, after executing the save, he realized that the ball sailed over his head and into the net. A Panenka penalty. What a delightful surprise. After scoring this goal, Lin Quan jubilantly leapt into the corner area, celebrating with fervent fist pumps. As the goals continued to accumulate, his repertoire of celebratory gestures appeared increasingly insufficient. Recently, his celebrations had become rather lackluster, earning him playful jibes from fans who dubbed them community-level celebrations. It seemed this trend had even affected the usually exuberant Aguero, who had also exhibited a decline in his celebratory flair during this period. In just 23 minutes, Lin, wearing Manchester City's number 10 jersey, completed a hat-trick, narrowly missing the record for the fastest hat-trick in Premier League history, set by Dwight Yorke in 2001, falling short by a mere minute. Martin Tyler, from the commentary box, expressed his disappointment with an air of lament. Witnessing the birth of a new record is always exhilarating, and they were on the verge of witnessing such history today. Nonetheless, the match still had ample time remaining, while breaking the record for the fastest hat-trick might be out of reach. Lin could still aim for the record for the quickest 4-goal haul in the Premier League. Andy Gray was notably more optimistic, sensing that with Lin's current form, he might add to his tally. Indeed, it was worth mentioning to the viewers tuning in that Lin Quan's total goals in the Premier League this season had reached a staggering 43, shattering Alan Shearer's long-standing record of the most goals in a single Premier League season, which had stood for 18 years. To illustrate the significance of this achievement, Martin Tyler added, in the entire Premier League, there are only 6 teams that have scored more goals than Lin Quan. Andy Gray, taken aback, exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "That is simply terrifying. It feels like Lin has scored more goals in a season than I did throughout my entire career." Martin Tyler chuckled, "Not quite. But Lin has indeed achieved 6 hat-tricks and 1 4-goal haul, both of which surpass your entire career statistics." Andy Gray clutched his chest in mock dismay. "Hey mate, your words are quite hurtful." On the field, Lin Quan remained blissfully unaware of how close he had come to breaking a Premier League record. Yet, even if he did know, it's likely he wouldn't have been overly concerned. After all, since he embarked on his professional career, a series of records had been shattered by him, making record-breaking a routine affair. With a 3-goal lead and the opposition reduced to 10 men, there was little suspense left in the match. Not every team can be like Manchester City, dominating their opponents and scoring 6 goals even with a player down. If Fulham possessed such prowess, they would be contending for the title rather than languishing at the bottom of the Premier League standings. After completing his hat-trick, Lin's play became even more team-oriented. Yet sometimes, when fortune smiles, it's unstoppable. In the 33rd minute of the first half, Lin Quan, in a semi-breakaway situation, opted to pass the ball to Aguero, who was in a more advantageous position, intending to assist his teammate in scoring. Aguero's shot, however, was overly ambitious in its pursuit of the angle, striking the crossbar and rebounding onto the goal line before bouncing back out. Since the ball had not completely crossed the line, the referee did not award a goal. The opposing goalkeeper, making a hasty error, rushed out but failed to secure the ball. It fell right in front of Lin Quan, who was sprinting forward, prepared to take a follow-up shot. In an unfortunate turn of events, he was unable to halt his momentum, and the ball ricocheted off him and into the net. Witnessing the ball enter the goal, both Lin Quan and the opposing goalkeeper stood in stunned disbelief. Is this even possible? He glanced at the referee, who, unconcerned with the method of the goal, so long as there was no foul, was ready to accept it, even if it had been scored with a simple bump of his backside. The referee promptly blew the whistle and pointed towards the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. Thus, Lin Quan achieved his remarkable quadruple, breaking the record as the fastest player to accomplish this feat in Premier League history. Sometimes, victory requires a touch of luck, especially when breaking records. Martin Tyler was positively elated by the goal. Lin Quan's fortune was astonishing, amidst so many players on the field, with nearly a dozen in the penalty area. Why did the ball collide with him and not someone else? That is pure luck. Aguero, however, felt a twinge of frustration. My goal. Had I known, I wouldn't have pursued such an extreme angle. Don't be disheartened, Aguero, Lin Quan consoled him. Keep running, and I'll set you up when you find space. Noticing Aguero's glum expression, Lin Quan offered words of encouragement. All right. Aguero, recognizing Lin Quan's skill, felt his spirits lift upon hearing this. True to his word, in the 41st minute of the first half, Lin Quan received a through ball from De Bruyne, successfully broke through, and unselfishly passed the ball to Aguero as the goalkeeper charged at him. Although he could have taken the shot himself, Lin Quan chose to assist. This time, Aguero did not squander the exquisite pass, easily slotting the ball into the empty net, helping the team secure a commanding lead. Manchester City led Fulham 5-0 at home. Following this substantial lead, City made substitutions in the second half, with Lin Quan and David Silva sitting on the bench, not taking to the field, and Kroos being substituted in the 70th minute. Typically, A team would seize the opportunity to mount a comeback when facing such a deficit, perhaps managing to score a consolation goal against City. However, the opponents were left disoriented and unable to organize even a semblance of a counterattack. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed with a resounding 5-0 victory over Fulham, accumulating 77 points with a game in hand, drawing ever closer to their second championship trophy. The focal match of this round was Chelsea hosting Arsenal. With the customary collapse in March, Arsenal had slipped to fourth place in the standings, now facing a significant gap from the top positions. Currently, they possess only 63 points, leading Everton in fifth place by a mere 6 points. Should Wenger's team suffer a few more defeats, they might find themselves bereft of even a qualification for the Champions League. However, this match will prove challenging for Arsenal, as Mourinho's side is fervently pursuing the Premier League title. They currently trail Manchester City by 8 points, and if they wish to preserve their hopes of championship glory, they cannot afford to lose a single match. Moreover, in the previous round, Chelsea faced unjust officiating, transforming Mourinho's team into a vengeful force, fueled by pent-up frustration. Under such circumstances, Arsenal, not particularly adept at handling intense confrontations, arrived at Stamford Bridge, where they were soundly defeated, this match resulting in the most lopsided scoreline among Premier League giants this season. Chelsea, often criticized for their lack of offensive prowess, unleashed a tempestuous performance at Stamford Bridge. Within a mere 5 minutes of the match, Eto'o found the back of the net. By the 7th minute, Skirl added another goal. Hazard scored in the 17th minute, followed by Oscar in the 42nd minute. Before the first half concluded, Chelsea had already established a commanding 4-0 lead over Arsenal. Wenger's side crumbled completely at Stamford Bridge, unable to organize their offense or maintain solid defense. In a moment of desperation, Gibbs even received a direct red card for a foul, compounding their woes. Now they were not only losing the match, but also a player. Mourinho's team, well-versed in exploiting their opponent's vulnerabilities, seized the opportunity presented by Arsenal's depleted and faltering squad. They intensified their offensive efforts in the second half, with Oscar scoring again in the 66th minute. In the 71st minute, substitute Sulla, having been on the pitch for merely 4 minutes, netted his first goal since joining Chelsea. Ultimately, the Blues triumphed over Arsenal with a staggering score of 6-0 at Stamford Bridge. Following this resounding victory over Arsenal, the point differential between Chelsea and Manchester City remained at 8 points. However, after another round of matches, the gap persisted, signifying that Chelsea's chances of securing the title had grown ever more tenuous. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 83. Return to Camp Nou, Lin Quan's inaugural clash with Messi. Alas, my team has been decimated once more. How many times will they face such humiliations this season? True supporters have become accustomed to it. Every March, they falter. They begin January as title contenders, yet something amiss arises in February, leading to a collapse in March, a dire predicament in April, only to miraculously secure a top 4 finish in May. Otherwise, how else could they be dubbed the top 4 maniacs? The mere mention of this phrase evokes a jubilant atmosphere online. Many netizens recall joyous moments. No internal sabotage, just a sprinkle of Arsenal humor. I advise against seeking a 4th place without merit, pretending to be a contender, lacking conviction in their pursuit. God is first, I am second, who is third remains a mystery, but 4th belongs to Arsenal's Mourinho. Our greatest fear emanates from Arsenal's pursuit of 4th place, akin to Winston Churchill. If there exists but one team loyal to the 4th position, it is Arsenal, led by Van Persie. Only a team deprived of trophies for a decade may claim the right to contend for 4th. MacArthur. Arsenal, who do not aspire to contend for the top 4, cannot be considered true gunners, akin to the essence of Napoleon. Whether you strive or not, we remain steadfastly 4th, neither diminishing nor increasing. As the poet Song-Yang Jatson once expressed, one cannot help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Lin Quan, amidst his leisure, stumbled upon this and found himself laughing as well. In the realm of football humor, where anecdotes abound, Arsenal claims the lion's share. Reflecting on his encounters with Arsenal, Lin Quan perceives that the team's collapse in the second half of the season is not entirely unfathomable. The squad's fragility is ill-equipped for the rigors of multiple competitions. Their players are excessively youthful, and their psychological resilience fluctuates too dramatically. These factors serve as objective explanations. Yet, he believes there exists a more pivotal reason. This Arsenal lacks tenacity. Wenger's teams, much like the man himself, are genteel and resplendent, yet as fragile as fine porcelain, shattering upon the slightest impact. This season, Arsenal has exhibited a dismal success rate in high-stakes matches, suffering humiliating defeats, 62 away to Manchester City, 51 away to Liverpool, and 60 away to Chelsea. Such overwhelming losses, all occurring within a single season, speak volumes. If one includes their 10-away defeat to Manchester United, it becomes evident that Arsenal has failed to secure a victory against the league's elite when playing away. Not only have they struggled on the road, but their home form is similarly lackluster. At home, they have only managed a single victory against Liverpool, drawing against both Chelsea and Manchester United. In their upcoming match against Manchester City, should City field their strongest lineup, the recently battered Arsenal may find themselves utterly outmatched. However, fortune appears to favor Arsenal, as City plans to deploy a reserve squad in light of their Champions League commitments, sending their key players to Barcelona 2 days in advance to prepare for their impending clash. Upon hearing this news, Wenger breathed a sigh of relief. Although Arsenal has miraculously secured a top-4 finish each season, the duration of such good fortune remains uncertain. Currently, they find themselves under pressure from Everton and Tottenham, who trail closely behind. Everton is a mere 6 points adrift, while Tottenham is just 7 points behind. Should Arsenal falter in a couple of games, they risk being overtaken. If Manchester City were to exert their full strength in the upcoming match, a loss for Arsenal would reduce their lead to a mere 3 or 4 points, an insignificant margin with 6 matches remaining in the season. Moreover, following the encounter with Manchester City, Arsenal's next challenge is against Everton. Given their dismal away record, Wenger harbors no confidence in leading his team to victory against the Toffees. Should they succumb to consecutive defeats, Everton could surpass them, relegating Arsenal to 5th place. However, just when everyone, especially Arsenal's supporters, believed the match was secured, fate played a cruel trick on them. Jovetic and Nasri struck in the 2nd and 5th minutes, respectively, leaving Arsenal in a state of bewilderment. Is this truly Manchester City's reserve lineup? The Gunners fans at the Emirates Stadium were left stunned, as the unfolding narrative diverged drastically from their expectations. They eagerly anticipated witnessing a resounding victory on their home turf. However, Manchester City's 2 goals swiftly jolted them back to reality. Opposing them was Manchester City, the Premier League leaders, whose substitute lineup surpassed the starting 11 of many mid-tier teams in the Premier League. Upon seeing the glaring red score on the scoreboard, they experienced a disconcerting sense of déjà vu reminiscent of their previous defeat against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. Was a tragic repeat destined to unfold? The camera panned to the professor on the sidelines. Wenger seemed to feel a bit overheated, trembling as he attempted to remove his coat, yet the zipper refused to budge. Alas, the professor has aged. Witnessing this scene left the Arsenal fans with a bitter taste in their mouths. The score of 0-2 lingered until the halftime whistle. With both Wilshere and Walcott sidelined due to injuries, Arsenal's attacking prowess became a formidable challenge. Despite having more shots in the first half, they could not convert any into goals. In the second half, Wenger made strategic adjustments to enhance the midfield's contribution to the attack. This change bore fruit in the 53rd minute when Flamini, a former Arsenal player who returned on a free transfer last summer, seized upon a mistake from a Manchester City player, intercepting the ball and delivering a long-range strike to pull one back for the team. Following his goal, Flamini exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. Opting not to celebrate, he swiftly retrieved the ball from the net, eager to resume the offensive. The sight of this ignited applause from the Arsenal supporters. Flamini is not a player endowed with extraordinary talent. He lacks exceptional gifts and robust physicality. Instead, he relies on a diligent work ethic and indomitable spirit, firmly entrenched in defense, laboring tirelessly in the unsung roles of a defensive midfielder. He seldom finds the net, and this was his first goal since rejoining Arsenal. Yet, this solitary goal was as precious as gold. Flamini's strike revitalized Arsenal's spirits, sounding the clarion call for their counteroffensive. Over the ensuing 40 minutes, Arsenal launched a relentless assault on Manchester City's goal. After all, City fielded only their substitutes, whose caliber paled in comparison to Arsenal's. Once on the back foot, they failed to mount an effective counterattack, further exacerbating their predicament. In the 85th minute, after nearly 30 minutes of fervent attempts, Arsenal finally equalized through the substitute Chamberlain. In their last match at Stamford Bridge, Chamberlain had become the scapegoat for his handball in the box. However, this time, he emerged as a hero, helping the team to a hard-fought draw against Manchester City on their home ground. While securing a single point was hardly ideal for the Gunners. Considering they started in a deficit, this outcome was somewhat acceptable. Nevertheless, in another match, Everton triumphed over Fulham with a score of 3-1, narrowing the gap between them and Arsenal to just 4 points. The situation has become increasingly challenging for Arsenal. The key players from Manchester City, far away in Barcelona, were astonished to learn that the substitutes nearly triumphed over Arsenal in an away match. Is it true? Is Arsenal truly this weak? Indeed. Jovetic and Nasri scored 2 quick goals, almost pushing Arsenal to the brink of despair. Unfortunately, the team's subsequent strategy was somewhat conservative, and their counterattacks failed to yield results, leading to a regrettable draw with Arsenal. Nevertheless, a point is still commendable. We initially anticipated a certain defeat, so securing a point is indeed a pleasant surprise. Moreover, there is another piece of good news. Chelsea suffered a 0-1 defeat against Crystal Palace. Upon hearing this, the Manchester City squad, poised to step onto the Camp Nou, was instantly uplifted. Does this mean our lead has widened to 9 points? Precisely, that constitutes a 3-match advantage. I recall we still have a postponed match to play. If we factor that in, our lead over Chelsea has surged to 12 points. With a 12-point advantage and their current surplus of goal difference, could we not clinch the title 4 rounds early? As his teammates fervently discussed the title race in the Premier League, Lin Quan quietly set aside his phone, refraining from mentioning that Liverpool had ascended to second place in the standings. Following Chelsea's loss, Mourinho's team was left with only a theoretical hope of clinching the championship. However, after a resounding 4-0 victory over Tottenham at home, Liverpool surged ahead, surpassing Chelsea to claim the second position with a total of 71 points, trailing Manchester City by 7 points. This gap is significant, yet there remains a direct encounter between Manchester City and Liverpool, and it will take place at Liverpool's home ground. This season, Liverpool's home performance has been formidable. In the 16 home matches at Anfield, they have lost only once and drawn once, winning the remaining 14. Many of which were by margins of 3 goals or more. When it comes to home performance this season, Liverpool undoubtedly rivals Manchester City's prowess. Faced with such a formidable home side, Manchester City cannot be entirely confident of overcoming them. The match between Manchester City and Liverpool is scheduled for April 12th, the day after the conclusion of the Champions League quarterfinals. Liverpool will not be distracted by the Champions League. After their league match, they have 7 days to recuperate, whereas Manchester City does not share this luxury. From April 10th to April 13th, Manchester City has 3 crucial matches. First, the second leg of the Champions League knockout tie against Barcelona, followed by the match against Liverpool, and immediately after, they will face Arsenal in the FA Cup semi-finals at a neutral venue. The drawbacks of competing on multiple fronts become increasingly pronounced as the season progresses, with more matches and shorter intervals between them. It is precisely for this reason that teams capable of achieving a treble amidst such demanding circumstances are regarded with great reverence. Given Manchester City's daunting schedule, Lin Quan felt it was not yet the time for celebration. Nonetheless, with the great battle approaching, he refrained from dousing his teammates' enthusiasm. Manchester City must approach Camp Nou with the highest morale to face Barcelona. Upon their arrival in Barcelona, City utilized the training facilities of Espanyol, located in the northeastern part of the city at Dani Jarque Sports City, which spans approximately 60,000 square meters. Compared to Barcelona's training complex, Espanyol's facility is considerably smaller, roughly 1/7 the size of their illustrious neighbor. Nonetheless, despite its modest dimensions, it is well equipped to meet the needs of Manchester City's training regimen. As a club that often dwells in the shadows of Barcelona, Espanyol has historically garnered limited attention, overshadowed by the brilliance of their city rivals. However, with Manchester City's arrival, the once quiet training ground was inundated with fans and journalists, including local media and inquisitive Barcelona supporters eager to glean insights. Clearly, the entirety of Barcelona is captivated by the visiting Manchester City. After stumbling in the semi-finals for 2 consecutive seasons, Barcelona's management has significantly heightened their focus on the UEFA Champions League this year. Their ambition is to reach the finals and reclaim the prestigious trophy, aiming to forge a new legacy. To achieve this goal, they must first eliminate Manchester City. Otherwise, the prospect of reaching the finals, let alone the semi-finals, remains bleak. Nevertheless, Barcelona exudes confidence in overcoming Manchester City. This current iteration of Barcelona is far removed from the one that faced a steep decline in performance, suffering from aging players and a tumultuous rebuilding phase. Unlike the team that struggled to progress from the Champions League group stage, this Barcelona has reached the semi-finals for 6 consecutive seasons and secured 3 Champions League titles within 8 years. They stand as one of the most successful clubs in Europe, if not the most. Although last season they suffered a humiliating defeat to Bayern Munich, which raised questions about their prowess, the formidable spirit of Barcelona remains intact, and their confidence is hardly surprising. In the face of such a powerful opponent, Manchester City felt a sense of apprehension. To alleviate the players' nerves, Pellegrini opted against overly complex tactical drills, favoring lighter training sessions and focusing specifically on set pieces. This approach puzzled the journalists and fans spying on their preparations. Could Manchester City truly rely on such tactics to triumph over Barcelona? Or had they resigned themselves to defeat, surrendering before the battle even began? The news reached Barcelona's head coach, Martino, who speculated that Manchester City might be employing a smokescreen. Were he in City's position, he would certainly not approach such a formidable opponent without thorough preparation. Consequently, the more relaxed their demeanor, the more likely they were concealing their true intentions. With this thought in mind, Martino remained vigilant, engaging his coaching staff in earnest discussions about the potential strategies Manchester City might deploy while formulating corresponding countermeasures. In conclusion, Martino delivered a summarizing address. The strength of Manchester City is not as feeble as the outside world perceives. Thus, we must remain vigilant. Martino hopes to leverage the advantage of playing at home to resolve the battle in the first leg. This way, they could concentrate their efforts on the league. Facing the competition from Atletico Madrid, Barcelona has recently achieved a remarkable comeback, defeating Real Madrid 4-3 away, temporarily widening the point gap between them and their rivals. Currently, Barcelona trails Atletico by a mere point. This slender margin makes it imperative for Barcelona to avoid any missteps. Otherwise, when they host Atletico in the final round of the league, they might find themselves in a precarious position. In the pre-match press conference, both coaches displayed politeness, each complimenting the other's team. Pellegrini praised Barcelona as a great team, while Martino acknowledged Manchester City as a formidable opponent. A glance exchanged between them conveyed an unspoken message: prepare for a fierce battle. On the evening of April 2nd, at the Camp Nou, which accommodates 100,000 spectators, the stadium was filled to capacity. The fervent Barcelona fans created an overwhelming atmosphere, exerting pressure on the visiting Manchester City supporters even before the match commenced. In stark contrast to the throngs of Barcelona supporters, the mere 5,000 City fans resembled a solitary boat adrift in a tempestuous sea, at risk of capsizing at any moment. A Manchester City fan gulped audibly, unable to contain his anxiety, although thousands of security personnel separated them from the Barcelona fans. The menacing expressions, roaring gestures, and incessantly raised fists from the opposing crowd still instilled a sense of unease. Should a confrontation arise, the overwhelming number of Barcelona supporters would surely engulf them in an instant. However, the focus of the Barcelona fans soon shifted from the City supporters to the pitch. As both teams' players lined up in the tunnel, ready to enter the arena, standing in the players' tunnel, Lin Quan felt the thunderous cheers resonating from outside. He experienced a peculiar sensation. Having grown up in Barcelona and joined the Barca Youth Academy at the age of 6, he was no stranger to Camp Nou. Yet, this was his first appearance there as an adversary. What awaited him? A cacophony of boos? Or perhaps the scornful jeers and slurs of the fans? As he pondered these thoughts, Lin Quan felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Barca's captain, Xavi. "Lin, shall we exchange jerseys after the match?" Xavi inquired with a smile. Lin had developed a good rapport with many players in the Barcelona squad, so he knew that numerous others would also be eager to swap jerseys. If he did not act swiftly, he might miss the opportunity. "Absolutely, Captain," Lin nodded, happily acquiescing to Xavi's request. Welcome back to Camp Nou. Let us strive to deliver a splendid match for everyone." "Indeed, I shall." Lin Quan clenched his fist and nodded emphatically. Xavi chose not to say more and returned to the Barcelona squad, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Iniesta behind him. Noticing Lin Quan's gaze, Iniesta winked at him, greeting him with a subtle nod. His national teammates, including Fabregas, Pique, Busquets, and Pedro, also acknowledged Lin Quan with nods. Despite representing different clubs and being rivals on the field, they shared camaraderie off the pitch, with no overlapping positions leading to any competitive tension. However, not all were so amicable towards Lin Quan. A few Brazilian players from Barcelona, such as Neymar and Alves, regarded him with palpable hostility, particularly Neymar, whose eyes burned with a fierce desire for revenge, making it evident how keen he was to avenge the previous year's defeat in the Confederations Cup. Lin Quan shrugged nonchalantly, dismissing Neymar's glare. While the Brazilian was indeed formidable, to regard him as a rival would be rather undignified. Just as he was about to divert his gaze, Lin Quan felt a piercing stare directed at him. Following the source of the gaze, he was unsurprised to find Barcelona's superstar, Lionel Messi. The cacophony of the player tunnel faded into silence at the moment their eyes met. As both teams noticed the unusual tension between the two, this encounter was not merely a clash between Manchester City and Barcelona. It was the long-anticipated duel between Lin Quan and Messi, two titans of the game. It was their first formal meeting on the pitch, a face-off both had eagerly awaited. Messi thought, "Let me gauge whether you still possess a fraction of your peak prowess." Similarly, Messi's competitive spirit surged. "Lin, let me see if you truly deserve to stand alongside me." Lin Quan smiled and nodded, and Messi reciprocated with a nod, dissipating the tension between them. Just then, the referee began to lead both teams onto the pitch. The UEFA Champions League quarter-final, Manchester City versus Barcelona, was about to commence. The conclusion of this chapter is marked by an earnest plea for votes. Chapter 84. The Galloping Lin Quan and the Silent Camp Nou. Central Television. Esteemed viewers, we are live broadcasting the first leg of the UEFA Champions League quarter-final, featuring Barcelona at home against Manchester City. In the studio, He-Wei and Su-Yong quickly introduced the formations and starting lineups of both teams before commenting. This marks Lin Quan's return to Camp Nou, representing another club since leaving Barcelona. It remains to be seen how he will perform against his former team today. As Lin Quan stepped into Camp Nou, the anticipated boos and jeers did not materialize. The Barcelona fans chose to ignore his presence entirely. The crowd fervently cheered for each player as they took the field, collectively chanting the names of the Barcelona players. When the DJ announced the names of Neymar and Messi, the roar of the audience reached its zenith. "We have Messi, we have Neymar. We do not need a player disloyal to Barcelona." This likely mirrored their innermost sentiments at that moment. Lin Quan merely cast a glance before diverting his gaze. He held no interest in the thoughts of the Barcelona fans. His sole desire was to secure victory from this match. The officiating referee for this encounter was Kuipers from the Netherlands. He ranked third in the referee ratings for the year 2013, a testament to his exceptional capabilities. Kuipers was known for his strict officiating style, often brandishing cards. Historically, in this season's Champions League final, he issued a total of 12 yellow cards to both competing teams, earning him the moniker of a card machine. This was evidently disadvantageous for Manchester City, as they were accustomed to lenient officiating in the Premier League and would find it challenging to adapt to a referee with such stringent standards, making them susceptible to cautions. At precisely 1900 hours, with the sound of the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Manchester City, clad in blue jerseys, occupied the right side of the field, advancing from right to left, while Barcelona, donning red and blue, took the left side, attacking from left to right. Barcelona initiated the game, with Messi passing the ball to Neymar before making a forward run. Neymar returned the ball to Iniesta and swiftly darted towards the flank. From the outset, Barcelona played with great vigor, as it was their home ground where caution was unnecessary. With the support of their fans, Barcelona's players surged forward. The ball swiftly exchanged amongst them, and Manchester City began to experience the potency of Barcelona's possession-based football. In the third minute, after a series of passes in the attacking third, Xavi suddenly delivered a through ball. Messi, having anticipated Xavi's pass, surged ahead, evading his marker and receiving the ball at the edge of the penalty area. He feigned a shot to draw in the Manchester defenders, then swiftly maneuvered into the box. Both Zabaleta and company were drawn towards him, lunging in for the challenge. However, Messi opted not to shoot, but instead passed to Neymar, who had surged into the box from the flank. Neymar, upon receiving the ball, fired a shot without hesitation, posing a significant threat, but Joe Hart, alert and focused, managed to deflect the ball over the crossbar with one hand. "Stay focused. Ensure no one is left unmarked on the flanks." Hart stood up and vocally reminded his teammates. Against a top-tier team like Barcelona, any error could lead to a potentially fatal strike. Kolarov raised his hand in apology, acknowledging his mistake for not closing down on Neymar promptly, thus granting the opponent a shooting opportunity. Observing Neymar's miss, Messi stroked his chin, bowed his head, and turned away from the Manchester City penalty area, preparing to take the corner kick. Neymar, visibly frustrated, cradled his head in his hands, lamenting the squandered opportunity that could have crowned him a hero for Barcelona. The corner kick was taken, and Kompany managed to contest the ball's descent. However, the perimeter was dominated by Barcelona players, and the cleared ball was swiftly reclaimed by them. Xavi attempted a long-range shot, only for it to ricochet off a defender and return. De Bruyne and Iniesta charged towards the ball, colliding and both collapsing to the ground. The referee halted the match to assess their condition, but fortunately, neither sustained any injury, and play resumed shortly after. The referee awarded possession to Manchester City. Yet before they could distribute the ball, it was intercepted under Barcelona's relentless pressure, who continued their siege upon City's goal. In the initial minutes of the match, Manchester City found themselves in a precarious position, with the ball predominantly within their half. Their formation was severely constricted, and even when they managed to gain possession, they struggled to disperse effectively for a counterattack. Observing their team's dominance, the Barcelona supporters at Camp Nou were electrified, joyfully singing their anthem. "We are the Blue Believers. We share a common faith. We bear a name that commands the world. Barca, Barca, Barca." Amidst the resounding chants of the fans, Barcelona launched wave after wave of fierce attacks against Manchester City. In the 13th minute, Messi's breakthrough shot was blocked by Joe Hart's leg. By the 17th minute, Neymar's long-range attempt soared over the crossbar. Then, in the 22nd minute, Iniesta's late-arriving shot struck the post. Barcelona was edging ever closer to the goal. This could not continue. The team was too passive. With this thought, Lin Quan withdrew to bolster the defense. In the 27th minute, the ball found its way back to Messi's feet. As he prepared to advance, he sensed an opponent before him. Habitually, he lifted his gaze, and his pupils dilated upon recognizing Lin. What business did he have retreating from the forward line? At last, the moment had come for Lin and Messi to face off. Who would prevail? Fans were divided in their opinions, but many favored the king, Messi. After all, Lin was not a dedicated defender. His attempt to guard Messi was arguably more effective than merely standing as a passive obstacle. However, it must be said that while Lin's defensive capabilities may not reach elite standards, he was certainly commendable among forwards. Yet, the question remained, are forwards not meant to attack? Whose forward is tasked with defense? Netizens found the notion amusing, as the defensive prowess of forwards is typically lacking. And what good is it to excel defensively among a group of attackers? The first 30 minutes saw Manchester City thoroughly subdued. From the spectator's perspective, it appeared as though the teams belonged to entirely different tiers. Nevertheless, those familiar with Barcelona's style would recognize this as their customary approach. Observing possession statistics would reveal an even starker disparity between the two sides. Barcelona exhibits a commendable level of possession and pressing, yet whether this translates into goals remains uncertain. This season, there is a palpable sense that their offensive prowess pales in comparison to last year. Indeed, last season, Barcelona netted an impressive 115 goals in the league. Although 7 matches remain this year, the 26-goal deficit seems insurmountable. Wasn't Neymar's talent supposed to bolster their attack? How is it that his arrival has seemingly diminished Barcelona's offensive capabilities? While Neymar's skills are undeniable, the aging midfield has become a pressing concern. Xavi's form this season has noticeably declined, and with age, his stamina has waned, making it increasingly difficult for him to maintain a full match's intensity. The absence of Xavi's orchestration significantly undermines Barcelona's attacking strength. This summer, the club must prioritize reinforcements. Failure to enhance the squad could result in a further decline in performance next season. On the pitch, Messi was momentarily taken aback. However, upon realizing that Lin Quan was an attacking player rather than a defensive one, his apprehension dissipated. "Your defenders cannot contain me. Your presence is inconsequential." Messi deftly nudged the ball, preparing to weave past Lin Quan. Yet, Lin Quan appeared to anticipate his intentions, extending his foot at the precise moment Messi made his move, aiming to intercept the ball. Under normal circumstances, Lin Quan might not have succeeded against an average player, but Messi was no ordinary adversary. After all, he embodied the quintessential essence of peak Messi. His thoughts were transparent to Lin Quan. Lin Quan's swift maneuver caught Messi off guard, prompting him to hurriedly adjust in an attempt to regain control of the ball. Typically, Messi's tactics have proven effective against other defenders, but today he faced a formidable opponent. Lin Quan matched Messi's rhythm and even surpassed him in speed. He made contact with the ball first, intending to pass it to Agüero near the midfield. Although Messi's response was slightly delayed, he managed to make contact, altering the ball's trajectory. The football soared past them, heading towards Messi's rear. De Bruyne, lurking nearby, noticed the ball approaching and his eyes lit up. However, before he could settle it, he lost possession under the combined pressure of Alves and Xavi. Following the interception, Xavi swiftly passed the ball to Iniesta, who feigned a forward advance before executing a back pass to Messi, who had surged into the box. After deftly evading company, Messi opted for a powerful strike towards the top left corner. The quality of the shot was exceptional, yet on this day, Manchester City's goalkeeper Hart transformed into a veritable saint, soaring to parry Messi's attempt. Upon witnessing his shot thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper, Messi could not suppress a bemused scratch of his head. This goalkeeper is rather extraordinary today. Lin Quan, having just spotted De Bruyne acquiring the ball, began his forward run in preparation for an offensive play, only to find that after only a few steps, the ball was lost. Just as he was about to retreat, he turned to see Hart successfully denying Messi's strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Quan pivoted and sprinted towards Barcelona's half. Joe Hart observed Lin Quan's actions and silently commended him. Instead of promptly tossing the ball to Lin Quan, he opted to pass it to Kroos at the edge of the penalty area. Kroos, too, noted Lin Quan's positioning but chose not to deliver the ball to him directly. Instead, he swiftly relayed it to De Bruyne. Positioned closer to the halfway line, De Bruyne glanced in Lin Quan's direction before executing a precise through ball, advancing the play towards him. Manchester City's series of ground passes unfolded with remarkable speed, and before most Barcelona players could retreat into their half, their counterattack had already crossed the midfield line. Defend quickly. Retreat. The Barcelona coach, Martino, widened his eyes in alarm at the efficiency of Manchester City's counterattack. This rapid incursion reminded him of Mourinho's Real Madrid. Could this be Manchester City's meticulously prepared trump card? Fortunately, he had arranged for Busquets as a contingency. As Lin Quan crossed the halfway line, Busquets charged forward, positioning himself directly in front of him. As a national team teammate of Lin Quan, Busquets was acutely aware of his capabilities. At this moment, he knew it was imperative to refrain from an impulsive challenge. During training sessions with the Spanish national team, Lin Quan had already demonstrated the consequences of such rashness. He glanced at his teammate Pique, who was not far behind, retreating towards the penalty area, while Fabregas was sprinting back at full speed. If he could delay the attack just a little longer, until his teammates arrived to assist, or until they reached the edge of the penalty area, where Pique and Mascherano could offer their support, he could thwart the impending offensive. Busquets made a swift judgment, abandoning the idea of an aggressive challenge, and began to retreat while keeping a keen eye on Lin Quan's footwork. His strategy was to trade time for space, hoping to provoke an error from the opponent or to wait for his teammates to catch up. Against a player as formidable as Lin Quan, he realized that he could not rely solely on himself for defense. Therefore, his aim was to draw Lin Quan into the defensive zone of his teammates, creating a situation of multiple defenders to neutralize Manchester City's attack. When a forward advances with the ball, having a defender maintain a calculated distance can exert significant psychological pressure. If the forward becomes anxious and reveals a weakness, the defender can seize the opportunity to disrupt the play. Even if the forward remains composed and both players enter the penalty area, the defensive players hold the advantage, bolstered by the presence of a goalkeeper. Thus, retreating as a defensive tactic is indeed a wise strategy. Regrettably, at that moment, the defensive players, or perhaps the coaches, failed to recognize this truth, while Busquets had already grasped its essence. Observing Busquets' decision, Lin Quan furrowed his brow. Was he opting for a retreating defense to compress space? This defensive approach seemed rather cunning, as the defenders refrained from aggressive challenges and instead focused on retreating. When a player retreats, they are invariably slower than when they advance. Consequently, the distance between the two players gradually diminishes, resulting in a shrinking safety zone between Lin Quan and Busquets. When this space becomes critically constricted, an attacking player advancing with the ball essentially delivers it directly to the opponent. If they wish to avoid relinquishing possession so easily, they must decelerate and maintain control of the ball at their feet. However, Once their speed decreases, the opportunity for a swift counterattack is almost certainly thwarted. During his tenure at Liverpool, Van Dijk adeptly navigated countless crises using this very tactic, coming perilously close to winning the Ballon d'Or as a defender. Yet, Busquets is not Van Dijk, nor is Lin Quan an ordinary player. As the distance between them continued to close, Lin Quan not only maintained his speed, but further accelerated. Busquets widened his eyes, feeling the sweat beginning to bead on his back. Was the opponent intent on a direct confrontation? Busquets lowered his center of gravity, adopting a posture ready for interception. As Lin Quan advanced with the ball, each touch kept it within a mere half-meter of his feet. For most players, successfully controlling the ball within 1 meter is commendable, yet Lin Quan, akin to Messi, manages to keep it within an astonishing half-meter. At such proximity, seizing the ball from him becomes exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, it is not entirely impossible. The crux lies in timing. Busquets was poised, waiting for the opportune moment. The instant Lin Quan made contact with the ball, if he acted swiftly, there existed a chance to intercept it before Lin Quan could regain possession. However, such an opportunity was singular. Should he fail to secure the ball, Lin Quan would not offer him a second chance. As Busquets realized time was running out, he understood that if he did not act promptly, Lin Quan would elude him within mere seconds. Finally, as he witnessed Lin Quan's touch, the moment the ball approached him, Busquets lunged. However, in that fleeting instant, Lin Quan executed another touch before Busquets could, deftly nudging the ball past him. A trap. Panic surged through Busquets as he comprehended he had been deceived. He quickly reached out, attempting to tug at Lin Quan's jersey. Such an action could easily result in a card, but if executed discreetly, a quick pull followed by immediate release might escape the referee's notice. Lin Quan felt the tug on his jersey, causing him to stumble slightly, nearly losing his balance. The referee observed Busquets' foul, but, favoring the attacking play, signaled for the match to continue. A golden opportunity. Peak, spotting Lin Quan's unsteady motion, immediately opted to intervene. No, Busquets turned just in time to witness this scene. Yet it was too late to alert his teammate. Almost at the moment Piqué's foot was about to make contact with the ball, another foot swooped in to whisk it away. Piqué, taken aback, swiftly pivoted, desperate to amend his error. However, Piqué is not the type of player known for his rapid turnaround speed. By the time he completed his pivot, Lin Quan had already penetrated the penalty area. His teammates were bypassed with such swiftness and decisiveness that Barcelona's goalkeeper, Pinto, found himself unable to intervene in time. Crouching slightly, he anxiously focused on Lin Quan's movements. Attempting to anticipate the direction of his shot, Lin glanced at the goalkeeper's positioning, then swung his foot, executing his shot just before Mascherano could tackle him. The placement of this strike was nearly identical to Messi's recent attempt, both aimed squarely at the upper left corner of the goal. Although Pinto was prepared to make the save, age was against him. The 37-year-old veteran's reflexes could not possibly match those of the 27-year-old Joe Hart, especially considering the latter's extraordinary form. With a thunderous crack, the ball struck the underside of the crossbar and the inner post, ricocheting into the net. After enduring nearly 30 minutes of relentless pressure, Manchester City broke the deadlock in the 29th minute of the first half. The score was altered to 1-0, with Manchester City taking a temporary lead. This outcome astonished all the spectators present. Not only did the Barcelona fans fail to anticipate this result, but even the traveling Manchester City supporters were taken aback. To be under siege for nearly 30 minutes and yet score first? Could this be real? The Camp Nou fell into a brief silence, followed by an overwhelming chorus of boos directed at the field. The Barcelona fans were finally roused from their stupor. End of chapter 85. The football world transitions from the era of the unparalleled duo to the Three Kingdoms phase. Goal. It was unbelievable. One could hardly fathom that it was Manchester City who first found the net at Camp Nou. Lin, the 18-year-old prodigy, made his debut at Camp Nou and managed to breach the goal of his former club. In a moment of crisis for his team, he once again emerged as a hero, scoring a golden goal with a remarkable long-distance run. You can always count on Lin. Barcelona is in peril. Should the match conclude with this scoreline, their chances of progression would be severely jeopardized, even if they ultimately triumphed over Manchester City. Conceding an away goal at home would be detrimental to Barcelona's advancement. Commentators from various television networks erupted into frenzy at the moment Lin Quan scored. Few had anticipated a favorable outcome for Manchester City prior to the match, and the first 30 minutes appeared to align with the prevailing expectations. The formidable Barcelona seemed to dominate, with Manchester City on the brink under their fierce onslaught. A Barcelona victory appeared to be merely a matter of time. However, Lin Quan's goal shattered all of that. No matter how high the possession rate or how numerous the attempts on goal, what value do they hold if they do not result in a score? Ultimately, football is a game defined by who scores more goals, and now, Manchester City had won, while Barcelona remained at a standstill. Consequently, many experts began to question their previous judgments. Did Barcelona truly hold the advantage? On the sidelines, Barcelona's coach, Martino, pondered this very question. After taking the helm at Barcelona, he soon discerned that the possession-based tactics left by Guardiola were no longer as effective as before. Such a style of play demands a high level of skill from the squad, requiring players to possess exceptional passing abilities and ample stamina to execute high-pressing strategies in the attacking third. The essence of Guardiola's approach lies in maintaining control of the ball, prioritizing offense over defense. This tactic flourished several years ago, largely due to a lack of understanding from outsiders and the composition of the Barcelona squad at that time. Under Guardiola's leadership, the team was evidently younger. When they clinched the Champions League title, Messi was barely in his 20s, while Xavi was still under 30, and Busquets and others were at the prime ages of 23 to 26. Back then, they had abundant energy to implement the high-pressing tactics, leaving opposing teams either completely deprived of possession or forced into a defensive stance, unable to break free from Barcelona's relentless pressure. However, executing such high-pressing strategies has become increasingly challenging for the current Barcelona squad, as the players have aged and their mobility has diminished. Inspired by Mourinho, other teams have developed countermeasures against their possession tactics, trading space for time. Football, at its core, is a game of time and space. Barcelona's possession play maximizes spatial utilization. While the ball is under their control, they patiently pass, frequently reposition, and utilize overlapping runs from midfielders to stretch the opponent's defensive structure in search of openings. Once an error occurs on the part of the opposition, Barcelona strikes with lightning speed. Yet, due to the prolonged nature of their attacking organization, their efficiency in time utilization has waned. Conversely, Mourinho's approach eschews the battle for space, greatly enhancing time efficiency. His teams do not prioritize ball possession. They allow opponents to control the ball, waiting for opportunities to exploit their attacking missteps. When possession shifts, and it is time for his team to counterattack, they pursue the most incisive and efficient response, requiring far less intricate movement and passing than Barcelona. A straightforward pass forward allows forwards to sprint ahead, and with just 2 or 3 touches, the ball can transition from their own penalty area to that of the opponent. During Mourinho's tenure at Real Madrid, they could launch an attack in 10 seconds or even less. The brevity of these attacks often left opposing players unable to retreat in time, thus amplifying their counterattacking efficiency. If the ball successfully reached the forward, it had a high likelihood of resulting in a goal. The recent attack by Manchester City mirrored the tactics of that formidable Real Madrid side. It is precisely for this reason that Martino's confidence began to waver. During Guardiola's reign, the famed treble-winning team encountered challenges against Mourinho's tactics in their later encounters, failing to gain the upper hand. The Barcelona team, under new stewardship, has aged 2 years since their previous encounter. In facing Manchester City's tactical prowess, can they triumph? It is not merely Martino who harbors such thoughts. Many players within Barcelona felt a sense of defeat upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal. After diligently maintaining possession for 30 minutes and executing 6 shots, they found themselves empty-handed, while their opponents, with a single counterattack, found the net. The stark contrast was overwhelming, inevitably leading to feelings of frustration among the Barcelona players. Neymar, who joined Barcelona just last summer and had not experienced their peak, began to question whether their possession-based strategy was indeed the right approach. Standing on the pitch, Messi, hands on hips, observed Lin Quan surrounded by teammates celebrating. He was not surprised by Lin Quan's goal. What truly concerned him was why the opposition seemed to possess such an intimate understanding of his playing style, able to predict his movements. Was it mere luck? Or had they truly grasped the intricacies of his game? Messi resolved to give it another attempt. As the match resumed, he actively sought the ball. His teammates, having faith in his abilities, promptly passed it to him. Unsurprisingly, Lin Quan reappeared before him. This time, Messi was not careless, despite Lin Quan not being a specialized defender. His previous defensive display indicated he was no slouch. Messi feinted, shifting his weight to the right while lowering his shoulder to prepare for a breakthrough. Lin Quan, sensing Messi's maneuver, heightened his alertness. Herein lay the dilemma faced by defenders against Messi. Ignoring his feint could lead to Messi transforming it into reality and bypassing him. Responding to the feint would allow Messi to adjust and accelerate past him. Ultimately, whatever choice he made seemed fraught with peril. This tactic was one Lin Quan often employed in one-on-one situations, with considerable success. However, knowing its efficacy did not guarantee that Lin Quan could thwart it. Though he understood Messi's style and habits, he was not Messi. He could not predict the choices his opponent might make. When employing this technique, Messi always decided based on the defender's response. Seeing Lin Quan hesitate, Messi seized the opportunity and swiftly broke through on his right side. Lin Quan, having turned a moment too slowly, found himself unable to recover in time. Cruz, witnessing Lin Quan's predicament, rushed to intercept. Messi passed the ball to Neymar, who advanced along the flank. As Manchester City's fullback charged up, Messi, having made his way to the wing unnoticed, received Neymar's pass and immediately cut in towards the penalty area. Company advanced to block, denying Messi space to shoot or penetrate further. Once again, Messi distributed the ball. Iniesta, having made a timely run, found himself at the edge of the penalty area. After receiving a pass from Messi, Iniesta elegantly chipped the ball into the left side of the penalty area, an expanse currently devoid of any defenders. However, Iniesta was acutely aware that Messi would undoubtedly sprint towards this space. Indeed, after delivering the pass, Messi refrained from observing how Iniesta would handle the ball. Instead, he chose to trust the profound understanding between them. Had Messi dashed directly towards the vacant area in the left penalty box, the Manchester City defenders would have likely been more alert. Yet, demonstrating his astute intelligence, Messi took a step back after the pass, executing a reverse run. This maneuver confounded the City defenders, preventing them from keeping pace with Messi's retreat, thus granting him the precious space to receive the ball. For a player of Messi's caliber, affording him such space is unequivocally a catastrophic error. As Messi arrived at the vacant left position, Iniesta's pass was delivered precisely as anticipated. The remainder of the play unfolded with simplicity. Messi expertly controlled the ball with his chest and unleashed a powerful strike, sending the ball into the Manchester City net. The defenders immediately raised their hands, signaling for an offside call. However, the assistant referee did not raise his flag, and the referee deemed the goal valid. The slow-motion replay revealed that the play was indeed a matter of mere millimeters. During Messi's reverse run, the City defenders had moved forward just in time, creating the illusion of offside. Had Messi's acceleration been a fraction faster, or had the defenders pushed their line forward slightly sooner, it would have indeed been an offside. In the 33rd minute, thanks to Messi's goal, Barcelona equalized the score. The fans at Camp Nou could finally celebrate unabashedly. The goal scorer, Messi, celebrated in his signature style, pointing both hands skyward. The clash between Manchester City and Barcelona had drawn considerable attention, particularly the direct confrontation between Messi and Lin Quan. Messi, having achieved fame earlier and accumulated more accolades, was favored by the public prior to the match. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Quan who struck first, leaving many astonished and applying pressure to Messi. Now, however, he had secured his own goal and could no longer be overshadowed by this rival. It is rather curious that despite the media's incessant hype surrounding his rivalry with Cristiano Ronaldo, and even labeling them as the two unparalleled stars, Messi maintained a calm demeanor regarding Ronaldo. He did not perceive Ronaldo as his competitor and was largely indifferent to such narratives. In contrast, Lin Quan was different. From the moment Messi witnessed Lin Quan play, he recognized that this individual would become his greatest rival. He discreetly observed Lin Quan for 2 years, even drawing inspiration from Lin Quan's techniques and style to enhance his own skills. Although he never publicly acknowledged this, in Messi's heart, he had long regarded Lin Quan as his most formidable opponent. Thus, he cared far more about this match than outsiders might assume. Upon witnessing Messi's goal, Lin Quan could only feel a sense of resignation. To effectively thwart Messi is indeed quite a challenge, yet I should not have hesitated earlier. One should either decisively engage and wager on whose reaction speed prevails or risk being outmaneuvered. The primary reason Messi and others like him are difficult to defend against lies in their superior footwork frequency, allowing them to react after their opponent has made a choice, thus gaining the upper hand. Even if both players possess equal agility, the initiative remains firmly in Messi's grasp, placing the defender in a disadvantageous position. Consequently, in such confrontations, my chances of victory seem bleak. Is there any means to restrain Messi? Lin Quan found himself deep in thought. Messi's goal had significantly elevated Barcelona's momentum, propelling them to further intensify the pace of the match and adopt a more aggressive pressing strategy in the attacking third. The ball swiftly traversed among the Barcelona players' feet, as Messi and Neymar engaged in incessant positional exchanges, with the two fullbacks surging forward to assist in the attack. Messi, Neymar, and Iniesta each seized opportunities to shoot, igniting a flurry of offensive action for Barcelona. This wave of attacks left Manchester City in disarray, with Yaya Touré and company both receiving yellow cards in the course of their defensive efforts. Indeed, the officiating by Kuipers was stringent, with decisive carding. Following their bookings, both Touré and company became more cautious, hesitant to commit to robust tackles, which rendered Manchester City's defense increasingly vulnerable. During this period, Joe Hart transformed into the busiest player on the pitch, making acrobatic saves to thwart Barcelona's relentless onslaught and preventing further goals. However, this state of affairs could not persist. Having learned from previous mistakes, Barcelona remained vigilant against Manchester City's counterattacks. Upon conceding a goal, they would immediately regroup to reclaim possession, often with multiple players involved. Apart from Lin Quan, it became exceedingly difficult for others in the City lineup to maintain control under such relentless pressure, let alone pass the ball effectively. As the first half neared its conclusion, unable to secure possession upfield, Lin Quan retreated to the edge of the penalty area to assist in defense. The priority was to hold firm until halftime. Naturally, Barcelona aimed to thwart Manchester City's intentions, striving to score once more before the interval to secure a lead as they returned to the locker room. In the 41st minute, the ball found its way back to Messi's feet. Lin Quan proactively advanced to confront Messi once more. Here we go again. Messi, having seen Lin Quan again, was now less concerned than before. They had clashed twice, with each securing one victory. However, armed with the confidence of prior success, Messi felt emboldened, performing the same maneuver as before, presenting Lin Quan with a dilemma. Yet Lin Quan had already devised a strategy. He took a step back, opting for a non-choice in the face of uncertainty. I shall relinquish the initiative to you, he seemed to convey. Messi found Lin Quan's retreat quite unexpected. Had his opponent chosen to retreat? Could it be that he was afraid? No, that could not be the case. From Messi's perspective, he had never witnessed Lin Quan exhibit fear. Yaya Touré approached from the sidelines, and in that moment, Messi could afford no distractions. Seizing the space left by his opponent's retreat, Messi executed his earlier maneuver and surged forward. Lin Quan, having anticipated this decision, swiftly pivoted while retreating, positioning himself to match Messi's pace. Simultaneously, Lin leaned in, engaging in a physical contest, persistently crowding Messi's space, making it exceedingly difficult for him to dribble smoothly. Messi, feeling the pressure, found himself at a disadvantage. Lin's height and weight provided him an edge in their physical confrontation. Realizing this, Messi decisively turned, shedding the burden yet forfeiting the opportunity to penetrate Manchester City's penalty area. Witnessing Lin successfully thwart Messi once again in their one-on-one duel, the spectators and commentators alike were taken aback. Was one successful defense merely a stroke of luck? What about the second? Could it still be considered fortune? Astonishingly, Lin had managed to halt Messi in a direct confrontation. Throughout La Liga and the Champions League, Messi has been a nightmare for defenders, with few capable of containing him in one-on-one scenarios. Thus, Lin's achievement was utterly unexpected. Undoubtedly, Lin had made significant contributions on both offensive and defensive fronts. Thus far, his performance eclipsed that of Messi. As the first half neared its conclusion, the score remained 1-1, with both Lin and Messi having netted a goal each. However, Lin's contributions on the defensive end had been more substantial. For an attacking player, what more could one critique? Prior to the match, many were skeptical about placing Lin in the same echelon as Messi and Ronaldo, but after this game, such doubts should significantly diminish. In the central television broadcast studio, Hiwei extolled Lin's first-half display. Lin Quan, without a doubt, belongs to the same caliber as Messi and Ronaldo. Henceforth, the rivalry in football may well evolve from a duel of two into a triad. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 86, A Comeback from Behind. The fierce battle at Camp Nou. Observing Lin's defensive strategy against Messi Busquets experienced a moment of clarity. Might this approach be employed in defending against him as well? Busquets could not shake off the memory of his prior failure to contain Lin, which had resulted in Barcelona conceding a goal at home. Eager to redeem himself, Professor Busquets resolved to attempt this tactic during the next Manchester City offensive. This could be termed as a strategy of reciprocation. Barcelona's assault continued. Upon losing his opportunity to break through, Messi relayed the ball to Iniesta. Iniesta then passed it to Xavi for reorganization. Xavi glanced into the crowded penalty area, where players from both teams densely populated the space, rendering a direct pass exceedingly challenging. Consequently, he opted to return the ball to Busquets, slightly controlling the tempo with a backward pass. Barcelona's recent offensive surge was both rapid and ferocious, compressing Manchester City's defensive line to the brink of collapse, with all three lines nearly converging into one. At this juncture, upon witnessing Barcelona's patient build-up in their own half, City quickly pressed forward, restoring the elasticity of their defense. However, this was precisely the scenario that Barcelona's mastermind, Xavi, had anticipated. In the 43rd minute, after a series of intricate passes in midfield, Xavi observed that Manchester City's defensive formation had advanced significantly, creating gaps in their rear guard. Seizing the moment, he executed a sweeping pass to the flanks. Although no Barcelona players were initially positioned there, a figure surged forward to receive Xavi's pass in the vacant space. Who was it? The number 22 for Barcelona. Right back Dani Alves. Upon receiving the ball, Alves immediately darted towards the byline, prompting Manchester's left back, Kolarov, to brace himself for a potential cross, positioning his hands behind his back in preparation to block. The rest of City's players shared this mindset, positioning themselves within the penalty area to thwart any opportunities for headers. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, Alves opted not to cross the ball. Instead, he played it back. Neymar appeared in the path of the ball, receiving it at the corner of the penalty area. This connection between the two Brazilians was strategic. Alves's run to the byline was merely a decoy, intended to create space for Neymar and provide him with a shooting opportunity. Neymar did not squander the assist from his older compatriot. After a brief adjustment, he executed a deft lob that sent the ball soaring into the far corner of the net. Joe Hart was powerless to intervene, left to watch as the ball found its mark. Barcelona turned the tide of the match, altering the score to 2-1. This was Neymar's fourth goal in the Champions League this season, equaling the tally of Ronaldinho in his first season with Barcelona. Although Neymar's statistics may not shine as brightly as those of other superstars, in his 9 Champions League appearances, he has netted 4 goals and provided 3 assists, contributing to a total of 7 goals. Excluding the extraordinary Lin Quan, his performance is indeed remarkable, arguably making him the standout newcomer of this season's Champions League. After scoring, Neymar was visibly elated, leaping into a samba dance at the corner flag. The fans at Camp Nou responded with resounding applause and cheers, celebrating their rising star. Neymar's stellar performance brought immense joy to the hearts of Barcelona supporters. "Hey, we have Messi, we have Neymar, we don't need Lin," they chanted in alternating verses, expressing their sentiments and unwavering support for the two Barcelona luminaries. Witnessing Neymar's goal, Lin Quan felt a sense of helplessness. The defense had faltered. Perhaps his teammates, lulled into complacency by Barcelona's less aggressive approach, had let their guard down. This lapse provided Barcelona with the opportunity to create a lethal strike. Xavi's pass was executed with precision, utilizing a change in rhythm that caught Manchester City off guard. Undoubtedly, Neymar's positioning is remarkable. When Alves advanced with the ball towards the byline, Neymar refrained from immediately dashing into Manchester City's penalty area, which allowed the City players to overlook him. Had he not taken this approach, he might have missed the opportunity to shoot. Barcelona scored 2 goals within the first 10 minutes, plunging Manchester City into a significant crisis at the Camp Nou. If the scoreline were to widen further, even with a precious away goal in their possession, eliminating Barcelona upon their return home would prove exceedingly difficult. Indeed, for Manchester City, a score of 1-1 or even 2-1 could be deemed acceptable. However, a 3-1 deficit is untenable. Against a formidable team like Barcelona, one cannot afford to concede too many goals, for a substantial loss would render a comeback nearly impossible back on home turf. As the first half drew to a close, one could only wonder how Manchester City would adjust during halftime. Their situation had been exceedingly passive, and if they continued in this manner, conceding a third goal would likely be imminent. On the sidelines, Pellegrini furrowed his brow. The number of goals conceded exceeded expectations, yet fortunately, they had managed to score once, making the current outcome somewhat bearable. How many matches has Xavi played this season? Pellegrini suddenly inquired, turning to his assistant coach. Xavi has appeared in a total of 35 matches this season, 23 in the league, 5 in cup competitions, and 7 in the Champions League. He often played the full 90 minutes in the first half of the season, but has been substituted around the 75th minute in the latter half. Pellegrini asked, "Did he play the entire match in the last La Liga game?" Yes, the previous match against Espanyol was quite tense. Barcelona scored only in the 77th minute. After the goal, Martino began making substitutions, but for some reason, he replaced Neymar, Fabregas, and Pedro while keeping Xavi, the veteran, on the pitch. Pellegrini nodded, realizing that Martino likely understood Xavi's significance to the team, hence his decision to retain him. However, one must ponder whether it is prudent to overexert a 34-year-old veteran in such a manner. With this thought, Pellegrini had already formulated his tactical approach for the second half. As the halftime whistle blew, both teams retreated to the dressing rooms with a score of 2-1. This scoreline favored Barcelona, and the expressions on the players' faces reflected a sense of ease. The Manchester City players accepted the score, acknowledging that, despite trailing, it was entirely reasonable given they were playing in Barcelona's home ground. Moreover, there remained 45 minutes to play. In the dressing room, Pellegrini retrieved a tactical board, preparing to elucidate the strategy for the second half. Before he commenced his explanation, the Chilean posed a question to his players. Having played half a match against Barcelona, what are your impressions of their strength? The Manchester City players eagerly shared their thoughts. They are exceptionally strong, and the sense of pressure is palpable. Their possession and passing are indeed impressive. Our ball possession must be below 30, I suspect. There was no way to hold onto the ball. Before we could even receive it, the opposing players charged at us like rabid dogs. After just a few seconds with the ball, it would be lost. During passing, opposing players frequently swept through the passing lanes, and a careless moment could lead to a lost pass. Observing that his players had hit the nail on the head, Pellegrini smiled and clapped, halting the discussion. It seems everyone is deeply affected. He turned to Lin Quan and inquired, "Lin, are you tired?" Noticing Lin's relentless efforts on both offense and defense, he instinctively assumed Lin must be exhausted. To Pellegrini's surprise, Lin shook his head upon hearing the question and replied, "Not really, I'm fine. Not tired." Pellegrini was taken aback. In the first half, you covered the most distance, sprinting energetically during attacks and diligently retreating to the edge of the penalty area for defense. And you're not tired? Pellegrini was momentarily astonished. Well, if you're not tired, that's good. The team's offense in the second half will still rely on you, so be sure to conserve some energy for counterattacks. Lin's response left Pellegrini feeling slightly unsure, but fortunately, when he asked a few more players, they all admitted to feeling fatigued. Physical exhaustion was one aspect, but the mental strain was even more significant. Facing Barcelona's possession-based style, Manchester City's players had to maintain utmost concentration, leaving no room for relaxation. Sustaining such focus for an extended period would inevitably lead to mental fatigue. If I told you that while you are tired, the Barcelona players are even more exhausted, would you believe me? The players shook their heads. They only saw Barcelona players continuously passing the ball among themselves and questioned how much energy that could truly expend. Don't believe it? Then we shall see in the second half. Pellegrini didn't attempt to persuade the players, but instead explained his tactical approach for the upcoming half. As the second half commenced, Barcelona quickly discerned a change in Manchester City. They noticed that City played with greater initiative, with players actively engaging in counter-pressing in their own half. Though Barcelona had encountered such pressing before, they initially dismissed it. However, as Manchester City committed several fouls on the pitch, they began to realize something was amiss. With Barcelona in possession, Xavi held the ball while Yaya Touré moved in to intercept, and De Bruyne also approached, leading to Xavi facing Manchester City as pressing. It wasn't only Barcelona that sensed the shift. The commentators in the booth recognized City's intentions as well. From the start of the second half, it seemed Manchester City had intensified their pressing on Xavi. Whenever Xavi received the ball, a Manchester City player would immediately close in, making it exceedingly difficult for him to find space to orchestrate the attack. As the core and brain of Barcelona's midfield, without Xavi's orchestrating presence, their offense flowed less smoothly than in the first half. Furthermore, due to Xavi's positioning, Any loss of possession on his part would result in Manchester City launching a threatening counterattack immediately. Such offensive maneuvers were seldom witnessed in the first half. Yet within a mere 10 minutes of the second half commencing, Manchester City had already executed two. Had it not been for the exceptional performances of the defenders and the goalkeeper, City might well have equalized by this juncture. The seasoned Xavi, upon discerning the opponent's intentions, judiciously reduced his touches, denying them opportunities for counterattacks. However, this strategy proved to be a double-edged sword. While Manchester City found it increasingly difficult to penetrate his defenses, Barcelona's offensive threat significantly diminished in the absence of Xavi's orchestrating presence. Moreover, City's intensity in regaining possession in the second half surged. It was not the case that Xavi relinquished the organizing duties to Fabregas and Iniesta without any pressing. Whenever Fabregas and the diminutive Iniesta held the ball, Manchester's players relentlessly pursued them. Regrettably, City lacked a sweeping defensive midfielder. Had Fernandinho been on the pitch, his expansive coverage would have markedly enhanced their efficiency in reclaiming possession. In the 57th minute, City successfully regained the ball in their own half, and Cruz immediately relayed it to the flanks, finding David Silva. Aware of the rapidity with which Barcelona's players pressed, Silva refrained from dribbling and promptly passed to De Bruyne. The latter, too, was cautious, swiftly transferring the ball to Lin Quan. Once the ball reached Lin Quan's feet, he had essentially evaded most of Barcelona's defenders. Seizing the moment before Barcelona's fullbacks could return from their forward excursions, Lin Quan surged down the wing. Agüero, David Silva, and De Bruyne, among others, raced towards Barcelona's penalty area with utmost urgency. The magnitude of City's counterattack stirred the spectators at Camp Nou. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment they conceded in the first half. Busquets hesitated, torn between curtailing Lin Quan's advance or continuing to shadow Agüero. After assessing the positions of Fabregas and Pique, Busquets calculated the time and decisively abandoned Agüero to intercept Lin Quan. Despite Lin Quan's position on the wing, Busquets deemed him the greater threat, for if left unchecked, he could cut in and shoot. Busquets quickly positioned himself before Lin Quan, having mentally prepared for this encounter. If he could merely delay Lin Quan's advance until the fullback Alba returned to his defensive post, the danger could be averted. Once again facing Lin Quan, Busquets opted for a retreating defensive strategy. "Let me use your own methods against you," he thought confidently, believing he had at least an 80% chance of thwarting Lin Quan this time. Unbeknownst to Lin Quan, Busquets harbored this intention, and it appeared he intended to adopt the same approach as last time to bypass him. Now was the moment. As Lin Quan executed his breakthrough, Busquets swiftly pivoted, blocking Lin Quan's path to cut inside, closely adhering to him in an effort to disrupt his rhythm and compel him to halt. This tactic proved effective, as Lin Quan was indeed compelled to stop. "At last, I have managed to contain Lin." Busquets was overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. With the opposing team having halted their advance, this swift counterattack had been thwarted. Once his teammates positioned themselves, they would reclaim possession. But wait, where was the ball? Busquets was taken aback to discover that the football had inexplicably vanished from Lin Quan's feet. He turned abruptly, only to realize that the ball had been passed to the center, landing at Agüero's feet. Pique gritted his teeth and charged towards Agüero, yet Agüero, in the face of his approach, distributed the ball to David Silva on the flank. Silva executed a deft shot, sending the ball into the net, and Manchester City had rewritten the score to 2-2 away from home. Silence enveloped the stadium, a deathly hush. Following Silva's goal, Camp Nou fell into an eerie stillness that lasted for several seconds. Barcelona's supporters could not fathom their team being overturned on home soil. They yearned for a resounding victory. How could it have come to this? After the silence, a tempest of fury erupted. A cacophony of boos surged through the stadium, directed at the Manchester City players celebrating their goal. Spectators near the pitch even hurled various objects, including lighters and coins, at the jubilant City players. In that moment, disappointment and anger clouded their judgment. Even though Manchester City bore no animosity towards them, they unleashed their wrath upon the City players. The ire was not confined to the Barcelona fans. The 11 players on the field shared in the indignation. "We are the celestial warriors of Barcelona, one of Europe's elite clubs. We possess 4 Champions League trophies. This is Camp Nou, our sacred home, and we will not permit anyone to wreak havoc here." Upon resuming play, they launched the most fervent counterattack since the match began. The Barcelona players ran fiercely in the front line, pressing relentlessly, even resorting to fouls if necessary. Within a mere 10 minutes, their vigorous play earned both Iniesta and Alba yellow cards. In an effort to halt the onslaught, Manchester City's players also received 2 yellow cards. Kolarov and Zabaleta were cautioned. These yellow cards had severe implications for City, as 3 of their defenders were now booked. This necessitated a cautious approach in defense, for a misstep could lead to a red card, resulting not only in a numerical disadvantage for this match, but also a suspension for the next. Noticing the yellow cards on Manchester City's defenders, Messi increased his attempts to penetrate. In the 63rd minute, Messi surged into the penalty area and under Kompany's challenge. He deftly maneuvered the ball, creating space before aiming for the far corner with a delicate lob. The ball finally eluded Joe Hart's grasp, yet with a resounding thud. It was repelled by the post. A collective sigh escaped from the crowd. Had even their own post betrayed them? However, this assault was not yet over. The ball, rebounding off the post, was seized by Iniesta, with the goal now unguarded and Joe Hart still struggling to regain his footing. This shot was nearly a certainty to find the net. Yet, Iniesta's follow-up was thwarted by Demichelis, who, in a desperate lunge, deflected the ball off the goal line. The football rolled out of bounds, while he collided heavily with the post. Iniesta clutched his head in disbelief. How could such a shot be blocked? Having raised his arms in anticipation of celebration following his follow-up, he was left with feelings of frustration and regret due to Demichelis' intervention. The Manchester City teammates hurried to embrace Demichelis, whose crucial clearance had prevented the team from falling behind once more. "Brother Martin, are you all right?" Lin Quan inquired with concern, having just witnessed Demichelis' collision with the post, fearing he might be injured. At 34 years old, such an injury-prone age is particularly daunting for seasoned players. Young athletes possess robust bodies and remarkable recovery capabilities, often bouncing back from injuries within months. Conversely, for those in decline, a significant injury could spell the end of their careers. "I'm fine, don't worry. If I can't continue, I'll request a substitution myself." Demichelis reassured Lin Quan with a pat on the shoulder and a smile. Satisfied by his certainty, Lin Quan returned to his position, preparing to defend against Barcelona's corner kick. Standing in the corner area, Iniesta assessed the players' positions and then delivered the ball towards the far post. Barcelona had few aerial threats, aside from the goalkeeper. Pique was the tallest. Iniesta aimed specifically for Pique. As the ball was played, Pique began his run towards the far post, leaping high in anticipation of a header. However, before he could make contact, Kompany had already leapt, intending to clear the ball away. A resounding crash echoed as the two collided, both collapsing to the ground. The chapter concludes with Chapter 87, Triumph over Barcelona, departing Camp Nou victorious. The crowd erupted in concern, both sets of supporters anxiously craning their necks to witness the unfolding drama. Both players sustained serious injuries, with Pique in a more critical state, losing consciousness as he lay on the ground. Kompany, showing visible signs of injury with blood on his head, struggled to regain his footing but wavered. The referee promptly summoned the medical team. Barcelona's physician shone a flashlight into Pique's eyes, calling his name loudly without response. His expression turned grave as he called for an ambulance, swiftly transferring Pique off the pitch to be taken to a major hospital for treatment. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone at the venue off guard. Witnessing a teammate being carried away by ambulance left the Barcelona players shaken, inevitably impacting their mindset. Pique's injury has left Barcelona fans in a state of deep concern. The camera panned to Vicente del Bosque, the head coach of the Spanish national team, who appeared notably solemn. With the World Cup imminent, Pique, a pivotal central defender for Spain, sustaining an injury poses a significant setback for the national team. Barcelona promptly made a substitution, bringing on Marc Bartra to replace the injured Pique. Meanwhile, Pellegrini was also preparing to make a change. Kompany had been diagnosed with a concussion, and the team doctor deemed him unfit to continue. However, after a brief respite on the sidelines, Kompany insisted he could persevere. In such a crucial match, as captain, he was reluctant to abandon his team. "Vincent, are you certain you wish to continue?" Pellegrini reiterated, emphasizing that the match against Barcelona was not a do-or-die situation. Even if they lost this encounter, they would have another opportunity upon returning home. Yet, if Kompany played through injury and exacerbated his condition, he might miss the next game entirely. "Yes, coach, I refuse to return to Manchester with regrets." Kompany's resolve was unwavering, driven by his fear that his absence might lead to a loss for his team. "Captain, rest assured, With us here, your efforts will not be in vain. Just then, Lin Quan and others appeared on the sidelines, urging company to reconsider. Captain, do you not trust us? De Bruyne's penetrating questions silenced company's hesitations. To persist would suggest a lack of faith in his teammates. Thus, upon hearing De Bruyne's words, he finally relented. Lin Quan gave a thumbs up to De Bruyne, acknowledging that the Belgians certainly knew how to persuade one of their own. Manchester City substituted Lescott for the injured company. The match resumed, and Piqué's injury caused both teams to exercise caution, resulting in less vigorous physical confrontations. The intensity of physical clashes and fouls diminished, which was a boon for technical players like Messi and Neymar of Barcelona. Noticing that Kolarov had received a yellow card, Barcelona intensified their attacks down Manchester City's left flank. With his teammates' support, Neymar's presence on the pitch became increasingly dynamic. In the 71st minute, Neymar executed a dazzling dribble, evading Kolarov, and penetrated the penalty area. Unfortunately, before he could shoot, Lescott intervened, deflecting the ball out of play. Barcelona opted for a tactical corner, redirecting the ball to the right side, landing at Neymar's feet. Aware of Neymar's threat, Kroos rushed over to assist in defense. Yet, Neymar, as if performing in a grand spectacle, maneuvered with finesse, evading Kroos's pressure by stepping on the ball with his back to the goal, then shifting the ball from his right foot to his left, seemingly preparing to advance towards the center. This feint deceived Kolarov, who, unsuspecting, began to shift towards the middle. However, Neymar deftly maneuvered the ball from his left foot to his right, executing a seamless turn. This series of actions transpired in the blink of an eye, flowing as gracefully as a performance of acrobatics. The two defenders from Manchester City found themselves completely out of position, leaving Neymar with a clear path ahead. Just as Neymar prepared to accelerate into the penalty area, a blue figure dashed in from the side, knocking him down with a decisive tackle. Instantly, Neymar dove theatrically into the box, clutching his foot and rolling on the ground. After the challenge, Lin Quan did not leave. Instead, he stood by, observing Neymar's dramatics. His tackle had been controlled, certainly not enough to injure Neymar, who was clearly embellishing the incident. Yet, Kuipers was deceived by Neymar's antics, blowing his whistle promptly and brandishing a yellow card towards Lin Quan, awarding a free kick to Barcelona. Lin Quan held no objections to the decision. He had indeed committed a foul. Although Neymar's theatrics were evident, Lin Quan had made contact. Had Neymar penetrated the penalty area unimpeded, it could have resulted in a perilous one-on-one situation. Barcelona's players rushed forward, not to confront Lin Quan, but to protest to the referee, insisting it warranted a penalty. Kuipers remained unmoved by their appeals, steadfast in his ruling. Despite Neymar's fall in the box, he clearly saw that Lin Quan's foul occurred outside it, thus ruling out a penalty. With their protests yielding no fruit, Barcelona players ceased their encirclement of the referee. Well aware of his officiating tendencies, provoking him could result in further yellow cards, a risk not worth taking. Messi positioned himself for the free kick, glancing at the goalkeeper's position before taking a run-up and striking the ball. Unfortunately, his attempt failed to breach the wall, ricocheting off the defenders. Barcelona players surged towards the ball's landing spot, but one individual was quicker than them all. Due to his height, Lin Quan had refrained from joining the wall, instead lingering at the edge of the penalty area, hoping to seize a counterattacking opportunity. Now, the moment had arrived. Outpacing Xavi, Lin Quan intercepted the ball. He deftly nudged it leftward, evading Xavi's interception. Agüero and David Silva, witnessing Lin Quan's successful retrieval, began sprinting towards Barcelona's half. Manchester City launched another counterattack. "Stop him!" Martino exclaimed, startled, as he leapt from his seat upon Lin Quan's acquisition of the ball. Manchester's counterattacks had proven highly threatening, having already netted 2 goals through such rapid advances. Should they score again, Barcelona would find themselves in dire straits. Busquets hastily retreated while strategizing the optimal defensive approach. "Help me stop Lin." He quickly called upon Mascherano to join him in confronting Lin Quan. Having previously attempted one-on-one defense without success, he decided this time to enlist assistance for a more effective double team against Lin Quan. Even if one cannot completely thwart the counterattack, merely slowing down Manchester City's offensive pace to allow teammates time to position themselves defensively can be deemed a success. The aggressive pressing by Mascherano and Busquets has rendered Barcelona's right flank utterly exposed. This is not a blunder on their part, but rather a strategic decision. as the threat posed by wing players to the goal is significantly less than that from the central area. Should Lin Quan manage to penetrate through the middle with the ball, he could take a direct shot on goal. However, if pressured to shift the ball to the flank, Manchester City's players would be forced to either cross from the byline or cut inward to threaten Barcelona's net. This, in turn, prolongs their attacking sequence, granting Barcelona additional time to orchestrate their defense. Moreover, as long as Lin Quan is closely marked, denying him the opportunity for a decisive shot, the threat from other Manchester City players diminishes considerably. Upon noticing both Mascherano and Busquets closing in on him, Lin Quan immediately grasped their intentions. Were they trying to force him into a pass, thus eliminating his chances to receive the ball or shoot? Barcelona's defensive line also included left-back Alba and the recently substituted center-back Bartra. If Lin Quan were to pass, his only option would be to deliver the ball to left winger David Silva, since Alves had previously advanced and had yet to return, leaving that side unguarded. Should he indeed pass to Silva, it would likely play directly into the opponent's hands. Given Alves's pace, even if he could not catch up to Silva at this moment, he would not be far behind. Even in the absence of Alves, with Busquets, Mascherano, and Bartra occupying the middle, Silva would find it impossible to cut in for a shot, leaving him with no choice but to attempt a run to the byline. If David Silva were to cross from the byline, at least 3 Barcelona defenders would be positioned within the box, while Manchester City would field only 2, clearly at a disadvantage. Busquets, is this your choice? What would happen if I were to deviate from your anticipated path? Lin Quan refrained from attempting to dribble past them. The success rate for one-on-one situations is high, yet it dwindles significantly in two-on-one scenarios. This counterattack opportunity is exceedingly precious, likely to be among the few that arise throughout the match. Should he falter in his dribble, such an opportunity would be squandered. Thus, Lin Quan opted to pass. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's decision, Busquets felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, he chose to pass, but what would this ball entail? Lin surprisingly opted for a back pass. Busquets had anticipated that Lin Quan would adhere to his conjecture and pass the ball to David Silva. However, to his astonishment, Lin Quan did not choose to advance the ball, but rather returned it. Was this an abandonment of the attack? No, absolutely not. Busquets turned to follow the trajectory of Lin Quan's pass and beheld a young player with golden hair, whose face bore a hint of youthfulness and shyness. Receiving the ball, the jersey number on the opposing player was 12. Upon seeing this number, Professor Boo's mind instantly recalled the details of the player, De Bruyne. A Belgian born in 1991, renowned for his passing and assisting skills, once crowned the assist king of the Bundesliga, having shattered the Bundesliga assist record. He was an attacking midfielder acquired by Manchester City for €20 million during the winter transfer window. Could it be that Lin Quan intended to rely on De Bruyne's passing to penetrate Barcelona's defense? How could that be possible? Busquets did not attempt to intercept De Bruyne. Instead, he entrusted that task to his teammates while he continued to focus on Lin Quan, deliberately obstructing Lin Quan's receiving route. Lin Quan paid no heed to Busquets. After executing his pass, he swiftly surged toward Barcelona's penalty area down the center, confident that De Bruyne would find a way to deliver the ball to his feet. The reason was simple. His name was De Bruyne. At that moment, although De Bruyne had not yet become the world-class midfielder revered in later years, Lin Quan understood that what he lacked was merely experience, not ability. The first half of the season spent warming the bench at Chelsea led to a widespread underestimation of his prowess. Few were aware of the sheer terror his passes could invoke. Thus, witnessing the unfolding scene on the pitch, spectators were filled with confusion. Lin Quan found himself encircled by Mascherano and Busquets, with Bartra poised to intercept ahead. Could he still execute a pass while ensnared by Barcelona's players? Alas, Lin Quan's decision was questionable. Passing to the left to David Silva seemed the more prudent choice. Indeed, had Lin Quan passed to Silva, the latter could have carried the ball to the byline, creating a dual threat with Lin Quan and Agüero in the middle. In such a scenario, Silva could deliver a cross into the center, presenting both with a shooting opportunity. However, Lin Quan opted to return the ball to De Bruyne. Should De Bruyne then pass to Silva, it would waste precious time, allowing Barcelona's defense to position itself effectively. At this juncture, for Manchester City's attack to succeed, they could only hope for De Bruyne to deliver the ball to either Lin Quan or Agüero, yet, under the interception of 3 Barcelona defenders. Such a pass would require divine intervention. In the commentary booth, upon witnessing Lin Quan's decision, He Wei and Su Yang exchanged glances of regret. This pass was poorly executed, squandering a valuable counterattack opportunity. Barcelona's fans sighed in relief as they saw Lin Quan's back pass. Moments earlier, Manchester City's aggressive advance had genuinely startled them. Fortunately, the threat of the opposing attack had been neutralized, and it was now Barcelona's turn to launch their offense. On the sidelines, Martino gently patted his chest, relieved to have a stabilizing presence like Busquets in the squad. Had he not made the most astute choice, the situation could have been perilous. Although Lin Quan and Agüero had now approached the edge of Barcelona's penalty area, the closer they drew, the lesser their threat became due to the constricted space available to them. Give it up, your assault cannot breach our defenses. The players and fans of Barcelona felt a sense of security, even beginning to indulge in mockery. However, Lin Quan appeared undeterred, accelerating forward rather than slowing down. Now is the moment. Although Lin Quan did not glance back, he was certain that De Bruyne would pass at this instant. Indeed, just when everyone doubted Manchester City's counterattack, De Bruyne delivered the ball. Busquets had already positioned himself advantageously. How could the ball possibly reach Lin Quan's feet? Manchester City was effectively gifting the ball to us at Barcelona. Once we regained possession, we could immediately launch a counteroffensive. The Manchester City players surged forward. Their defense considerably weakened. At this juncture, a rapid counterattack would surely yield results. With Messi and Neymar in play, Barcelona excelled not only in positional warfare, but also in executing lightning-fast counterattacks. The fans of Barcelona began to envision Messi weaving through defenders, penetrating the penalty area, and sending the ball into Manchester City's net. However, their amusement quickly faded, for De Bruyne's pass remarkably curved along the ground, evading Busquets' interception and landing perfectly at Lin Quan's feet. Could this truly be happening? The Barcelona fans were left aghast, their faces drained of color, staring blankly at the field. Meanwhile, Manchester City's supporters erupted in ecstatic embraces. Here it comes, De Bruyne's signature 45-degree cross. Lin Quan effortlessly received the ball, maneuvered past Bartra, and evaded the advancing goalkeeper, slotting the ball into Barcelona's net. Manchester City had turned the tables on Barcelona away from home. Following the goal, Lin Quan pointed at De Bruyne as he rushed towards him. De Bruyne smiled, arms wide open, anticipating a celebratory embrace. To his surprise, Lin Quan leapt high and landed on him. De Bruyne was taken aback, falling to the ground, both players sprawling on the grass. Well played, De Bruyne. Indeed. I thought so too. They managed to exchange just a couple of words before being enveloped by their jubilant teammates. The Manchester City players were overjoyed, clamoring and piling on top of the two in a frenzy of celebration. If the opening goal had merely bolstered their morale, Lin Quan's goal in the 75th minute illuminated the path to victory. Including stoppage time, there remained a maximum of 20 minutes. If they could hold on for these final moments, they would leave Camp Nou with their heads held high in triumph. On the bench, the coaching staff and substitutes of Manchester City erupted in jubilation the moment Lin Quan scored. Pellegrini, overwhelmed with excitement, clenched his fists and waved them in the air, subsequently embracing each of his colleagues in celebration. In his fervor, he almost mistook the fourth official for a Manchester City staff member, nearly embracing him as well. In stark contrast, as Lin Quan struck the ball into the net, a profound silence enveloped the Barcelona bench, including Martino. They were trailing once more. To their dismay, Barcelona found themselves once again behind Manchester City, a team they had previously looked down upon. What grandeur, what heritage! At that moment, all seemed ephemeral. The opponent possessed neither tradition nor prestige, yet they were on the verge of triumphing over Barcelona. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to them. Pedro warm up. Martino prepared to make a substitution. In the final 20 minutes, Barcelona had to seize every opportunity to attack. Above all, he was determined to defend their home ground. As the game resumed, Barcelona launched another fierce assault against Manchester City. However, the momentum had shifted, and Manchester City showed no fear of their adversaries. With vigorous running and resolute defending, they consistently thwarted Barcelona's attempts to score. Even after regaining possession, they executed several counterattacks. In the 82nd minute, Manchester City intercepted the ball again. Aware of the impending thunderous counterattack, Barcelona, having learned from their previous experiences, opted to commit a foul immediately. Lin Quan was brought down in the center by Fabregas, who was subsequently shown a yellow card by the referee, Corpse. This marked the 8th yellow card of the match. Indeed, Corpse was a master of cards, reveling in issuing them. Lin Quan brushed off the incident, getting back to his feet with the help of a teammate and resumed his position on the field. De Bruyne took the free kick, passing it to Cruz, who then executed a sweeping cross-field transfer to the flank, allowing Manchester City to orchestrate an attack within Barcelona's half. The Barcelona players appeared to be struggling with fatigue. They yearned to apply pressure as they had before, yet their legs felt leaden, and their pace had noticeably slowed. Observing this development, Pellegrini felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, Barcelona's physical condition presented vulnerabilities. They lacked a lead in the league and could not afford to relinquish any match. Prior to Manchester City's visit, they had just completed a grueling Barcelona derby and had no time to recuperate before facing City. In contrast, Manchester City had arrived in Barcelona several days earlier, well-rested and at the peak of their physical form. Although they had previously suffered under Barcelona's possession play, which had drained their energy, the high-pressure tactics of possession football also demanded substantial physical exertion. At this juncture, both teams were nearly equal in stamina, with Manchester City appearing slightly superior. Consequently, Barcelona could no longer maintain their high press. Without the pressure, their possession game faltered. On the field, Manchester City's players sensed this shift. Both teams desired to resolve the match's uncertainty in a single play, and Manchester City capitalized on Barcelona's declining stamina, launching a vigorous offensive. Manchester City's strength lay not in their defense, but in their relentless attack. Once they unleashed their full offensive potential, even Barcelona would tremble under their onslaught. As the match neared its conclusion, Manchester City's attacks grew increasingly fluid and formidable. The players' intricate passing and positioning were on par with the first half of Barcelona, leaving the fans at Camp Nou with a sense of bewilderment, as if the team donning the blue jerseys was indeed the true Barcelona. Under the formidable offensive threat posed by Manchester City, Barcelona was compelled to adopt a defensive stance. The recently substituted Pedro failed to make any significant impact and had to retreat into the penalty area, assuming the role of a defender. In the final stages of the match, City besieged Barcelona's goal, yet their fortune was somewhat lacking. During the stoppage time, Lin Quan's shot was repelled by the crossbar, denying him the chance to complete a hat-trick at Camp Nou. Ultimately, the match concluded with Manchester City triumphing 3-2 over the formidable Barcelona, thanks to goals from Lin Quan and David Silva, leaving the stadium with heads held high in victory. In the two-legged encounter, Manchester City, with a net advantage of 1 goal and 3 away goals, clearly seized the initiative. Chapter 88, topping the Champions League scorer list. Manchester City is merely 2 matches away from the championship. The news of Manchester City's victory over Barcelona spread like wildfire, both online and offline, the instant the match concluded. Prior to the match, the consensus was that Barcelona held the upper hand. However, the final outcome took everyone by surprise. Barcelona maintained an impressive possession rate of 71%. Attempting 21 shots with 7 on target, yet only managing to score twice. In contrast, Manchester City demonstrated remarkable efficiency, registering only 12 shots with 5 on target, yet netting 3 goals. Astonishingly, Manchester City scored 3 goals with merely 6 shots, at least half of which occurred after the 85th minute during their relentless assault on Barcelona's goal. This staggering scoring efficiency is likely unrivaled across the top 5 leagues. The victory was not easily won for Manchester City. At Camp Nou, the total number of fouls committed by both teams reached 48, with the referee issuing 8 yellow cards, 5 of which were awarded to Manchester City. The match was fiercely contested, with players from both sides suffering injuries and being forced to leave the field. It was a brutal clash. In the aftermath, media commentary widely praised Manchester City. El Mundo Deportivo remarked, "This was a splendid showdown." Manchester City withstood the pressure away from home and utilized efficient counterattacking tactics to topple the mighty Barcelona. Lin Quan was undoubtedly the standout player on the pitch. Diario Sport noted, Neymar's goal provided Barcelona with a glimmer of hope for victory, yet Manchester City's number 10, through 2 swift counterattacks, cast Barcelona into despair. As a voice for Barcelona, in reporting on this match, they did not hesitate to suggest to the club perhaps Barcelona should consider concentrating their efforts on a specific competition. For if they continue to battle on 3 fronts, they risk achieving nothing. The World Sports Journal reports that Manchester City demonstrated remarkable tenacity during the match. Barcelona had a chance to seize the game in the first half, but but Lin Quan's defense against Messi significantly diminished Barcelona's offensive prowess. Perhaps we should support Bartomeu's proposal. It is time to bring this La Masia gem back to Camp Nou. In contrast to the reports from the two Barcelona mouthpieces, the coverage from Real Madrid's media is considerably more incisive. Marca states that Lin Quan's presence left Messi feeling bitter, as the core of Manchester City orchestrated this victory. Martino's folly squandered Barcelona's advantageous position, while the aging Xavi clearly could not sustain the intensity of such a high-stakes match for the entire duration. Here, we extend our congratulations to Manchester City, as they are poised to etch their name in history by advancing to the semi-finals. Next week's match at the Etihad Stadium will merely serve as a verdict on Barcelona's demise. As reported by as long as Lin is present, Manchester City remains indomitable. Compared to Marca, AS's coverage is somewhat less mocking of Barcelona and offers more accolades for Lin Quan. This is likely due to Real Madrid's continued interest in him. At the post-match press conference, when faced with questions from journalists, Martino had to concede. There is no doubt that Lin is one of the finest players in the world. A journalist from England posed the question, Coach Martino, if Barcelona fails to reach the semi-finals, would that be considered a failure for both you and the club? Martino nodded affirmatively, stating, if my team is eliminated from the semi-finals, then indeed, I will tender my resignation to the club. His statement astonished the reporters present, as he still has over a year remaining on his contract. How could he contemplate resigning before its conclusion? Thus, to safeguard my position, I will lead the team to overturn the deficit at the Etihad Stadium. While Martino's courage is commendable, one must wonder if he fears speaking too boldly. Having failed to secure a victory at their own ground against Manchester City, the challenge of triumphing at their opponent's home, requiring at least 3 goals or a 2-goal margin of victory, is daunting indeed. Pellegrini arrived late, and compared to the troubled Martino, the Chilean wore a distinctly cheerful expression. He lauded his team profusely, particularly praising Lin Quan and De Bruyne. Lin's performance did not surprise me. He has consistently proven to be a phenomenal player, always capable of delivering delightful surprises on the pitch. De Bruyne excelled remarkably, his passing contributing significantly to the team's success. I have great faith in his future at Manchester City. A score of 3-2 is not a particularly secure lead. After all, we are up against the formidable Barcelona. If we allow ourselves to bask in temporary success, we may very well face a tragic outcome. My team will be on high alert at the Etihad Stadium, striving to advance in the second leg. Having tasted victory over Barcelona once, the Chilean's fear of them has considerably diminished. Lin Quan did not attend the press conference. After the match concluded, he accompanied his teammates to the hospital. Kompany was admitted for an MRI examination and was initially diagnosed with a mild concussion, requiring a recovery period of 3 weeks. Consequently, it is certain that he will miss the upcoming home match against Barcelona. In comparison, Piqué's situation is far more dire. He was diagnosed with a cranial injury, necessitating hospitalization for observation and treatment, with the possibility of being sidelined for as long as 3 months. The unfortunate Piqué not only misses the next Champions League match, but may also be doubtful for this year's World Cup. As Manchester City triumphed at Camp Nou, results from several other matches began to filter in. Manchester United, playing at home, suffered a reversal against Bayern, who managed to equalize despite being reduced to 10 men, thereby not only failing to secure victory, but also conceding an away goal. This outcome is particularly disheartening for United, as their next match at Allianz Arena appears perilous. However, Bayern's midfield stalwart Schweinsteiger received a red card during the match, adding an element of uncertainty to the upcoming game. Following Kroos's departure, Guardiola had placed considerable trust in Schweinsteiger. And now, with his suspension, how Bayern adjusts their midfield will be a pivotal factor in determining the match's outcome. At Parc des Princes, Paris Saint-Germain and Real Madrid ended in a 3-3 stalemate. Ibrahimovic and Ronaldo both found the net, with Real Madrid taking the lead 3 times, only to be equalized on each occasion. Though they could not secure a victory away from home, Real Madrid's 3 away goals render the result acceptable. For Paris Saint-Germain, the upcoming match at the Bernabeu is a must-win scenario. Failure to do so will result in their elimination, leaving them with no choice but to fight valiantly. In contrast to the earlier matches, the encounter between Dortmund and Atletico Madrid was relatively lackluster. Dortmund dominated offensively for nearly the entire match, yet against Atletico's impenetrable defense, they failed to score. The standout performer of this match was undoubtedly Atletico's goalkeeper Courtois, whose heroic interventions repeatedly averted disaster. Had it not been for his exceptional performance, Atletico would have surely succumbed to Dortmund's relentless assault. Post-match, Dortmund's coach Klopp expressed mutual admiration with Simeone, each recognizing the other's coaching prowess. Although their styles differ significantly, one favoring attack and the other defense, their ability to guide relatively modest squads to such heights is undeniably commendable. However, this outcome provides a slight advantage for Atletico. As they host the next match, Dortmund will face increased difficulty in breaching their opponent's goal. The silver lining for Dortmund is that they have fallen 23 points behind Bayern in the league, rendering their quest for the championship futile. Thus, they can channel greater focus on the Champions League. In contrast, Atletico, much like Barcelona, is entrenched in the title race of La Liga, which will inevitably demand considerable energy and form. This may provide Dortmund with a glimmer of hope. After the conclusion of the first leg of the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals, betting companies promptly adjusted the championship odds for several teams. Real Madrid secured the top position, emerging as the frontrunner for this season's Champions League title. Guardiola's Bayern Munich follows in second place, albeit with odds significantly inferior to those of Real Madrid. The departure of Cruz has led to skepticism regarding their ability to defend the title. Barcelona, initially ranked third, saw their odds plummet to fifth after this match. Meanwhile, Manchester City has entered the top three for the first time, sitting just behind the two frontrunners, Real Madrid and Bayern. Following them are Atletico Madrid, Borussia Dortmund, Barcelona, Paris Saint-Germain, and Manchester United. Although both PSG and Manchester United ended their matches in draws, the odds suggest that they are widely considered eliminated from contention, a misfortune attributed to their encounters with the two leading favorites. With the first round of matches concluded, the Champions League top scorer list was updated accordingly. Lin Quan, having scored twice at Camp Nou, ascended to the summit of the scoring chart for the first time. Currently, he shares the top spot with Cristiano Ronaldo, each having netted 14 goals. Despite being tied for first, Lin Quan's achievement is particularly significant as it marks his initial foray into the Champions League, culminating in the coveted Golden Boot. Notably, Lin's goals include fewer penalties, enhancing their value. While there are still 4 matches left in the Champions League, it is premature to celebrate, as the standings are not yet set in stone. Indeed, should Lin Quan successfully navigate past Barcelona, he may face the formidable challenge of Real Madrid next. That prospect could prove daunting. What if luck smiles upon him and he encounters Bayern? One can only hope that Lin Quan leads Manchester City to the finals. Before returning to Manchester, Lin Quan received a call from Guardiola. How does it feel to score at Camp Nou? Not bad. Why? Are you feeling sentimental about your old club? Guardiola, who donned the red and blue jersey for over a decade and later managed Barcelona for 4 years, harbors a deeper affection for the club than Lin Quan does. Witnessing Lin's triumph at Camp Nou elicited mixed emotions for Guardiola. He felt pride for Lin yet sorrow, as the goal was scored against the very net he once fervently defended. Barcelona no longer has room for me. What use is sentimentality? His words echoed like those of a heartbroken individual nursing grievances after a bitter breakup. So, what is the purpose of your call? I'm about to board my flight. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. You rascal, can't you spare a moment to chat with your old man? All right. What do you wish to discuss? After a moment's contemplation, Guardiola said, Laporta reached out to me, indicating he intends to run for the presidency in the latter half of this year. Hold on. You're not suggesting that Laporta's campaign promise involves bringing you back to Camp Nou, are you? Well, he hopes to bring both of us back to Barcelona. No, I have no interest in returning to Barcelona, and I advise you to refrain from getting involved as well. It is evident to any discerning observer that Barcelona's squad has aged and their competitive edge has diminished. Currently, Real Madrid is basking in its glory, while Atletico Madrid is emerging as a formidable force. If you were to return to Barcelona, the circumstances would be significantly more challenging than they were in the past. The nostalgia that Barcelona fans feel for Guardiola stems from the countless honors he brought to the club during his tenure. Should Guardiola indeed return to Barcelona but find himself unable to steer the club out of its predicament, the fond memories held by the fans may swiftly dissipate, and he could transform from a savior into a scapegoat. I understand. Guardiola's rationality remains intact. He is merely wavering between emotion and logic. Lin Quan's words have served as the final decisive weight on the scales, completely dispelling any thoughts of returning to Barcelona. All right, Dad, I truly must board my flight now. I shall not keep you any longer. Yes, goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Congratulations on leading Bayern to create a new historical record in the 5 major leagues, securing the Bundesliga title 7 rounds early. After Lin Quan ended the call, Guardiola instinctively held back a thank you, only to hear the dial tone on the other end. He chuckled wryly, shaking his head. This conversation felt as though he were the child receiving a lesson from the parent. Upon returning to Manchester City enjoyed a 2-day respite. On April 5th, they hosted Southampton, triumphing with a score of 4-1, thereby solidifying their lead. With 5 matches remaining in the league and 1 match less played, Manchester City led Liverpool by 7 points. In the next round, City would visit Anfield for a crucial clash with Liverpool, the last time at the Etihad Stadium. Liverpool had ended City's unbeaten home run, leaving a lingering sense of regret. This time, as they journeyed to Anfield, City vowed to avenge that defeat. Should they vanquish Liverpool in this direct confrontation, their lead would extend to 10 points, allowing them to secure the title with just 1 more match. In essence, Manchester City was merely 2 matches away from claiming their 2nd Premier League championship. Alas, had the match against Aston Villa not been postponed, we might have already had a 10-point lead. In that case, a victory against Liverpool at Anfield would have allowed us to lift the championship trophy on their home turf. Merely imagining the expressions of the Liverpool players brings immense satisfaction. In truth, it is still manageable, as long as we defeat Liverpool. Our next match at home against West Bromwich Albion will secure the championship. Winning the title at home would foster a more jubilant atmosphere, as we would be greeted by the cheers of tens of thousands of fans rather than jeers. Winning the championship at Anfield would inevitably subject City's players to the scorn of the home supporters. They would not dare to celebrate recklessly in the opponent's territory. Should they provoke the ire of the Liverpool fans, who have endured a 20-year title drought, they might find themselves on the receiving end of a violent backlash, which would be disastrous. Indeed, it makes sense. Let us strive to vanquish Liverpool and lift the trophy on our home turf. Oh, to defeat Liverpool and celebrate at home. The players erupted in jubilation, engaging in playful antics. It was evident that their spirits were remarkably high, as the team surged forward on 3 fronts. Claiming the league title was merely a matter of time, with a single match separating them from the Champions League semi-finals. The FA Cup awaited just 2 more victories to secure the trophy. This season, Manchester City is assured of at least 2 championship trophies, and if fortune smiles upon them, they might even secure the Champions League title, achieving the coveted treble. However, such a possibility remains rather slim, as the upcoming Champions League opponents grow increasingly formidable. And overcoming these challenges will not be an easy task. Pellegrini arrived at the training ground, cleared his throat to capture the players' attention, and produced his tactical notebook. You performed admirably in the last match. I am proud of you. The players understood he referred to the game against Barcelona, and they could not help but puff out their chests, their hearts swelling with pride. Yet, we made several errors during the match that must be rectified promptly, otherwise, in the next game, our adversaries may exploit these mistakes and pose a significant threat to our victory. The players focused intently, listening earnestly. You have experienced the pressure of possession-based football, have you not? The Manchester City players recalled the despair and helplessness they felt during the first 30 minutes against Barcelona. It is entirely normal to feel this way, for other teams faced the same sensation when confronting Barcelona. The players were somewhat perplexed, unsure of Pellegrini's intended message. When facing Barcelona, I urge you not to succumb to anxiety, as it will only exacerbate your mental and physical fatigue, hastening your demise on the pitch. You understand this better than I do you not? The players nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of maintaining composure before a crucial match. However, this is easier said than done. When the opponent begins to besiege your goal, how can one possibly remain calm? The answer is simple. By threatening Barcelona's goal with our own offensive play, we can instill a sense of tension within their ranks. Pellegrini swiftly scribbled on the tactical board, outlining the strategy for the upcoming match against Barcelona. In our next game, we shall play this way. The players glanced at Pellegrini's tactics with a mixture of confusion and intrigue. Could such a retrograde strategy truly be effective against a top-tier team like Barcelona? The chapter concludes here, as we delve into the secret tactics of Manchester City that astonished all. Following the conclusion of the 33rd round of the Premier League, the time for the Champions League match swiftly approached. In a manner akin to Manchester City's choices after their encounter with Real Betis, The entire Barcelona squad arrived in Manchester 2 days early to prepare. They utilized the training facilities of Manchester United, their neighbors, as the two training grounds are situated merely a few hundred meters apart. In order to safeguard tactical confidentiality, Pellegrini opted for a closed training session, dismissing both fans and journalists from the premises. This decision immediately sparked speculation. Is Manchester City concealing a significant strategy? It appears so, as they have rarely, if ever, conducted closed training sessions. This seems to mark a first. What grand plan could Pellegrini be concocting to counter Barcelona? The supporters of the Blue Moon are wholly in favor of this closed training initiative. After all, advancing in the Champions League takes precedence. And although they cannot observe the team's training firsthand, their patience for a few days is a small price to pay for the chance to reach the Champions League semi-finals. However, should Pellegrini continue this trend of closed training indefinitely, the fans would undoubtedly express their discontent. For Premier League aficionados, witnessing Manchester United's struggles, Manchester City may well stand as the solitary hope for English football. At this juncture, they naturally wish for City to triumph over Barcelona at home, preserving a flicker of hope for the Premier League. Last season, no English team reached the quarterfinals, leaving the Premier League somewhat diminished in stature compared to La Liga and the Bundesliga. This season, with both Manchester City and Manchester United advancing to the quarterfinals, a modicum of dignity has been restored. Yet, this is merely a beginning. Should they advance further to the semi-finals, or even the finals, it would signify a renaissance for the Premier League. During its zenith, English clubs consistently reached the finals, including notable encounters such as the Manchester United vs Chelsea showdown. However, with the decline of prestigious clubs like Manchester United last year, the Premier League's Champions League performance plummeted. This season, plagued by ailments, Manchester United struggles. Chelsea grapples with offensive deficiencies, and Arsenal's habitual inconsistency leaves much to be desired. As hope dwindles, all aspirations have coalesced around Manchester City. Conversely, Spanish media and Barcelona supporters expressed dissatisfaction with City's approach. Initially, Barcelona scouts intended to infiltrate the training ground to gather intelligence, only to find themselves thwarted by the closed training facility, rendering their reconnaissance efforts futile. Spanish journalists accompanying the team seized upon this development to criticize Manchester City, suggesting that the impending champions of the Premier League fear Barcelona. Otherwise, why the elaborate measures? Consequently, a flurry of news emerged portraying Manchester City as intimidated by Barcelona. However, such narratives predominantly stemmed from Spanish outlets, while British media chose to overlook them. Manchester City remained unfazed by the scornful jests of Spanish media, asserting that the truth of their apprehension, if any, would reveal itself on the pitch. During the pre-match press conference, Martino confidently proclaimed that he had devised a strategy to counter Manchester City, asserting that Barcelona would depart Manchester with both victory and a place in the semi-finals. In response to Martino's bravado, Pellegrini, suppressing a smile, addressed the journalists' inquiries. Indeed, we have prepared something new. As for what it entails, well, you shall see on the field. The Manchester City manager tantalizingly withheld the information that the reporters most eagerly sought. The entire world is aware of Manchester City's closed training sessions, sparking curiosity about the strategies they have prepared. Yet, the team remains tight-lipped, only deepening the intrigue. Upon hearing Manuel Pellegrini's remarks during the pre-match press conference, Barcelona's coach Gerardo Martino was filled with uncertainty. What surprises could they possibly have in store for Barcelona? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. On April 10, 2014, at the Etihad Stadium, the UEFA Champions League quarter-final second leg between Manchester City and Barcelona was underway. 10 minutes had elapsed since the match commenced, and the score remained 0-0, yet City's tactics left many astounded. Am I seeing this correctly? Manchester City is employing the traditional long ball strategy of the Premier League against Barcelona. In the commentary box, upon witnessing City repeatedly launching high balls to their forwards, Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray's eyes widened in disbelief. It indeed appeared to be a long ball approach, a tactic rarely utilized in the Premier League today. Why would City suddenly adopt such a strategy? Martin Tyler was equally perplexed. Long balls were typically the domain of lower-tier teams, while elite clubs disdain such a simplistic tactic. Moreover, with the rise of technical football, even lower-ranked teams in the Premier League had begun to favor ground play, increasing the sophistication of their tactics and diminishing the use of long balls. Yet, Manchester City had defied the norm by resurrecting this archaic, technically devoid strategy. What could this mean? Martino too contemplated this conundrum. Is this the secret tactic Pellegrini referred to? Is this what City had meticulously prepared during their closed training sessions? Surely, this cannot be a jest. In their previous encounter, Manchester City's rapid counterattacks had left Barcelona on edge, prompting Martino to assign players to specifically curtail City's two key playmakers, Toni Kroos and Kevin De Bruyne. In the last match, Barcelona had underestimated the significance of these two and failed to restrict their influence, allowing them to orchestrate counterattacks from the back. This time, recognizing their substantial impact, Barcelona would not overlook them. However, Martino was taken aback by City's tactical shift. They no longer relied on specific players to initiate counterattacks. Instead, any player who gained possession in the back line could launch a counter, simply by directing the ball towards the forwards. In this match, City opted not to start Sergio Aguero but instead fielded the towering striker Álvaro Negredo, who possessed the ability to hold his ground and assist teammates. Negredo's physical presence allowed him to serve as a pivot, facilitating play for trailing teammates to execute the final offensive maneuvers. Within the first 10 minutes of the match, Manchester City had already initiated 3 such counterattacks. Although the intentions of Manchester City remain elusive, the ineffectiveness of their opponent's tactics compelled Martino to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Once again thwarting Manchester City's counterattack, Barcelona's defender Bartra cast a disdainful glance at Negredo, who sought to seize the ball from him. To think such simplistic tactics could contend with Barcelona is akin to dreaming an unattainable dream. Negredo, catching the dismissive look from his adversary, stifled the urge to respond with a rude gesture, muttering inwardly, "Just wait. When we succeed, I wonder if you'll still be laughing." The Manchester City supporters, upon arriving at the Etihad Stadium, remained puzzled by their team's tactical choices. Yet, with each long clearance forward, they erupted in jubilant cheers. This is the essence of authentic British football. It should be played with such fervor. They found Barcelona's intricate passing game tedious, with countless passes leading to no shots on goal, leaving spectators drowsy. However, when Manchester City executed a dazzling sequence akin to Barcelona's, their cheers grew even louder. Look at that. Manchester City can also perform such exquisite maneuvers, truly the best. The double standards. In the 17th minute, Manchester City seized another counter-attacking opportunity. Unlike the previous 3 attacks, this time the pass came from Kroos. The German delivered a precise long ball, finding Lin Quan, who was sprinting down the flank. Kroos's passing ability markedly surpassed that of his teammates in the backline. His passes were not only accurate, but also perfectly weighted. Lin Quan effortlessly received the ball on the wing, charging toward Barcelona's penalty area while surveying his teammates' movements. To maintain defensive solidity, Manchester City refrained from committing too many players to the counterattack, relying solely on a quartet of forwards. At this moment, among the 4 in the attack, only Negredo had advanced ahead of Lin Quan. However, Bartra shadowed him closely, while Busquets and others were also tracking back, making a direct pass to him susceptible to interception. Recognizing this, Lin Quan abandoned the idea of passing to Negredo and instead drove the ball toward Barcelona's penalty area himself. Alba, initially poised to intercept the ball based on its trajectory, found Lin Quan's movement swifter as he seized possession first. Instantly, Alba sensed the threat, knowing Lin Quan's dribbling prowess. He hesitated to engage directly, instead attempting to obstruct Lin Quan's path to cut inside, ceding the flank and forcing him wide, away from Barcelona's goal. This tactic might work against ordinary wingers, but it proved ineffective against a player like Lin Quan, who relished cutting inside for a shot. As Lin Quan deftly maneuvered the ball left while advancing toward the center, Alba struggled to keep pace, realizing he risked being outpaced and creating a breakthrough opportunity. In a moment of desperation, Alba had no choice but to take a perilous gamble, extending his foot to intercept. Lin Quan, anticipating this move, swiftly executed an exquisitely rapid maneuver, evading him effortlessly. Observing Alba's failure, Mascherano was compelled to shift laterally to thwart the advance, while Bartra also inched closer towards Lin Quan, handing off Negredo to the recovering Alves for defense. Just as the 2 defenders repositioned, Lin Quan completed his pass. Negredo decisively halted his forward momentum, retreating to receive Lin Quan's pass before threading it back to him. This was a tactic rehearsed numerous times within Manchester City's training sessions. If Lin Quan could seize the moment, he would find himself in a one-on-one situation. As Lin Quan prepared to surge forward, Barcelona had no choice but to resort to tactical fouling, with Bartra bringing him down just outside the penalty area. The referee issued a yellow card to the Barcelona defender and awarded Manchester City a free kick. Better to foul early than to wait until the opponent bears down on the penalty box, Alves sternly admonished Alba. The latter's choice nearly plunged Barcelona into an abyss. Should Manchester City score again at this juncture, Barcelona would need to net 3 goals to advance. Witnessing his players successfully thwart Manchester City's counterattack, Martino exhaled in relief, unable to resist wiping the sweat from his brow. Goodness, if they were to be defeated by such a retro tactic from Manchester City, he might as well find a piece of tofu to crash into. The illustrious Barcelona, the so-called universe team, brought low by long passes and aerial balls. Such a notion, if spoken aloud, would surely provoke laughter, and the prestige of the universe team might plummet to the depths of the Mariana Trench. The free kick taken by Manchester City posed no threat, and it was now Barcelona's turn to attack. Compared to their previous match, Barcelona played with greater composure today. To prevent Manchester City from exploiting counterattacks, they patiently circulated the ball, refraining from taking shots unless presented with optimal opportunities. Having practiced possession-based play for several years, they were intimately familiar with its nuances. The key to their success lay in relentless passing, movement, and positional interchange, which stretched the opposing defense, depleting their stamina and applying constant psychological pressure. Most teams, when facing Barcelona, cannot help but succumb to impatience. While maintaining focus intermittently throughout the match is manageable, sustaining high levels of concentration for the entire duration is the true challenge. When confronting Barcelona, players must remain utterly engaged throughout, as lapses in focus can easily afford opportunities to the opponents. Consequently, many players may initially match Barcelona's rhythm, but as the match progresses, the physical and mental toll mounts, leading to impulsiveness, culminating in reckless attempts to reclaim possession. In modern football, defense relies on collective effort, and preserving the integrity of the defensive line is a principle emphasized by many coaches. When a player deviates from this unity and recklessly attempts to challenge for the ball without success, it can create vulnerabilities within the entire defensive structure. The reason is quite simple. During your pressing, teammates may not have the opportunity to coordinate with you. If you rush ahead while your teammates lag behind or fail to keep pace, a gap will inevitably emerge between you. For a top-tier team like Barcelona, such lapses can lead to conceding goals. Thus, Barcelona merely needs to patiently await their opponent's mistakes and seize the opportunity to punish them accordingly. In their prime, Barcelona excelled at capitalizing on opportunities. Even elite teams approach them with caution, fearful of making errors. Although Barcelona may not be at the peak of their powers now, with players like Messi, Neymar, and Iniesta still on the field, their ability to exploit chances remains formidable. However, today, Manchester City played with remarkable confidence. They exhibited no fear of Barcelona's possession play. Their players were actively pressing and intercepting. Even when mistakes occurred, teammates were quick to cover, making it difficult for Barcelona to find openings. This left Barcelona feeling frustrated, as if their opponents had evolved since their last encounter, becoming even more challenging to contend with. In the previous match, Pellegrini had tasted success and, as a result, strategically assigned players to neutralize Xavi's influence, which made it uncomfortable for Barcelona's orchestrator. In his youth, Xavi possessed exceptional evasion skills, with his signature magic circle dribble being a hallmark of his play. However, with the passage of time, Xavi's physical attributes have inevitably declined. At 34, his explosiveness and endurance no longer match his former self. Had this been the early part of the season, he might have maintained a commendable level of fitness. Yet now, as the season approaches its conclusion, the accumulated fatigue from a long campaign has visibly impacted his performance. Confronted with Manchester City's focused pressure, Xavi found himself somewhat powerless. "It's up to you now, Iniesta, Messi," he thought, as he struggled to pass the ball to Iniesta under Yaya Touré's relentless pursuit. Iniesta executed a 1-2 with Messi, evading the pressing Cruz and returning the ball to Messi. However, just as Messi received it, he was brought down by Demichelis. The referee's whistle promptly signaled a free kick for Barcelona. This marked their third free kick in the attacking half during the first half. The previous two had failed to pose a threat. This time, the position was relatively favorable. After a brief discussion with Iniesta, Messi decided to take the shot directly. Messi placed the ball in the center of the goal, while Joe Hart organized the Manchester City players to form a wall on the right, positioning himself slightly to the left of the goal. This arrangement made it difficult for Messi to score, regardless of the direction he chose. After observing the wall and Hart's positioning, Messi reached a decision. Typically, free-kick specialists would opt to curl the ball over the wall into the right side of the goal. This approach complicates the goalkeeper's task. If the angle is particularly acute, it becomes challenging for the keeper to react unless they move in advance. However, the difficulty lies in the high technical demands placed on the player, as they must lift the ball over the wall while also placing it with precision. Often, such free kicks either meet the towering wall of defenders or soar too high into the stands. However, if one opts to target the left side of the goal, it becomes a formidable challenge to surpass the vigilant goalkeeper. Messi eschewed both of these approaches, choosing instead to strike directly at the center of the goal. Reminiscent of a penalty kick, this decision caught the Manchester City players completely off guard. Goalkeeper Joe Hart hurriedly lunged towards the center. Yet the speed of the ball left him with little hope of deflecting it. Was a home goal imminent so early in the match? Hart felt a pang of frustration. The Manchester City fans gasped in unison, clearly aware of the impending danger, while the Barcelona supporters clenched their fists, poised to celebrate the moment the ball found the net. Yet, just then, a figure emerged in the trajectory of the ball, blocking it with his body. Hart looked up in astonishment to see the number 10 jersey of Lin Quan, who had appeared at a crucial moment to thwart Messi's seemingly certain goal. After successfully deflecting Messi's free kick, Lin Quan let out a sigh of relief. Having observed Messi's movements, he anticipated the direct shot from the center. This tactic, though seldom employed by the current Messi, was one he frequently utilized in another realm. Barcelona's corner kick was taken, and Hart leapt to claim the ball, shouting as he bolted into the penalty area to launch a quick throw. It was now Manchester City's turn to counterattack. As Lin Quan surged forward like a wild stallion towards Barcelona's penalty area, Messi felt a sense of exasperation. How did this player manage to be everywhere? He was visible in both attack and defense, even managing to block Messi's free kick. Was he truly Messi's nemesis? After taking that shot, Messi felt confident, only to have it thwarted not by Hart, but by Lin Quan. This left Messi feeling utterly vexed. The opponent's attacking prowess rivaled his own, yet their defensive contributions far outweighed his. Most troubling of all, Lin Quan seemed to possess greater stamina, running tirelessly between offense and defense without succumbing to fatigue, a fact that left Messi envious. If only he could harness such boundless energy, he wouldn't find himself often ambling about the pitch. Barcelona's defense tightened considerably, successfully repelling this latest Manchester City counter. Although they ultimately thwarted the attack, Martino's concern deepened. He sensed that Manchester City's seemingly retro tactics were striking at the very vulnerabilities of Barcelona. Barcelona's possession-based football emphasizes pressure and control, necessitating a significant commitment of players to the offense. At times, their defensive line even pushed past the halfway line, with the goalkeeper leaving the net to operate around the center circle, acting as both a distant outlet for play and the last bastion of defense. The defensive line's aggressive advance inevitably creates vast spaces in the backfield. Should the opposition circumvent the midfield and launch the ball directly into Barcelona's rear, the Catalan side's defense would be unable to position itself in time. In their previous match, Manchester City dismantled Barcelona with rapid, succinct passes and blistering counterattack speed. This time, they have perfected that approach. The ball must arrive before the players themselves. During several counterattacks, Manchester City's passes appeared almost aimless, not seeking out forward players, but rather clearing the ball forward. The key is that this method not only serves as a clearance, but also poses a threat to Barcelona's goal, creating considerable discomfort. The success rate of long passes and aerial balls is typically low. They are prone to offside and, with increasing distance, the likelihood of successful passes diminishes. Defenders have ample time to position themselves as the ball travels through the air. Additionally, receiving such long passes is inherently challenging, especially under defensive pressure, where a misstep can lead to interception and disruption. Consequently, most teams' long passes merely cede possession to the opponent, failing to yield any effect while inadvertently increasing the opponent's offensive opportunities. This is precisely why the long ball tactic has gradually waned in effectiveness. However, for Manchester City, these two issues seem inconsequential. In terms of passing and receiving, City exploits the space behind Barcelona, allowing their forwards to race against Barcelona's defenders. Thus, Even if the passes are not precise, it matters little. If the passer is someone like Kroos or De Bruyne, precision becomes less of a concern. As long as they can locate Lin Quan, his exceptional ball control allows him to easily receive long passes directed towards him. If necessary, Negredo can also assist by providing support. Moreover, the majority of Manchester City's players are stars, their passing abilities far surpassing those of players from mid to lower tier teams. While ordinary players may misfire their long passes, Manchester City's attempts are markedly more accurate. Even if they do not match the pinpoint precision of Kroos or De Bruyne, they generally target the vicinity of the intended player with minimal deviation. Should fortune favor them with passes from masters like Kroos or De Bruyne, the success rate would further increase, amplifying the threat of counterattacks. As for the repercussions of failed long passes, they pose little concern. After all, Barcelona maintains a significantly higher possession rate than Manchester City, controlling the ball for the majority of the match, provided that City's defense remains as steadfast as a mountain. Denying the opposition any opportunities, Barcelona's attempts to intercept City's long passes would bear little consequence, essentially merely transferring possession within the opponent's half. In contrast to the threats posed by losing possession under pressure in their own half, relinquishing the ball in the opponent's half presents far less danger to the goal. Therefore, Manchester City's tactical approach mirrors Barcelona's possession play. While it may appear to be an offensive strategy, it fundamentally serves a defensive purpose, yet if executed successfully, it can transform into a lethal threat. This strategy is commendable, albeit somewhat demanding on the forwards. Thus, Pellegrini prepared 2 wingers and a forward on the bench, ready to substitute them when his front players became fatigued in the second half. He was keen to observe whether Barcelona still had the capacity to endure against his tactical wear-down. From the onset, Manchester City adopted this strategy to confront Barcelona. Although they had yet to score, the incessant pressure was irksome for Barcelona. Each time the opposition gained possession, they launched long passes, forcing Barcelona's defenders to sprint alongside the wingers in a desperate bid to reclaim the ball. As the first half neared its conclusion, Barcelona's defenders were utterly exhausted. More frustratingly, with each long ball from their adversaries, the defensive line was compelled to retreat significantly. Consequently, their support for the front line diminished, and without the defensive reinforcement, Barcelona's possession game lost its potency and control. Damn it, Martino cursed under his breath. He discerned that Manchester City's long ball tactic was merely a facade. The objective was not to mount an offensive, but to deplete Barcelona's stamina and disrupt their attacking rhythm. They could not fall into the opponent's tempo. With this realization, Martino hastily summoned Alves to relay his instructions to the players on the field. Barcelona's tactics swiftly transformed. Their passing in the front became more deliberate, resolutely preventing any counterattacks from the opposition. Even if Manchester City wished to execute long passes, they needed possession to do so. Without the ball, their intentions were futile. By enhancing their possession rate, Barcelona aimed to eliminate any opportunities for counterattacks, thereby undermining Manchester City's strategy. This decision soon bore fruit. As Barcelona's passing and ball control became increasingly cautious, Manchester City's possession rate dwindled, and their counterattacking opportunities diminished. However, with Barcelona's newfound caution, other statistics, such as shot attempts, incursions into the attacking third, and set pieces, began to decline despite the rise in possession percentage. Pellegrini, witnessing this development, returned to his seat, satisfied and at ease. He recognized that he had gained the upper hand in this tactical duel with his South American counterpart, Martino. The opponent's adjustments had fallen into Manchester City's trap. The true menace of Barcelona's possession game did not stem from their lofty possession percentage, but rather from the pressure they exerted on the opposition during ball control. 1,000 passes in their own half posed less of a threat than a single forward pass. Possession statistics were merely superficial. If one passes around in the back without pressure, a high possession percentage is easily attainable. This method of passing in the defensive third had long been regarded as a passive approach adopted by weaker teams against stronger ones in the 1960s and 70s. Barcelona may have been willing to play this way, but Manchester City welcomed it, as they were the ones in the lead. Even if the match ended in a goalless draw, Pellegrini would find it entirely acceptable. After all, it was Manchester City that would advance. What could he possibly object to? However, he believed that Martino was not so foolish. He would soon discern these issues and make the necessary adjustments. For the time being, Martino had not noticed anything amiss, and upon observing the decline in Manchester City's counterattacks, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, he failed to realize that in their efforts to prevent conceding goals, Barcelona's players increasingly resorted to backward passes, while forward passes dwindled in number. On the pitch, it was Xavi who first recognized this shift. He became aware that under the relentless pressure from Manchester City's players, he instinctively opted for safer passing options to avoid losing possession. Thus, in his last 4 passes, 3 were directed backward, with only 1 aimed forward. However, this strategy resulted in diminishing threats to Manchester City's goal, while their pressing intensified. The situation had reversed. Now it was Barcelona's players who felt the tension, observing the opposing forwards lurking near the halfway line. They understood that losing possession would unleash the vexatious long ball counterattacks from their adversaries once more. This could not continue. Realizing the rhythm of the match was off, when Xavi received a pass from a teammate again, he chose not to return it immediately. Instead, he pivoted to evade the approaching Manchester City players. Yaya Touré was taken aback by Xavi's choice, having seen him repeatedly pass backward under pressure. Consequently, Yaya instinctively assumed Xavi would do the same this time. Unexpectedly, however, Xavi saw through his intentions, executing a deft maneuver to evade him. Yaya, having once been Xavi's teammate, was well aware of Xavi's prowess. He could not allow Xavi to slip past. Without a second thought, Yaya lunged forward, prepared to commit a foul. Anticipating Yaya's move, Xavi passed the ball forward to Messi just before being brought down. "Go, Messi." It was as if he could hear Xavi's silent plea. Messi cherished this rare opportunity created by his teammate. Upon receiving the ball, he swiftly evaded Kroos's interception, accelerated, and maneuvered past Lescott, slipping between Demichelis and Zabaleta before they could close in. Joe Hart felt a tingle of apprehension. The audacity of Messi's dribbling was astonishing, as he had just navigated past 4 players including Kroos. Was this the extent of Messi's brilliance? Could he possibly stop Messi's shot? He hurriedly adjusted his stance, fixated on Messi's every move, preparing to make a save. However, the moment Messi executed his shot, Hart surrendered in defeat. The ball was beyond his reach, and all he could do was hope for a miss. Unfortunately for him, his prayers went unanswered as the ball struck the junction of the far post and the crossbar, ricocheting into the net. This was unequivocally a dead angle. Even if Hart had just completed his diving motion, he would not have been able to reach the ball. Messi, Lionel Messi. He emerged, rescuing Barcelona from the brink of despair. Barcelona currently holds a 10-point lead over Manchester City, with an aggregate score of 4-4. However, they find themselves at a disadvantage in away goals and must continue to score. On Spanish television, commentators were ecstatic upon witnessing Messi's goal, expressing relief that Barcelona finally found the net, as failure to do so would have meant certain elimination. With ample time remaining in the first half, Barcelona had the opportunity to extend their advantage. In stark contrast to the exhilaration of the Spaniards, the British commentators were considerably disheartened. Martin Tyler shook his head in dismay, remarking on the exquisite handling displayed by Messi, whose dribbling and ability to maneuver were nothing short of breathtaking. Andy Gray nodded in agreement, stating that even as rivals, one must acknowledge the privilege of witnessing such splendid performances by Messi on the football pitch. As a professional player, he understood the immense difficulty of executing such a breakthrough and shot in the confined space of the penalty area while facing multiple defenders. He himself would certainly find it impossible. Messi's goal, barring any unforeseen circumstances, is likely to be nominated as the best goal of this round in the Champions League. Manchester City must take heed. They can no longer afford to allow Messi such comfortable receptions. If they fail to contain him, it will merely be a matter of time before Barcelona scores again. Martin Tyler sternly cautioned Manchester City, while in another match, Manchester United was trailing 2-0 against Bayern Munich. Should City succumb in this match as well, the last flicker of hope for the Premier League would be extinguished. Following his goal, Messi was visibly elated, sprinting toward the section of fans supporting Barcelona, kissing the emblem on his jersey in an outpouring of emotion. Having faced intense pressure in the previous 2 matches, this goal finally released the pent-up feelings he had been experiencing. The more than 5,000 traveling Barcelona supporters were equally animated, as were the players and coaching staff within the stadium. Messi's goal not only equalized the score, but also reignited their hopes of advancing. However, this was not sufficient. They remained at a disadvantage regarding away goals and needed to score again. A second goal would enable Barcelona to create history by reaching the Champions League semi-finals for 7 consecutive seasons. Martino, buoyed by Messi's goal, firmly believed that his tactical adjustments were yielding results. Indeed, as long as they curtailed Manchester City's counterattacks, victory would belong to Barcelona. Upon witnessing Messi's goal, Pellegrini could not help but shake his head. This is the influence of a superstar. They possessed the ability to alter the course of a match with a mere flash of brilliance. There was nothing to be done. The players had exerted their utmost effort, and he could not fault them. Fortunately, Manchester City still held the advantage of away goals, as long as they did not concede again. The path to the semi-finals remained theirs. Continuing to execute their first-half tactics, if they could withstand a 2-goal deficit, everything would be manageable. Pellegrini's masterstroke would have to wait until the second half to take effect. Moreover, it is not only Barcelona that boasts superstars. We have them too. Upon reflecting on this, Pellegrini cast a glance towards Lin Quan. With Lin Quan present, he felt a sense of reassurance. Even if they were temporarily trailing, it mattered not. The players of Manchester City shared the same sentiment as their coach. The sight of Lin Quan on the pitch brought them a calmness that shielded them from panic or disarray. Despite Barcelona's recent goal, Messi's strike was indeed magnificent. Yet they were no strangers to such brilliance. Since partnering with Lin Quan, they had witnessed several seemingly impossible goals. In previous matches, Lin had even executed more spectacular goals, such as the decisive strike against Chelsea. Following the goal, Barcelona surged in confidence, launching a fierce assault on Manchester City in hopes of extending their lead. Nevertheless, the City players remained intensely focused, exhibiting remarkable resilience in defense. Although they appeared somewhat passive, they afforded their opponents no opportunities. The score of 1-0 remained intact until the sound of the halftime whistle. The Manchester City players returned to their dressing room with serene expressions, while the Barcelona players exchanged laughter as they made their way back to the visitors' quarters. Judging by the expressions on the faces of both teams, it seemed they were content with the current outcome. In the stands of the Etihad Stadium, a stout middle-aged man chewed gum as he observed the expressions of the players from both sides. After a moment, he turned to his assistant and remarked, "Paolo, Manchester City is stronger than we anticipated." Carlo Ancelotti's assistant coach, Paolo Clementi, nodded in agreement. "You are absolutely right, Carlo. Their ability to defeat Barcelona away from home speaks volumes about their prowess, far exceeding external expectations." Ancelotti shook his head. "I am not referring to that. I am speaking of the players' mentality. Did you notice that despite trailing, there was no sign of anxiety or restlessness on the faces of the Manchester City players? They do not resemble a team making their debut in the quarterfinals. Rather, they appear as a side seasoned in knockout competitions, exuding a mature mindset. Defeating such a team on the pitch presents a formidable challenge. After our match with Paris Saint-Germain, we must prepare diligently. Otherwise, should we encounter them, we may very well falter." As the frontrunner for the Champions League this season, Ancelotti and Real Madrid's objective was, naturally, to claim the prestigious trophy. Consequently, they had conducted extensive research on several potential opponents. Among them, Barcelona and Atletico Madrid were familiar rivals, requiring no special attention. Bayern Munich had long been among Europe's elite, and with numerous encounters under their belt, Real Madrid possessed a deep understanding of their capabilities. However, their knowledge of Manchester City, the newcomers to the Champions League, was rather limited. This was precisely why Ancelotti had chosen to personally attend the match at the Etihad Stadium, accompanied by his assistant coach. Although they were set to face Paris Saint-Germain at home the following day, Ancelotti regarded Paris Saint-Germain as mere fodder, ready to be dispatched with ease. Once they breach the semi-finals, Real Madrid will confront truly formidable opponents. In Ancelotti's mind, he undoubtedly regards Manchester City as a rival on par with Bayern and Barcelona. However, it is Barcelona that currently holds the lead. For Manchester City to reach the Final Four, they must first overcome Barcelona. Clement's assessment of Manchester City pales in comparison to Ancelotti's. He perceives City as rather ordinary. How formidable can a team relying on long balls and aerial tactics in the Champions League knockout stage truly be? Ancelotti glanced at his assistant coach, who had initially intended to part ways this summer and establish his own independent path. Yet now, Ancelotti feels it prudent to retain him for another year before allowing him to depart. Otherwise, releasing him now could spell disaster for other teams. Barcelona merely enjoys a temporary advantage. Manchester City has yet to unveil their true arsenal. The decisive clash will indeed occur in the second half. Ancelotti's gaze swept across the field, ultimately resting upon Manchester City's number 10, his tone resolutely firm. In the visiting team's locker room, Barcelona's physiotherapist was tending to Messi and others, while head coach Martino fervently explained the tactics for the second half using his tactical board. In the second half, we must continue to assert control over possession, minimize errors, and deny Manchester City any counterattack opportunities. If we can seize even a single chance to deliver a lethal blow to City, the ticket to the Champions League semi-finals will be ours. Barcelona was merely one goal away from the semi-finals, and victory seemed tantalizingly close. Yet the players were gripped by a mix of tension and exhilaration. As Barcelona's strength has waned over the years, their path to the Champions League has become increasingly arduous. Last year, they encountered a team akin to Manchester City, Paris Saint-Germain. Those two knockout matches proved to be quite challenging for Barcelona. Although they began with an away lead, their opponents equalized in the dying moments of the match. In the final minute of regular time, Xavi's goal momentarily illuminated the prospect of victory for Barcelona. However, a last-minute strike from their opponents extinguished those hopes. Back on home turf, Paris Saint-Germain struck first, pushing Barcelona to the brink of elimination. Ultimately, it was Pedro's goal that allowed Barcelona to narrowly advance on away goals. Yet in the semi-finals, they were decisively swept aside by Bayern Munich. This season, the desire for retribution against Bayern has become the paramount ambition for Barcelona's players. I have just received word that Bayern is leading Manchester United 2-0 at home, effectively securing their own place in the semi-finals. Should we eliminate Manchester City here, we will significantly enhance our chances of avenging ourselves against Bayern. Tell me, do you wish to exact revenge on Bayern? At the mere mention of Bayern's name, the players' eyes ignited with fervor. Since the era of the Dream Team, Barcelona has never endured such a humiliating record in the Champions League. They dream incessantly of avenging themselves against Bayern. Very well, then, let us proceed. Vanquish Manchester City, and then seek revenge against Bayern. Proclaim to the world that the greatest cosmic team has returned. Martino's impassioned words ignited the players' fervor, elevating their spirits to soaring heights. They yearned to rush onto the pitch and shatter Manchester City, the obstacle in their path to vengeance. In the home team's locker room, Pellegrini did not rouse his players as Martino had. Instead, he calmly outlined his tactical approach for the second half before turning to David Silva, Negredo, and Lin Quan. David, Alvaro, Lin, how much stamina do you have left? Can you endure the second half? Silva and Negredo, both honest, shook their heads. The relentless assaults on Barcelona's goal during the first half had drained their energy significantly, maintaining that intensity would only allow them to last until the 60th minute. And that was contingent upon a 15-minute halftime respite. Without the break, they might have faltered by the 50th minute. Very well, I understand. After the 60th minute, I will substitute you for a rest. But before that, I need you to exhaust every ounce of your remaining energy. The two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Pellegrini then turned to Lin Quan. Lin, I require your presence in this position for the second half. The halftime interlude concluded swiftly, and the second half commenced. Neither team made substitutions, maintaining their lineups from the first half. The style of play remained unchanged, with Barcelona continuing to dominate possession while Manchester City awaited opportunities to counterattack. This continuation of tempo left Real Madrid's assistant coach, Clement, somewhat perplexed. Hadn't Carlo stated that the decisive clash would unfold in the second half? Why did it feel devoid of any climactic tension? He turned to Ancelotti, hoping for insight from the seasoned coach. Patience, Ancelotti replied, maintaining his serene demeanor. When Manchester City makes their substitutions, the decisive battle will begin. Is that so? When will they make their changes? If it were up to me, I would substitute players at the 65th minute. Clement noted this timing. Very well, let me observe what tricks Manchester City might employ. To Clement's surprise, Manchester City's substitutions occurred even earlier than Ancelotti had anticipated. At the 60th minute, they initiated their adjustments, replacing David Silva and Negredo with Agüero and Navas. Here we go. Clement's spirits lifted as Manchester City indeed made their substitutions, albeit earlier than Carlo had predicted. Ancelotti also recognized this shift, frowning in contemplation. Meanwhile, Barcelona's coaching staff noted Manchester City's changes, with the assistant coach casting a worried glance at Martino. Coach, Manchester City has altered their forward line. Should we also consider making substitutions? Martino surveyed Barcelona's bench and shook his head. Let us observe for now. He remained oblivious to Manchester City's tactical adjustments following the introduction of these two players, as it appeared to be a mere positional substitution. The preceding City players seemed to have succumbed to fatigue, unable to persist any longer. Thus, the substitutions alone did not reveal much. However, on the Barcelona side, not everyone shared this sentiment. Upon witnessing his friend Aguero take the field, Messi immediately sensed impending danger. He was acutely aware of Aguero's prowess on the front line. Manchester City was poised to intensify their offensive, and vigilance was imperative. Messi swiftly conveyed his concerns to his teammates, urging them to rally their spirits. The Barcelona players regarded Messi's words with considerable seriousness, yet even with this mental preparation, their physical stamina might not support their endeavors. Following the substitutions, Manchester City's tactical approach underwent a rapid transformation. Their pressing became increasingly aggressive, extending from Barcelona's midfield to encompass the entire team, particularly the newly substituted Aguero and Navas. Though their offensive impact was initially unremarkable, displayed remarkable zeal in pressing the Barcelona defenders during their attempts to play the ball out. Observing this, Martino's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Manchester City losing their sanity? For a team like Barcelona, which thrived on possession football, their defenders were not intimidated by the forwards' pressing. Only a handful of players posed a genuine threat to Barcelona's defenders, who enjoyed numerous options for ball distribution, whether passing laterally to their backline, advancing to the midfield, or retreating to the goalkeeper, thereby easily neutralizing City's pressing. In a previous encounter with Real Madrid, their star Cristiano Ronaldo had attempted a similar tactic, only to be outmaneuvered by Barcelona's defenders, resulting in his infamous outburst on the field that became a widely circulated GIF, much to the amusement of many. Initially, Barcelona's defenders were not overly concerned. However, it soon became evident that they were unsettled by City's relentless pressing. They were untroubled by a single forward's interception. Yet City's strategy was not the work of an individual, but rather a well-coordinated, targeted tactic. Each player had a designated role. Some obstructed passing lanes, others engaged in pressing, while a few prepared for counterattacks upon successful interceptions. During this process, Lin Quan, the individual most familiar with Barcelona's tactical style, assumed the role of the frontline commander, orchestrating his teammates' efforts to intercept. Aguero and Navas became his eager subordinates, energetically charging towards Barcelona's defenders under his command. This systematic high-pressing approach quickly left Barcelona's defenders struggling to maintain possession. In the first half, the consequences of their speed and endurance battle with Manchester's forwards began to manifest. As the match approached the 60-minute mark, the stamina of Barcelona's defenders started to wane. In stark contrast, the players pressing them were fresh reinforcements, brimming with energy and determination. A stark difference from the fatigued Barcelona defenders who had already expended much of their strength. In the 67th minute, Manchester City's pressing bore fruit. When Mascherano held the ball, Aguero swiftly charged towards his national team comrade. Sensing Aguero's fierce advance, the diminutive maestro hesitated to dwell on the ball and opted to pass it immediately. Prior to making the pass, he surveyed the positioning of his teammates. Baltra was closely marked by Manchester City's number 10, Lin Quan, who, despite not being a substitute in the second half, displayed remarkable stamina, showing no signs of fatigue even after 60 minutes of play. A pass to Baltra might risk interception. The route for a forward pass was obstructed by Yaya Touré, who was tightly guarding Xavi, making a pass to him quite perilous. As for Busquets, he was entangled with Manchester City's attacking midfielder, De Bruyne, rendering him a less favorable passing option. With these considerations in mind, Mascherano contemplated returning the ball to goalkeeper Pinto to alleviate the pressure from Manchester City. However, just as he was about to do so, he noticed Fabregas dropping back to receive the ball. With no one marking him, Fabregas presented a secure passing option. Moreover, once he received the ball, unmarked, he might deliver a brilliant assist to the forwards, creating a scoring opportunity for Barcelona. With this thought, Mascherano swiftly passed the ball to Fabregas. This decision was sound. Yet Lin Quan had anticipated his intention. He abandoned Baltra, moved ahead, and intercepted the ball mid-pass from Mascherano. Disaster. Both Mascherano and Fabregas, witnessing the ball land at Lin Quan's feet, silently cursed their misfortune. Instantly, they charged towards Lin Quan, eager to reclaim possession. Yet, Lin Quan was quicker. He passed the ball to the flanks to Navas and rapidly advanced towards Barcelona's half. After receiving the ball, Navas promptly returned it to Lin Quan, executing a swift 1-2 combination. Eluding Mascherano, Lin Quan surged directly towards Barcelona's goal. At this moment, The only defender in his path was the retreating Baltra. However, Manchester City now launched a three-pronged attack, with both Lin Quan and Agüero positioned centrally, presenting Baltra with a dilemma. Whom should he defend? Should he forsake Agüero to mark Lin Quan? If he did so, Lin Quan would likely pass the ball directly. Alternatively, if he chose to continue marking Agüero and ignored Lin Quan, the latter could potentially carry the ball into the penalty area and score. What to do? What decision to make? With determination, Baltra clenched his teeth, abandoned Agüero, and pursued Lin Quan. Clearly, in his subconscious, he perceived Lin Quan as the greater threat. Moreover, once he advanced, Agüero would find himself in an offside position, preventing Lin Quan from passing to him. This choice was arguably the best he could have made. Observing Baltra's movement, Lin Quan swiftly discerned the opponent's intentions. The opponent's calculations were astute, yet one must ponder, what emboldened you? What gave you the confidence to believe you could thwart me in this one-on-one confrontation? As Lin Quan swiftly reacted to Baltra's advance, he deftly nudged the ball to his right. Baltra hurriedly adjusted his body to keep pace with Lin Quan's rhythm. However, before he could complete his maneuver, Lin Quan sent the ball to the left. The fluidity of these two movements was astonishing, despite Baltra's utmost efforts to overcome his body's inertia and turn around. He had already lost his position. Lin Quan had surged ahead, penetrating the Barcelona penalty area. The Manchester City fans erupted with excitement, rising to their feet, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. Lin's breakaway. The Barcelona goalkeeper charged forward. Would this shot find its mark? Despite Lin Quan's remarkable success rate in such situations, the sight of the aggressive goalkeeper caused a wave of anxiety among the Blue Moon supporters. This moment was critical for Manchester City. Should Lin score, the aggregate score would shift to 4-3, restoring their lead. Moreover, with the away goals rule favoring them, Barcelona would need to score at least twice to advance. Barcelona's supporters were even more apprehensive. If this goal were to be realized, their hopes of progression would dwindle significantly. At that instant, the gaze of thousands of fans converged upon Lin Quan and the Barcelona goalkeeper. This moment would determine the fates of both teams. Confronted by Pinto's charge, Lin Quan refrained from a hasty shot. Instead, he calmly redirected the ball laterally, evading Pinto's interception. After eluding the opponent, he sent the ball into the open net. Boom! As Lin Quan scored, the Etihad Stadium erupted in jubilation. Amidst the roar of the crowd, Lin Quan spread his arms and sprinted along the touchline, soaring like an eagle. In the stands, Manchester City supporters were beside themselves with excitement. The fans closest to the pitch rushed to the advertising boards, tousling his hair and patting his chest. One particularly daring girl seized the moment and planted a kiss on Lin Quan's cheek, catching him off guard. Startled, he quickly retreated, while the stadium's giant screen captured the scene, prompting laughter from the City fans at Lin Quan's astonished expression. Lin, magnificent. Lin, splendidly executed. At that moment, his teammates rushed to him, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace, either hugging him or playfully ruffling his hair. Lin Quan's goal had transformed the situation for Manchester City into one of great optimism. With renewed resolve, he declared, "Let us press on and strike again." After celebrating, he glanced at the dejected Barcelona players, clenched his fist, and resolutely stated, "All right, let us score another." His teammates, buoyed by his fervor, nodded in agreement. If 4-3 was insufficiently secure, let us strike again and utterly shatter Barcelona's resolve, extinguishing any hopes they had. In the stands, Ancelotti observed as Lin Quan sent the ball into Barcelona's net. Seizing the moment amid the home fans' jubilation, he stood and remarked to his assistant, "Clement, let us depart. The match is concluded, and there is no need to witness the remainder." Pardon? Clement glanced at the match clock, noting that only the 68th minute had elapsed, leaving over 20 minutes until the final whistle. How could it be over? Do you believe Barcelona can stage a comeback? Ancelotti inquired with a chuckle. Clement longed to nod in affirmation, for this was Barcelona, one of Europe's premier clubs. Scoring 2 goals in 20 minutes was undeniably challenging, yet for a team featuring Messi, it hardly seemed an insurmountable feat. However, despair loomed, as Manchester City was poised to suffocate Barcelona's midfield. Not only would Barcelona struggle to score, but they were also likely to concede. Concluding his thoughts, Ancelotti chose not to linger at the Etihad Stadium any longer. The club would procure the match footage for him. He had achieved his purpose for this visit. There was no need to squander further time. Clement hesitated for a moment at Ancelotti's abrupt departure, but ultimately followed suit. On the pitch, the game unfolded precisely as Ancelotti had anticipated. Following Lin Quan's goal, Manchester City's pressing intensified to a frenzied level. While they ramped up their offensive pressure, City's midfield began to strangle Barcelona's playmakers. Xavi, already struggling, found himself increasingly overwhelmed. As the clock struck 70 minutes, his stamina, already waning, was further taxed by relentless attention from opponents. Within a matter of minutes, he was fouled multiple times, including one instance where Lin Quan returned to assist Yaya Touré in tightly marking him. This targeted harassment rendered Xavi's distribution exceedingly arduous. Witnessing Xavi's plight, Martino was compelled to assign Fabregas to share the organizational duties, alleviating some of the pressure on Xavi. As Fabregas joined the fray, Lin Quan promptly retreated to the midfield to engage in the battle for possession. Manchester City established a numerical advantage in midfield, with Lin Quan, De Bruyne, Kroos, and Yaya Touré pressing against Barcelona's three. This numerical superiority, coupled with their youth and vigor, resulted in Barcelona's midfield gradually losing its grip. Consequently, without control in the midfield, Neymar and Messi found themselves bereft of support, unable to exert their influence. Conversely, Manchester City's offensive forays began to multiply. In the 79th minute, Yaya Touré intercepted the ball and immediately launched a long pass towards the flanks, targeting Navas. This was reminiscent of the long balls from the first half. Yet at this juncture, Barcelona's defenders were fatigued, and the midfield lacked the capacity to disrupt City's passing. Thus, Yaya Touré's long pass proved more precise and lethal than in the first half. Upon receiving the ball, Navas executed a 1-2 with the overlapping Agüero, bypassing Barcelona's fullback Alba with finesse. With boundless energy, Navas swiftly cut inside after receiving the ball, charging towards the Barcelona goal. Busquets, Mascherano, and Bartra were desperately retreating. Yet having played for 80 minutes, their stamina had waned. In contrast, Navas had only been on the pitch for 20 minutes and was still full of vigor. He outpaced Barcelona's defenders and penetrated the penalty area, glancing at the goalkeeper's position before opting for a direct shot. Not everyone possesses Lin Quan's exceptional skills. He lacked the confidence to outmaneuver the opposing goalkeeper and dared not waste time adjusting. Thus a direct shot was the safest choice. Pinto silently cursed the young player, as the hurried attempt was met with an equally hasty save. The leaping Barcelona goalkeeper failed to reach the ball, which instead struck the crossbar and rebounded. By sheer misfortune, the returning ball collided with the retreating Mascherano. The Argentine, unable to halt his momentum, saw the ball ricochet off him back towards the goal. Pinto, just recovering from his fall onto the grass, could only watch in despair as the ball found the net. 21. Manchester City had overturned the game against Barcelona at home, bringing the aggregate score to 5-3. With only 10 minutes remaining, Barcelona needed to score 2 goals to equalize and 3 to advance to the final, a task that seemed nearly insurmountable. In the dying moments, Martino substituted Pedro and Sanchez, determined to make a final push. Yet, their midfield and defense had already unraveled, rendering the accumulation of attacking players ineffective. Conversely, Manchester City continued to threaten with counterattacks in the closing stages. In the 89th minute, Lin Quan assisted Agüero for another goal, extending the score to 3-1 and the aggregate to 6-3. Hope was extinguished for Barcelona. In the final minutes, the Barcelona players finally relinquished their resistance, allowing Manchester City to pass the ball around and waste time. As injury time concluded, the referee blew the final whistle. Manchester City triumphed 3-1 at home, achieving a historic double victory over their rivals, marking their first ever advancement to the Champions League semi-finals. The chapter concludes with the draw for the Champions League, where their semi-final opponent would be Real Madrid. At that moment, when the whistle blew, the Manchester City fans at the Etihad Stadium erupted in jubilation. We won. We are in the semi-finals. The City supporters were undoubtedly elated, witnessing history unfold on their home turf. In stark contrast, the distant Barcelona fans, who had traveled so far to support their team, were now shedding tears of regret. If only we had secured a victory at home against Manchester City. It could have been us advancing. On the pitch, Messi stood with hands on hips, fixated on the glaring red number on the scoreboard, maintaining his stance for what felt like an eternity. Barcelona had succumbed once more in the Champions League. Last time, they fell in the semi-finals. This time, they were ousted in the quarterfinals. Their performance seemed to decline year by year. With this thought, Messi sighed and turned to gaze at the other half of the field. In that moment, the exuberant Manchester City players were tossing their hero, Lin Quan, into the air, reveling in their victory. Iniesta approached Messi, gently patting him on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Leo, do not be disheartened. We shall return with a vengeance next year." Messi nodded, yet doubt lingered in his heart. The Barcelona squad was aging year by year, and with Xavi's current form, retirement seemed imminent next season. The absence of Xavi would undoubtedly diminish Barcelona's strength. Could they truly reclaim their glory next year? For the first time, Messi found himself questioning the future. In the previous match, Lin Quan's jersey had been reserved by Xavi well in advance. After the game, Fabregas was quick to seek him out, eager to exchange jerseys. "Lin, congratulations," Fabregas exclaimed as he removed his own shirt and handed it over while engaging in conversation. To be honest, Fabregas felt a tinge of envy towards Lin Quan. During the winter break, there had been rumors linking him to Manchester City, but the transfer ultimately fell through, as City opted for De Bruyne and Kroos instead. Had that deal materialized, he too might have been among the jubilant Manchester City squad celebrating today. Alas, there are no what-ifs in life. "Thank you, and I wish you all the best in your league campaign." Lin Quan swiftly removed his jersey and exchanged it with Fabregas, extending his own well wishes. "Haha, let us hope for it," Fabregas replied, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Given Barcelona's current form, he felt pessimistic about their chances of claiming the league title. In the final round, they would face Atletico Madrid at home, and considering Atletico's performance this season, Barcelona lacked confidence in overcoming them. Simeone's team's high-pressing and resolute defense posed a considerable challenge for Barcelona, who would be under immense pressure to launch a full-scale offensive. Unfortunately, such tactics might play right into Atletico's hands. Therefore, if they could not turn the tide before the last match, reversing their deficit against Atletico, they would face the grim reality of losing the championship in that final game. Fabregas had experienced the weight of such pressure several times during his tenure at Arsenal. Meanwhile, Manchester City's owner, Mansour, was also present at the match. Witnessing his team eliminate Barcelona at home and make a historic advance into the semi-finals, he felt a profound sense of joy. After investing so much into the club, he finally saw a glimpse of reward. On such a jubilant occasion, he felt compelled to share his elation. Thus, he instructed his assistant to bring in several prepared suitcases. These suitcases contained a total of 5 million in cash. He intended to present this sum as a bonus for reaching the semi-finals, distributing it among the players in the locker room. As the Manchester City players concluded their celebrations and returned to the locker room, they were greeted by a mountain of cash stacked high. "Goodness, so much money. Did someone rob a bank? Where did all this come from?" one exclaimed. "I wonder if I could sneak away a little without anyone noticing." Negredo wore a conspicuous expression of greed, facing the crowd while stealthily pocketing money behind his back. With no surveillance in sight, as long as he could elude the watchful gaze of the many eyes upon him, he could take as he pleased. Kolarov and the others fixed their stares on him, making Negredo uncomfortable. "Hey, just kidding, just kidding. How could a person as upright, honest, and amiable as I possibly engage in such behavior?" Embarrassed, Negredo set down the money he had surreptitiously taken, inwardly seething at his misfortune of wearing a jersey. Who designed this infernal jersey, devoid of even a single pocket? There was no place to conceal his ill-gotten gains. Seeing Negredo's antics, the vice-captain Zabaleta playfully tapped him on the head and remarked, according to our boss's style, "This must be a bonus from the big man himself, right?" Zabaleta had been with Manchester City for 6 years, having joined when the Middle Eastern Consortium took over. Thus, he was well acquainted with the generous nature of the club's owner. The sudden appearance of such a sum could only be attributed to the owner. A bonus? Does that mean we can divide it among ourselves? Upon hearing the word bonus, the player's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Now, that has something to keep me awake. At that moment, Pellegrini entered. The distribution of the bonus will be based on contributions made in these last 2 matches. Is everyone in agreement? The players glanced at Pellegrini, who was accompanied by the club chairman, Fakim. Clearly, this arrangement was at the latter's behest. Nods of approval rippled through the group, as they understood the simple principle of earning according to effort. Thus, Pellegrini allocated the funds based on starting appearances, goals, assists, and performances on both offense and defense. Lin Quan and other key players received the top tier of 300,000, while those who were substitutes but had played earned 100,000. Lastly, The players who did not take to the field received 50,000 each. The coaching staff claimed the remaining 1 million. In this manner, the total of 5 million was perfectly distributed. Once the funds were allocated, joy illuminated the faces of the players. Such fortunate occurrences, they hoped, would happen after every match. That way, merely collecting bonuses might nearly rival their annual salaries. Of course, for players like Lin Quan, who commanded a staggering annual salary of 20 million, such bonuses felt somewhat meager. All right, having received your shares, it's best to rest early. We have an away match at Anfield the day after tomorrow, and I do not wish to see any scandal involving any of you in tomorrow's headlines. Pellegrini advised before exiting the locker room. The Manchester City players, ever dutiful, recognized that the league title was yet to be secured, and they could not afford to relax just yet. They would only breathe a sigh of relief after triumphing over Liverpool on their home turf. After swiftly showering and changing in the locker room, Lin Quan drove back to his home. On his way back, he glanced at the score of another match. Manchester United was defeated 3-1 by Bayern Munich at the Allianz Arena, resulting in an aggregate score of 4-2 that saw them eliminated from the competition. In this match, Bayern exhibited formidable dominance, securing a 2-0 lead early in the first half, and in the second half, Robben added another goal, extending their advantage to 3. Guardiola began to substitute key players like Robben and Ribery after the 75th minute, a move that conveyed a sense of disregard for their opponents, Manchester United. Consequently, an enraged United launched a counterattack, finally managing to score a goal in the 85th minute of the second half. However, their resurgence came to an abrupt halt, as they failed to stage a miraculous comeback at the Allianz Arena, thus facing elimination. As it stands, Manchester United's performance this year across all 4 competitions can only be described as a complete failure. They fell short in the Champions League, reaching only the quarterfinals, and currently sit 7th in the league, trailing 4th-placed Arsenal by 7 points, making their chances of qualifying for next season's Champions League exceedingly slim. Additionally, they were ousted early from both the League Cup and the FA Cup, leaving United empty-handed this season. Such dismal results have left both the fans and the club deeply dissatisfied, leading to rumors that the Scotsman's time at Old Trafford is nearing its conclusion. However, the question remains, who will take the helm after Moyes is dismissed? Regardless of their acknowledgement, Ferguson's departure signifies the end of an era for Manchester United. Moyes has been unable to lead the team to success. Can any other coach truly turn the tide? Lin is not particularly optimistic about United's future, especially considering that the club has been in turmoil for a decade without resolution. Meanwhile, Manchester City has stunned the footballing world with their double victory over Barcelona, eliminating them from the competition. The internet, television networks, and newspapers erupted with excitement. The once mighty team has fallen. City has performed remarkably, having defeated Barcelona. What an extraordinary feat. Leading up to the match, the media was extolling Barcelona's illustrious heritage and their status as a galactic team, seemingly underestimating City, only to be proven wrong. Who could have anticipated that a team that had never advanced to the knockout stage of the Champions League could triumph over the formidable Barcelona, which boasts the world's greatest player, Messi? Yet, City has their own Lin Quan, who netted 3 goals across both matches, surpassing Messi's tally. To be fair, in this encounter, one could argue that Lin's performance was superior to Messi's. Messi's form seemed lacking during the match. According to post-match statistics, he only covered 6,000 meters throughout the game, which seems rather low. Indeed, it is somewhat insufficient. Modern players typically run at least 9,000 to 10,000 meters if they play the full match. Perhaps Messi, as an attacking player who does not shoulder defensive responsibilities, runs less? Or could it be that his fitness is not up to par? He often appears to be strolling on the pitch. Speaking of Lin, his running distance must have exceeded 10,000 meters, given his frequent sprints back and forth. Exceeding 10,000. Haha, perhaps if you add another 3,000, it would be more plausible. A staggering running distance of 13,000 meters? Could it be a statistical error? That figure seems exceedingly exaggerated, does it not? It cannot be mistaken, for that is indeed the number I observed. Has Lin truly become an extraordinary runner? This figure surpasses even twice that of Messi. It is downright more terrifying than the legendary Park's feats of yore. Before the 2-legged match commenced, the consensus among the public favored the traditional powerhouse, Barcelona. Yet, Manchester City delivered a resounding slap to the faces of all those who underestimated them. Their double victory over Barcelona, both home and away, affirms that their triumph was well-deserved and not merely a stroke of luck. If they had not genuinely surpassed Barcelona in terms of raw strength, how could they have breached the sacred grounds of Camp Nou, let alone utterly dominated Barcelona at the Etihad Stadium? In the aftermath, the media, who were left with egg on their faces, showed no signs of shame. Instead, they shamelessly began to sing the praises of Manchester City. Particularly, the media from Fleet Street showcased their talent for hyperbolic adulation. The Guardian proclaimed that Manchester City's elimination of Barcelona was not a surprise, as they seized the opportunity and secured victory, witnessing the birth of a great team. The Times remarked on the ambition, courage, and hunger of Manchester City, congratulating them on their victory. This time, Messi could not serve as Barcelona's savior. He appeared more as a spectator, while Lin emerged as the hero of Manchester. The BBC noted Barcelona's struggles. Had it not been for the woodwork, they would have faced a humiliating defeat in the first half. Manchester City's victory was a testament to their raw strength and tactical superiority, perhaps offering the world a new strategy to counter Barcelona's possession-based football. Mundo Deportivo expressed the bitterness of defeat, yet reminded that the season was not over for Barcelona. With 5 crucial league matches remaining, they hoped Barcelona could rise from the shadows of failure and regain their form to clinch the league title once more. Marca lamented that Barcelona squandered too many opportunities at the Etihad Stadium. If only a world-class forward were present to alleviate the attacking pressure on Messi, the outcome could have been strikingly different. During the pre-match press conference, Martino had openly declared that he would resign if he lost to Manchester City. Consequently, after the match, many journalists pressed him on this issue. Martino intended to use a victory to silence these reporters, yet he found himself on the receiving end of their criticisms, resulting in an uncomfortable departure. The journalists were clearly unwilling to let him off the hook, and in the subsequent day's reports, they criticized Martino mercilessly. Accusations of conservative tactics, arrogance, and disdainful attitudes were levied against him. The media's criticisms were not entirely unfounded. Martino must certainly shoulder some of the blame for Barcelona's defeat. His tactical decisions, player selections, and in-game adjustments left much to be desired. Although his contract with Barcelona has not yet expired, should Barcelona falter in the league, it seems inevitable that Martino will have to pack his bags. It remains uncertain whether he will choose to terminate his contract with the club voluntarily or accept the compensation for breach of contract and face dismissal. Following the conclusion of the match between Manchester City and Barcelona, the subsequent day witnessed the commencement of the other 2 quarter-final matches in the Champions League. At home, Real Madrid effortlessly triumphed over Paris Saint-Germain, securing their place in the semi-finals. In this encounter, Real Madrid once again demonstrated the formidable prowess of their $200 million investment. Notably, Gareth Bale exhibited an unparalleled dominance on the wing, his lightning-fast speed proving to be a relentless challenge for the players of Paris. Bale netted a goal merely 3 minutes into the match, plunging Paris Saint-Germain into an immediate state of disadvantage. The French team required at least 2 goals to progress. Under the leadership of Ibrahimovic, Paris Saint-Germain valiantly launched a counter-offensive, striving to defy the odds. However, Cristiano Ronaldo's goal in the 57th minute extinguished their hopes of advancement completely. Ultimately, at the Santiago Bernabéu, the mighty Real Madrid reduced Paris Saint-Germain to mere shadows of their former selves, thwarting their aspirations to reach the semi-finals. In another match, Atletico Madrid, playing on home turf, displayed an exceptionally resilient spirit. With tenacious defense and relentless pressing, they effectively curtailed Borussia Dortmund's offensive efforts, and in the second half, capitalized on a counterattack opportunity, with Diego Costa scoring the sole goal of the 2-legged tie. This invaluable strike enabled Atletico Madrid to successfully advance to the semi-finals. Following the match, Simeone's ironclad defense reverberated throughout Europe. Few teams possessed the capacity to withstand Borussia Dortmund's attack, with even formidable clubs like Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, and Barcelona struggling to achieve such feats. Yet, Atletico Madrid managed to keep their opponents scoreless over 2 legs, leaving the public astounded by their defensive prowess. It is no wonder that Atletico has emerged as the leader of La Liga, seizing the initiative in the championship race against the 2 esteemed giants, Real Madrid and Barcelona. Their strength is indeed not to be underestimated. After this match, Simeone and his Atletico garnered significant acclaim across Europe, marking their entry into the ranks of elite teams. Nevertheless, Compared to Manchester City's elimination of Barcelona, the attention surrounding Simeone and Atletico was somewhat diminished. Following the conclusion of the matches on April 11th, the draw for the Champions League semi-finals commenced swiftly. After the day's training session, Pellegrini gathered the players at the club to watch the draw ceremony together. The first team drawn was Bayern Munich, who would face Atletico Madrid. Upon witnessing this draw, Bayern's manager, Hoeneß, breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly content with the outcome. It is understandable that he felt this way, as the current display of strength by Real Madrid has left all of Europe in awe. No one wishes to encounter them before the decisive moments. Naturally, Bayern preferred to avoid this predicament. As for Manchester City, they had previously faced Bayern during the group stage, where they managed only a draw and a loss in the two-legged encounters, gaining no advantage whatsoever. Although Bayern's strength may not be inferior to that of Manchester City, they are not eager to face them again. Among the three opponents, only Atletico Madrid seems most suitable for them. Following the announcement of the clash between Atletico and Bayern, the remaining two teams were naturally paired together. Manchester City will confront the formidable Real Madrid in the semi-finals, and according to the schedule, they will play at home first and then away, which is quite unfavorable for them. Upon witnessing this draw, the smile on Manchester City chairman Fahim's face faltered slightly. Meanwhile, Real Madrid's president, Florentino, also wore a rather grim expression. What is UEFA playing at? Just because rumors linked us with Manchester City, we are drawn together? Nevertheless, this outcome is not entirely unfavorable. Among the three opponents, perhaps Manchester City is the most suitable for Real Madrid. What they most wish to avoid is Atletico, followed by Bayern. This season, Real Madrid and Atletico have faced each other twice, resulting in one draw and one defeat, with the loss occurring at their home ground. Simeone's Atletico is as stubborn and unpleasant as a foul stone, proving to be quite a challenge. Happy Children's Day to everyone. And may you all grow younger as time goes by. By the way, a small request for monthly votes. This chapter concludes here. Chapter 93. Here we are at Anfield. Yet despair looms over Liverpool. This draw suggests Bayern may be heading to the finals once again. 3 consecutive years reaching the finals. Who else can boast of such a feat? Is Atletico being underestimated? I have a hunch that Bayern might stumble. And I previously believed Real Madrid would lose to Manchester City. Fans are abuzz with discussions regarding this draw. The prevailing sentiment is that this pairing favors Bayern and Real Madrid, significantly enhancing their chances of reaching the finals. Of course, there are dissenting opinions, asserting that Atletico and Manchester City could pose difficulties for Bayern and Real Madrid. Real Madrid's mouthpiece, Marca, insists that they must take Manchester City seriously, especially in the first away match. This season, Manchester City has been formidable at home, suffering only one defeat thus far. Reaching the Etihad Stadium will not be an easy endeavor. AS also contends that with superstars like Lin Quan in Manchester City's lineup, Real Madrid must give their utmost, as any lapse in concentration could lead to dire consequences. However, both AS and Marca concur that if Real Madrid commits fully, their chances of success are still greater. In their pursuit of a 10th Champions League trophy, Real Madrid will overcome all obstacles. Anyone standing in their way will be crushed. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. The Champions League semi-finals will commence on April 24th, with Manchester City hosting Real Madrid in the first leg. This match is crucial. Failing to secure a victory at home against Real Madrid could spell disaster when they travel away. Yet, defeating a Real Madrid side featuring Bale and Cristiano Ronaldo is a daunting task. The Manchester City club seems well aware of the challenges ahead in reaching the finals. Thus, Fahim has personally stepped in to alleviate pressure on the players and coaching staff, allowing them to focus on the league. This season, we have accomplished our established goals. Now, every step we take is a stride into history. Regardless of success or failure, you are all heroes of the team. However, it is important to dream. For who knows what success may bring. Fahim promptly declared that should Manchester City eliminate Real Madrid and reach the finals, the club would bestow a staggering bonus of 10 million. Upon hearing this substantial figure, the players could not help but breathe with a heightened urgency. A sum of 10 million exceeds the annual salary of the majority of the team. Setting aside the glory, even for the sake of this monetary reward, we must triumph over Real Madrid. Witnessing the players' spirits soar, Pellegrini found himself both amused and bewildered. Indeed, wealth stirs the heart. Not only the players, but even he, the coach, felt the allure. On April 12th, 3 days after the conclusion of the Champions League match. The entire Manchester City squad boarded a bus to venture several dozen kilometers to Liverpool, preparing to challenge the once great Reds at Anfield. As one of the 4 powerhouses of the Premier League, Liverpool has not claimed the Premier League title in over 20 years. Their last championship in the top tier of English football was during the 1989-1990 season, prior to the league's reformation. Since the Premier League's inception, Liverpool has yet to lift the trophy again. Coincidentally, the illustrious manager Ferguson's arrival at Old Trafford coincided with Liverpool's decline. Before Ferguson joined Manchester United, they had only 7 trophies, while Liverpool boasted 19. By the time Ferguson departed, Manchester United had surged to 20 titles, surpassing Liverpool and establishing itself as the most successful club in the history of the English top flight. Without question, Ferguson fulfilled his promise, winning 13 Premier League titles for Manchester United, effectively displacing Liverpool from their throne. Now, after enduring the retirement of this venerable figure, the Reds seem to be showing signs of revival. This season, their performance has been remarkable. After 33 matches, they have amassed a total of 74 points, 13 more than their final tally from the previous season. With this total, Liverpool is set to return to the Champions League stage after a 4-year absence. Moreover, with 5 matches remaining in the Premier League, Liverpool still harbors theoretical hopes of clinching the title, albeit the odds are slim. However, for a club that once orchestrated the miracle in Istanbul, how could they concede defeat without battling until the final moment? Currently, Liverpool trails league leaders Manchester City by 7 points. A victory at home would narrow this gap to 4. Following this match, 4 fixtures will remain in the league, and whether they can seize the title hinges on whether Manchester City will falter again. Nonetheless, to retain their championship aspirations, they must secure a win against Manchester City at home. Otherwise, in the subsequent match back at their own ground, a victory for City would crown them champions 3 rounds early. Even the mere theoretical hope is sufficient to drive Liverpool fans, who have gone over 2 decades without a trophy, into a frenzy. Moreover, even if they ultimately fail to seize the championship, they are determined to conquer Manchester City. After all, witnessing others prosper is far more agonizing than suffering losses oneself. The fervor of Liverpool's supporters is palpable, even before Manchester City's coach approached the stadium. It was intercepted en route. "Damn you, Mancunians! Get out of Liverpool! We shall make you weep at Anfield." Such verbal onslaughts are not uncommon. Manchester City has encountered similar hostility in other away matches. British football hooligans are notorious, with some zealous fans not only blocking the visiting team's bus, but also congregating outside their training grounds and hotels to create a cacophony, disrupting their preparations and rest. If it were merely a war of words, it would be tolerable, but the fear lies in the possibility of escalating to physical confrontations, which would spell trouble. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed. An object had been hurled at the bus. A half-full water bottle struck the window, startling Harvey Garcia, who was seated nearby. Their greatest fears had materialized. The sight of the Liverpool supporters, clad in their team's colors, instilled a palpable seriousness among the Manchester City players. One could only speculate how much illicit alcohol these rowdy fans had consumed. Intoxicated, they were prone to irrational behavior. Faced with the surging tide of Liverpool supporters, the Manchester City team leader promptly opted to alert the authorities, seeking police assistance to disperse the fervent crowd. The mounted police, patrolling the vicinity, swiftly arrived at the scene. During every Premier League match, a substantial police presence is deployed to maintain order. Their expertise in managing such fervent fans is well established. With the aid of the mounted officers, Manchester City's bus gradually proceeded, ultimately arriving at Anfield an hour later than scheduled. Due to the delay, Pellegrini had no time to elaborate on tactics. He instructed the players to warm up and acclimatize to the pitch. Time was of the essence. It was imperative that the players elevate their physical readiness before the match commenced. As Manchester City's players stepped onto the field, they were met with a barrage of boos from the Liverpool supporters. Truth be told, the sound of their jeers irked me, igniting a desire to retaliate. The unexpected hostility from Liverpool's fans fueled a rising tide of indignation among the Manchester players. This was both a blessing and a curse. When playing away, the greatest fear is being intimidated by the home crowd's fervor, leading to a timid performance. Observing the demeanor of Manchester City's players, such concerns were alleviated. However, anger also harbors its disadvantages, as it can easily cloud judgment, prompting players to make impulsive decisions, such as committing unnecessary fouls at inopportune times, resulting in yellow or even red cards. On the field, certain players engage in such antics. They provoke their opponents through subtle defensive maneuvers and verbal jibes, inciting irritation that leads to errors. The most notorious example is Zinedine Zidane's infamous headbutt during the 2006 World Cup final, an impulsive act spurred by the taunts of Marco Materazzi, which ultimately cost France the championship and marred Zidane's illustrious career. At Anfield, similar undercurrents seemed to emerge. As the players completed their warm-up and returned to the dressing room, mere minutes remained before the match commenced. Manuel Pellegrini chose not to discuss tactics, but instead inquired, "Did you notice the sign on the facing wall of the players' tunnel?" The players, uncertain of their coach's intent, nodded obediently. "Excellent. Can anyone tell me what it says?" "This is Anfield," someone timidly reminded, as if treating their coach as a forgetful elder. This sign, established by the legendary manager Bill Shankly, has stood for 50 years, and any player who has visited Anfield is undoubtedly aware of its presence, positioned prominently at the entrance of the players' tunnel, unavoidable on the route from the pitch to the dressing room. "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you," echoed the questioned player. "Indeed, this is Anfield," they reiterated loudly. "Yes, this is Anfield," Pellegrini responded after their repetition, articulating with a compelling tone, "This is Anfield, a magnificent stadium, and the most formidable fortress in the Premier League. The home team, Liverpool, boasts 19 league titles and 5 European Cups. In their presence, we are mere shadows." His words cast a pall of frustration over Manchester City's players. Why, before the match had even begun, was the coach extolling their rivals? Was this not an act of diminishing their own stature? Lin Quan cast a glance at Pellegrini. The Chilean's pre-match remarks were surely not meant to undermine the players' morale. Observing their bewildered expressions, the astute engineer smiled slightly and continued, "But what of it? Liverpool's glory resides in the past, while we are on the path to our own legend. One day, Manchester City will rise to prominence, perhaps even eclipsing Liverpool. Now, go forth, step onto that field. Seize victory and the championship from Liverpool. Tell them, you relics, cling to your pride as you descend into oblivion. The new era belongs to us, Manchester City." Pellegrini's fervent declaration ignited a wave of excitement among the players. What weighs most heavily on the hearts of Manchester City fans and players is the incessant discourse surrounding history and tradition, elements that elude them entirely. They are perceived as nouveau riche, a club recently ascendant. In stark contrast, they find themselves pitted against Liverpool, a team steeped in Premier League history and adorned with a plethora of accolades. This vast chasm of legacy could easily induce feelings of inferiority in the Manchester City players. Yet, such feelings are conspicuously absent. Instead, they are imbued with a fervent desire to assert their dominance over a club of Liverpool's stature. As they entered the players' tunnel, Liverpool's athletes scrutinized their adversaries, seemingly eager to detect any signs of trepidation or anxiety on the faces of these perceived upstarts. However, what they encountered was not the fear they anticipated. The Manchester City players exhibited no signs of apprehension or nervousness. Rather, they appeared eager and ready to engage in battle. It seemed they could hardly contain their eagerness to commence the match. At 7 p.m. sharp, with the sound of the referee's whistle, the encounter at Anfield between Liverpool and Manchester City officially commenced. Prior to the match, the fervent supporters of the Reds had already begun to raise their voices in song, belting out the world-renowned anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone." Fueled by the enthusiasm of tens of thousands of fans, Liverpool launched a vigorous offensive against Manchester City, aiming to swiftly dismantle their opponents. Players such as Coutinho, Sterling, Suarez, and Skrtel were exceptionally active in their attacking endeavors, eliciting waves of applause and cheers from the crowd. However, their rivals did not appear intimidated by this onslaught. From the outset, Manchester City displayed remarkable initiative, boldly engaging Liverpool in an open contest. Players like Lin Quan, Aguero, David Silva, and Navas frequently threatened Liverpool's goal. The two teams engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks at Anfield. The audacity of Manchester City left Liverpool's supporters in a state of astonishment. It is rare for visiting teams to dare to challenge Liverpool in such a manner. In response to their opponent's arrogance, Liverpool fans sang with even greater fervor, wishing to lend their energy to the players on the pitch, urging them to vanquish the rival squad. The pace of the match was exhilarating. Within just 15 minutes of the first half, both teams had combined for 10 shots on goal, averaging a chance every minute and a half. Such a relentless offensive display foreshadowed a match brimming with goals. Sure enough, in the 16th minute of the first half, the first goal arrived. Liverpool's attacking midfielder Sterling received a pass from Suarez, penetrated the penalty area, evaded Domitius, and deftly slotted the ball into the near corner, putting Liverpool ahead. The atmosphere at Anfield ignited as Sterling's goal sent the supporters into a frenzy of celebration, as if the match had already been secured. Yet, merely a minute later, Manchester City equalized. After David Silva and Lin Quan executed a brilliant wall pass, the latter surged into the right side of the penalty area. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, he deftly squared the ball across the goal, assisting Aguero, who deftly slotted it home, swiftly leveling the score for Manchester City. The score transformed into 1-1. Damn it. Why won't these wretched Manchester folks just resign themselves to defeat? The Liverpool fans were incensed. They had only just begun to celebrate, and many had yet to finish their revelry when their rival struck. It left them feeling as though they had swallowed a fly. However, the discomfort was far from over. In the 27th minute, Cruz took a corner kick, and Yaya Touré, at the near post, headed the ball against the upright. In the ensuing chaos, Lin Quan astutely followed up, driving the ball once more into Liverpool's net. Manchester City had turned the tide, momentarily leading Liverpool 2-1. Lin Quan's goal silenced the anthems at Anfield. The Liverpool supporters seemed to forget their songs, staring in disbelief at their own goal. What was this? Were they trailing? They had not only withstood Liverpool's onslaught, but had also taken the lead in a counterattack? A sense of foreboding washed over the Liverpool fans. After finally wearing down Manchester United, Liverpool's fortunes had seemingly taken a turn for the better this season, with many Red supporters believing it was a sign of their team's resurgence. Yet, Manchester City's 2 goals within a span of 10 minutes felt like buckets of cold water splashed upon them, jolting them back to reality. They were facing the Premier League leaders, not a mere pushover. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the Red supporters harmoniously sang their anthem once more. Through the wild winds, through the torrential rains, let the world mock your dreams. Press on, you will never walk alone. With the fervent singing of the fans, the Liverpool players were invigorated, launching a relentless barrage toward Manchester City's goal. Finally, in the 37th minute, Liverpool scored again. Skirtle connected with Gerrard's cross, shaking off Lescott at the near post to head the ball into the net. 2-2. Liverpool fiercely equalized. The fans erupted in excitement, celebrating as if leveling the score was a monumental achievement. However, Manchester City, like an indomitable cockroach, displayed an unnerving resilience. In the 43rd minute, De Bruyne delivered a lethal through ball, and Lin Quan, successfully timing his run to avoid offside, bore down on goal, effortlessly evading the on-rushing goalkeeper before slotting the ball into the empty net, achieving his brace. 3-2, Manchester City regained the lead. Despair began to settle among the Liverpool fans. Why was their opponent so tenacious? The chapter ends here, with a plea for votes. Chapter 94, a hat trick, royal celebration. One must ask Anfield, who is the true king? Liverpool's fans lamented while Manchester City's supporters marveled. Truly, Anfield lives up to its legacy as a storied powerhouse. In the realm of English football, it is likely that only Liverpool can fiercely contend with Manchester City in a head-to-head battle. As the first half concluded, Manchester City returned to the locker room with a slender lead of 1 goal. Before departing, Lin Quan took a moment to glance at the Liverpool supporters in Anfield, who had been singing for over half an hour. They seemed to have grown weary. Compared to the beginning of the match, Anfield had quieted considerably. Oh, this is quite satisfactory. Within the home team's locker room, Liverpool's manager, Rodgers, was fervently rallying his players. There was no need for elaborate speeches. A mere reminder that this is Anfield was sufficient to ignite the players' fighting spirit, especially for their captain, Gerrard, who held the club's honor and dignity in the highest regard. Meanwhile, in the visitors' locker room, Pellegrini was also delivering his final exhortations. Lin, how does it feel to play at Anfield? Absolutely fantastic. Are you eager to score another and complete your hat trick? Of course. Pellegrini was pleased with Lin Quan's response, and then turned to Aguero. Aguero, how does it feel to silence the Liverpool fans with your goals? Aguero puffed out his chest and proudly declared, "It's magnificent." Well then, let us score another and keep them quiet forever. I'm more than willing. Pellegrini engaged each player individually, inspiring them with varied encouragement. As they emerged from the locker room, the determination of the Manchester City players radiated like a blinding sun, impossible to behold. On the other side, the Liverpool players were fueled by a fiery desire for revenge, burning intensely. It was evident that both teams would persist with their offensive strategies into the second half, refusing to yield an inch. In the stands, Arsenal's manager, Wenger, arrived to closely observe this top-of-the-table clash. His team was soon to face Manchester City in the semi-finals of the FA Cup, marking the third encounter between the two this season. Arsenal had previously endured one draw and one loss, finding themselves at a disadvantage. The draw they managed was against a City side featuring predominantly substitutes, rendering it of limited reference value. Thus, Wenger intended to assess Manchester City's current form, pondering whether their recent schedule, laden with simultaneous competitions, might have led to a decline in performance. There seemed to be no reason for Arsenal to falter at the end of the season when other teams maintained their strength. This season, Manchester City's matches were not fewer than Arsenal's, and with a more grueling schedule recently, Wenger found himself filled with expectation. While the league title was beyond Arsenal's grasp this season, clinching an FA Cup title would still be a commendable achievement. Though the prestige of the FA Cup does not rival that of the league, it holds significantly more importance than the League Cup. Arsenal had endured a decade without silverware, a stark contrast to Liverpool's 20-year drought, as their own 10 years without a trophy was truly void of any triumphs. Liverpool may have fallen short of clinching the league title, yet they proudly possess a prestigious Champions League trophy, alongside 4 League Cups and 3 FA Cups. In stark contrast, Arsenal has yet to secure a league title, a Champions League, an FA Cup, or even a League Cup. Arsenal cannot persist in this barren spell. If they continue to remain trophyless, the morale within the team may ultimately disintegrate. Therefore, it is imperative that they capture the FA Cup title this season. Let them strive fiercely, battling Liverpool with unwavering resolve. Arsenal, lacking the strength to contend for glory, finds little significance in the outcome of this match. Wenger's sole hope resides in the notion that Manchester City might expend considerable energy in their clash against Liverpool, thereby enhancing Arsenal's chances in the forthcoming FA Cup semi-final. As if echoing Wenger's sentiments, the second half of the match between Manchester City and Liverpool unfolded with immense intensity. In the 55th minute, Liverpool capitalized on a defensive blunder from City, with Coutinho netting a goal to level the score once more, bringing it to 3-3. City swiftly retaliated. In the 61st minute, De Bruyne executed a direct free kick that transformed the score to 4-3. Then, in the 67th minute, Lin Quan's long-range shot found the back of the net, completing his hat trick and extending City's lead to 2 goals with a score of 5-3. Following his goal, Lin Quan once again struck the pose he had previously performed at Old Trafford, raising his collar and surveying the stadium, challenging Anfield with the question of who truly reigns supreme. This audacious display incited a chorus of boos from the passionate Liverpool supporters, who were incensed by his arrogance. Yet, their jeers seemed utterly feeble in the face of Lin Quan's triumphant hat trick. While derision may not vanquish an opponent, goals certainly can. In contrast to the irate Liverpool fans, Manchester City supporters were elated. Lin Quan is magnificent, they exclaimed. I adore Lin Quan's celebration for this hat trick. Let us name this celebration. How about calling it the Royal Celebration? That doesn't quite resonate. Cristiano Ronaldo has his SIU. Perhaps we shall simply call Lin Quan's the king? Why this nomenclature? It draws from Cantona, who employed a similar celebration, famously dubbed the king. It's amusing to think that Cantona could never have anticipated Lin Quan not only adopting his celebration, but doing so in a match against Manchester United. Cantona, in an interview, once expressed his desire to have a chat with Lin Quan. What could they possibly discuss? Perhaps matters of copyright? By the way, have you noticed? Lin Quan seems to reserve this particular celebration for when he completes a hat trick against top-tier clubs. Indeed, it appears that this season, Lin Quan has achieved several hat tricks in the Premier League, yet aside from the match against Manchester United and this one, he has not utilized such a flamboyant celebration. This suggests that this manner of celebration is specifically aimed at the elite clubs, does it not? Including this match, Lin Huang has now completed a hat trick at the home grounds of 2 prestigious clubs, Manchester United and Liverpool. Will Chelsea or Arsenal be next? The Gunners supporters tremble with trepidation while the Blues fans linger in anxious anticipation. As a pivotal clash in the title race towards the season's end, the viewership for this match was immense. Beyond the more than 50,000 fans present at the stadium, hundreds of millions more tuned in via the internet and television. Although this figure does not match the staggering 1 billion viewers that the Manchester United vs Arsenal match in the 2007 to 2008 season garnered, it still represents a commendable viewership for the Premier League in recent years, particularly for a relatively new contender like Manchester City, which lacks a rich historical legacy and a vast global fan base. Undoubtedly, a significant portion of these viewers were drawn specifically by Lin Quan's presence, including fans from Germany, Spain, and a considerable number from China. Without Lin Quan, the viewership ratings would likely have halved as the top leagues approach their climax. The intensity of the title race in La Liga is evidently more fervent and thrilling. In the final rounds of the league, the three Spanish titans remain tightly contested, each harboring hopes of lifting the trophy. Consequently, the battle for the La Liga championship has been particularly captivating for fans this season. In contrast, the Premier League has lacked a similar allure due to Manchester City's substantial lead. Nevertheless, for those who chose to watch this match, it was undoubtedly worth every penny. In a mere 60 minutes, the two teams had already netted 8 goals, averaging a goal every 8 minutes. This goal fest left neutral fans exhilarated, while supporters of Liverpool and Manchester City experienced a roller coaster of emotions. Only after Manchester City extended their lead did the Blue Moon supporters finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the scoreline at 5-3, it seemed unlikely that Liverpool could mount a comeback. The home fans at Anfield were on the verge of despair after finally scoring, only to see their hopes dashed as City responded with 2 quick goals. Why were Manchester City proving to be such a formidable opponent? Despite donning blue kits, Liverpool fans could only see the looming shadow of the Red Devils. The spectre of Manchester's teams is relentless. Having subdued Manchester United, Manchester City has now risen to prominence. Liverpool's struggle is undeniably arduous. Yet, Liverpool has demonstrated their remarkable resilience, reminiscent of their miraculous triumph in Istanbul. While most teams might succumb to despair after repeatedly equalizing and then falling behind, Liverpool perseveres. Under the leadership of Gerrard, even when 2 goals down, they relentlessly pressed forward in their attack against Manchester City. Luis Suarez, who had yet to find the net, exhibited an impressive level of determination during this critical juncture. In the 72nd minute, a confrontation erupted between Luis Suarez and Manchester City defender Pablo Zabaleta during a fierce contest for possession. Suarez had long harbored discontent towards the City defender, and in a moment of exasperation, he unleashed his fury, sinking his teeth into Zabaleta's shoulder. As Zabaleta was preparing to return to his defensive position, he suddenly felt a searing pain in his right shoulder and let out a cry of anguish. The referee promptly halted the match, approaching Suarez to issue a red card, expelling him from the field. Suarez had a notorious history, having bitten Chelsea's defender Branislav Ivanovic the previous season, which resulted in a 10-match suspension from the FA. That particular incident had gone unnoticed by the referee at the time, sparking considerable controversy in the aftermath. Consequently, referees officiating Liverpool matches had been tasked with a new responsibility: to keep a vigilant eye on Suarez and prevent any further biting incidents. As the current season neared its conclusion, Suarez had appeared to have mended his ways, displaying commendable conduct since his return from suspension. However, the shocking recurrence of his misconduct caught everyone off guard. This time, the referee was resolute, determined not to overlook the transgression nor show any leniency towards him. Suarez, unyielding in his dissent, seemed to protest vehemently against the decision, reluctant to leave the pitch. Steven Gerrard, unaware of the details of the altercation between Suarez and Zabaleta, rushed to intervene upon witnessing Suarez's red card. "Luis, enough. Let go of today's unpleasantness and head to the sidelines," he urged, realizing the gravity of the situation. Given Suarez's prior 10-match ban, the impending punishment this time could be even more severe. Suarez had already been contemplating departure, and a new suspension would only amplify the likelihood of his exit. Gerrard, having played alongside many athletes, recognized Suarez's exceptional talent. He was undoubtedly one of the finest forwards in the world. For Liverpool, Suarez's offensive prowess was irreplaceable. Should he depart, the team's attacking capabilities would inevitably diminish, indicating that without targeted reinforcements during the summer transfer window, Liverpool's performance in the upcoming season might falter. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Gerrard let out a sigh. This season, Liverpool had finally shown signs of improvement, igniting hopes of a championship. However, misfortune struck as they faced the formidable Manchester City. Even if the current season proved challenging, Retaining this squad could still present opportunities next season. Yet, with Suarez's potential departure, Liverpool's aspirations for the title would become significantly more arduous. As the captain of Liverpool, having dedicated so many years to the club without securing even a single league championship, Gerrard felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and frustration. At 34 years of age, he feared his time to battle for Liverpool's glory was swiftly running out. Before his retirement, Gerrard's greatest aspiration was to witness the Reds lifting the league trophy once more. However, upon glancing at the youthful faces of Manchester City's players, Gerrard shook his head. This desire, alas, seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. The absence of Suarez significantly diminished Liverpool's attacking prowess, rendering them incapable of altering the scoreline. Manchester City, meanwhile, found satisfaction in their performance, having netted 5 goals at Anfield, thus breaking a nearly 2-decade-old record for the most goals conceded by Liverpool at home. Given that Liverpool had previously suffered defeats at home to Huddersfield in 0-8 and Birmingham City in 19, City was deprived of the opportunity to bestow a new record upon the Reds. Otherwise, they would have been keen to attempt it. Ultimately, propelled by Lin Quan's hat-trick, Manchester City triumphed in this top-of-the-table clash, defeating their direct league rivals Liverpool 5-3 on their home turf. Following this match, City's lead over Liverpool expanded to 10 points. However, due to Chelsea's victory in their match, they surged ahead of Liverpool, claiming second place. Thus, City now leads the second-place team by 9 points, and with 4 rounds remaining in the league. A victory in their next match would nearly secure the championship for them. Manchester City is approaching their second league title with increasing certainty. While Manchester City was extending their lead in the league against Liverpool, an intriguing event unfolded in La Liga. After City eliminated Barcelona using a long-pass counter-attacking strategy in the Champions League, BBC lauded this tactic in their reports, suggesting it could effectively counter Barcelona. Perhaps influenced by BBC's commentary, a certain unnamed team in La Liga decided to test City's long-pass strategy in their upcoming match against Barcelona. Remarkably, they succeeded. The Barcelona players, freshly humbled by City's tactical execution, were gripped by panic upon witnessing their league rivals employing the same approach. Their defenders and midfielders appeared to recall the fear instilled by City's dominance, resulting in a performance fraught with hesitation, neither daring to advance nor retreat. Consequently, they were soundly defeated 1-0 by Granada, a team significantly inferior in strength. In this final sprint for the championship, Barcelona unexpectedly faltered. If everyone had lost, it would have been one thing. However, Real Madrid achieved a resounding 4-0 victory over Almeria at home, while Atletico Madrid secured a vital 2-0 win against Getafe away, both earning crucial 3 points. As a result, following these matches, Barcelona, who had initially trailed Atletico by just 1 point, now found themselves 4 points adrift. Even Real Madrid, who had previously been humbled by them in a fierce encounter, surpassed Barcelona in the standings owing to this victory, rising to second place in the league. Should this point differential persist until the final match, Barcelona could find themselves in an exceedingly awkward situation. Should they draw, or even lose at home to Atletico, they would witness their rivals clinch the championship on their own turf. However, should they triumph over Atletico Madrid, they would unwittingly bestow the league championship upon Real Madrid, who possess a significant goal difference advantage. Both outcomes are difficult for Barcelona to accept, yet they find themselves devoid of control over the situation, a consequence of their own missteps. Following the match, the patience of Barcelona fans, who were already dissatisfied with Martino's failure in the Champions League, completely evaporated. In just 1 year, this individual has shattered multiple records at Barcelona. It marks the first time in 6 years that they have slipped out of the top 2 in the league standings. And for the first time in 6 years, they have failed to reach the Champions League semifinals. The foundation of the glorious dream team is on the verge of being dismantled by this man. Consequently, calls for a change in management have grown increasingly fervent. With the loss of fan support, Martino's favorable days at Barcelona are essentially numbered. After this season concludes, even if Martino clings to his position, it is highly probable that the club will dismiss him. But what then? Who would they recruit to take the helm at Barcelona? The youth team coach Enrique has departed. Would they consider bringing him back? Rather than reinstating Enrique, they might as well invite the illustrious Guardiola back into the fold. It has been a mere 2 years since Guardiola's departure, and already, Barcelona's supporters are reminiscing about the splendor of his 4-season tenure. However, Guardiola is thriving at Bayern. leading his team into the semi-finals and on the cusp of the finals. At this juncture, would he even entertain a return? Chapter 95, a rematch with Arsenal. Wenger in a frenzy. April 13th, London, Wembley Stadium. The FA Cup semi-final between Manchester City and Arsenal is underway. Following a fierce clash with Liverpool the previous day, Manchester City has yet to fully regain their composure, finding themselves at a distinct disadvantage in this encounter. As early as the quarterfinals, Manchester City had requested a postponement of the semi-final match from the FA. However, Arsenal was unwilling to grant a delay, determined to secure the championship and unwilling to provide Manchester City the opportunity to recuperate. With Arsenal opposing the postponement, Manchester City sought to delay their league fixture instead, believing that this request would be more favorably received. Yet, the FA denied their application, citing that Manchester City's 29th round match had already been postponed, and further delays would complicate the scheduling. Ultimately, negotiations proved fruitless, and Manchester City had to accept the grueling back-to-back match arrangement. Consequently, Pellegrini opted to place most of the starters from the previous match on the bench, fielding a squad comprising predominantly substitutes and a few key players to face Arsenal's challenge. Although Lin Quan emphasized that his fitness was not an issue, Pellegrini still chose to keep him among the substitutes. He preferred to conserve such a formidable asset, allowing Lin Quan to rest for as long as possible, intending to unleash him in the second half when Arsenal's stamina waned, which might yield even better results. Moreover, during their last encounter at the Emirates Stadium, Manchester City's substitutes nearly toppled Arsenal, this time with several key players returning. They might secure victory without the need for Lin Quan's presence. Manchester City has previously faced the challenge of 2 matches in quick succession during the festive league season, yet they managed to endure that trial successfully. As the league approaches its concluding phase, Manchester City will have fewer matches ahead, if they can persevere through this arduous period. A well-deserved respite awaits them. Arsenal is determined to claim victory in this match. Assistant coach Kudus, upon seeing Arsenal's starting lineup, expressed his concerns to Pellegrini. In stark contrast to Manchester City's lineup, Arsenal has fielded their strongest squad, even going so far as to request a 3-day postponement of the league to prepare specifically for this FA Cup clash, suggesting they have been strategizing for at least a week. After a decade without silverware, Wenger is undoubtedly reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. The other 2 teams that have reached the FA Cup semi-finals do not possess formidable strength. Alongside Arsenal and Manchester City, there are Hull City and Sheffield. Hull City is a mid-table team in the Premier League, of average capability. Sheffield, on the other hand, competes in the 3rd tier of English football. And this year's FA Cup has seen numerous surprises, with a team from League One advancing to the semi-finals, even harboring hopes of reaching the final, a remarkably rare occurrence. Even for the unpredictable FA Cup, this situation is undoubtedly influenced by the early exits of several powerhouse teams. Manchester United fell to Swansea in their opening match. Chelsea succumbed to Manchester City in February, and Liverpool faced elimination at the hands of Arsenal. Thus, only the 2 strong teams, Manchester City and Arsenal, have progressed to the Final Four. Now, with these 2 clubs drawn against each other, opportunities arise for the other teams. In knockout tournaments, where a single match determines the victor, the element of chance is significant. One must not underestimate even a team from League One, as elite clubs cannot afford to falter. Should they be eliminated, it would be a mark of disgrace. As the 2 conversed, the match commenced. Arsenal swiftly seized control of the game from the outset, leveraging their physical advantage to dominate Manchester City's midfield, launching attacks on their goal. Pellegrini, aware of his players' subpar fitness levels, opted not to engage Arsenal in a midfield battle. Instead, he instructed his team to retreat into their half, adopting a defensive counterattack strategy. In such a one-off match, often a solitary goal suffices for victory. Thus, Manchester City's objective is to ensure their goal remains unbreached while calmly seeking counterattacking opportunities to deliver a decisive blow, sending Arsenal into despair. Arsenal, too, understands this principle. Wenger chose not to include Ozil, opting instead for the combination of Cazorla and Arteta. Arteta's defensive prowess effectively shields Cazorla, allowing the Spaniard to focus on showcasing his offensive talents. In this match, Wenger's tactical emphasis lies prominently on the offensive front. Arsenal's intricate passing and movement have always been resplendent. As long as they can execute their desired strategy, scoring is seldom a concern. The crux of the matter lies in whether they can contain Manchester City's counterattacks. This thought compelled Wenger's gaze to rest upon City's winger, Nasri, who had previously instilled considerable trepidation in Arsenal during his last appearance at the Emirates Stadium. Fortunately, Manchester City was not in peak physical condition, and Lin, who played the full match last time, was not in the starting lineup this time. Otherwise, Arsenal's defensive task would have been considerably more arduous. Should they overcome Manchester City and reach the final, their chances of triumph against either Hull City or Sheffield United would exceed 80%. Thus, if Wenger can surmount the formidable obstacle that is Manchester City, he will secure his first championship trophy in a decade. Onward, my children. Tread over the remains of Manchester City to claim the honor that rightfully belongs to us. Wenger silently rallied his players. The Arsenal players on the pitch clearly grasped this sentiment, aware that they were tantalizingly close to the FA Cup trophy. Their fervent desire for victory propelled them into a frenzy of assaults on Manchester City's penalty area. Ramsey, Podolski, Cazorla, and others repeatedly seized opportunities to shoot. However, their attacks were consistently thwarted by Manchester City's defense. Though City appeared to be on the back foot, their defensive line was not easily breached. After tightening their defense, Arsenal's esteemed passing strategy began to falter, as the congestion within City's penalty area left them with insufficient space to execute their intricate plays. Moreover, Arsenal was unable to capitalize on their two primary weapons against dense defenses, long-range shots and set pieces. Throughout the first half, they attempted 6 long-range shots, none of which posed a significant threat. Following their encounter with Barcelona, Manchester City's defensive capabilities had notably improved. Although Arsenal's passing game was formidable, it paled in comparison to Barcelona's prowess. Barcelona excelled at exploiting their opponents' mistakes, while Arsenal thrived on creating opportunities for themselves. Yet, regardless of the approach, both required ample space for passing and receiving. Thus, a compact defense effectively restricts such tactics. Manchester City adopted this strategy in the match, despite appearing somewhat beleaguered. External criticism was unwarranted. After all, with 2 matches in 2 days, even the most resilient players would struggle. Forcing them to engage in an end-to-end battle with Arsenal could result in exhaustion within a single half. Furthermore, City was not merely adopting a defensive posture. They actively sought opportunities. In the first half, they mounted several threatening counterattacks, and had it not been for timely fouls by Arsenal's defenders, who incurred bookings to halt City's advances, Arsenal might have found themselves conceding a goal. As the first half concluded with a score of 0-0, neither side had managed to find the net. Arsenal was the first to make a tactical adjustment in the second half, as Wenger opted to substitute French striker Giroud for Podolski. Giroud, a target man forward, boasts a tall and robust physique, capable of holding up the ball and facilitating play for his teammates. The player possesses commendable technical skills and excels in aerial duels and headers. Introducing him onto the field, whether as a pivotal figure in the front line or contesting in the penalty area, proves to be an astute decision. Given Manchester City's compact defensive setup, it becomes imperative to enhance the efficiency of set-piece opportunities. This tactical adjustment bore fruit swiftly. In the 55th minute, Arsenal earned another set-piece chance. Cazorla's free kick was lofted into the box, where Giroud outmuscled a Manchester City defender to win the header. Regrettably, when he attempted to direct the ball towards goal, his effort lacked power, resulting in an easily collected attempt by Joe Hart. Giroud, brushing his head, expressed dissatisfaction with this header. However, his teammates, witnessing his ability to contest effectively, grew increasingly confident, subsequently targeting him during free kicks and corners. This development caught the attention of Manchester City. Yet they were limited by the presence of only one tall defender, Lescott, while Arsenal boasted 2 aerial threats, the towering Mertesacker at 1.98 meters and the 1.93 meter Giroud. With both players advancing into the City penalty area, Lescott was compelled to mark the more threatening player. A few minutes later, Arsenal was awarded another corner. Cazorla delivered the corner, and Giroud, with determination, once again won the header, delivering a quality effort. Observing the impending header, Joe Hart instinctively raised his arm and, in the process, managed to intercept the ball. Following this save, both Hart and Giroud were momentarily stunned. Defending against a header is notoriously challenging due to the proximity and speed, leaving little reaction time for the goalkeeper. Giroud was taken aback by Hart's timely response and the fact that he managed to make the save. Truly, Hart exemplified the prowess of England's national goalkeeper. Meanwhile, Hart felt a stroke of luck, He hadn't anticipated the need for such a reaction and merely raised his arm instinctively. Seeing Giroud's active presence, Lescott promptly abandoned Mertesacker to focus on him. Moreover, in their defensive efforts, Manchester's defenders employed subtle tactics to disrupt his comfort in shooting, temporarily alleviating the threat and plunging Arsenal back into a struggle to find the net. Nevertheless, Giroud, displaying his intelligence, quickly adjusted his strategy upon realizing he was being closely marked. In the 76th minute, Arsenal's corner was taken, and Giroud again outjumped Lescott to claim the header. However, as he leapt, Lescott cunningly tugged at him, hindering Giroud's ability to generate power in his shot. While airborne, Giroud noticed Ramsey, who had retreated to an unmarked position at the edge of the penalty area. Without hesitation, he directed the ball to Ramsey. This unexpected choice bewildered the Manchester City players, who had anticipated Giroud would attempt to score himself, only to be surprised by the pass. The nearest City defender immediately surged towards Ramsey, yet Ramsey's reaction was quicker. Just before the defender could close in, he assessed the goalkeeper's position and unleashed a shot. The shot was aimed at the upper left corner of the goal. While Joe Hart was momentarily distracted by Giroud on the right side of the penalty area, standing closer to the right side of the goal. At that moment, it was too late for him to leap into action. With a swift whoosh, the football, under the gaze of tens of thousands of fans at Wembley Stadium, soared into Manchester City's net. After an intense offensive display for most of the half, Arsenal finally found the back of the net. A tremendous roar erupted as the fervent supporters at Wembley succumbed to a state of ecstasy and frenzy. Arsenal was in the lead. "We are actually ahead. Well done, Ramsey." On the field, Ramsey exuberantly shed his jersey and began to sprint joyfully across the pitch after scoring. His teammates pursued him relentlessly, catching up and tumbling him to the ground in a wild celebration. This goal was crucial. After an extended period of struggle, Arsenal's players had begun to show signs of impatience. Had they failed to score, their mentality could have faltered, potentially leading to a collapse in the dying moments of the match. However, at this critical juncture, Ramsey stepped up, stabilizing the team's morale with his goal and pulling Arsenal back from the brink of despair. "Well done, Aaron." Arteta vigorously ruffled Ramsey's hair, excitedly exclaiming to him. It was a splendid assist from Giroud. Ramsey did not forget to acknowledge his good friend who provided the setup. Had Giroud not recognized his run, Ramsey would have never had the chance to shoot. "Hey, I saw your run, so I passed it to you. I didn't expect you to actually score. I should have passed to you sooner." Giroud, equally thrilled, had only been on the pitch for a few minutes, but had already secured an assist. Although he hadn't scored himself, contributing to the team's victory, possibly even a championship, was immensely gratifying. On the sidelines, Wenger, witnessing Ramsey's goal, was engulfed in a frenzy. He clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and trembled with fervor, his expression a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. This moment had been long awaited and deeply suppressed for far too long. 10 years. A full decade. No one understood the significance of this goal better than he did. Yet, at that moment, he caught a glimpse of Manchester City's number 10 preparing to enter the field. Upon his arrival, Lin Quan silently approached his own goal, patting Joe Hart on the shoulder, who was venting his emotions by pounding the turf, retrieving the ball from the net, and returning it to the center circle. Lin Quan placed the ball at the kickoff point, hands on hips, calmly observing the jubilant Arsenal supporters, his expression devoid of any negative emotions such as frustration or impatience. Lin Quan's entrance sent a chill through Wenger's heart. No, the match was not over yet. They could not afford to be complacent. The number of times the team faltered at critical moments was far too many, instilling fear not only in Arsenal's supporters, but even in Wenger himself. Contemplating this, Wenger swiftly made tactical adjustments, instructing his players to fortify their defense. Continuing the offensive at this juncture posed too great a risk. With Lin Quan now on the field, Manchester City would undoubtedly escalate their attack. If they continue to advance, the backfield will be perilously vacant, providing Manchester City with ample opportunities. However, should they commit fully to defense, given Arsenal's capabilities, it would not be particularly challenging to withstand the final moments of the match. Yet, when faced with the relentless Lin Quan, can his defenders truly hold their ground? Contemplating this, Wenger glanced at the substitutes bench and summoned Gibbs to warm up, preparing to introduce another defender to bolster their defense. If the quality is lacking, one can always increase the numbers. Deploying 5 defenders should suffice, one would hope. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 96, a zero-angle strike, securing Arsenal's decade without a trophy. Wenger's conjecture proved accurate as Manchester City's counterattack was swift and fierce. In the 78th minute, Lin Quan coordinated with Nasri on the flank, executing a 1-2 to evade the defenders, with Nasri driving the ball towards the byline. Unfortunately, his cross towards the goal was slightly too close to the goalkeeper, who intercepted it with a timely intervention. Moments later, Manchester City pressed forward once more. Lin Quan's long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area was narrowly tipped over the bar by the goalkeeper, resulting in a corner kick for City. Lin Quan took it upon himself to execute the corner. He approached the corner area, surveyed the positioning of players and the goalkeeper within the box, then gestured to his teammates to target the back post. Observing this signal, the Manchester City players surged towards the back post, prompting the Arsenal players to follow suit. However, unexpectedly, this was a tactical corner. As the opposing players flocked to the back post, Lin Quan swiftly passed the ball to the right side of the penalty area to Xavi Garcia. The latter delivered a precise through ball to Lin Quan, who had surged into the box from the corner area. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan charged into the penalty area. Arsenal's goalkeeper, Fabianski, promptly chose to rush out, arms extended and center of gravity lowered, attempting to block Lin Quan's shooting angle. With most players in the box gravitating towards the back post, the area near the right side of the box was relatively vacant. Had he not advanced, Lin Quan would have had the luxury of adjusting for a shot. Fabianski's decision was remarkably decisive. Had he hesitated even slightly longer, Lin Quan would have undoubtedly taken his shot. Given that Lin Quan had just sprinted from the corner area, his angle for shooting was already narrow. With the goalkeeper's intervention, it was rendered nearly impossible. Rather than forcing a shot, Lin Quan maintained his composure and passed to his teammate. Unfortunately, Xavi Garcia was a fraction slow to react, failing to make an immediate run forward. By the time he received the ball, Arsenal's defenders had regained their positions, obstructing his shooting angle. Witnessing Xavi Garcia's attempt to deflect off a defender's leg and out for a goal kick, Lin Quan could not suppress a sigh. If only De Bruyne or David Silva had been on the pitch, that opportunity would surely have been converted. On the sidelines, Pellegrini recognized this issue. He quickly summoned the warmed-up De Bruyne, whispering a few instructions in his ear before swiftly substituting him onto the field. Lin Quan, clutching the ball, returned to the corner area, observing the impending substitution for Manchester City. He took his time before executing the corner, waiting until De Bruyne entered the fray before signaling to his teammates once more. Upon observing Manchester City's players, they instinctively gravitated towards the back post, making another dash in that direction. Arsenal, having already fallen for this ploy once, could not afford to be deceived a second time. Thus, apart from Mertesacker, who was tasked with marking Lescott, the only aerial threat from Manchester City, the rest remained stationary. However, just as they believed Manchester City was attempting to mislead them once more, Lin Quan indeed delivered the ball to the back post. Lescott seized the opportunity, leaping above Mertesacker with vigor. Although he stood a full 7 centimeters shorter than Mertesacker, his early jump allowed him to connect with the ball ahead of his opponent. With a resounding thud, the football soared towards the goal. Fabianski, caught off guard, leapt in vain, too late to intervene as the ball found its way into the net. Manchester City swiftly equalized in the 83rd minute. Following the goal, Lescott exuberantly dashed to the sidelines, raising his arms high to solicit applause and cheers from the Manchester City supporters present. The fans were utterly elated. Initially, Arsenal's goal at the 76th minute had cast a shadow of dread over them, igniting concerns about their team's prospects of advancing to the final. To their astonishment, the team managed to equalize so promptly. It appeared that my presence was unnecessary for this battle to be resolved. De Bruyne had just entered the fray, and before he could even touch the ball, the score was leveled, lifting his spirits considerably. He had intended to play the role of savior, only to realize that he had been overly sentimental. Now that they had equalized, however, they needed yet another goal to secure victory. Lin Quan glanced at Arsenal's goal, clearly dissatisfied with the 1-1 scoreline. Have you thought of a new strategy? De Bruyne, familiar with Lin Quan's thought process, surmised that he was likely formulating a plan. Well, I intend to do this. Upon hearing Lin Quan's proposal, De Bruyne expressed his doubts, asking, will that truly work? We won't know until we try. But you must provide me with cover. All right, I'll cooperate with you. While De Bruyne was uncertain of the efficacy of Lin Quan's approach, he chose to place his faith in him. The Manchester City players were acutely aware of the time constraints, unwilling to let Arsenal drag them into extra time or a penalty shootout. Thus, They swiftly concluded their celebrations and returned to the pitch, intent on intensifying their offensive efforts to resolve the match before the final whistle. Manchester City's goal had significantly undermined Arsenal's morale, causing players to question themselves. Despite deploying 5 defenders, why were they still unable to thwart the opponent's advance? They had labored tirelessly for a goal, only to see the opposition equalize so easily from a corner kick. How could they continue under such circumstances? On the bench, Wenger was equally disheartened. Was it truly his fate to remain trophyless? No, there remained a glimmer of hope. If they could prolong the match into extra time, their opponent's fatigue would become increasingly apparent, providing Arsenal with another opportunity. Upon contemplating this, Wenger promptly issued commands to the players on the field, urging them to persist with their defensive strategy, maintaining the 1-1 scoreline until the final whistle. It must be said that this approach appeared somewhat conservative. At that moment, had Arsenal opted to take risks and engage Manchester City in an offensive exchange, the outcome could have been uncertain. After all, Manchester City's midfield was lacking in stamina. Should the opponents have pressed forward to contest control of the midfield, they might have faltered. However, at a critical juncture, Arsenal retreated. They relinquished control of the midfield, allowing Manchester City to comfortably dictate the tempo of the match and orchestrate attacks from the center of the pitch. Observing Arsenal's continued commitment to a defensive stance, Pellegrini could not help but shake his head. Frankly, he was not entirely in agreement with Wenger's substitutions. Had he replaced a defender with a more combative midfielder, Manchester City might have truly faced dire consequences. Yet, after glancing at Arsenal's bench, he began to comprehend Wenger's predicament. It was not that Wenger lacked insight. Rather, he had no suitable players at his disposal. Ozil, Eisfeld, and Karlstrom were ill-suited for the gritty tasks at hand. Their introduction could only yield adverse effects. With De Bruyne's entrance, Manchester City's attacks became increasingly menacing. De Bruyne's remarkably creative passes were nearly impossible for Arsenal to defend against. Most notably, Lin Quan and De Bruyne seemed to share an uncanny understanding. They always anticipated each other's movements, passing the ball precisely where it needed to go. Arsenal's defenders consistently found themselves a step behind, struggling to maintain their footing in defense. In their attempts to thwart Manchester City's advances, they resorted to foul tactics. In the 84th minute, Monreal was cautioned with a yellow card for pulling Lin Quan down. 2 minutes later, Arteta incurred a similar fate for tripping De Bruyne. By the 89th minute, Sagna too received a yellow card during a defensive maneuver. As the minutes slipped away, Arsenal, in a tragically heroic manner, managed to withstand wave after wave of Manchester City's assaults. Through their steadfast resolve, regular time finally elapsed, ushering the match into the added time phase. The referee signaled 3 minutes of stoppage time. Should Arsenal endure these final moments, the match would proceed to extra time. Perhaps then the coach could orchestrate a miraculous substitution to guide the team to victory. Holding on to this flicker of hope, the players persevered. However, Manchester City had no intention of permitting them any further delays. In the 91st minute, De Bruyne delivered a precise through ball, slicing through Arsenal's defensive line. Lin Quan, having evaded his marker with a deft change of direction, received the pass on the right side of the penalty area. The ball from De Bruyne was exquisite, and Lin Quan's shot was of high quality. Yet, as if divinely inspired, Fabianski executed a remarkable save, narrowly deflecting Lin Quan's expertly struck shot. After making the save, Fabianski stood up, exhilarated, and let out a roar directed at Lin Quan. However, Lin Quan did not display any anger. Instead, he offered a thumbs up to his opponent. The opposing goalkeeper's save was indeed remarkable, earning Lin Quan's admiration. Nevertheless, such divine interventions are likely to be a mere flash of brilliance from Fabianski, difficult to replicate. Given 10 opportunities, I am confident I could execute 10 shots of similar caliber. But can you replicate such extraordinary saves 10 times? Fabianski, taken aback by his opponent's amiable demeanor, returned the gesture, acknowledging Lin Quan's commendable effort. Rather than inciting irritation with his display, he received praise, which instilled a sense of guilt within him, making him feel somewhat petty and self-satisfied. Arsenal's players, however, were oblivious to such musings as they rushed to embrace Fabianski, expressing gratitude for his splendid save. Had it not been for Fabianski's heroics, Arsenal would have undoubtedly faced a devastating defeat. With only a minute remaining, the team rallied, driven by Captain Arteta's labored breaths, who clapped his hands energetically, urging his teammates to persevere. Lin Quan, clutching the ball, once again approached the corner area. Arsenal's players felt a twinge of anxiety as Lin Quan reached the corner flag. This was his third corner of the match, the previous two having created significant threats. What tactical approach would he employ this time? As before, Lin Quan assessed the positioning of players in front of the goal in Fabianski's stance, then retreated a few steps, signaling with a gesture identical to those used previously. Again, the Arsenal players recognized the signal, having seen it repeated thrice. Yet, they dared not fully trust it. Who could say whether he truly intended to deliver to the far post? They noted that Manchester City's attacking midfielder, De Bruyne, stood where Xavi Garcia had previously passed the ball. Should he execute another tactical corner, Arsenal's players rushing to the far post would surely fall into a trap. Realizing this, some Arsenal players focused on marking City defender Elicited, preventing him from capitalizing on header opportunities, while others advanced to disrupt and mark De Bruyne, denying him any chance to receive the ball. The Arsenal squad had seemingly thwarted all of Lin Quan's potential options, leading them to believe that he could no longer execute any clever plays. However, reality would prove their naivety. As Lin Quan signaled, Manchester City's players surged towards the far post. Though even they were uncertain whether Lin Quan would deliver to that location, the slim possibility compelled their movement. The actions of the City players inadvertently distracted Arsenal's defenders, who, seeing their opponents advance, instinctively shifted towards the far post. Yet, Lin Quan neither aimed for the far post nor sought De Bruyne. His choice was to strike directly at the goal. This choice took nearly everyone in the stadium by surprise, except for De Bruyne. The corner arc and the goal line were aligned, and within the corner area, players could hardly see the goal. Scoring from such a negligible angle would require an extraordinary curve on the ball. Achieving this feat is exceedingly difficult. Hence, while many have attempted to score directly from a corner, few have succeeded in accomplishing such a remarkable act. This explains why Arsenal's players were utterly astonished by Lin Quan's decision. They truly did not anticipate such a move from their opponents. Arsenal's goalkeeper, Fabianski, watched as the ball traced a magnificent arc through the air, heading towards the goal, and his expression changed dramatically. Positioned somewhat close to the near post, he realized that the shot was aimed at the far post. Fabianski hurriedly moved to the left side of the goal, but it was too late. With a sharp crack, the ball nestled into the net. Fabianski was a full 2 meters away from where the ball crossed the line, utterly helpless. A momentary silence enveloped Wembley Stadium, and after a brief pause, the section occupied by Manchester City fans erupted into jubilant cheers. They had, against all odds, snatched victory from Arsenal in the final moments, eliminating their rivals. Meanwhile, the Arsenal supporters were filled with despondency. Once again, they had been overturned. Would they truly falter once more before the coveted trophy? Could it be that Arsenal was indeed cursed, forever unable to claim a championship? Having missed the opportunity to win the FA Cup, Arsenal had now achieved a decade without a title. Since their triumph in the 2003 to 2004 season, a full 10 years had passed without even a single championship. This decade-long drought was now etched into Arsenal's history. However, not a single Gunners fan felt joy over this record. Instead, they were enveloped in profound sorrow. Chapter 97. Lifting the cup at home, we are champions. After defeating Arsenal, Manchester City could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having played 3 matches within 4 days, claiming they were not fatigued would be a falsehood. Thankfully, they had endured. The FA Cup final was set to take place on May 17th, a month away, signifying that they could now focus entirely on their League and Champions League matches without distraction. On April 19th, after a 6-day rest, Manchester City welcomed West Bromwich Albion to their home ground. This match could very well determine the fate of the Premier League title this season, prompting the FA to bring the Premier League trophy to the Etihad Stadium. Before the match, countless City fans flocked to the stadium, filling every seat, with tens of thousands more gathered outside who could not secure tickets. For Manchester City fans, today was their festival. They were on the brink of lifting their second Premier League trophy in club history. To ensure the fairness of the match and to create a tense atmosphere for the concluding phase of the league, the stakes were higher than ever. The English Football Association has deliberately scheduled the matches of Manchester City, Liverpool, and Chelsea to commence simultaneously. Currently, Manchester City holds a 9-point lead over Chelsea and a 10-point lead over Liverpool. Should Manchester City triumph in this match, they would essentially secure the championship, leaving Chelsea with only a theoretical chance of winning. For Chelsea to clinch the title, they must meet exceedingly stringent conditions. First, They must achieve victory in this match and their final 3 matches, while Manchester City must lose all their subsequent 3 matches, second, across these 4 matches. They must equalize the 38-goal difference with Manchester City. The probability of either condition occurring in isolation is nearly 0, let alone both transpiring simultaneously. In the pre-match locker room address, Pellegrini emphasized to his players that this was merely an ordinary match, urging them to avoid excessive psychological burdens. The opponent's strength was not formidable. As long as Manchester City maintained a composed performance at their expected level, they would prevail. At 18:30, all 3 matches commenced simultaneously. West Bromwich Albion evidently did not wish to serve as a mere backdrop for Manchester City's championship celebration, opting to fortify their defense and park the bus from the outset. Manchester City, seasoned in such tactics throughout the league, knew precisely how to counteract this strategy. From the kickoff, Lin Quan frequently exploited his dribbling prowess to launch attacks on West Bromwich's goal. In response to Lin Quan's threats, the opposition was compelled to resort to multiple players to mark him, even resorting to fouls. This, naturally, provided Manchester City with numerous set-piece opportunities. In the 15th minute of the first half, De Bruyne executed a magnificent free kick that found the net, altering the score to 1-0. This goal ignited fervor among the Manchester City supporters as they stood on the brink of the championship trophy. Quickly, they turned to their phones to check the scores of Chelsea and Liverpool's matches. Chelsea was tied 0-0 with Sunderland, while Liverpool held a 2-0 lead against Norwich. How could Norwich be so inept, conceding 2 goals within just 15 minutes? Indeed, do these players not care about relegation? If they lose this match, Sunderland could very well catch up to them. In this round, all 3 teams, Manchester City, Liverpool, and Chelsea, are facing relegation-threatened opponents. West Bromwich currently has 33 points, just 4 points above the relegation zone. Norwich sits at 32 points, in an even worse predicament. The direst situation belongs to Sunderland, with only 29 points, positioned 3rd from the bottom and already in the relegation zone. Thus, in this round, all 6 teams are vying for victory, with no one wishing to suffer defeat. With Liverpool 2 goals ahead, it seems they have secured their match. Now, all eyes turn to Chelsea. If they draw or lose to Sunderland, Manchester City can clinch the title 4 rounds early with a win in this match. However, at that moment, news from the other match brought an unwelcome shock. Chelsea has taken the lead. Is that true? Who scored? Eto'o, with his remarkable pace, evaded defenders and surged forward to score during Chelsea's swift counterattack. Alas, is Eto'o not already 33 years old? How does he still possess such vigor? After all, he is the sole player to have clinched the treble, indicating that his prowess is indeed exceptional. Sunderland, hold firm. Just 1 goal is all that is needed. The fans of Manchester City began to pray for Sunderland, urging them to muster their courage and stand shoulder to shoulder. If they could withstand Chelsea, they might escape the relegation zone. It seemed the shouts of Manchester City supporters resonated, as Sunderland swiftly equalized. In the 18th minute, Sunderland executed a corner kick to the perimeter, and Alonso's half-volley from 25 yards forced the goalkeeper into a fumble, allowing Wickham to pounce at the edge of the 6-yard box, scoring before Terry could intervene. The Black Cats resiliently leveled the score away from home. Well done, Sunderland. Excellent work, Wickham. Maintain this momentum and prevent Chelsea from scoring again. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the Etihad Stadium, leaving the players of both teams bewildered. The score remained 1-0. What were the fans celebrating? Shaking their heads, the Manchester City players chose to disregard the commotion, refocusing on the match. Breaking through a dense defense is most challenging with the first goal, once a lead is established. The opposing team can no longer retreat into a defensive shell and must adopt an offensive stance. After falling behind, West Bromwich was compelled to advance for survival. In the 22nd minute, after successfully repelling a wave of West Bromwich's attacks, Manchester City launched a counteroffensive toward the opponent's penalty area. De Bruyne glanced at Lin Quan's position and the defender's alignment before delivering a precise through ball. The pass sliced through the opponent's defense, allowing Lin Quan to seamlessly penetrate the box, where he coolly slotted the ball past the advancing goalkeeper. 2-0. Manchester City secured their victory. The home fans of the Blue Moon erupted in joy as their team scored again, celebrating exuberantly. With a 2-goal lead, their match seemed assured, enabling them to focus solely on the outcomes of the other 2 matches. Unfortunately, by the end of the first half, There had been no alterations in the results of the other games. As the second half commenced, West Bromwich attempted to launch an offensive but was subsequently subdued by Manchester City. The match rapidly devolved into a half-field drill for both teams. In the 50th minute, Lin Quan assisted Aguero in scoring another goal, extending the lead to 3-0. At this point, West Bromwich was devoid of hope. The home fans of Manchester City sang and danced, already celebrating their impending victory. If the Black Cats of Sunderland could hold on for another 40 minutes, and one of the other matches ended in a draw, Manchester City would clinch the title with 4 matches remaining. Thus, although everyone was seated in their own stadium, their thoughts drifted toward Chelsea's Stamford Bridge. At Stamford Bridge, the score remained 1-1, a rather unfavorable situation for Chelsea. Mourinho's countenance was ashen as he stood on the sidelines. Since learning at halftime that Manchester City had taken a commanding 2-0 lead against West Bromwich Albion, he could scarcely remain composed. Manchester City's advantage meant that Chelsea had to secure victory in this match to retain even the faintest glimmer of theoretical hope. Conversely, a loss would condemn them to watch their rivals celebrate the championship. On the sidelines, several assistant coaches were engaged in hushed discussions. How was the match on the other side unfolding? There was no need to check. Aguero had scored again, bringing the score to 3-0. Alas, West Bromwich Albion, despite being a relegation-threatened team, was expected to exhibit resilience in the season's closing stages. How could they so readily succumb to Manchester City's onslaught? The disparity in strength between the two teams was simply too vast. West Bromwich Albion's attempts at defense crumbled, rendering them entirely passive after falling behind. The match had effectively concluded when De Bruyne netted the first goal. Speaking of De Bruyne, the assistant coaches couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. During his tenure at Chelsea, he was cast aside by Mourinho, scarcely earning a place on the substitutes bench. Yet, at Manchester City, he was entrusted with significant responsibilities by Pellegrini, transforming into the fulcrum of their attacking prowess. His pinpoint passes repeatedly opened up defenses, solidifying his contributions to the team's victories. Notably, while De Bruyne's performances at Chelsea were evidently below the club's expectations, one could not help but wonder why he flourished so magnificently at Manchester City. In the private box at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea's owner, Abramovich, was also present to witness the match. Upon learning of Manchester City's 3-0 lead, his expression soured considerably. Although he had long accepted that Chelsea's championship aspirations were virtually extinguished, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. For Mourinho had once guided Chelsea to monumental success at Stamford Bridge. Yet, all expectations had now devolved into disappointment, rekindling the distaste Abramovich had felt upon sacking Mourinho years prior. Nevertheless, this time, he refrained from impulsive decisions. Dismissing Mourinho was easy, but finding a suitable replacement proved to be a daunting task. The individual he desired most was unlikely to arrive at Chelsea in the immediate future. Thus, until a better option presented itself, he could only begrudgingly tolerate Mourinho for another year. Should Chelsea fail to achieve any success next season, Abramovich's patience would surely be exhausted. With a 3-0 lead, Manchester City began to ease off the throttle. Pellegrini substituted Lin Quan in the 67th minute and replaced De Bruyne in the 72nd. These substitutions were clearly intended to prepare for the upcoming Champions League semi-final, facing the formidable Real Madrid. Manchester City needed to capitalize on the advantage of playing the first leg at home. If they could not secure a victory on their home turf, their Champions League journey would likely come to an abrupt end this year. In this match, Real Madrid once again dispatched scouts to observe the proceedings, and upon witnessing Manchester City's formidable offensive prowess, their expressions turned grave. Indeed, Manchester City proved to be a formidable adversary. Shortly after City made their substitutions, news emerged from another match. Norwich City scored 2 goals in quick succession during the 67th and 72nd minutes, miraculously leveling the score. What has happened to Liverpool? The Manchester City fans were taken aback by this revelation. Can a 2-goal lead truly be overturned? One must never underestimate the resolve of a relegation-threatened team. With this thought, concerns began to creep into the minds of City's supporters. Could their own team also face a similar fate? Just as this notion arose, West Bromwich Albion found the net. In the 76th minute, West Bromwich capitalized on a corner kick opportunity to pull one back. This development caused City fans to anxiously recall the outcome of the other match. However, Manchester City did not afford their opponents any chances. They began to control the rhythm of the game, stifling West Bromwich's offensive efforts and quelling their resurgence. The match regained its equilibrium under City's command, prompting a collective sigh of relief from their fans. In the 81st minute, news once again arrived from the Liverpool match. Sterling exploded onto the scene, netting another goal to complete his hat trick and restoring Liverpool's lead. Following Suarez's suspension, Sterling's brilliance ensured that Liverpool's attacking prowess remained largely unscathed. His outstanding performances in recent matches have garnered significant attention from many elite clubs, just as City fans marveled at Liverpool's fortune in regaining the lead. Fresh news arrived from Chelsea. They were trailing. In the 82nd minute, Sunderland's substitute Altidore burst into the penalty area from the right side and fell under Azpilicueta's challenge. Referee Mike Dean decisively awarded a penalty, but the slow-motion replay on the big screen raised questions regarding the call. Thousands of Chelsea supporters voiced their discontent with a chorus of boos, as accusations of bias against the referee echoed throughout the stadium. An agitated Mourinho, standing at the sidelines, sought to confront the referee. Awarding a penalty to the opposition at this juncture was nearly tantamount to sealing the match. And indeed, it was so. The designated penalty taker, Bornai, calmly converted, altering the score to 2-1. This penalty severely impacted the mentality of Chelsea's players, leading to a loss of composure in the final moments. Torres, while contesting for the ball in the attacking third, nearly came to blows with an opponent and consequently received a yellow card. Ultimately, Chelsea, despite initially leading at home, suffered a devastating reversal at the hands of their rivals. By losing this match, Chelsea not only relinquished their championship aspirations, but also fell behind Liverpool in the standings, dropping to third place. When this news reached the Etihad Stadium, the Manchester City fans erupted into jubilant cheers. "We have triumphed. We are the champions." Meanwhile, the match on the field had not yet concluded. The referee glanced at the clock, and only a few seconds of stoppage time remained. Upon witnessing the dispirited demeanor of West Bromwich, the referee prematurely signaled the conclusion of the match. At that moment, tens of thousands of fans erupted into a frenzy. On the sidelines, the coaching staff, including players seated on the bench, surged onto the pitch, exuberantly embracing their teammates in celebration. Lin Quan and De Bruyne exchanged glances, both adorned with joyful smiles. This marked Lin Quan's inaugural league championship trophy, a poignant redemption for the disappointment of not securing the title last season with Werder Bremen. Now fulfilled at Manchester City. Upon noticing Pellegrini approaching, the players immediately rushed to him, lifting him high into the air without hesitation. As the primary architect of Manchester City's triumph this season, Pellegrini was certainly deserving of such honor. The Chilean's first season at the Etihad proved remarkably successful, securing both the League and League Cup titles, reaching the FA Cup final, and advancing to the Champions League semi-finals. These achievements represented the pinnacle of Manchester City's history. Feats that had previously seemed unattainable, now accomplished within this season. All right, that's enough. Children, please put me down. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. At over 60 years of age, Pellegrini, after being tossed around by the players, found it increasingly difficult to endure and had to plead for mercy. The players erupted into laughter at their coach's plea before finally setting him down. Then, their attention turned to Lin Quan. Sensing impending trouble as his teammates gazed in his direction, Lin Quan felt a sense of foreboding. Yet, before he could make his escape, they had already rushed towards him, heedless of any consequences, lifting him into the air. As the core of Manchester City, Lin Quan had repeatedly stepped up during critical moments to aid the team, undoubtedly making him the second most significant contributor, perhaps even more essential than Pellegrini on certain levels. Initially, when he arrived at Manchester City with the highest wage in history, several players harbored doubts, if not dissatisfaction, towards him. However, after a season of exceptional performance, no one questioned Lin Quan's capabilities anymore. He had won over all his teammates with his consistent excellence, earning their unequivocal respect. Without his arrival, Manchester City would certainly not have progressed this far across multiple fronts this season. All right, that's enough. We need to head to the locker room to change and prepare for the awards ceremony. Noticing the players had had their fun, Pellegrini quickly reminded them. The crowd dispersed, leaving Lin Quan to tumble onto the grass. These heartless rascals, how could they do this to me? Lin Quan, feeling his backside, was about to rise when a hand extended towards him. He looked up to find it was De Bruyne. "You're quite the pal." Unprepared, Lin Quan reached out. But with a mischievous grin, De Bruyne yanked him up only to let go just as Lin Quan was about to stand. Consequently, he fell once more. Lin Quan, Indeed, De Bruyne has succumbed to mischief. Upon returning to the locker room, the players donned the club's distinctive championship celebration jerseys. As they emerged from the player tunnel, the staff had already erected the award stage. At this moment, officials from the FA arrived at the Etihad Stadium, bearing the trophy symbolizing the Premier League championship. The atmosphere resonated with fervent applause as the Manchester City players made their entrance, passing beneath the erected blue archway and stepping onto the pitch. Amidst the cheers of the fans, Richard Scudamore, the CEO of the Premier League, presented medals to the Manchester City squad. When awarding Lin Quan, Scudamore placed a hand on his shoulder and remarked, "Lin, congratulations. Your performance has been remarkable, and you deserve this medal." Lin Quan slightly bowed his head, allowing Scudamore to drape the medal around his neck before shaking his hand. "Thank you for your congratulations, Mr. Scudamore. I hope to see you again at this time next year." Scudamore smiled, understanding Lin Quan's implication of aspiring to defend the league title. However, that would not be an easy task, as the competition in the Premier League has always been fierce. This season, Manchester City claimed the championship, but next season they would undoubtedly become the target of many. As Lin Quan approached the podium, his teammates playfully pushed him to the center stage. After modestly declining several times, he eventually stood resolutely in the middle, as the captain, Kompany, made his grand entrance, cradling the trophy. The Manchester City players stretched out their arms towards the trophy, and Kompany, holding it aloft, turned away from the players, counting down 3, 2, 1, and with a swift motion, raised the trophy high. "We are the champions." End of chapter 98. Champions League semifinals, the Galacticos approach. As the major leagues approach their conclusion, only the Bundesliga has a clear champion, while the titles in other leagues remain uncertain. Manchester City's early triumph made them the second team to secure the championship ahead of schedule, following Bayern Munich. In the remaining three leagues, the title race in La Liga is particularly convoluted. After faltering in the previous match, Barcelona managed a hard-fought comeback victory against Athletic Bilbao at home, securing vital 3 points. However, they still trail Atletico Madrid by 4 points. In preparation for the Champions League semifinals, Real Madrid postponed their upcoming match to May 8th. Having played one fewer game and currently sitting 2 points behind Barcelona, temporarily dropping to third place in the standings. In Serie A, Juventus triumphed over Bologna, currently leading by 8 points, setting a favorable path towards the championship. Similarly, in Ligue 1, Paris Saint-Germain, after defeating Avion, lead by 10 points and can clinch the title 3 rounds early with a victory in their next match. Amidst the fierce competition among the elite clubs vying for their respective championships, Manchester City's early title win has garnered significant attention from the outside world. If previous seasons painted Manchester City as a wealthy yet mediocre mercenary team, this season, their stellar performance in the Champions League has elevated their reputation considerably. Reaching the semi-finals of the Champions League, Manchester City stands as the sole representative of the Premier League. In domestic competitions, they have claimed one title and advanced to the finals of another, with victory imminent. Such achievements are noteworthy not only within the Premier League, but would also be commendable in any other league. Remarkably, these feats are not accomplished by the traditional powerhouses of English football, but rather by a rising team, forged through financial prowess. The elite clubs, which previously scoffed at Manchester City's inability to progress beyond the group stages in the Champions League, now find themselves in a state of trepidation. The resounding success of Manchester City this season epitomizes the triumph of financially driven football, inciting concerns among the elite that should other wealthy clubs emulate City's approach, the European football landscape could become chaotic. Consequently, these prestigious clubs have united to exert pressure on UEFA, demanding an investigation into Manchester City's financial practices to ascertain whether they have contravened the recently implemented financial fair play regulations. To curtail the extravagant spending of affluent clubs, the most effective strategy is to establish regulations that impose financial constraints. The financial fair play regulations require teams participating in UEFA competitions to maintain a balanced budget, with losses not exceeding €5 million. Under this stipulation, Manchester City, characterized by its lack of historical pedigree and lavish expenditure, is likely in violation of these financial mandates. The repercussions for such infractions include salary caps, limitations on transfer investments, and hefty fines. It is evident that the elite clubs aim to utilize these measures to weaken Manchester City's standing. preventing them from luring star players with exorbitant salaries and potentially dismantling their current squad. Upon learning of the impending scrutiny from UEFA, Manchester City's management braced for the worst. The club's chairman, Khaldoun Al-Mubarak, promptly convened with the financial director to assess their fiscal situation. This season, the club's transfer expenditure has reached €1.2 billion, while wage expenses stand at €2.9 billion. Anticipated broadcast revenue is projected to be €11.7 billion, with additional income from merchandise, ticket sales, and sponsorships expected to total €1.8 billion. Khaldoun rubbed his forehead and inquired, "So, we are approximately €1 billion short of UEFA's requirements?" This is indeed a significant sum. Many clubs in the top 5 leagues struggle to achieve such revenues within a single season. Indeed, Lin's commercial value is substantial, particularly in the Far East market. If we could reclaim a portion of Lin's image rights, we would significantly bridge this gap. Khaldoun interjected, "Such discussions should cease." Lin was personally signed by the owner, and the promise of 100 image rights was a commitment made by him. "Let us not entertain any thoughts on this matter again." Fahim interrupted the speaker, his expression grave as he addressed him. The club would prefer to pay a fine rather than engage in discord with Lin Quan over this matter. Offending Lin Quan was tantamount to offending the big boss. Those of them who were merely employees had no intention of jeopardizing their livelihoods. "Yes, Chairman, I understand. Besides this approach, we can also utilize the regulations to our advantage." "What regulations?" "In UEFA's financial fair play, certain expenditures related to youth training can be exempted, and this portion of the expenditure can be attributed to the parent company. This not only reduces the club's expenses, but also allows us to benefit from UEFA's exemptions. Furthermore, this regulation only came into effect last year, hence UEFA has relaxed some restrictions. When a club receives capital injection and can fully compensate for its deficits, the maximum loss for the team between 2013 and 2015 can be 45 million. Indeed, it is wise to entrust professional matters to experts." What was once a headache became clearer after hearing his words. "Very well, let us proceed according to your proposals. What is the maximum penalty the club might face?" "A 100 million discrepancy is still too substantial. It would be exceedingly difficult to fully compensate for it. Therefore, Manchester City is likely to face a penalty. We have conducted professional calculations, and the penalty can be kept within 60 million. Noticing Fahim still frowning, the speaker tentatively suggested, "If we could renegotiate a sponsorship contract with the parent company, this 60 million could also be waived. Are we merely shifting funds from one pocket to another? While that is feasible, signing a new sponsorship contract under the parent company's name at this juncture would be too conspicuous. It would be treating UEFA as fools. I shall return to the Emirates to meet with the big boss." "The Emirates, Abu Dhabi." After hearing Fahim's report, Mansour nodded slightly and began to ponder. The Abu Dhabi consortium was not in a position to intervene directly, but they had numerous business partners. Conducting a certain degree of mutual benefit in business and allowing these partners to sign sponsorship contracts with Manchester City would effectively circumvent UEFA's investigation, avoiding the appearance of merely shuffling funds. With this thought, he picked up the phone and called an acquaintance. After hanging up, Mansour nodded to Fahim, stating, "The issue has been resolved. Upon your return, ensure this news does not disrupt the team's preparations. I will be present at the next match against Real Madrid." After returning to Manchester, Fahim soon received a call regarding the new sponsorship. Putting down the phone, Fahim reflected on how a problem that had been a source of great concern for him was swiftly resolved with a single phone call from the big boss. When it comes to exploiting loopholes, the individuals under these consortiums are certainly not to be underestimated. On April 23rd, at the Etihad Stadium, the first leg of the UEFA Champions League semi-final was about to commence. Despite being the frontrunners to win the Champions League this season, Real Madrid did not underestimate Manchester City as their opponent. Not only did they choose to postpone the La Liga matches, but they also arrived in Manchester 3 days in advance to prepare. This level of seriousness is even more outrageous than that of Barcelona during their last encounter. Real Madrid is truly formidable. At the Etihad Stadium, as the Real Madrid players warmed up on the pitch, Manchester City fans could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. When it comes to the opulence of the squad, Real Madrid undoubtedly ranks among the top 2 on this planet. Cristiano Ronaldo, Gareth Bale, Karim Benzema, Angel Di Maria, Luka Modric, Xabi Alonso, Sergio Ramos, Pepe, Fabio Coentrão, and Iker Casillas. Each of these individuals is a titan of the football world. Among Real Madrid's roster, the player whose fame is slightly less pronounced might be Isco, the golden boy of Europe, yet his current market value has soared to 45 million. What does it mean to shine like a star? Just look at this Real Madrid team on the field. The combined market value of their starting 11 exceeds 600 million, making them the undisputed leaders in football. Although Manchester City is often labeled as a financial powerhouse, lavishly spending in the transfer market, it is noteworthy that Real Madrid's transfer expenditures last season were even more extravagant. The acquisition of Bale alone cost 100 million, although the official figures included the transfer fees of other players as well. However, it is evident to all that the other players were merely supplementary additions from Tottenham, their values being far less significant, merely serving to offset Bale's transfer fee. Besides Bale, Isco, Asier Illaramendi, and Dani Carvajal collectively accounted for over 70 million in expenditures. In total, their transfer spending exceeded 1.9 billion, surpassing Manchester City by a third. Nevertheless, Real Madrid also sold several players, including Mesut Ozil, Gonzalo Higuain, Raul Albiol, and Jose Callahan, generating approximately 1.2 billion in transfer income. Consequently, the net expenditure for Real Madrid is not excessively high, standing at only 70 million. Given Real Madrid's exceptional commercial development and operational capabilities, filling the gaps in transfer expenditure is not a daunting task. Thus, they are not significantly constrained by UEFA's financial fair play regulations. This stands in stark contrast to Manchester City, indicating that Real Madrid can continue to strengthen their squad even after this summer's World Cup. The formidable strength of their opponents has left Manchester City fans feeling anxious. Although City has overcome Barcelona, they are uncertain if they can surpass Real Madrid. Before the match, Pellegrini continued to alleviate the pressure on his players in the locker room. Playing the first leg at home presents a considerable disadvantage. In this initial encounter, both teams are likely to test each other's strengths. In such circumstances, the side burdened with pressure to perform may easily succumb to impatience. Real Madrid, with their strong ability to seize opportunities, can capitalize on such impatience. Following Ancelotti's arrival at Real Madrid, he did not entirely reject Mourinho's tactics, but rather drew upon and integrated the strengths of those tactics with his own understanding. The collective participation in offense and the intricate defensive formations enable Real Madrid to possess both speed and impact while maintaining formidable control, significantly enhancing their command over the game. This stands in stark contrast to the era of Mourinho. Mourinho harbored a substantial weakness. His career has not been particularly smooth, lacking tenure at any of the top 5 leagues, and he has never even played in the Primera Liga. The absence of experience in elite leagues, coupled with inherent limitations in his capabilities, has rendered Mourinho deficient in instructing players compared to coaches like Guardiola and Ancelotti. This shortcoming is evident in his utilization of midfielders, as Mourinho struggles with midfield organization and the refinement of attacking routes, leading his teams to predominantly rely on counterattacks. It is not to say that counterattacks lack merit. Mourinho's successes with Chelsea, Inter Milan, and Real Madrid attest to the efficacy of strong teams employing this strategy. However, this tactical approach often falters after a team enters its third year. The reason is straightforward: players grow weary. Initially, a group of superstars might tolerate the arduous tasks, but over time, resistance is inevitable. Furthermore, the expectations of prestigious clubs and their fans cannot be overlooked. It is akin to asking a Ferrari to perform the labor of a tractor, an utter waste of potential. Fans of elite clubs are discerning. They demand not just victories, but victories that are aesthetically pleasing. While Mourinho's teams can secure wins, they often struggle to deliver entertainment. Once his teams fail to produce victories, a cleansing of the ranks becomes unavoidable. In stark contrast, such issues do not plague Ancelotti. Thus, compared to the previous season, Real Madrid's squad in the 2013 to 2014 season exhibits a distinctly enhanced prowess. This improvement is not solely attributed to the arrival of a player of Bale's caliber. Rather, it is the result of Ancelotti's tailored approach, blending his tactical insights with the squad's strengths upon his arrival at the Bernabeu. Pellegrini, who has previously coached in La Liga, still held impressions from the Mourinho era. However, after reviewing this season's match footage of Real Madrid, the Chilean was thoroughly astonished. This Real Madrid genuinely possesses the capability to contend for the Champions League title. Encountering them prematurely undoubtedly represents the greatest challenge for Manchester City. even on their home turf. Pellegrini lacks confidence in overcoming this Real Madrid. Nevertheless, at home, Manchester City must adopt an offensive stance. Failing to secure victory on their own ground could spell disaster when they travel away. This illustrates the inherent disadvantage of playing at home first. In the away team's dressing room, Ancelotti is also emphasizing the significance of this match to his players. Manchester City has demonstrated their formidable strength by achieving victories over Barcelona both at home and away. In this match at their home ground, we must proceed with caution, primarily employing a defensive counterattack strategy in the first half, while maintaining a formation of 4-2-3-1. Bale, in this match, you will start and utilize your speed to challenge Manchester City's flanks, suppressing their fullbacks' assists. Bale nodded, indicating his understanding. In both the league and the Champions League, Real Madrid has often capitalized on Bale's individual prowess to dismantle opponents on the wings, securing victories. Cristiano, you will be up against Kolarov, whose defensive abilities are rather limited. This match presents you with numerous opportunities. Make sure to seize them and aim to score multiple goals. We can accept a loss away from home, but we must secure an away goal. Only then can we regain control upon returning to the Bernabeu. Of course, if you manage to completely dominate Manchester City and resolve the match's suspense in one leg, I shall applaud you and take great pride in your performance. Cristiano nodded emphatically, signaling his comprehension. After advising each player individually, Ancelotti spoke. It has been 12 years since we last reached the Champions League final, and I am aware of your thirst for the trophy. I share the same yearning for the coveted trophy, yet before we can lift it, we have 3 matches ahead and 2 opponents to conquer. Only by defeating them can we stand upon the champions' podium. Now, I ask you, do you possess the determination to win the championship? Yes. The players responded loudly, with even Cristiano joining in the chorus. It has been 5 years since he last laid hands on the Champions League trophy. The taste of victory feels distant enough for him to nearly forget. Excellent. Then let us head to the pitch and demonstrate your commitment through your actions. Chapter 99. Not trading jerseys with Cristiano. Is he jealous? During the pre-match handshake, Lin Quan shared jovial hugs with several teammates from the national team. When it was the turn of the Real Madrid forwards, Bale was quite courteous. Lin, can we exchange jerseys after the match? Upon hearing Bale's words, Benzema and Cristiano perked up their ears. Lin Quan, not giving it much thought, nodded, sure. After answering, he seemed to hear 2 sighs from nearby. Lin, can I exchange jerseys with you in the next match at the Bernabeu? When it was Benzema's turn, he grasped Lin Quan's hands eagerly and asked, sure. Lin Quan nodded again, a bit puzzled. Why was he so popular within the Real Madrid squad? Why were their forwards lining up to exchange jerseys with him? Finally, it was Cristiano's turn. Their eyes met, and Cristiano huffed disdainfully, refusing to speak to Lin Quan. Lin Quan felt somewhat bewildered. He offended him, so why the cold shoulder? The respective captains began to flip a coin, and Real Madrid's captain, Casillas, won the toss and chose to kick off. At precisely 6 p.m., with the referee's whistle, the first leg of Manchester City versus Real Madrid officially commenced. Cristiano passed the ball to Bale, who promptly returned it to Modric and sprinted towards the flank. The players of Manchester City denied Modric the opportunity to orchestrate an attack, as several midfielders swiftly surged past the halfway line towards him. Modric remained composed, returning the ball to Alonso, who occupied the deepest position on the field, thus rendering him less threatened by City's pressing. Nevertheless, City's forward Agüero charged toward Alonso. Faced with Agüero's pressure, Alonso deftly shifted the ball to the fullback Marcelo. Marcelo, a fullback renowned for his assisting prowess, glanced at City's defensive formation before rapidly advancing into their half with the ball. Noticing Marcelo's approach, Cristiano Ronaldo swiftly repositioned himself, avoiding the flanks to prevent overlapping with Marcelo. Instead, he opted to occupy the central area between the middle and the wing, thereby drawing the attention of the opposing fullbacks and defensive midfielders. Ronaldo's remarkable goal tally in the Champions League this season rendered him the foremost threat within Real Madrid, compelling City's defensive midfielder Yaya Touré to abandon his marking of Isco and rush toward Ronaldo. At that moment, Marcelo crossed the halfway line, drawing the attention of City's fullback Kolarov. Displaying his skills, Marcelo attempted a bicycle maneuver to bypass Kolarov, yet the Serbian remained unfazed. Both fullbacks were more attuned to attacking than defending, and Kolarov, aware of his defensive limitations, prudently refrained from committing himself. He allowed Marcelo to approach the byline, but was determined not to grant him the opportunity to deliver an incisive pass to central players. Marcelo feigned a run to the byline, but, in a sudden halt, created space between himself and Kolarov before executing a sweeping pass to the right flank. There, a towering figure seized the ball and, like a bolt of lightning, sped down the wing. Gareth Bale. Pellegrini had repeatedly emphasized Bale's threat prior to the match, and upon seeing him in possession, City's players were immediately alert. Zabaleta and Kroos hurriedly converged on him, intent on double-teaming. However, Bale's dribbling was straightforward yet ruthlessly effective. As Zabaleta attempted to intercept, Bale, while hurtling forward, executed a deft nutmeg before accelerating past him, despite Zabaleta's tugging grasp, reclaiming his own pass with astonishing speed. Bale's signature move was to deliver the ball to himself 3 seconds later. Zabaleta was left completely out of position, while Kroos, unable to catch up, could only watch as Bale charged towards City's penalty area. Inside the box, the returning Manchester City captain Kompany advanced, intercepting Bale just as he received the pass at the edge of the penalty area. At this juncture, Bale found himself unable to penetrate further, as he was not particularly adept at maneuvering in tight spaces. In such a confined area within the box, his typical nutmeg tactic was rendered ineffective. Thus, Bale was compelled to slow down, seeking an opportunity to strike. Kompany heightened his vigilance, closely monitoring Bale's every movement, poised to intercept any impending shot. Here it comes. Without hesitation, Bale adjusted his stance and immediately prepared to release his arrow. Observing the opponent's shooting motion, Kompany's spirits surged, with his hands clasped behind his back. He readied himself to block with his body. However, the Welsh maestro executed a clever feint. Rather than shooting, he gently nudged the ball sideways, where a white figure dashed past. Who could this be? The answer is Isco, Real Madrid's number 22, the golden boy of Europe in 2012. Upon receiving the ball, Isco swiftly cut inside, completing a shot before the defenders could intervene. The strike sent shivers through the hearts of Manchester City fans at the Etihad Stadium. From their perspective, the City defense had entirely overlooked this sudden threat, failing to mark the opponent. Could it be? Less than 3 minutes into the match, and Real Madrid was on the verge of scoring? The anxiety among the City supporters mounted, many hesitating to glance at their own goal. In this critical moment, Joe Hart emerged as the savior. Like a deity descended from the heavens, he stretched his body in midair, deflecting Isco's menacing shot. Phew! As Hart parried the ball away, the Manchester City fans collectively exhaled in relief. Thank goodness for Joe Hart. Without him, the team could have found themselves trailing right from the outset. With this thought, the City supporters began to chant praises for Hart, celebrating his greatness. Kompany, with a serious demeanor, approached several midfielders, particularly Kroos, to discuss the situation. The responsibility for Isco's penetrating shot clearly lay with Kroos. While he had moved to assist on the flank, he had neglected to mark Isco, thus granting the opponent an unexpected opportunity for a stealthy attack. Kroos nodded, possessing a keen understanding of the game. He recognized the formidable attacking threat posed by Real Madrid today and knew that if he were to venture forward, he required the support of his teammates, lest he abandon his position recklessly. On the sidelines, Real Madrid's coach, Ancelotti, was initially dismayed as he clasped his head upon witnessing Isco's shot parried by Hart. However, he quickly regained composure, offering applause to Isco and the players. Although this attack had not yielded a goal, Real Madrid had showcased their capabilities. Ancelotti believed that Manchester City, upon recognizing the significant threat posed by Real Madrid's offense, would likely adopt a more conservative approach. Should they indeed do so, they would unwittingly fall into Real Madrid's trap. In Ancelotti's view, Manchester City belonged to that category of teams with strong offensive prowess, yet weak defensively. If they could be compelled into a defensive stance, diverting fewer resources to offense, it would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome for Real Madrid. Of course, Pellegrini might not necessarily adopt such a strategy. From the previous match against Barcelona, it is evident that the player's early substitution, sooner than anticipated, reveals his inherently aggressive nature. On the home team's bench, upon witnessing Real Madrid launch such a threatening attack right from the outset, Pellegrini's brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, Real Madrid is a formidable opponent. The trio of forwards poses an immense threat. Coupled with the two fullbacks and Modric's incisive passes from the center, the attacking strategies available to Real Madrid are exceedingly diverse. Relying solely on defense may prove futile against such a team, unless they possess the robust defensive capabilities akin to Atletico Madrid. However, Atletico's defensive prowess has been meticulously constructed over 3 to 4 years under Simeone's relentless guidance from the ground up. Manchester City cannot hope to master such skills in a short span. Moreover, the players on the field for Manchester City are not laborers. They are akin to exquisite sports cars, and it seems a disservice to employ them in such arduous, menial tasks. With this thought, Pellegrini formulated a plan in his mind. To secure victory, Manchester City must rely on their offensive prowess. On the field, Real Madrid's corner kick was taken but failed to pose a threat, as Joe Hart promptly intercepted the ball. After gaining possession, Hart swiftly advanced, executing a throw-in that landed at Lin Quan's feet. However, Lin Quan was immediately confronted by Marcelo's interception. While Marcelo is indeed adept in offensive play, his defensive capabilities, particularly in one-on-one situations, do not quite match his reputation. Lin Quan's dribbling style differs from Bale's. He cleverly manipulates the rhythm upon receiving the ball, using a feint to mislead Marcelo's balance, and with hardly any delay. He surged past Marcelo. Cursed be it, Marcelo muttered under his breath, hurriedly pivoting to pursue. This player has indeed grown stronger since their encounter in the Confederations Cup. Observing Marcelo being bypassed, the Real Madrid center-backs hastily retreated, with Ramos having surged into the box to contest an aerial duel. Only the formidable Pepe remained as the last line of defense. It was evidently impossible for him to tackle Lin Quan in a one-on-one scenario, so he awaited the return of his teammates for support. Xabi Alonso was not far from Lin Quan, who advanced along the flank while Alonso sprinted straight down the center, making it likely that they would intersect near the edge of the penalty area. Additionally, right-back Arbeloa was also rapidly retreating, ready to return to the box and form a defensive barrier alongside Pepe to safeguard their goal. Pepe, having weighed the situation in his mind, gradually regained his composure and no longer felt the earlier panic. However, Lin Quan was not alone in his offensive endeavor. As he surged forward with the ball, Manchester City's forwards Agüero, left winger David Silva, and attacking midfielder De Bruyne were all desperately racing ahead, except for De Bruyne, who was positioned slightly deeper. The other two players were not far behind Lin Quan, allowing Manchester City to potentially form a 3-on-3 situation in the attacking third. On the sidelines, Ancelotti had already risen from his seat. Real Madrid had just executed a remarkably threatening attack when Manchester City swiftly retaliated. Indeed, one must never underestimate Manchester City, for doing so would undoubtedly incur a heavy toll. Charge forth, Lin. Vanquish them. Send the Galacticos to the depths of despair. Witnessing the rapid counterattack of their team, the home supporters of Manchester City erupted in fervent cheers. What of Real Madrid? What of Europe's elite? I am here to confront the finest. Meanwhile, the over 5,000 Real Madrid fans who journeyed to the away match wore expressions of concern as the opponent's counterattacks were executed with astonishing speed. Particularly, the number 10, Lin Quan, made Marcelo appear as though he were a mere wooden figure, rendering any attempt to impede his advance utterly futile. Observing Manchester City's audacious offensive posture, an ominous premonition gripped their hearts. This match was destined to become an offensive duel. Real Madrid traditionally excels in attacking play, and one would think their supporters would relish a clash against a similarly aggressive team. However, last year, during the Champions League semi-finals, they faced a team equally proficient in offense, the Dortmund, led by Klopp. At the Westfalenstadion, Real Madrid endured a harrowing defeat, succumbing to a scoreline of 5-1. Now, at the Etihad Stadium, as they witnessed Lin Quan charging towards their penalty area with unrelenting determination, memories of last year's encounter flooded their minds. Could history be repeating itself? As Lin Quan approached the edge of the penalty area, the defenders of Real Madrid finally sprang into action. Pepe cautiously advanced to intercept, maintaining a safe distance to deny Lin Quan the opportunity to bypass him effortlessly. His aim was to compel Lin Quan to either slow down or pass the ball, thwarting any direct threat to the goal. At this juncture, Arbeloa was already providing support within the box, and Xabi Alonso was nearby, ready to assist in defense. Lin Quan faced a dilemma. He could either attempt to evade Pepe immediately or risk being ensnared by both Pepe and Xabi Alonso, ultimately losing possession. Should he choose to force his way past, Pepe was confident he could either thwart the dribble or leave the ball for his teammates to reclaim while obstructing Lin Quan's advance. Yet, Lin Quan seemed oblivious to the trap set by Pepe. As Xabi Alonso reached out to intercept him, he suddenly surged into the penalty area with unparalleled speed. Pepe's eyes widened in astonishment. What audacity! He immediately steeled himself and closed the gap to compel Lin Quan to make a swift decision: evade me, only to be intercepted by my teammates or the goalkeeper, or succumb to my challenge and lose the ball. In the face of Pepe's defensive strategy, Lin Quan appeared to hesitate, failing to make an immediate choice. Pepe's spirits soared as he rapidly closed the distance between them. Muttering to himself, is this the individual rumored to stand alongside Messi and Ronaldo? He seems to be somewhat overrated. However, at that moment, Lin Quan made his move. End of chapter. Chapter 100. The performances of Lin Quan, Bale, and Ronaldo. Pepe's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such audacity from his opponent, who chose to break through as he drew near. This audacity irked Pepe, who felt that this individual held him in utter contempt. Though seething with anger, Pepe retained his composure. He swiftly positioned himself to obstruct Lin Quan's passage, declaring that while the ball might pass, the man could not. At that moment, Xabi Alonso also blocked Lin Quan's route to the left, extending his leg to seize the ball. With the addition of Awolowo behind Pepe, Real Madrid had established a comprehensive defensive wall against Lin Quan at the edge of the penalty area. Regardless of the direction from which Lin Quan chose to advance, he would face interception. Manchester City's counterattack seemed poised to be thwarted at the doorstep of Real Madrid's goal. Nevertheless, Lin Quan, fully aware of the lurking danger, boldly surged toward Pepe's left side. Pepe immediately raised his arm to shoulder him, pushing him outward, preventing Lin Quan from dribbling, adjusting, or shooting. Pepe's strength was formidable. Lin Quan appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage in their physical contest, being forcefully pushed aside by Pepe. Delighted by his successful defense, Pepe's contempt for Lin Quan deepened, believing him to be merely mediocre. However, he suddenly froze. Where was the ball? Lin Quan had halted in front of him, yet the ball was not at his feet. Upon glancing up, Pepe realized, to his dismay, that the football had been passed out of the penalty area by Lin Quan. Outside the box, a figure surged forward from behind, Manchester City's attacking midfielder, De Bruyne. In an instant, Pepe comprehended Lin Quan's ruse. He had feigned weakness in their physical clash, allowing himself to be pushed away to create space for De Bruyne's advance toward a shot. Yet, realizing this came too late for any remedial action, De Bruyne struck the ball with a decisive kick. A resounding thud echoed as the football soared toward Real Madrid's goal. Like Pepe, Casillas was convinced that the ball was destined for a corner kick, unaware that Lin Quan had stealthily passed it while engaged with Pepe. Now witnessing De Bruyne's shot, Casillas lacked the time to react adequately and could only hastily leap into the air. Even while airborne, he knew he would not reach the ball. With a swish, the ball nestled into the net. Manchester City's inaugural attack culminated in a goal. A thunderous cheer erupted at the Etihad Stadium. The Manchester City fans leaped and danced, jubilantly celebrating the goal. De Bruyne, elated, pointed at Lin Quan as he sprinted towards him, initially intending to embrace Lin Quan in celebration. He was taken by surprise when Lin Quan turned around, slightly bent over, allowing De Bruyne to climb onto his back for a jubilant lap around the field. De Bruyne had executed his shot with remarkable decisiveness. Had he hesitated for even half a second, Casillas, with his abilities, would undoubtedly have made the save. Thus, while Lin Quan's pass was exquisite, De Bruyne's final execution proved equally critical. Real Madrid's defense is indeed formidable, and merely relying on a few forwards to breach their backline may not yield success. As observed earlier, Pepe and his companions effectively curtailed Lin Quan's movements, depriving him of the space to advance. However, they failed to account for De Bruyne's late run, allowing Manchester City to seize a rare opportunity. Such an oversight is unlikely to be repeated by Real Madrid. Thus, if chances like this are squandered, they may not arise again. Fortunately, De Bruyne capitalized on this moment. On the sidelines, Pellegrini, witnessing De Bruyne's goal, was overwhelmed with excitement, leaping from the coaching area and waving his arms in jubilation. The players and coaching staff on Manchester City's bench were equally ecstatic. We have taken the lead against Real Madrid. Within the first 5 minutes, we are ahead. What a dreamlike start. In the VIP box at the Etihad Stadium, the club's owner Mansour, having traveled from the Emirates, could not help but rise to applaud the players upon seeing the team score first. He felt an immense sense of relief, grateful for his decision to invite Lin Quan to Munich. Prior to Lin Quan's arrival, Manchester City had faltered twice in the Champions League group stage. Not only was reaching the semi-finals a challenge, but advancing from the group itself was a daunting task. However, since Lin Quan's joining, these issues have dissipated. Though he did not directly score the goal, a significant portion of the credit must be attributed to Lin Quan. Without his ability to draw nearly all the opposing defenders' attention and create space for De Bruyne, the latter would not have had such an opportunity to score. With an early lead, could Manchester City triumph over the formidable Real Madrid at home? On the visiting team's bench, Ancelotti, who had appeared relaxed, furrowed his brow upon witnessing De Bruyne's goal, his chewing gum noticeably quickening. The goal was indeed beautifully executed by Manchester City, primarily due to Lin Quan's adept handling. He wisely avoided a reckless confrontation with Real Madrid's defense, instead creating the illusion of attempting to dribble past, thereby distracting the defenders before subtly delivering a pass with his heel. This maneuver was both intelligent and composed, as long as there were Manchester City players making runs. A shot on goal could materialize. Is this the offensive strategy for today? Positioning Lin Quan as a decoy while the true threat lies hidden behind? Ancelotti could not help but glance at Pellegrini, contemplating the surprise this old fox had prepared for him. Nevertheless, an away goal conceded is something Real Madrid anticipated. Ancelotti was not overly concerned, as he had never expected to fully contain Manchester City's offense. The crux of the match does not hinge on whether Manchester City can score, but rather on whether Real Madrid can find the net. Before UEFA's reform of the Champions League, away goals held significant importance. In instances of tied scores, teams often advanced based on the advantage of away goals. Therefore, while the visiting team could accept defeat, they could not tolerate being shut out. As long as an away goal can be secured, the possibilities upon returning home are limitless. With this thought in mind, Ancelotti gestured for his team to intensify their offensive efforts. Real Madrid's attacking prowess was by no means inferior to that of Manchester City. If City could score, so could Madrid. Upon witnessing Lin Quan assist his teammate in scoring, the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo could no longer remain passive. The spotlight of this match centered on the direct confrontation between him and Lin Quan, following Manchester City's double victory over Barcelona. Skepticism regarding Lin Quan's ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with Messi and Ronaldo had diminished significantly. Should Lin Quan lead City to triumph over Real Madrid in this encounter, he would not only join the ranks of the elite alongside Messi and Ronaldo, but could potentially surpass them in stature. This notion was utterly unacceptable to Cristiano Ronaldo, whose competitive spirit could not abide such a defeat. Consequently, his performance in the attacking front became exceptionally vigorous. In the 7th minute, Ronaldo unleashed a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area that grazed the crossbar and soared into the stands, leaving the Portuguese star clutching his head in frustration. Merely 5 minutes later, receiving a pass from Modric, he deftly maneuvered past Demichelis and surged into the penalty area, yet his final touch was slightly heavy, thwarted by the advancing Joe Hart. Before his injury-induced transformation into a center forward, Ronaldo was not merely a poacher. In those days, he was swift, skillful in dribbling, capable of breaking through defenses, and an adept scorer, showcasing a comprehensive skill set that rendered him the pinnacle of wingers. Thus, during that period, fans affectionately dubbed him Golden Wing Ronaldo. When faced with one-on-one defenses, Kolarov found himself in considerable distress, often needing the assistance of teammates. The attacking players in Real Madrid's front line boasted formidable skills. Should Manchester's defenders allocate multiple players to restrain Ronaldo, the defensive numbers elsewhere would inevitably dwindle. In the 22nd minute, as Ronaldo once again drew the attention of the opposition on the flank, Modric shifted the ball to the opposite side, delivering it into Bale's hands. Unlike Benzema, Bale harbored ambitions of his own. He acknowledged Ronaldo's strength, but firmly believed in his superior capabilities. Thus, Bale aspired to become the star of Real Madrid, vying for the position of the team's leading figure against Ronaldo. Upon receiving Modric's pass, Bale swiftly accelerated, charging toward Manchester's penalty area like a tempest. Having suffered a setback previously, Zabaleta refrained from recklessly advancing this time. He positioned himself defensively, prepared to contest possession should Bale attempt to exploit the space. However, upon perceiving Zabaleta's stance, Bale astonishingly opted to pass. The approaching Modric received Bale's pass and subsequently sent the ball forward, placing it behind Zabaleta. Having witnessed Bale's speed, Modric trusted that Bale would indeed secure the ball before Zabaleta. True to expectation, Bale did not disappoint. As he passed to Modric, he surged forward, claiming the ball ahead of Zabaleta. On this occasion, Cruz focused on the advancing Isco, neglecting to assist Bale. This presented Bale with an opportunity, as he surged into the penalty area with remarkable speed, evading the advancing company, and maneuvering the ball to the right side of the goal before executing a shot from a narrow angle. The strike was a low drive, and Hart immediately dove to make a save, attempting to deflect it with his hand. However, the shot possessed too much power, ricocheting off his hand, striking the crossbar, and then bouncing into the net. In the 23rd minute of the first half, Real Madrid equalized. Following the goal, Bale sprinted exuberantly toward the camera at the sidelines, clenching his fists and roaring at the lens, his fierce expression reminiscent of the Monkey King from Journey to the West. The Real Madrid players rushed toward Bale, encircling him and celebrating wildly together. Only Cristiano Ronaldo, who was positioned further away, refrained from joining the commotion, merely offering a token applause, his demeanor betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. Not long ago, he had clearly gestured for the ball, yet Modric had the audacity to pass to Bale instead. To make matters worse, Bale had actually scored. This left Ronaldo feeling somewhat envious. Not only did Lin refuse to swap jerseys with him, but even Modric, his younger comrade, seemed to have betrayed him. Ancelotti, witnessing his team's equalizer, applauded with satisfaction, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding an air of control. The 5,000 traveling Real Madrid supporters, however, were far less tranquil. Upon seeing Bale score, they erupted in fervent chants of his name. This spectacle delighted Bale, filling him with pride, as it was evident that his popularity within the team was quite high. Bale's desire to contest for the leadership position within the squad largely stemmed from his transfer fee, which at the time of his move to Real Madrid was the highest in football history, surpassing even that of Ronaldo's transfer. Arriving at the Galacticos bearing such a monumental fee, it was only natural for Bale, or indeed anyone in his position, to harbor ambitions. Moreover, Bale thought to himself, if Ronaldo can do it, so can I. I possess a speed advantage that he does not. Why shouldn't I aspire to be the leader? Pellegrini frowned, acknowledging that while the goal was indeed scored by Bale, the true significance lay in Modric's assist. If he were to overlook Modric, he could become a considerable liability for Manchester City. Consequently, Pellegrini beckoned Yaya Touré and issued him a directive. In the ensuing match, Touré began to closely mark Modric. However, this tactic proved ineffective, as Real Madrid's organizational core extended beyond just Modric. Upon facing tight marking, Real Madrid swiftly shifted their playmaking responsibilities to Xabi Alonso. Prior to Modric's arrival at the club, Alonso had been the brain of Real Madrid's midfield. Yet, following a series of injuries last season, his playing time diminished, and his form waned, leading him to gradually step back, with the majority of the team's offensive orchestration entrusted to Modric. However, this does not imply that Xabi Alonso is incapable of such a task. Xabi Alonso occupies a deeper position on the field, complemented by his superior physical attributes and robust capability in physical confrontations. The pressure and interference exerted by Manchester City's forward players are far less effective against him than they are against Modric. In the 32nd minute of the first half, after evading De Bruyne's challenge, Xabi Alonso lifted his head to observe the positioning of both teams' players before swiftly delivering a long pass exceeding 40 meters. Xabi Alonso's long passes are distinct from those of others. The ball appears to possess an uncanny awareness under his control, and his long, lofted passes effortlessly locate teammates in the forward line or exploit vulnerabilities in the opponent's defense. Cristiano Ronaldo, having been Xabi Alonso's teammate for 4 to 5 years, is well aware of his passing prowess. Observing Xabi Alonso glancing up, Ronaldo immediately began to position himself, confident that if he could find space, his teammate would deliver the ball to him. Modric and Bale, both hailing from Tottenham, share a closer bond, making Modric's inclination towards Bale quite natural. However, Xabi Alonso, arriving from Liverpool, shares a connection with Ronaldo, having both transitioned from the Premier League to Real Madrid in the same year. Thus, the likelihood of Xabi Alonso passing to Ronaldo is certainly greater than that of him passing to Bale. Ronaldo's instincts prove accurate as he runs, the ball descending right at his feet. This pass from Xabi Alonso is not only intended for him, but has also been calculated for the necessary timing. Without Ronaldo's early movement, he would have missed the opportunity entirely. Well played, Ronaldo silently praises, executing a masterful touch to bring the ball under control before unleashing a powerful strike towards the goal, beating the defenders to it. Chapter concluded Chapter 101. A single season of 16 goals, breaking the Champions League scoring record. Xabi Alonso, with a long pass to Ronaldo. Ronaldo shoots. And the ball finds the net. What a splendid world-class goal. Cristiano Ronaldo netted a crucial goal at the Etihad Stadium, helping Real Madrid stage a comeback to lead 2-1 against Manchester City. After scoring, Ronaldo exuberantly sprinted towards the away fans, arms outstretched, leaping high to perform his signature celebration. The Real Madrid supporters in attendance enthusiastically echoed the Siu chant, cheering for their star player. Witnessing Ronaldo's goal, his teammates rushed to the sidelines, encircling him in celebration, akin to stars surrounding the moon. Yet, conspicuously absent among them was Bale, who stood at a distance, spitting in disdain and choosing not to join in the celebration. On the Real Madrid bench, Ancelotti fervently waved his fists, running a few steps along the sidelines. Ronaldo's goal tipped the advantage in favor of Real Madrid. Should the match conclude with this score, their chances of advancing to the semifinals would likely exceed 80%. This goal significantly uplifted the morale of the team. And in the ensuing moments, their attacks grew increasingly fierce, leaving Manchester City's defense precariously vulnerable and gradually losing ground. It must be said that Bale's arrival has significantly enhanced Real Madrid's offensive capacity, although his synergy with Cristiano Ronaldo is not particularly harmonious. The mere presence of these two on the pitch poses a formidable threat to Manchester City's defense. Throughout the first half, Real Madrid exerted relentless pressure on both flanks, effectively stifling Manchester City's wide play. Although Lin Quan remained active, he could only suppress one side, while the other unencumbered fullback frequently surged forward to assist in attacks, greatly benefiting Real Madrid's offensive efforts. Manchester City has but one Lin Quan, while Real Madrid boasts two players valued at 100 million. In terms of numbers, Real Madrid holds the advantage. In the 43rd minute, Real Madrid nearly extended their lead. Cristiano Ronaldo unleashed a menacing shot within the penalty area, narrowly thwarted by Joe Hart. The Manchester City supporters began to feel apprehensive. In these past few minutes, they had come to fully appreciate the terrifying prowess of the Galacticos. If the match continued in this manner, Manchester City was all but destined for defeat. Lin Quan recognized this predicament, seizing the opportunity presented by a dead ball. He conferred with De Bruyne and others. Given the suppression on the flanks, with their fullbacks unable to provide support, it was decided to initiate a counterattack through the midfield. However, this necessitated overcoming Real Madrid's formidable midfield line. Within the combination of Isco, Modric, and Xabi Alonso, the most formidable obstacle was clearly Xabi Alonso. He serves as the anchor of Real Madrid's midfield, and failing to bypass him would make it exceedingly difficult to threaten Real Madrid's goal. Moreover, should they lose possession, Xabi Alonso could swiftly deliver an incisive long pass, igniting a counterattack against Manchester City. Thus, attacking through the center posed considerable risks. Yet, with the scoreline against them, Manchester City faced a slow death unless they took risks. Consequently, De Bruyne and the others concurred with Lin Quan's strategy, intending to alter their approach and test the waters through the middle. In the 44th minute of the first half, supported by Yaya Touré, De Bruyne successfully intercepted Isco's pass. Before a Real Madrid player could intervene, he swiftly played the ball through to Lin Quan. Lin Quan surged forward along the center, prompting Real Madrid's defense to retreat at full speed, leading to a contest of pace. Modric immediately sprinted towards Lin Quan, aiming to disrupt his advance. However, Modric is not a specialist in defense. Although his defensive skills surpassed those of De Bruyne, they still fell short against Lin Quan. With a deft feint and a touch, Lin Quan effortlessly evaded him. Yet this momentary delay allowed Xabi Alonso to position himself. Xabi Alonso proved to be a far more daunting challenge than Modric. Lin Quan could not afford to be detained by him. Should he slow down in the face of Alonso, the pursuing Real Madrid players would swiftly converge upon him. Moreover, if the counterattack lacked speed, Real Madrid's defenders would have ample time to prepare, transforming Manchester City's rapid counter into a static battle. During several offensive attempts in the first half, Lin Quan had already made his mark. Ancelotti's team exhibited an unwavering defensive fortitude, as he infused the essence of Italian defense into Real Madrid, significantly enhancing their defensive prowess. To dismantle Real Madrid in a positional battle is no ordinary challenge. Thus, Lin Quan opted to accelerate once more. Xabi Alonso's pupils constricted in realization of the impending onslaught, swiftly positioning himself to obstruct Lin Quan's advance. Having been teammates in the national team, he understood the formidable difficulty of wresting the ball from Lin Quan's feet and dismissed the notion entirely. Instead, he resolved to leverage his height and weight advantage to thwart Lin Quan through physical confrontation. Upon observing Alonso's maneuver, Lin Quan immediately discerned his intention. Consequently, he altered his strategy, deftly nudging the ball laterally to create space before slicing diagonally towards Real Madrid's penalty area. At this juncture, Alonso found himself at a loss, compelled to pivot and pursue Lin Quan. However, as a player of his stature, his agility in turning could not rival that of a more diminutive opponent. By the time he completed his turn, Lin Quan had already established a distance of 1 or 2 meters. Witnessing Lin Quan elegantly bypass 2 midfielders and approach the brink of Real Madrid's penalty area, the Manchester City fans at Etihad Stadium rose in exhilaration, craning their necks towards the opposing half, eager not to miss a single detail of this riveting offensive sequence. The 2 central defenders of Real Madrid, upon seeing Alonso bested, exchanged silent concerns. Pepe almost immediately abandoned his mark on Agüero and charged towards Lin Quan. Although Lin Quan had previously outmaneuvered him, he had forced Lin Quan to pass, proving he could indeed contain his advances. This realization bolstered Pepe's confidence, prompting him to advance ahead of Ramos in an attempt to engage Lin Quan in a one-on-one defense. Upon witnessing Pepe's decision, Ramos and Casillas exchanged worried glances. While Pepe was formidable, he would likely face a daunting challenge against Lin Quan. Ramos had to slightly adjust his positioning, drawing closer to both Pepe and Lin Quan, ensuring he could provide immediate support should Pepe falter in his defense. As Pepe surged forward, Lin Quan felt a surge of exhilaration rather than worry. If you remain stagnant in the penalty area, I would have to ponder how to surpass you and Ramos. But with you advancing, I shall not hold back. He continued dribbling along the diagonal, enticing Pepe to follow, and then unexpectedly executed a feint, darting past him in the opposite direction. Taken aback, Pepe did not expect Lin Quan to perform such a deft maneuver at high speed. He was almost inclined to inquire, "Is your knee made of iron?" Yet, Pepe was no novice. He quickly recalibrated his direction, striving to keep pace with Lin Quan's rhythm. "Oh, you managed to keep up? Truly, he is the man who successfully defended against Messi. He certainly possesses skill." Lin Quan raised an eyebrow, his assessment of Pepe elevated. It appeared that the opponent's willingness to charge forward indicated they were well prepared. As Pepe pursued him, Lin Quan executed another feint, continuing his advance towards the penalty area. At that moment, Pepe was still in lateral motion. Although his mind was aligned with Lin Quan's movements, his body lagged behind. When he observed Lin Quan's sudden maneuver, his instinct prompted him to pivot and chase after him, resulting in a loss of balance and a fall within the penalty box. Another victim akin to Boateng had emerged. The Real Madrid supporters present were astounded to witness their central defender collapse without any contact. They were well aware of Pepe's prowess, a cornerstone of the Madrid defense. How could such a stalwart be so easily outmaneuvered? In stark contrast to the bewilderment of the Real Madrid fans, the Manchester City supporters erupted in laughter. This scene had previously unfolded during the group stage against Bayern, where it had occurred to their defender Boateng. Initially thought to be a testament to Boateng's inadequacy, it now appeared that even a Real Madrid defender could fall prey. It seemed the opponents were not lacking, but rather, Lin Quan was exceptionally formidable. With this thought, their cheers for Lin Quan grew louder. While Ramos had prepared for a defensive intervention, he was taken aback by the unexpected manner in which Pepe was bypassed. This astonishment caused him to hesitate. For Lin Quan, that moment of hesitation was ample time to strike. Just before Ramos could position himself defensively, Lin Quan delivered his shot. Casillas, despite his best efforts, was unable to prevent the ball from finding its way into the net. He rose, supporting himself on his knees, and cast a complex glance towards Lin Quan. This marked the first occasion Casillas had been breached by Lin Quan, leaving him with mixed emotions. Indeed, facing off against Lin Quan was a disheartening experience. Being teammates would undoubtedly be more comfortable. The score was now 2-2, as Manchester City swiftly equalized before the halftime whistle. This meant they could enter the locker room without the burden of trailing behind. The Etihad Stadium erupted with jubilant cheers upon witnessing Lin Quan's goal. Just moments ago, as their team had been overwhelmed by Real Madrid's relentless assault, anxiety had gripped their hearts. Now, with both teams back on equal footing, a collective sigh of relief was released. Initially, After Bale and Ronaldo had each netted a goal, Lin Quan stood alone among the three superstars without a score to his name. This had caused great pride among the fans of the other two, who viewed it as evidence of Lin Quan's inferiority, particularly Ronaldo's supporters, who could scarcely accept that an 18-year-old like Lin Quan could be placed in the same echelon as their idol, seized the opportunity to attack him online. They scoffed, declaring it absurd for Lin Quan to be compared alongside Ronaldo. It was indeed amusing. In this match, while both Ronaldo and Bale had scored, only one remained goalless, making him the object of embarrassment. However, merely a few minutes later, Lin Quan found the back of the net. The tables had turned, leaving those who had previously derided him in an awkward position. Oh, where were the naysayers now? Is it not said that Lin Huang pales in comparison to Cristiano Ronaldo? Yet, what of the present moment? In an intriguing turn of events, Lin Huang has achieved a remarkable tally of 16 goals in the Champions League this season, surpassing Ronaldo by 1 goal. While Ronaldo's ardent supporters often boast of their idol's prolific scoring, they conveniently overlook Lin Huang's record-breaking feats in the Premier League and Champions League. In terms of goals, Lin Huang outshines Ronaldo, and when it comes to assists, he similarly eclipses him. Yet, they still cling to the belief that Lin Huang is inferior to Ronaldo. It leaves one pondering their understanding of the game. Although Ronaldo's fans may not acknowledge Lin Huang's prowess, commentators across various networks have not hesitated to sing his praises. In an astonishing display, Lin Huang netted his 16th Champions League goal of the season, once again shattering his own record for the most goals in a single Champions League campaign. In the previous match against Barcelona, he scored his 15th goal, thus breaking the historical record established by Lionel Messi in the 2011-2012 season and AC Milan's legendary Altafini in the 1962-1963 season. Now, he has elevated that record to 16 goals. Regardless of whether Manchester City reaches the finals, Lin Huang deserves our applause. Upon witnessing Lin Huang's goal, Ronaldo's expression appeared somewhat dejected. After finally scoring himself and leveling the scoring chart with Lin Huang, he soon found himself trailing once more as Lin Huang added yet another goal. This season, Ronaldo feels he has performed at an elite level in the Champions League, achieving the highest number of goals in his career. In previous years, such a record-breaking tally would have placed him firmly in the spotlight, showered with accolades and admiration. However, this year, he faces an unexpected rival. While Messi, his longtime competitor, has faltered, Lin Huang has emerged as a formidable opponent. Initially, Lin Huang's goals did not match those of Ronaldo and Messi, yet his consistency is remarkably impressive. He scored in 6 consecutive group stage matches, and aside from one match where he was rotated, he found the net in every knockout stage match. In essence, whenever Lin Huang graces the pitch in the Champions League, a goal is almost a certainty. This scoring efficiency is something even Ronaldo finds challenging to match, resulting in his 15 goals yet still not securing the top position on the scoring chart. Such a scenario would have been unthinkable in any other season. Even more daunting is Lin Huang's impressive assist count, which stands at 6 in the Champions League, placing him second on the assist leaderboard, just behind Rooney's 8 assists. With Manchester United already eliminated, Rooney's assist tally will remain unchanged. However, since Manchester City's campaign is still ongoing, Lin Huang's assist count may continue to rise. Thus, it is conceivable that Lin Huang could dominate both the scoring and assist charts by the season's end. The mere thought of this ignites Ronaldo's competitive spirit. One must never allow this individual to dominate both rankings. Mere satisfaction is insufficient. The pursuit of further goals is essential to reclaim the pinnacle of the scoring leaderboard. Cristiano Ronaldo yearns to continue his scoring spree, while Lin Quan aspires to enhance his lead. Both players remain discontented with the current scoreline, and upon resuming play, an intense contest for possession ensues. Regrettably, the first half concludes swiftly, with neither side managing to extend their advantage, thus retreating to the locker room with a score of 2-2. Chapter 102. A lightning goal, a turnaround within a turnaround. Although the opponents equalized in the final moments, Ancelotti refrained from criticizing his players. Instead, he commended their first-half performance. "You performed admirably. A 2-2 scoreline is an acceptable outcome. However, I believe your display merits a victory." Upon hearing Ancelotti's words, the players, initially anxious and fearing reproach, breathed a collective sigh of relief and gazed at him with gratitude. The attacking players, buoyed by Ancelotti's praise, stood tall with expressions of pride. In contrast to Mourinho's authoritative demeanor, Ancelotti enjoys a more favorable reception within the locker room, a testament to his emotional intelligence and eloquence. Observing the players' reactions, Ancelotti nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Thus, we shall maintain our offensive approach in the second half, utilizing the attacking prowess that Manchester City prides itself on to dismantle them." This sentiment was met with fervent support from Ronaldo, Bale, and other offensive players, who excel in attack but are less inclined to engage in the arduous task of defending. Naturally, while they are not entirely averse to the idea of sacrificing for victory, their reluctance is palpable. The rationale is straightforward. Players of their caliber, who specialize in offense, tend to shine in attacking roles, yet often falter and face humiliation when tasked with defensive duties. Moreover, expending excessive energy on defense could hinder their ability to achieve remarkable statistics in attack. Consequently, Ancelotti's strategy aligns perfectly with their psychological inclinations. On the home front, Pellegrini finds the 2-2 outcome unacceptable. Failing to secure a victory at home while conceding 2 away goals to the opponents significantly diminishes their chances of advancement to below 30%. Should the opposition score again in the second half, resulting in a home defeat, elimination would be inevitable. In the second half, we must intensify our offensive efforts. The tactical arrangements are as follows. Pellegrini, having assessed the first half, produced his tactical board to outline the offensive strategy for the second half. The players nodded in understanding, after which he detailed the defensive strategy. With both Bale and Ronaldo being formidable, it is clear that defending against them simultaneously would be an insurmountable challenge. However, it appeared that there was a lack of synergy among them. If they continued to engage in solitary battles in the second half, the moment any one of them held the ball, the defense on the other could relax. Focusing solely on the ball carrier, Pellegrini speculated that there might be some discord between the two wingers of Real Madrid. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain their failure to collaborate. He was uncertain whether Ancelotti was aware of this and whether he could address the issue during halftime. Yet he felt it was worth probing. If Cristiano Ronaldo and Bale continued to fail to connect, the defensive pressure on Manchester City would significantly diminish. The 15-minute halftime passed swiftly, and both teams returned to the pitch. After switching sides, Manchester City kicked off. Lin Quan passed the ball to Agüero and immediately surged forward. Agüero executed a precise through ball back to Lin Quan, who effortlessly evaded Benzema and continued his advance into the heart of Real Madrid's territory. Simultaneously, Manchester City's players began to race towards Real Madrid's half. This was clearly an attempt to launch an aggressive opening attack. "Stop him. Don't let him pass the ball." Ancelotti was taken aback. He had a premonition that Pellegrini would intensify the attack in the second half. But he did not anticipate such an aggressive approach right from the start. Was this not a bit overly ambitious? In Pellegrini's eyes, Real Madrid's defense was exceptionally sturdy, and breaching it would be quite formidable. Thus, he devised this aggressive opening strategy, hoping to catch them off guard before they fully settled into their rhythm. The risks were evident, yet the potential rewards were immensely enticing. Isco and Modric were drawn towards Lin Quan, charging at him almost immediately. Surrounded by Real Madrid players, they presumed Lin Quan intended to pass, believing it improbable that he could challenge the entirety of their defense alone. Consequently, Modric positioned himself in front of Lin Quan, while Isco cut off his passing lane. However, Lin Quan had no intention of passing. Noticing Isco did not close in to double-team him, he decisively chose to overpower Modric. Modric exerted all his strength in an attempt to intercept him, but ultimately failed. Against a player like Lin Quan, who possessed both the ability to penetrate and agile footwork, Modric found himself at a loss. Nonetheless, unlike the previous occasion, even as Modric was bypassed, he felt a sense of calmness. Behind him was a multitude of teammates. He could not fathom that so many could not thwart Lin Quan alone. Real Madrid's players shared a similar mindset. Although they were astonished by Lin Quan's successive dribbling past Benzema and Modric, they did not believe he would recklessly challenge their defensive line head-on, as any rational player would not do so. Thus, they remained vigilant towards Lin Quan while keeping a watchful eye on Agüero, De Bruyne, and other Manchester City players making late runs. However, not everyone shared this perspective. Xabi Alonso and Ramos, having been former teammates with Lin Quan and having suffered greatly at his hands in the first half, were particularly wary of him. The two players converged towards Lin Quan in unison, with Ramos blocking Lin Quan's path to advance. Xavi Alonso rushed in from the side, aiming to entangle Lin Quan and aid his teammate in intercepting the ball. Observing their movements, Lin Quan remained undeterred in his offensive intent. He deftly evaded both opponents, continuing to dribble towards the right side of the penalty area, ultimately penetrating the box. The Real Madrid players initially assumed that Lin Quan would surely pass the ball, but as he carried it all the way into the penalty area, he showed no intention of doing so. This left them astonished, each one involuntarily pondering, could it be? Is this fellow truly planning to take on our entire defense single-handedly? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous, so preposterous that they found it hard to believe. Yet, witnessing Lin Quan storming into their penalty area, they could not deny the reality of the situation. Now, it was not just Xavi Alonso and Ramos who felt the pressure. The other players on Real Madrid's defense began to experience a palpable tension. Should Lin Quan succeed in scoring this goal, every one of them would be branded with shame, becoming the subject of ridicule. Consequently, apart from Xavi Alonso and Ramos, nearly all the defenders of Real Madrid were drawn towards Lin Quan, shifting the entire defensive line to the right. With Xavi Alonso and Ramos occupied, Agüero seized the opportunity to penetrate Real Madrid's penalty area. This prompted another defender, Pepe, to spring into action, urgently summoning Averoa for support. However, as Averoa approached to assist, he suddenly felt something was past his head. Looking up, he realized, oh, it was the football. Wait, the football? Averoa was instantly jolted into awareness, instinctively glancing towards Lin Quan, only to discover that the ball at Lin Quan's feet had vanished. A cold sweat broke out on Averoa. Could it be that as soon as he left the right flank, the opponent was launching an attack from that very side? According to Murphy's Law, the most dreaded scenarios often come to pass. At that moment, on Real Madrid's right flank and Manchester City's left, a diminutive player clad in the blue jersey number 21 appeared in an open space, receiving Lin Quan's pass. David Silva controlled the ball, assessed Casillas's position, and before Averoa could arrive, unleashed a powerful shot towards the goal. The strike was forceful, and the ball shot towards the net in an instant. Just as Casillas attempted to make a save, the football had already found its way into the back of the net. 32. Manchester City executed a lightning-fast offensive, scoring a goal merely 14 seconds into the second half, overturning the match in their favor. The goal was so swift that many spectators who had just returned from the restroom during halftime had not even settled back into their seats before the resounding cheers erupted, startling them. What? We are in the lead? Who scored? They felt a pang of regret for having missed such a splendid goal, eagerly turning to the nearby fans to ascertain who had scored. It was David Silva, who, having received Lin Quan's pass, found the net. Haha, we lead once more. Just take a look at the expressions on those Real Madrid supporters. They resemble individuals who have just tasted something foul. The reactions of the coaches and substitutes on the bench echoed this sentiment. Manchester City displayed a lack of sportsmanship, launching an aggressive attack right from the outset, while most of their players had yet to find their rhythm, having not even touched the ball before conceding. Damn it, I underestimated the extent of this old man's audacity. Ancelotti muttered a self-reproachful curse. This was his oversight, as he should have anticipated that Manchester City would employ such a strategy. Agüero should not have lost his position. An assistant coach remarked, somewhat irked. This is unrelated to Agüero. Our defense was already led astray by Lin Quan. Ancelotti did not blame Agüero. While he bore some responsibility for the goal, the bulk of the fault did not rest upon him. Lin Quan, when everyone expected him to pass, chose not to. And conversely, when they believed he would not, he delivered the ball. It was this stark contrast that caught the Real Madrid players off guard, leading them to falter. The second half had only just commenced, and they had yet to fully engage in the match. Such errors were understandable. However, mistakes could not be repeated. Ancelotti could barely accept a score of 3-2, but if Manchester City were to score again and elevate the score to 4-2, the situation would become exceedingly dire for Real Madrid. Contemplating this, Ancelotti found himself in a state of hesitation. Should he alter the strategy, relinquishing the offensive battle with Manchester City in favor of a defensive counterattack? Ancelotti's team excelled at counterattacking, and under Mourinho's tutelage, their defensive capabilities were already formidable. Should they adopt a defensive stance, Manchester City would find it challenging to score again. This way, Real Madrid might maintain the score until halftime, preventing the opposition from extending their lead. Furthermore, if the opponent's attack became too fervent, and if they managed to intercept the ball in midfield, Real Madrid could swiftly capitalize on the opponent's errors and execute a threatening counterattack. Perhaps they could level the score? Ancelotti's indecision lingered. He had promised his players a more aggressive approach in the second half, and now, just as the second half was beginning, he was on the verge of overturning his decision, which would undoubtedly leave the players feeling disoriented. Ancelotti's intuition proved correct. Following Manchester City's goal, dissent began to brew among the Real Madrid players. Cristiano Ronaldo, Gareth Bale, and other forwards were eager to launch an immediate offensive to equalize the score. However, the defenders, shaken by Manchester City's recent attack, wished to stabilize the situation first before proceeding with caution. This discord within the ranks led to a disjointed Real Madrid, unable to mount an effective attack while struggling to maintain their defensive solidity. In contrast, following David Silva's goal, Manchester City experienced a surge in morale. Each player became remarkably active, launching fervent assaults on Real Madrid. The ecstatic supporters of the Blue Moon witnessed their team overpowering the illustrious Galacticos, and the atmosphere was electric with waves of cheers and encouragement, each crescendo surpassing the last, bolstered by the fervor of their home crowd. Manchester City seized complete control of the match, maintaining relentless pressure on Real Madrid from the start of the second half until the 55th minute, effectively pinning them within their own half and preventing any advance beyond the midfield. Had it not been for the heroic performance of Real Madrid's goalkeeper, Iker Casillas, who made several crucial saves against threatening attempts from City, the scoreline could have been significantly more lopsided in favor of Manchester. Recognizing the precarious situation of his team and the crumbling defense, Carlo Ancelotti finally resolved to act. He began to communicate with his players, urging them to alter their tactics and retreat into a defensive posture, preparing for counterattacks. This decision brought a sense of relief to Real Madrid's players, particularly those in the backline. They felt as though they could barely hold on without such a directive from their coach. However, upon hearing Ancelotti's instructions, the expressions of stars like Cristiano Ronaldo and Gareth Bale soured. Had they not agreed to play an attacking style of football, why pivot to a defensive approach? Bale seemed somewhat accepting of the change, yet Ronaldo appeared visibly displeased. Before Bale's arrival, Ronaldo had been pivotal in their counterattacks, but now the spotlight had shifted to Bale due to his exceptional speed. Consequently, Ancelotti's adjustment significantly diminished Ronaldo's opportunities to score while simultaneously creating numerous chances for Bale. As the match transitioned to a defensive counterattacking style for Real Madrid, Manchester City swiftly adapted their strategy. They shifted from their previously expansive attacking play to a more controlled approach, firmly maintaining possession and denying their opponents any chances to counterattack. This scene felt incredibly familiar to both the players on the pitch and the coaching staff on the sidelines. If the City players were donned in red and blue jerseys, one might almost mistake their opponents for Barcelona. In an intriguing twist, the second half unfolded in a manner that seemed more reminiscent of a Spanish Clásico rather than a UEFA Champions League semi-final. With a plethora of Spanish internationals in their lineup, Manchester City's possession tactics were hardly surprising. Since Barcelona's rise, numerous teams across Europe have sought to emulate their style of play. However, only Manchester City has managed to replicate it nearly perfectly. And the reason is simple. They possess the talent of a player like Lionel Messi. Other teams' attempts at imitation often falter, lacking the essential component that is Messi to achieve the same level of effectiveness in possession play. However, on the Manchester City side, there is Lin Quan, who, while not an exact replica of Messi, bears a striking resemblance, as if he were carved from the same mold. With his presence, Manchester City's possession-based system has achieved at least 50% similarity to that of Barcelona. Furthermore, having recently faced Barcelona in 2 matches, the entire team, from the coaching staff to the ordinary players, has gained profound insight into the potency of Barcelona's possession tactics. This familiarity has facilitated their imitation of Barcelona's strategies. Thus, at this moment, Manchester City indeed appears remarkably reminiscent of Barcelona. Upon witnessing the opponent's embrace of possession football, Real Madrid immediately heightened their vigilance, having suffered considerable setbacks against Barcelona in the league. As Real Madrid opted to retreat defensively, Manchester City capitalized on the advantages of their possession game, gradually seizing control of the match. Over time, Manchester City's ball possession rate began to rise rapidly, transitioning from a balanced first half to a state where they dominated with over 60% possession, while Real Madrid languished below 40%. However, Real Madrid did not exhibit signs of tension or panic. Instead, they adapted to a counter-attacking strategy, willingly relinquishing possession. For them, the objective was clear: to capitalize on any errors made by the opponent during their offensive maneuvers, intercepting the ball to launch successful counterattacks. Possession statistics, no matter how high, were inconsequential if victory eluded them. If they could not secure a win, all else would be rendered meaningless. With this in mind, Real Madrid's players patiently organized their defense, engaging in relentless pressure against Manchester City's midfielders, aiming to exploit any mistakes for counterattacking opportunities. The battle in midfield intensified immediately. Unlike Barcelona's midfield, Manchester City's players boasted a lower average age. Even the oldest, Yaya Touré, was merely 31 years old and at the peak of his career. In contrast, Kroos and De Bruyne were generally younger, which should have granted them an advantage in the midfield skirmishes. However, Real Madrid's Modric, having navigated the initial adaptation phase, increasingly showcased his vitality. In the 76th minute, after executing a successful tackle, Modric delivered a long pass to the wing, finding Bale. The great Saint surged down the flank once more, executing a brilliant breakthrough, only to see his subsequent shot narrowly miss the target. Had it found the net, Real Madrid would have equalized. Manchester City was startled by this counterattack from Real Madrid, prompting Pellegrini to furrow his brow. Although he had anticipated Modric's threat and had specifically assigned Yaya Touré to mark him, it seemed this strategy had not achieved the desired effect. At 29 years old, Modric had undoubtedly entered his prime. He serves as the metronome for Real Madrid's midfield, possessing exceptional organizational and advancing capabilities, along with abundant stamina, refined technique, and a remarkable tactical awareness. He embodies all the qualities expected of a top-tier midfielder. Modric's performance on both offensive and defensive fronts today was evident for all to see. If Pellegrini were to grade him, he would willingly assign Modric the highest score from the Real Madrid side. In Pellegrini's eyes, Modric's significance surpasses that of both Cristiano Ronaldo and Gareth Bale, two elite stars. It is hard to fathom how a player of merely 172 centimeters in height possesses such remarkable defensive prowess. His exceptional stamina allows him to cover extensive areas of the pitch. Whenever Manchester City initiates an offensive, he invariably positions himself in the most pivotal zones. Although this occasionally results in him being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan, relegated to the role of a mere backdrop, this very circumstance exemplifies his defensive awareness. As long as he is not confronted by Lin Quan, his defensive instincts enable him to effectively assist his team. Had Modric possessed only defensive capabilities, Pellegrini would not have found him such a source of concern. However, Modric's versatility is unparalleled. He excels not only defensively, but possesses even greater offensive acumen. He serves as the orchestrator for Real Madrid, the metronome of their transitional play. Under Modric's guidance, Real Madrid's attacks become far more menacing. Not to mention, when he delivers a pass, the threat escalates exponentially. Hence, it is imperative to contain Modric. With this thought in mind, Pellegrini seized the opportunity during a stoppage in play to instruct Yaya Touré to specifically mark Modric, enlisting De Bruyne's assistance as well. This adjustment yielded some results. Yet it also imposed significant repercussions. Due to Modric's expansive range of motion, he could surge into Manchester City's penalty area during attacks and retreat to his own box in defense. This caused Yaya Touré and De Bruyne to feel overwhelmed, inadvertently exhausting a considerable amount of their energy on defensive duties. Yaya Touré managed, but De Bruyne, as Manchester City's offensive architect, found his contributions to the attack diminishing sharply once his focus shifted to defense. Consequently, Manchester City's offensive efforts in the second half became mere specters, lacking any substantive threat. Observing this scene, Ancelotti exhaled with relief. Although the counterattack had faltered, maintaining the current scoreline was still somewhat acceptable. Once they returned to the Bernabeu, they would let Manchester City witness Real Madrid's true strength. Just as Ancelotti entertained this thought, he watched as Lin Quan, showcasing his individual prowess, skillfully bypassed two defenders and charged into the penalty area to unleash a shot. At that moment, Ancelotti felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Fortunately, Casillas executed a crucial save, averting the imminent danger. Otherwise, Real Madrid might have found themselves 2 goals down. Damn it, it's already the 85th minute. How does this fellow still possess such stamina? Ancelotti glanced at the scoreboard and couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Real Madrid and Barcelona had faced each other numerous times in the league, leading to an extensive study of Messi. They understood that players like Messi, due to their frequent dribbling and breakthroughs, rapidly deplete their energy reserves. Messi often conserves his energy by strolling on the pitch, rarely engaging in defensive duties, in order to reserve strength for launching attacks. Based on the understanding of Messi, the Real Madrid hierarchy instinctively believed that Lin Quan would face physical exhaustion in the second half, particularly as the match drew to a close. After all, he had not only participated in numerous attacking plays, but had also engaged in defensive duties frequently. At this juncture, his physical depletion should have been even more pronounced than Messi's. Therefore, it was presumed that Lin Quan would lack the stamina to initiate such an offensive surge. However, reality defied their expectations. Observing Lin Quan's recent breakthrough, his deft dribbles, and that formidable shot against Ramos, it was evident that he appeared far from fatigued. No, they could not falter at such a critical moment. Bolstering their defense was imperative. With this thought in mind, Ancelotti immediately prepared to make substitutions. He replaced Isco with a defensive player, aiming to strengthen their backline. Isco felt a twinge of frustration. He had performed well in the match. Yet he dared not voice his complaints as the head coach insisted on the change, and he resignedly exited the field. The substitution by Real Madrid signaled a call to arms, prompting the players to channel their energies more towards defense, curtailing their offensive pursuits. This shift rendered Manchester City's attacks increasingly challenging. Lin Quan found it difficult to execute breakthroughs due to the player Ancelotti had brought on to specifically mark him, restricting his space to maneuver. 5 minutes later, Ancelotti made another adjustment, substituting Benzema for a defensive midfielder. This move intensified Real Madrid's grip in the midfield, further disrupting Manchester City's offensive organization and diminishing their attacking threat. Ultimately, after 90 minutes, Manchester City triumphed 3-2 over Real Madrid at home. This result was, albeit barely, acceptable for both sides. For Manchester City, they managed to defend their home turf and secure a victory, albeit by a slim margin. For Real Madrid, they had scored an away goal, with the deficit being only one. Thus, upon returning home, they needed merely to score a single goal to eliminate Manchester City. Such a requirement was a trivial task for the offensively potent Real Madrid. Consequently, after the match, Ancelotti exhibited no signs of dismay or disappointment as he exchanged pleasantries and laughter with Pellegrini during their handshake. On the pitch, while both teams' players felt a sense of dissatisfaction, they accepted the outcome. Bale promptly sought out Lin Quan at the conclusion of the match, proposing a jersey exchange, which had been prearranged. Lin Quan, without hesitation, gladly removed his jersey and handed it to Bale. "Madrid, see you," Bale said with a smile, patting Lin Quan on the shoulder. "See you in Madrid." Lin Quan nodded in response. At that moment, Cristiano Ronaldo, still on the sidelines hydrating, let out a scoff upon witnessing this exchange and turned to walk down the players' tunnel. The players of Manchester City did not immediately exit the field. Instead, under the leadership of their captain, Vincent Kompany, they circled the pitch to express their gratitude to the fans who had come to support them. The fervor of the fans was palpable, as they were exhilarated by the prospect of triumphing over the formidable Real Madrid on their home turf. Although a score of 3-2 may appear less than ideal, the essence of victory remains paramount. After all, it is Real Madrid they have bested. In the post-match press conference, Carlo Ancelotti conveyed his acceptance of the scoreline and expressed unwavering confidence that his team would secure a place in the finals at the Bernabeu. "Indeed, I am confident in my team's progression to the finals. We have an impeccable home record, and I believe this occasion will be no exception." Ancelotti's confidence stems not only from the remarkable prowess of Real Madrid, but also from their stellar performance at home this season. Thus far, they have played 5 Champions League matches at home, achieving an unblemished record, with most victories being by margins of 2 goals or more. While Real Madrid has also performed commendably away, it is at home where they truly become a formidable force. After interviewing Ancelotti, journalists sought out Manchester City's manager, Manuel Pellegrini, to inquire about his thoughts on the upcoming match at the Bernabeu. Pellegrini expressed a cautiously optimistic outlook. "My team currently holds the advantage. After this match, we have gauged Real Madrid's strength. They are formidable, but not invincible. Our objective remains to win the next match at the Bernabeu." Had Pellegrini made such statements prior to the match, they might have lacked credibility. However, after witnessing the entire match, many have come to hold Manchester City in higher regard. Their ability to triumph over the mighty Real Madrid at home indeed reflects their strength. Nonetheless, there is a prevailing skepticism regarding Manchester City's chances of winning away. The home and away experiences are starkly different. Winning at home does not guarantee success on the road, especially at the hallowed grounds of the Bernabeu. Following the match, bookmakers promptly updated their odds. Despite trailing in score, Real Madrid's odds were notably lower than those of Manchester City, indicating a stronger belief in their progression to the finals. However, the odds set by the bookmakers were not drastically skewed, given Manchester City's impressive performance at home. The odds were approximately 35 to 65 in favor of Real Madrid, though there remained a significant number of supporters for Manchester City. In the immediate aftermath of the match, major media outlets reported on the event. Marca stated, Real Madrid failed to conquer the Etihad Stadium, yet 2 away goals are enough to leave Ancelotti satisfied. We are just 1 goal away from the finals. AS proclaimed, Real Madrid only needs to win 2 more matches to lift their 10th championship trophy. The Guardian remarked, Manchester City defended their home glory, overcoming the powerful Real Madrid, preserving their hopes of advancing to the finals and astonishing those who underestimated them prior to the match. The Times, for Manchester City, this scoreline is far from ideal. The upcoming match at the Bernabeu promises to be exceedingly arduous, and they must summon their utmost form and exert themselves fully to confront the challenge ahead. BBC, with 1 goal and 2 assists, Lin Quan delivered an explosive performance, establishing a commanding lead in this clash of elite stars. Following this match, it is unlikely that anyone will question Lin Quan's ability to stand alongside the greatest talents in football. The only lingering inquiry remains, when will he secure his first Ballon d'Or? End of chapter 104. The second leg of the semi-finals, away at the Bernabeu. Manchester City's home victory over Real Madrid was a minor upset. However, when compared to the results of another match, this upset seems rather trivial. In a separate semi-final held on April 24th, Bayern Munich, playing at home, suffered a shocking 0-1 defeat to Atletico Madrid, a scoreline that took everyone by surprise. Although Real Madrid faced defeat, they managed to secure 2 away goals, and the loss was not substantial, rendering it quite acceptable. Conversely, Bayern's home defeat was utterly untenable. Having lost at home, could they realistically expect to triumph away against Atletico Madrid? Consequently, following this match, the external outlook on Bayern's prospects for advancement plummeted, with few believing they could reach the final. Meanwhile, after overcoming the formidable Bayern, Simeone and his Atletico Madrid swiftly rose to prominence. Among the quartet of teams that reached the Champions League semifinals, there is no doubt that Real Madrid boasts the most stars and the highest market value. Atletico Madrid, on the other hand, finds itself at the bottom of the rankings. Yet, this seemingly underdog team managed to topple the illustrious and expensive Bayern, an utterly astonishing turn of events. In an instant, the entire football world became intrigued by Simeone and his Atletico Madrid. What is the secret behind this coach's ability to lead such a relatively modest squad to achieve remarkable success? As the spotlight shone upon Simeone and his team, Guardiola and his Bayern faced unrelenting criticism from all quarters. This season, Guardiola's Bayern has revealed a significant flaw: their dismal performance against strong opponents. During the group stage, they drew 1 and lost 1 against Manchester City, failing to gain any advantage. Just 10 days prior, in the Bundesliga, they suffered a 0-3 defeat at home to Borussia Dortmund. Now, they have succumbed to Atletico Madrid. Aside from their victory over a struggling Manchester United, Bayern seems to lack any commendable accomplishments. The Bayern squad remains largely unchanged, yet the team's tactical approach has undergone considerable transformation, leading the public to place the blame squarely on Guardiola's shoulders. This time, however, no one from the Bayern club has stepped forward to defend him. Perhaps he should consider a move to Manchester City. Upon learning of Bayern's defeat and the subsequent criticism directed at Guardiola, Lin Quan took the initiative to call and offer his solace. Guardiola, momentarily at a loss for words, responded, "Are you here to poach me on behalf of Manchester City?" "Not at all," Lin replied. "I am merely representing myself. You know our principal owner. If he desired to recruit, he would do so with a financial onslaught." Reflecting on the moment when Mansour approached Lin with a contract, Guardiola nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this indeed aligns with Mansour's character. "Let us see how the season unfolds. I have 2 more years on my contract with Bayern, and I am not inclined to breach it." Guardiola placed significant value on his commitment, unwilling to terminate the agreement prematurely. Furthermore, Bayern is unlikely to dismiss him, especially given that he recently led the team to an impressive 53-match unbeaten streak in the league, the second longest in Europe. With Barcelona's presidential elections approaching this summer, he had already declined Laporta's overtures, and should he now reconsider and join Manchester City, Laporta would undoubtedly feel deceived. Sensing Lin's potential disappointment or discontent, Guardiola elaborated. He cherished his relationship with Laporta and had no desire to mislead him. Hence his assurance that he would not depart this summer, firmly rooted in his commitment to Bayern unless they opted for a mutual termination. Nevertheless, I suspect your situation may not be easy. Playing at Atletico's home ground is a formidable challenge. This season, neither Barcelona nor Real Madrid has triumphed at the Calderón. Simeone's Atletico is indeed tenacious. How tenacious? The two giants of La Liga have yet to secure a victory against Atletico this season. Real Madrid, formidable as they are, suffered a double defeat to Barcelona, and Barcelona, strong in their own right, was silenced by Atletico. Thus, Lin was not particularly surprised by Bayern's home defeat. While Atletico's roster may appear somewhat modest, it is adeptly executed under Simeone's tactical approach. An influx of star players might disrupt this cohesion. I have noted this. Let us give our utmost in the next match. Fortunately, the deficit is not insurmountable. Guardiola felt that Bayern's loss was somewhat unjust. They had recently achieved the longest unbeaten streak in Bundesliga history, and the weight of maintaining such a record had left the players physically and mentally drained, culminating in overwhelming pressure that ultimately led to their defeats against Augsburg and Dortmund. This period marked a phase of diminished morale for Bayern. At this juncture, facing Atletico or even another formidable team could prove challenging. However, should they regain their composure and elevate their performance, a turnaround is not beyond the realm of possibility. The crux of the matter lies in whether they can restore their form before the next match in a week. A one-goal deficit is not excessive, especially for a peak Bayern side. It is certainly not an insurmountable obstacle. On April 27th, the 36th round of the Premier League commenced. As Manchester City had secured the championship 4 rounds in advance, Pellegrini opted to field a plethora of substitutes for this match. Their opponents, Crystal Palace, currently sit at 11th place in the league, with no concerns regarding relegation and no aspirations for European competition, embodying a team devoid of ambition. Consequently, the match unfolded in a rather tranquil manner, with City triumphing over their rivals with a score of 2-0, thanks to goals from Navas and Jovetic. Following the conclusion of the match, the entire Manchester City squad promptly boarded a flight from London to Madrid to prepare for their upcoming second leg against Real Madrid in 3 days. Upon arriving in Madrid, City took residence at the training facility of Getafe. Initially, they had sought to rent Atletico Madrid's training grounds, but Atletico, concerned about tactical leaks as they prepared for their home match against Bayern, declined City's request. This was quite understandable, as both teams currently harbored hopes of advancing. And should both reach the final, prior exposure to each other's tactical training would leave little to the imagination. Additionally, given the relationship between Lin Quan and Guardiola, Atletico was apprehensive that Lin Quan might divulge secrets to Guardiola. Upon hearing Atletico's rationale for refusal, Lin Quan felt somewhat speechless. What did they take him for? Would he betray his own? He was not so petty. Furthermore, Guardiola did not require his intelligence. As one of the foremost coaches in football, Guardiola would undoubtedly discern Simeone's tactics, having faced them previously. Reflecting on this, Lin Quan silently cheered for Guardiola. Go for it, Egu. Let us eliminate Atletico and meet in the final together. April 29th, Santiago Bernabéu Stadium. Merely 16 minutes into the match, Real Madrid had already leveled the score. Ramos scored a priceless header. The aggregate score now stood at 3-3, yet Madrid held the advantage with 2 away goals. Should the match conclude in this manner, it would be Real Madrid progressing to the final. Manchester City found themselves in a precarious position, having relinquished control of the game, now ensnared in the formidable offensive onslaught of Madrid. At the moment Ramos found the net, the Bernabéu erupted in thunderous applause. The attending Madrid supporters, many of whom were affluent members of society, maintained a dignified composure, refraining from the typical exuberance of home fans, instead offering restrained applause to encourage their players. However, the intensity of their applause revealed the profound excitement coursing through these gentlemen. Finally, they were on the brink of reaching the Champions League final. 12 long years had passed. Both Real Madrid and their fans had waited far too long. The hero of the moment, Ramos, was exhilarated as he celebrated with a sliding gesture at the sidelines. Although he was not a product of Madrid's youth academy, he had dedicated 9 years to the club, making him, apart from Casillas, the longest-serving player on the team at present. His tenure coincided with a period following the first phase of the Galacticos, during which Madrid's performance in the Champions League had gradually declined. Thus, Ramos, alongside his team, has endured repeated failures on the UEFA Champions League stage. In the most challenging times, Real Madrid even found themselves eliminated in the round of 16 year after year. However, after persevering through those arduous moments, the club has finally embraced a resurgence. As a veteran within Real Madrid, having weathered numerous storms alongside the team throughout the years, Ramos harbors profound emotions for the club. If they can triumph over Manchester City, they will return to the final for the first time in 12 years, vying for their historic 10th Champions League trophy, a coveted prize that Real Madrid has long awaited. On the sidelines, Ancelotti exhibited even greater excitement than the players themselves. At the moment of scoring, he jubilantly raised his arms in triumph, sprinting along the touchline, oblivious to the fact that his chewing gum had fallen from his mouth. In stark contrast, Manchester City's coach Pellegrini wore a pained expression, deeply furrowing his brow. Given Real Madrid's formidable attacking prowess and Manchester City's current advantage, Pellegrini opted for a defensive counter-attacking strategy while playing away. This tactical choice was pragmatic. Trailing on the scoreboard, Real Madrid was bound to press forward. Should Manchester City seize opportunities for counterattacks, they could expand their lead and secure valuable away goals. Pellegrini's calculations, however, were drastically off the mark in terms of the unfolding match dynamics. While he anticipated Real Madrid's offensive thrust, he did not foresee the ferocity of their assault. Playing at home, Real Madrid appeared to have transformed into an entirely different team, their offense more frenetic and unstoppable than in their previous match. What astonished Pellegrini further was the newfound synergy between the previously solitary wings of Ronaldo and Bale, who now collaborated seamlessly. Their connection infused tremendous energy into Real Madrid's attack. The corner kick that led to Ramos' goal was orchestrated by Bale's pass to Ronaldo, whose shot created the opportunity. Defending against just Ronaldo and Bale was already a daunting task for Manchester City. Allowing them to connect and leverage their combined power rendered it nearly impossible for City to contain them. Moreover, there was also Modric on the field. In several of Real Madrid's attacks, the one delivering the decisive blow was often this diminutive Croatian. To effectively neutralize his impact, a formidable defensive midfielder would be required, yet Manchester City lacked such a player. Contemplating this, Pellegrini glanced at the substitutes bench. After serving a 10-match suspension, Fernandinho was finally eligible to return. However, the Brazilian had chosen not to apologize to Pellegrini, even after his lengthy ban. This left Pellegrini in a quandary about whether to bring him onto the pitch. Observing his team fall behind early in the match, Lin felt a sense of helplessness. During this period, he had even retreated to assist in defense. Yet Real Madrid's offensive onslaught was simply too overwhelming. The attacking options at their forefront are simply abundant. Benzema, Cristiano Ronaldo, Bale, Isco, Modric, along with two adept fullbacks skilled in assists, a long-range specialist in Xabi Alonso, and a header expert in Ramos. With such a plethora of threats to contain, how could one possibly defend against them? The outcome of these fleeting moments has proven that when facing a team like Real Madrid, a counter-attacking strategy is futile. They are not Atletico Madrid and cannot produce such effects. Thus, it is imperative to adopt an offensive approach to overcome Real Madrid. Although the aggregate score remains equal, Manchester City finds themselves at a disadvantage at this juncture. Consequently, their counterattacks become ineffective, and the players, upon restarting the game, launch a vigorous assault on Real Madrid. However, Real Madrid's defense today is notably resolute. Having learned from their previous encounter, they grant Lin Quan no opportunity to penetrate the penalty area. As Lin Quan approached the box with the ball, he was unceremoniously brought down by Pepe. The referee awarded a free kick, but refrained from issuing a card. Much to the discontent of Manchester City's players, Lin Quan conferred with De Bruyne. This distance is within both of their shooting ranges. It could be either of them. You take it. Casillas is my teammate in the national team and understands my playing habits better. Lin Quan ceded the opportunity to De Bruyne, who nodded in agreement. Retreating slowly to prepare for the free kick. After several paces of build-up, De Bruyne struck the ball emphatically, executing a high-quality free kick. Yet Casillas, true to his moniker Saint Iker, not only read the direction perfectly, but also managed to parry De Bruyne's shot with one hand. This compelled Lin Quan to furrow his brow. Casillas had evidently studied the free kick. Was this insight derived from watching footage of both himself and De Bruyne, or from exchanging experiences with another free kick maestro in the team, Ronaldo? Regardless, next time he takes a free kick, he must refrain from using the same technique. Lin Quan recalled a trick he had learned from Juninho since childhood. He wondered how effective that would be. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 105. A ray of hope amidst adversity. The fans at the Bernabeu erupted in applause for Casillas, expressing their gratitude for his splendid saves that kept the goal intact. On the sidelines, Ancelotti sensed the looming danger and summoned Xabi Alonso for a whispered consultation, instructing him to ensure the defense remains vigilant and to minimize fouls near the penalty area. Alonso nodded repeatedly, promptly relaying Ancelotti's directives upon returning to the pitch. Ancelotti's adjustments quickly stabilized Real Madrid's defense. Having thwarted Manchester City's resurgence, they regained control of the match. Benzema, shedding his nearly invisible performance from the previous game, exhibited remarkable prowess this time. His movement, pulling defenders and creating plays in the attacking third, generated numerous opportunities for his teammates, Cristiano Ronaldo and Bale. In the 27th minute, Benzema set up a follow-up for Ronaldo, whose fierce strike struck the crossbar. A sigh of disappointment echoed through the Santiago Bernabeu stadium, as countless Real Madrid fans clasped their heads in dismay. Cristiano Ronaldo, though slightly regretful, nonetheless offered a thumbs-up to Benzema. Merely 2 minutes later, Benzema and Bale executed a collaboration, with Bale penetrating the penalty area for a shot. However, the quality of Bale's effort fell short of Ronaldo's. Perhaps influenced by Núñez, he aimed for the far corner, but missed spectacularly, squandering a swift pass from Benzema. Benzema shook his head in silent disapproval, pondering, "These two lack the finishing finesse I possess. Perhaps I should take matters into my own hands." In the 42nd minute, Modric began to dictate the rhythm of the match, and Real Madrid's relentless assault seemed poised to abate. Just as the Manchester City players exhaled a sigh of relief for surviving this wave of attacks, Benzema noticed Modric glance up and instinctively made a clever run towards the edge of the penalty area. Simultaneously, Modric executed a precise through ball, threading it deftly between two City defenders. What a splendid play! Benzema silently applauded Modric's pass, adjusted his position upon receiving the ball, and aimed for the far corner, scoring with a shot of remarkable quality. Joe Hart was rendered utterly helpless, unable to even attempt a save as the ball found its way into the net. After striking, Benzema sensed the moment and raised his gaze, witnessing the ball sail into the Manchester City goal. He lifted his arms in celebration, only to be thwarted by the assistant referee's flag signaling offside, rendering the goal invalid. The slow-motion replay revealed that Benzema's run had indeed commenced just a fraction too early, ahead of the City defender by half a body length. Both Benzema and the Real Madrid supporters were left in a state of bittersweet anticipation. Despite the disallowed goal, Benzema felt no significant despair. He was confident in his form that day. Continuing to play in this manner, he believed a goal was merely a matter of time. The disallowed goal startled City's defenders, who subsequently intensified their focus on Benzema, denying him further opportunities to shoot. The score remained 1-0 as the first half concluded. The Real Madrid players appeared thoroughly satisfied with the outcome, chatting and laughing as they departed the pitch. In contrast, the expressions on the faces of the Manchester City players were markedly grave. Throughout the first half, City struggled to create meaningful chances. After their previous match experience, they thought they had grasped Real Madrid's capabilities, yet the disparity in performance between Madrid at home and away caught them off guard, shaking the confidence of several players. During halftime, Pellegrini made adjustments to their offensive strategy, recognizing the need to abandon the defensive counterattack approach now that they were trailing Real Madrid. However, the second half demonstrated that Pellegrini's changes yielded little effect, aside from Lin's individual brilliance resulting in a threatening shot. Manchester City found it exceedingly difficult to pose a threat to Real Madrid's goal. Conversely, Madrid's offense navigated increasingly smoothly. In the 57th minute of the second half, Real Madrid executed a successful interception in midfield, with Modric delivering yet another incisive through ball. Rather than seeking out Cristiano Ronaldo or Gareth Bale, he opted for the elegantly positioned Benzema. Modric's burgeoning trust in Benzema, cultivated during the latter stages of the first half, led him to believe that the forward might bestow upon him a delightful surprise. Benzema did not disappoint. With his back to the goal, he deftly lifted the ball and spun around, striking it cleanly before it could touch the ground, sending it soaring into the far corner of the net. thus extending Real Madrid's lead. The score became 2-0, and the aggregate score was adjusted to 4-3. Before celebrating, Benzema glanced at the assistant referee and, upon seeing no flag raised, erupted in exuberance. If Ramos's earlier goal had established a certain advantage for Real Madrid, Benzema's contribution now all but secured their victory. Due to the away goals rule, Manchester City needed to score twice to advance to the final, with just over 30 minutes remaining. Penetrating the defenses of Real Madrid in the Bernabeu was a formidable challenge. The stadium resonated with fervent applause and jubilant cheers, as even those who prided themselves on their success found it hard to contain their excitement. In one section of the stands, Bayern Munich's coach Guardiola, who was preparing for the upcoming match against Atletico Madrid, shook his head in dismay at Manchester City's passive performance. Had it been him, he would have substituted Yaya Touré for Fernandinho. To overturn the situation, Manchester City needed to seize control of the midfield, otherwise, Real Madrid's relentless waves of attack would continue unabated. Pellegrini recognized this as well, even though Fernandinho had yet to express any contrition. Given the current dynamics of the match, the team required his presence on the pitch. Thus, Pellegrini signaled to Fernandinho, instructing an assistant coach to prompt him to warm up. Upon hearing his name, Fernandinho sprang from the bench and began to pace along the sidelines, clearly prepared to enter the fray. Although he still harbored some resentment towards the coach, he would not oppose Pellegrini's decision to bring him on at this critical juncture. Just as Pellegrini was poised to make his substitution, Ancelotti took the initiative to adjust his lineup first. The Manchester City coaching staff had anticipated that their opponents would consolidate their defense, but they were taken aback when they saw Ancelotti's choice. He replaced Isco with the attacking dynamo Di Maria. Di Maria and Fernandinho entered the match, one bolstering the offensive line and the other reinforcing the defense. Upon a cursory glance at this substitution, it may appear as though Real Madrid is trailing Manchester City. However, the actual outcome belies this impression. It was not Yaya Touré who was withdrawn by Manchester City, but rather Toni Kroos. Evidently, Pellegrini deemed Kroos's performance in this match unsatisfactory, prompting his decision to substitute him. Guardiola was taken aback by this choice. After all, Pellegrini had introduced Fernandinho ostensibly to shield Kroos. Why, then, was Kroos replaced? This decision baffled him. As he glanced at the substitution board, Kroos felt a wave of discontent wash over him. His head bowed in silence as he trudged towards the sidelines. It was undeniable that his performance had faltered, largely due to the relentless offensive pressure exerted by Real Madrid, which forced him into a burdensome defensive role. Given that defensive prowess is not Kroos's strong suit, compounded by the fact that he was facing a cadre of elite players, his defensive contributions inevitably fell short of expectations. Moreover, after expending excessive energy on defense, his offensive output suffered. He was unable to replicate the precise long passes he had delivered in the previous match. The vigorous pressing from his teammates further hindered Kroos's ability to orchestrate the midfield tempo. Attempts to control the rhythm of the game repeatedly ended in failure. Being substituted early only served to augment the sense of frustration within him. With the team trailing and himself removed from the fray, he found himself relegated to the role of a mere spectator, powerless to influence the outcome. A strong premonition gripped him. He sensed that Manchester City would succumb to defeat on their home turf, extinguishing their hopes of advancement. This sentiment was not unique to him. Lin Quan shared the same apprehension. After Fernandinho took the field, he successfully curtailed Modric's influence, yet Di Maria sprang to life in the attacking third, collaborating with the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo and Benzema, putting immense pressure on Manchester City's defense. As time ticked away, the score remained at 2-0, and the advantage still lay with Real Madrid. This bolstered the conviction among the Madrid supporters that their team was destined to secure victory and advance to the final. Thus, the Bernabeu erupted with resounding chants. Go Madrid! Noble and dignified! Go Madrid! Strive valiantly for victory! Defend your illustrious white! Bolstered by the fervent cheers, the players of Real Madrid grew increasingly animated and spirited. In the 73rd minute of the second half, Di Maria drifted to the flank and executed a series of 1-2s with Bale, penetrating the vicinity of Manchester City's penalty area. Just as he appeared poised to surge into the box and unleash a shot, he was suddenly felled, the ball slipping from his grasp. A collective gasp swept through the crowd, and as the Real Madrid supporters focused their attention, they were astonished to discover that the player who had executed the tackle was none other than their own Lin Quan. Having keenly observed Di Maria's proclivity to drift towards the left flank, he had strategically positioned himself to thwart him. As it turned out, his judgment was indeed astute. For Di Maria had indeed sought to cut inside from the left with the intent to shoot. With a deft tackle aimed solely at the ball, Lin Quan executed a remarkably clean challenge, refraining from making contact with Di Maria. Despite the latter's exaggerated dive into Manchester City's penalty area, Lin Quan remained unfazed. After rising from the ground, he swiftly passed the ball to De Bruyne and surged forward at full speed towards Real Madrid's half. De Bruyne, undeterred by Di Maria's theatrics in the penalty area, received Lin Quan's pass and promptly delivered a precise through ball, bypassing Real Madrid's midfield and sending the ball towards the vicinity of the center circle. The pass was exquisite, enabling Lin Quan to evade the interception from Real Madrid's midfielders. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan charged toward Real Madrid's half, inching ever closer to their goal. The crowd erupted in boos, as Real Madrid supporters expressed their discontent with Lin Quan's actions, deeming them not only a grievous foul, but also a breach of sportsmanship for continuing the attack while a player lay injured. However, the referee, positioned near the incident, clearly observed that Lin Quan had not made contact with the opponent and thus allowed play to continue. Seeing the referee's decision, Real Madrid's players were thrown into disarray. The opposition had already advanced past the halfway line, leaving most of them out of position. "Quick, retreat!" shouted Ramos, the vice-captain, as he sprinted towards Lin Quan, the closest player to him, intending to impede his progress. If he could not stop him outright, Ramos was prepared to resort to a tactical foul to thwart Manchester City's counterattack. Lin Quan, fully aware of Ramos's intentions, denied him the opportunity for a foul. As Ramos barreled towards him, Lin Quan deftly played the ball behind him, evading the challenge with an elegant maneuver. Ramos's futile attempt left Bale, who was lazily retreating along the flank, momentarily stunned. This tactic felt oddly familiar. The home fans of Real Madrid sensed the impending danger of conceding a goal and desperately booed, hoping to distract Lin Quan. Meanwhile, Casillas, recognizing the urgency, decisively chose to advance as Ramos lunged in. The area around the Real Madrid penalty box was alarmingly vacant, and remaining stationary would be tantamount to waiting for demise. Rather than succumb to fate, he seized the opportunity presented by Lin Quan's maneuver past Ramos, aiming to contest the loose ball. Casillas believed he could intercept it, as Lin Quan had pushed the ball ahead of him to navigate around Ramos, placing it almost equidistant between them. If he could reach it first, he could thwart the attack. The Real Madrid fans, witnessing Casillas' advance, abandoned their jeering of Lin Quan, rising anxiously to watch the unfolding drama. Their necks craned in anticipation of destiny's verdict. Though Casillas was already swift, he was taken aback by Lin Quan's even greater speed, with the match surpassing 70 minutes. It was astonishing that Lin Quan could still exhibit such pace. Casillas' pupils narrowed as he recognized the impending peril. Fearing he would be unable to intercept the ball before Lin Quan, Casillas gritted his teeth and opted for a sliding tackle, determined to disrupt the play. "Lin, relinquish your pursuit. Even if you managed to score, Manchester City would still be trailing by a goal. The risk of serious injury from this shot far outweighs the potential reward, so please, abandon your effort." Yet, within Casillas' line of sight, Lin Quan resolutely lifted his foot and struck the ball, refusing to evade the challenge. Chapter 106, Simulation and Penalty with a Sudden Movement. Guardiola rose to his feet, anxiety etched across his face as he gazed intently at the pitch. Sharing his concern was Vicente del Bosque, the head coach of the Spanish national team, who was present to witness the match. With less than 2 months until the World Cup, Lin Quan, as Spain's undeniable linchpin, could not afford to sustain an injury. The nation's hopes hinged on his performance. Similarly, Pellegrini, seated on Manchester City's bench, felt a wave of trepidation. Lin Quan was equally crucial to Manchester City. Should he be sidelined due to injury, their offensive strategy would collapse, leaving them with no chance of a comeback in this match. What a fierce contest. On Real Madrid's bench, Ancelotti expressed his deep emotions upon witnessing Lin Quan being tackled and the ball rolling into the net. It had been a long time since he had seen a player display such relentless determination. The Real Madrid fans, who had been jeering Lin Quan, fell silent, moved by the spirit of perseverance demonstrated by their adversary, unable to continue their taunts. Alas, this guy is not only handsome and talented, but possesses an admirable work ethic. It's truly a pity he hasn't joined our ranks at Real Madrid. Indeed, Had Lin made the transfer to Real Madrid last year, they would not only be contenders for this year's Champions League, but could have aspired to dominate the tournament for the next decade. Within the Manchester City penalty area, after a theatrical fall and prolonged cries for attention, Di Maria, seeing that no one was paying him heed, stood up nonchalantly and witnessed the moment when his captain tackled Lin Quan. Despite the considerable distance, the impact of that dramatic scene tightened Di Maria's chest. Had he been the one to be brought down, he would have felt as though his leg might snap in two. On the field, Manchester City players rushed towards Lin Quan, expressing their concern for his well-being. The team's medical staff swiftly entered the pitch to assess his condition. Lin Quan clenched his jaw, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as pain coursed through him. Casillas' tackle had struck him squarely on the zygomatic bone, and he feared he might lose consciousness from the agony. Fortunately, his innate resilience against injuries spared him from serious harm, leaving only acute pain. Otherwise, the consequences could have been far more dire. Initially, the Manchester City medical team feared Lin Quan had sustained a severe injury, but after a thorough examination, they collectively exhaled in relief. His condition was far less grave than they had anticipated. Reflecting on similar instances in previous matches, they could only attribute his remarkable resilience to his extraordinary physical constitution. Such phenomena often relate to one's inherent physique. Much like how some individuals are prone to fragility while others rarely face injury. Despite having made such a judgment, they remained cautious and decided to carry Lin Quan off on a stretcher for swelling reduction, pain relief treatment, and further observation at the sidelines. On the sidelines, Pellegrini summoned Negredo, intending to substitute him for Lin Quan. However, at that moment, he observed Lin Quan, limping yet resolute, standing up and rejecting the medical staff's suggestion to rest. He gestured to Pellegrini, indicating his desire to continue the match. Pellegrini paused momentarily, glanced at the scoreboard, nodded at Lin Quan, and signaled that if he could no longer endure, he should promptly request a substitution. The away fans from Manchester City, witnessing Lin Quan's determination to stand and fight on, erupted into enthusiastic applause. "Lin, you don't have to push yourself so hard. It's all right if we lose." "Yes, Lin. Taking care of your health is paramount." "Oh, how moving. What have we done to deserve such a dedicated and committed player? This transcends mere commitment. If Lin Quan continues to play like this, he is destined to become the spiritual emblem of Manchester City." As Lin Quan limped toward the center circle, ready to kick off, scattered applause arose from the Real Madrid supporters. Although Lin Quan's goal had instilled a sense of danger in them, they could not help but admire the tenacity and fighting spirit of their adversary. "Lin, is your injury truly all right?" Xabi Alonso inquired with concern as they passed through Real Madrid's half. Although they were rivals in this match, they were teammates in the national team. Xabi Alonso worried that Lin Quan's persistence through injury might worsen his condition, potentially jeopardizing his participation in the World Cup. "It's nothing serious, just a bit painful. A moment's rest will suffice." Xabi Alonso took a glance. From the outside, there appeared to be no significant signs of injury. Hopefully, as Lin Quan claimed, it was indeed trivial. Lin Quan's goal had brought the score to 2-1, leveling the aggregate score at 4-4. This score still favored Real Madrid slightly, as they possessed one more away goal. If the score remained unchanged until the final whistle, Real Madrid would advance. However, this was the Bernabeu. Real Madrid would not simply curl up and concede defeat. Such reasoning was untenable. Thus, upon the restart, Real Madrid launched another fierce assault on Manchester City. Although Di Maria had a penchant for theatrics, his abilities were undeniably impressive. With Modric effectively neutralized, Real Madrid relied on their two fullbacks to push forward, attacking the flanks vigorously. During this time, Di Maria frequently pulled wide and coordinated with the players on the wings, providing them with offensive support while drawing defenders away from the center, thereby creating opportunities for his teammates' late runs. In the 81st minute, Di Maria, weaving through defenders, entered the penalty area and attempted a forceful shot, which was collected by Joe Hart. 2 minutes later, from nearly the same position, the Argentine repeated his approach. But this time he opted to pass to a teammate. Both Cristiano Ronaldo and Karim Benzema were reaching out for the ball, with Benzema positioned slightly more favorably. However, Di Maria opted to pass the ball to Ronaldo, as he is the leader of the team. Ronaldo, perhaps feeling a sense of urgency, struck the ball with force, sending it soaring into the stands, much to Di Maria's chagrin. Had he known this would transpire, he might have been better off passing to Benzema. "Benzema, relinquishing his request for the ball, shook his head in resignation. In the hierarchy of the team, if one does not actively strive for recognition, they may remain in the shadows indefinitely, unless they can outlast the established stars. Yet, he is merely 2 years younger than Ronaldo and even older than Bale, making it unlikely that he could ascend through mere patience. Perhaps it is wiser to accept his role as a supporting player, aspiring to be the leader. He might find such ambitions only feasible in a mid-tier team. Staying at Real Madrid, however, remains preferable, as the chance for accolades and success is far greater, especially with the current squad poised for multiple Champions League challenges in the coming years, barring significant changes. Noticing Di Maria's spirited activity, Yaya Touré intensified his defensive efforts against him. Yet, the Argentine maneuvered like an elusive eel, bolstered by the fact that he had entered the game in the second half, affording him superior stamina compared to Touré. Thus, he evaded Touré's grasp, either releasing the ball promptly or receiving it while in motion, swiftly passing it away. This relentless movement and positional change rendered Touré's defensive duties exceedingly arduous. Had this been the first half, he would have undoubtedly contained Di Maria, but with over 80 minutes elapsed, Touré was visibly fatigued. Di Maria astutely recognized this and, in the 87th minute, feigned a retreat, deceiving Touré, before suddenly accelerating past him and turning back. Simultaneously, a teammate's pass arrived. Touré was a step behind, unable to keep pace with Di Maria, who surged into the penalty area. Demichelis rushed in to intercept Di Maria, only to be deftly bypassed through a nutmeg. As Di Maria pushed the ball slightly too far ahead, he felt a tug from behind and, in a dramatic fashion, collapsed to the ground with a cry. The referee's whistle pierced the air, pointing to the penalty spot. Demichelis felt unjustly wronged. He had merely brushed against Di Maria while turning. Yet the latter fell as if struck by a heavy blow, exaggerating the situation. This was a blatant dive. The referee, unable to see the incident clearly and swayed by Di Maria's theatrical outcry, dismissed Demichelis's protests and upheld his decision. Ronaldo, however, was unconcerned with the controversy, approaching the penalty spot with the ball in hand, ready to take the kick. As the primary penalty taker for Real Madrid, he would assume responsibility for this opportunity. Despite it being created by Di Maria, who lacked the standing to take the penalty himself, Di Maria, helped to his feet by a teammate, retreated to the edge of the penalty area, casting an indignant glance at Ronaldo. "This is the penalty I created. Why should I not take it myself? I haven't T-scored in this match yet." Cristiano Ronaldo is unconcerned. He hasn't T-scored either and desperately needs a penalty to break the drought. Moreover, "I am competing with Lin Quan for the Champions League Golden Boot. What business is it of yours? How many goals have you scored?" Ronaldo is already trailing Lin Quan by 1 goal, and with Lin Quan scoring again in this match, the gap has widened to 2 goals. With only a few matches left in the Champions League, if I cannot narrow the gap as much as possible in this match, it may be quite difficult to catch up with Lin Quan by the time of the final. Historically, finals are often tightly contested, and under the allure of the championship trophy, they tend to be played conservatively, with scores rarely exaggerated. Matches like the Istanbul Miracle, where 6 goals were scored, are exceedingly rare in Champions League history. If Ronaldo scores this penalty, it would reduce the gap to just 1 goal. This way, if he manages to score again in the final, he could catch up with Lin Quan. Surpassing him, however, appears quite challenging, a slim hope indeed. Joe Hart leaps before the goal, attempting to distract Ronaldo and apply psychological pressure. Yet, Ronaldo possesses a steely resolve and boasts a high success rate with penalties. In their duel, the naive Hart was outsmarted. After observing Ronaldo's run-up, he anticipated a shot to the upper left corner, only to realize too late that the ball was struck down the center. Had he simply remained stationary, he would have easily blocked it. One must say, Ronaldo is audacious in his artistry. After scoring, Ronaldo dashed to the sidelines, leaping high to perform his signature celebration. Previously, at the Etihad Stadium, he faced a chorus of boos from Manchester City fans for this very act. However, this time at the Bernabeu, he was met with a thunderous ovation from over 80,000 spectators. This is the feeling, the sensation of being the center of attention, with the entire crowd cheering for me. Ronaldo revels in this experience. His Real Madrid teammates rushed to him, embracing him with excitement. Ronaldo's goal shifted the score to 3-1, and with only a few minutes left in the match, Real Madrid seemed to have 1 foot firmly planted in the final. The Manchester City players appeared disheartened. Conceding a goal at this juncture dealt a heavy blow to their morale. Everyone was already fatigued, holding on by sheer willpower. But Real Madrid's goal felt like a needle piercing a balloon, deflating their spirit. No matter, we just need one goal. Lin Quan retrieved the ball from the net and approached his teammates, offering words of consolation. Even if they score again, we only need to find the net once ourselves. And now that they have scored, we still only need one goal. Upon hearing Lin Quan's words, the eyes of the Manchester City players brightened. Indeed, if they score again, their away goal would level the match against Real Madrid. Then, they could push for extra time. Before Real Madrid scored this goal, if Manchester City had netted another, they would have advanced to the final on the basis of goal difference. However, after Real Madrid's goal, even if Manchester City scored, they could only level the playing field, leading to extra time or even a penalty shootout. The mere thought of this reinvigorated the spirits of Manchester City's players, reigniting their fighting spirit. Real Madrid had little to fear. They would confront them head-on. As the match resumed, the Real Madrid players remained lost in their joy, only to suddenly realize that the Manchester City players, with eyes ablaze, surged towards them like enraged bulls. Though Pellegrini's substitutions drew criticism from Guardiola, particularly the removal of Cruz, which left Manchester City without a core playmaker in midfield, lacking a distributor of threatening passes. While De Bruyne possessed commendable passing skills, his advanced position rendered him easily constrained. This was also the reason for Manchester City's lack of offensive threat in the second half, relying solely on Lin Quan's individual prowess to create opportunities. However, the introduction of Fernandinho fortified Manchester City's midfield. Once he acclimatized to the rhythm of the game, he and Yaya Touré formed a formidable defensive duo, effectively neutralizing almost all of Real Madrid's central attacks. In the 89th minute, noticing the Angels' wing overly monopolizing the ball, Fernandinho decisively pressed forward, reclaiming possession from Di Maria with the help of his teammates. Nearby, Real Madrid players immediately closed in on him, eager to regain control and thwart Manchester City's counterattack. Fernandinho could only glance in Lin Quan's direction before unleashing a powerful kick towards the forward line. Go, Lin. This play resembled Manchester City's long pass strategy against Barcelona, where they launched the ball from the back line to their forwards. Real Madrid, clearly having analyzed that match, was taken aback by Manchester City's execution of such a tactic. If Lin Quan received the ball, their defense would be in jeopardy. This was the consensus in the minds of nearly all Real Madrid players at that moment. End of chapter 107. The S-shaped free kick returns. 18 goals in a single Champions League season. Manchester City intercepted the ball, and Fernandinho delivered a long pass. Lin, he has it. Alas, Lin was brought down. A foul by Xabi Alonso, and the referee issued a yellow card to him. In the commentary booth, upon witnessing Lin Quan being pulled down by a Real Madrid player, Hiwei and Su Yang could not suppress a sigh. If Lin Quan had gained possession, it likely would have resulted in another goal. Yet Real Madrid had clearly denied that opportunity. Indeed, while Xabi Alonso was not the last defender, he resorted to a tactical foul, underscoring Real Madrid's decisiveness. Had Xabi Alonso committed the foul as the last defender, it would have warranted a red card instead of a yellow. Xabi Alonso extended a hand to help Lin Quan up, sincerely apologizing. Sorry, Lin. Lin Quan nodded without uttering a word. Each player stands steadfast for their respective teams, and Xabi Alonso exemplifies the qualities expected of a professional athlete, leaving little to critique. Moreover, compared to the consequences of a foul tackle, pulling an opponent poses significantly less risk of injury, as it is less likely to inflict harm. However, due to the direct contact from the opposing player, Lin Quan found himself unable to evade the foul. Clearly, Real Madrid was prepared for Manchester City's counterattack. Not only did center-back Pepe hold back in defense, but even Xabi Alonso remained near the midfield, ready to offer support. Lin Quan placed the ball where Xabi Alonso had committed the foul, approximately 42 meters from the goal, a considerable distance. At such range, most free kick strategies become impractical, yet one particular tactic might still prove effective. Let me take the shot. I have a powerful kick. Yaya Touré approached Lin Quan, recognizing the distance. With little time remaining in regulation, this free kick was crucial for Manchester City. Failing to convert could lead to their elimination at the hands of Real Madrid. No, you head into the box and contest for a header. Lin Quan shook his head, declining Yaya Touré's generous offer. He was uncertain of his ability to score from this distance, and if unsuccessful, it would be prudent to allow Touré and other tall players to challenge for a header in the penalty area. Yaya Touré nodded and, along with Company and the other defenders, surged towards Real Madrid's penalty area, ready to contest for a header. This offensive maneuver saw nearly all of Manchester City's players, aside from the goalkeeper, cross half the field, with a significant number charging into Real Madrid's box. Real Madrid, sensing the imminent threat, dispatched numerous players to mark Manchester City's aerial threats closely. Given the distance of the free kick, Real Madrid surmised that Lin Quan was unlikely to shoot directly at goal, expecting instead a lofted ball aimed for headers. As the match drew to a close, Real Madrid was determined not to see their efforts undone by a simple set-piece strategy from their opponents. Cristiano Ronaldo and Gareth Bale positioned themselves about 10 meters from Lin Quan, hands covering their groins, gazing intently at him. At times, even Cristiano couldn't help but admire this player. Despite trailing and facing imminent elimination, Lin Quan's visage betrayed neither tension nor despair, instead exuding an air of calm composure. Struck by the opponent's tranquility, Cristiano felt an unexpected unease creep into his mind. He glanced back at the densely packed players within Real Madrid's box, and an absurd thought crossed his mind. Could this player actually attempt a direct shot? Shaking his head to dispel the notion, Cristiano reminded himself that such a distance was only manageable for a master of free kicks like Juninho. For most, the opportunity to threaten the goal was virtually non-existent. Lin Quan positioned the ball meticulously, taking a step back before retreating 6 or 7 paces to steady himself. The echoes of jeers once again filled the Santiago Bernabéu stadium, as the supporters of Real Madrid found themselves as anxious as their Manchester City counterparts. Should this ball find the back of the net, both teams would return to square one, with the aggregate score level and away goals equal. If they failed to score another during the stoppage time, they would be forced into extra time. Should the match remain unresolved in extra time, it would lead to the most ruthless phase of a penalty shootout. Here, at the Bernabéu, the hallowed ground of Real Madrid, an extension into stoppage time would mean that Manchester City's goal would count doubly. They would need to chase down 2 goals should they concede again. Such an outcome would be exceedingly unfavorable for Real Madrid. Thus, this shot must be thwarted at all costs. The fans of Real Madrid found themselves silently praying, hoping fervently that the ball would not enter the goal. Meanwhile, the Manchester City supporters were also engaged in prayer, but their hopes were for the opposite outcome. In this pivotal moment, the gaze of not only the Real Madrid and Manchester City fans, but also that of neutral spectators was fixated on Lin Quan. His impending strike would determine the fates of both teams. Lin Quan took a deep breath, glanced at the goal behind him, and began his run-up. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The distance diminished swiftly. Leaning back, he concentrated his strength in his right leg and struck the ball with great force. Bang! The sound reverberated as the ball soared like a cannonball. Cristiano Ronaldo and Gareth Bale leapt with all their might, but failed to make contact. The ball flew over the wall and into the penalty area, heading straight for the goal. With a distinct curve, Iker Casillas anticipated the ball would veer to the right side of the net, prompting him to instinctively shift in that direction. However, as he completed his movement, the ball unexpectedly swerved. Casillas' eyes widened in disbelief. Was that Juninho's S-shaped free kick? Having faced Lyon, a nemesis for Real Madrid, Casillas had encountered Juninho's signature technique numerous times on the Champions League stage. Recognizing the kick, he reacted swiftly, twisting his body in an attempt to dive in the opposite direction of his movement. This was the utmost limit of Casillas' capabilities. Yet, the ball settled into the net, a good 2 to 3 meters away from him. Casillas had no opportunity to touch the ball. Silence enveloped the Bernabéu as the Real Madrid fans stared in disbelief at the ball nestled in the net. It had actually gone in. They could not help but rub their eyes, as if to dispel the illusion of this shocking outcome. However, no matter how much they rubbed their eyes, the reality remained unchanged. The ball undeniably lay within Real Madrid's goal. The first to react were the Manchester City players. Upon seeing the referee signal the goal was valid, they erupted into a frenzy, rushing towards Lin Quan. Lin, that was magnificent. Haha, is this a last-minute goal against Real Madrid? Wonderful, we've equalized. The players exchanged fervent words, each unable to contain their excitement. Initially, they believed their elimination was imminent, yet unexpectedly, Lin Quan's free kick rescued them from the abyss. Meanwhile, across the internet and in commentary booths, fans and commentators exhibited even greater enthusiasm than the Manchester City players themselves. What a remarkable S-shaped free kick from the Emperor Lin. Astonishingly, he scored twice at the Bernabéu. How many UEFA Champions League goals has Lin Quan netted this season? That marks his 18th goal of the season, an unprecedented feat. Cristiano Ronaldo managed to pull one back with a penalty, but now finds himself trailing by 2 goals. Tears streamed down his face in despair. On the pitch, Ronaldo stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at Lin Quan, surrounded by Manchester City players. He instinctively glanced at the scoreboard. 3-2. Real Madrid still led by 1 goal. However, with Lin Quan's latest strike, the aggregate score and away goals had been equalized. All of Real Madrid's advantages vanished in that instant, rendering his hard-fought goal somewhat laughable. Could this individual truly be invincible? In that moment, Ronaldo set aside thoughts of Messi and prioritized the threat posed by Lin Quan. Benzema, too, was taken aback by Lin Quan's goal, but his sentiment was one of admiration. Truly, the one he had sought to emulate remained formidable. After the celebration, Captain Company stepped forward to remind the team not to grow complacent. The match was not over, and they needed to defend fiercely in the final minutes to avoid a last-minute defeat at the hands of Real Madrid. They were acutely aware of Real Madrid's offensive prowess. Any lapse could lead to severe repercussions. Thus, they needed to grit their teeth and endure the remaining time. As Manchester City concluded their celebration, regular time had elapsed, and the referee announced 5 minutes of stoppage time. This decision incited dissatisfaction among Manchester City fans, who believed the added time was excessive. Now it was Real Madrid's turn to launch a full-scale counterattack. They were unwilling to be drawn into a perilous extra time or a penalty shootout. Consequently, in those 5 minutes, they would exert every effort to attack. For Manchester City, the final moments would prove arduous. Indeed, as the match resumed, Real Madrid unleashed a torrential assault upon Manchester City. Cristiano Ronaldo, Benzema, Bale, and Di Maria took turns storming the Manchester City goal. The Manchester City players found themselves confined to a diminutive area at the edge of their penalty box, unable to break free. As a result, even when they managed to clear the ball, it swiftly fell back into the possession of Real Madrid players, reigniting another wave of attacks. At that moment, Real Madrid's supporters completely shed their dignified personas, resembling those they often looked down upon from the lower echelons of society. As they shouted and cheered at the top of their lungs, fervently rallying behind their team, invigorating Real Madrid's players as they relentlessly pressed forward in attack. In the final moments, Real Madrid seemed to have lost all restraint, while Manchester City's defense resembled a dilapidated structure, precariously poised to collapse at the slightest nudge. Yet, this crumbling edifice resolutely withstood the relentless onslaughts of Real Madrid. In the 4th minute of stoppage time, Di Maria once again fell within the penalty area. The Real Madrid players immediately surrounded the referee, clamoring for a penalty. However, this time, the referee withstood the pressure and refrained from awarding the spot kick. "Get up, you actor!" Domitius exclaimed in frustration as he saw Di Maria attempting to deceive the officials once more, rushing over to confront him. Di Maria, with a glint of mischief in his eye, pondered a moment and then pushed Domitius, declaring, "You committed a foul. How can you accuse me? That was a penalty." "Silence. Actor. I didn't even touch you." Domitius, already agitated, instinctively retaliated with a push of his own. To his astonishment, as soon as he made contact with Di Maria, the latter dramatically clutched his face and collapsed in the Manchester City penalty area, rolling about and howling in agony. The referee, witnessing the altercation, approached the scene only to see Domitius forcefully knocking Di Maria down. Without hesitation, he brandished a yellow card at Domitius. Already on a yellow card, this new infraction resulted in a red card, leading to Domitius's expulsion from the match. This outcome took the Manchester City players by surprise, and they quickly surrounded the referee, arguing that Di Maria had initiated the confrontation and that Domitius's actions did not warrant a yellow card. After listening to their protests, the referee communicated with the assistant referee via his earpiece, and upon confirming the validity of Manchester City's claims, he issued a yellow card to Di Maria as well. Di Maria clasped his hands together, feigning innocence, yet the smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth betrayed his inner delight. Having only entered the match in the second half without any prior yellow card, the penalty he received was inconsequential. The exchange of a yellow card for the dismissal of a key defender was an exceedingly advantageous trade. Di Maria displayed a cunning that seemed almost too clever for his own good. One might lament that he did not join Barcelona. La Masia's film academy, perhaps? Domitius, too, exhibited a lack of composure, falling for the ruse. He likely had been harboring resentment over the previous penalty decision, pinned up inside him. Now, as they approached extra time, Manchester City found themselves at a disadvantage, down a player. Online, fans fervently debated the red card. The referee's decisions appeared balanced, seemingly fair to both sides. Yet the reality was that Manchester City had been reduced to 10 men, a ruling that greatly favored Real Madrid. To maintain the integrity of his defensive line, Pellegrini was compelled to substitute an attacking player, bringing on a defender in place of Aguero. Evidently, this substitution would significantly diminish Manchester City's offensive capabilities, rendering it increasingly challenging for them to threaten Real Madrid's goal. However, City had no alternative but to proceed with this decision. The stoppage time swiftly came to an end, and the score remained unchanged. The break during extra time lasted only 5 minutes, leaving the players unable to retreat to the locker room. Consequently, both teams hastily gathered at the sidelines, seated on the grass, to absorb their respective coaches' tactical arrangements. As for Real Madrid, their strategy was unequivocal: attack. In addition to orchestrating offensive maneuvers, Ancelotti had meticulously devised measures to counter Manchester City's counterattacks. Currently, the only threat posed by City lay with Lin Quan. If they could neutralize him and force that wretched ball into the opponent's net, victory would be theirs. After swiftly conveying the tactical plan and celebrating, Ancelotti clenched his fists and addressed his players. With the opposing side reduced to 10 men and the match taking place in Madrid's home ground, if they could not secure victory against their adversaries and ended up in a penalty shootout, they might as well collectively buy tofu to end their misery. On the Manchester City side, Pellegrini spoke. Real Madrid surely believes we will adopt a defensive posture, but we only need one goal to reach the finals. Lin, once extra time commences, I need you positioned as a forward. Do not concern yourself with defense. Your sole task is to seize any opportunity and drive that ball into the opponent's wretched net. Lin Quan nodded emphatically, determined that if his teammates could deliver the ball to his feet, he would give his all to score. The others would focus entirely on defense. Once they succeeded in thwarting the opposition, no matter the method, they would pass the ball to Lin and let him pursue the attack. Chapter concluded. Chapter 108. Manchester City's miracle, advancing to the UEFA Champions League final. The 5-minute interlude rapidly elapsed, and extra time officially commenced. From the very first minute of extra time, Real Madrid launched a ferocious assault against Manchester City. The entire City squad adhered strictly to Pellegrini's defensive strategy, resolutely resisting and striving to contend with Real Madrid. The situation mirrored that of the previous stoppage time, with Madrid once again besieging City's goal. However, while Madrid pressed forward, they remained apprehensive. For Lin Quan was stationed at the forefront, persistently posing a substantial threat to their goal. Nevertheless, Manchester City's players found it challenging to deliver the ball to Lin Quan's feet. Under the relentless pressure from Madrid, even when they managed to regain possession, they either faced immediate counterpressure or Lin Quan was effectively marked, preventing the ball from reaching him. Real Madrid was not oblivious, with Aguero substituted. Lin Quan was their only remaining threat, prompting them to focus their defensive efforts on neutralizing him. Defender Pepe was almost always glued to Lin Quan, shadowing his every move. In addition to Pepe, Madrid's defensive midfielders and 2 fullbacks frequently provided support, ensuring that Lin Quan was surrounded by at least 2 defenders at all times. Under such circumstances, it was nearly impossible for him to receive the ball. Even when he did manage to gain possession, he was quickly fouled by the opponents. With City unable to mount counterattacks, Real Madrid grew increasingly audacious in their offensive onslaught against Manchester City. As the first half of extra time swiftly approaches its conclusion, the players from both teams are visibly fatigued, struggling to maintain their pace. Under the relentless pressure from Fernandinho, Modric laboriously managed to pass the ball to a teammate before collapsing. Let us observe this moment. Modric delivered the ball to Di Maria, who then passed it to Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo accelerated, evading defenders, creating space for a shot. The ball found the net. Cristiano Ronaldo, the star player of Real Madrid, rose to the occasion when his team faced adversity, scoring the most crucial goal of the Champions League season. With this goal, Real Madrid extended their lead, bringing the aggregate score to 6-5. This goal also signified that a penalty shootout would be avoided. In the commentary box, both commentators were astonished by Ronaldo's extraordinary strike. Lin Quan's magnificent performance in this match inadvertently overshadowed another superstar on the opposing side. After all, there is Ronaldo. including regular time and stoppage time. The players have already been on the pitch for over 100 minutes. In such circumstances, Ronaldo's remarkable explosiveness and precision are simply undeniable. Alas, Manchester City has exerted their utmost effort, but being a man down has severely impacted their performance. Su Yang shook his head in regret, realizing that after this goal, Manchester City may indeed be beyond redemption. The dynamics of the first half of extra time have become abundantly clear, with the numerical balance disrupted. Real Madrid has firmly seized the upper hand. With one less threat in the attacking front, Real Madrid now possesses greater resources to defend against Lin Quan. This has effectively stifled Manchester City's offensive threats. After scoring this pivotal goal, Ronaldo once again sprinted to the sidelines to perform his iconic celebration. The Bernabeu erupted with shouts of SIU. In this moment, Real Madrid's fans felt immense gratitude for having Ronaldo on their team. Without him, the outcome of this match would indeed be uncertain. Relishing the adulation of the crowd and the embrace of his teammates, Ronaldo glanced towards the front and noticed Lin Quan standing isolated in Real Madrid's half. "Lin, I concede your prowess, but my teammates are even stronger. Moreover, I have scored 2 goals, just one behind you." Ronaldo felt in exceptional form, confident that he could net another goal in the final to equal Lin Quan's Champions League record. Indeed, should his performance in the final mirror that of this match, he might even achieve a brace, claiming sole possession of the top spot on the Champions League scoring chart. Once Real Madrid concluded their celebrations, the first half of extra time came to an end. There was no respite during the break, and the second half of the match commenced immediately. Facing a deficit once more, and with the score unfavorable for Manchester City, Pellegrini opted to attack. Manchester City only needs to score a single goal to progress. At this juncture, a defensive strategy would be futile, and only by advancing could they hope for a glimmer of survival. Ancelotti admired the Chilean engineer's audacity, which, as he had anticipated, was indeed quite aggressive. However, this was the Bernabeu. To challenge Real Madrid here was tantamount to courting disaster. Seizing the opportunity presented by the team's switching sides, Lin Quan engaged in a brief conversation with De Bruyne. "Kevin, do you still have any stamina left?" De Bruyne nodded. "A bit, but not much. That will suffice. Just position yourself and pass the ball to me." De Bruyne cast a puzzled glance at Lin Quan and inquired, "Are you planning to take on Real Madrid's defense one-on-one?" Lin Quan affirmed with a nod. "Is there any better alternative?" De Bruyne shook his head, conceding that there was none. "Very well, leave it to me. I shall do my utmost to deliver the ball to you." In the latter half of the extra time, Real Madrid maintained a firm grip on the game. The fans at the Bernabeu sang and danced, seemingly celebrating their hard-won victory. In the 25th minute of extra time, Manchester City intercepted the ball in their defensive half, and De Bruyne eagerly signaled for it. After a moment's hesitation, Fernandinho passed the ball to him. This brief indecision allowed the Real Madrid players to close in. After receiving the ball, De Bruyne expended every ounce of his strength to complete a difficult turn, glancing in Lin Quan's direction before sending the ball forth. "Lin, I can assist you only to this point. The rest is up to you." Upon witnessing his teammate's successful interception, Lin Quan immediately retreated, seeking to evade the attention of the Real Madrid players. Pepe was not about to let him succeed and promptly followed suit. However, Lin Quan's proactive retreat allowed him to outpace Pepe, and he successfully received De Bruyne's pass. Pepe surged forward to intercept, aiming to thwart Lin Quan's maneuver before he could turn, hoping his teammates could converge and neutralize his attack as they had done before. Yet, Lin Quan seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, deftly flicking the ball with his heel between Pepe's legs as he evaded the challenge. He then forcefully broke free from Pepe's grasp, gliding past him. After being closely marked for so long, if Lin Quan had not figured out how to handle Pepe, his time on the pitch would have been in vain. "Stop him, quickly stop him." On the sidelines, Ancelotti's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted hoarsely. The defensive midfielder and fullbacks of Real Madrid charged towards Lin Quan, intent on reclaiming the ball as they had done previously. However, Lin Quan offered them no opportunity. He struck the ball forward and sprinted with all his might. Including stoppage time, the match had already extended beyond 120 minutes, and the Real Madrid players were running low on energy. At this juncture, attempting to chase Lin Quan was futile. They could only watch helplessly as he dashed towards the ball. Casillas, once again, abandoned his goal in a desperate attempt to thwart Lin Quan. Yet, Lin Quan denied him another chance to tackle, accelerating past the ball with greater speed, deftly sidestepping Casillas' challenge and advancing towards Real Madrid's penalty area. Witnessing this scene, the 80,000 Real Madrid supporters at the Bernabeu could scarcely bear to open their eyes. The number 10 of Manchester City skillfully maneuvered into the penalty area, where an unguarded goal awaited. The ensuing events were all too predictable. Lin Quan effortlessly slotted the ball into the vacant net, completing a hat trick at the Bernabeu. Standing in Real Madrid's penalty area, he raised his collar and surveyed the stadium like a king. Ah, here it comes, Lin's iconic celebration. He surveyed the Bernabeu with regal poise, exuding majesty. I adore it. How splendid, truly magnificent. Alas, he has outsmarted them. Witnessing Lin Quan's goal, the Real Madrid players appeared struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. This goal altered the score to 4-3, with an aggregate of 6-6. Yet Manchester City had 3 crucial away goals. For Real Madrid to advance to the finals, they must score again. With only 5 minutes remaining, and following Manchester City's celebration, time grew even shorter. Will they manage it? Gazing at the figure with the raised collar, many of Real Madrid's players felt their resolve wane. In the final moments, Real Madrid launched a furious assault, but the Manchester City players, invigorated by Lin's goal, defended their net with tenacity. Moments later, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. Despite losing the game, Manchester City triumphed over Real Madrid with the advantage of away goals, advancing to the Champions League final for the first time in their history, tantalizingly close to their inaugural Champions League trophy. Their opponents will be the victors of the clash between Atletico Madrid and Bayern Munich. Given Atletico's away victory in the first leg, the odds favor their progression to the final. As the final whistle blew, Cristiano Ronaldo stood on the pitch, reluctant to depart. Oh, how one feels for him. Ronaldo's performance in this match was commendable, yet the opponents proved to be stronger, or rather, Ronaldo's adversaries were more formidable. It is hard to fathom the anguish Ronaldo must feel, having given his all, yet still falling short of victory. The disparity in strength between the two teams was evident. Had it not been for Lin's exceptional performance, Manchester City might have suffered defeat. The joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. As Manchester City overturned Real Madrid at the Bernabeu, however, Guardiola's team ultimately lost the match. In the second leg, Atletico Madrid dominated throughout. They fought with the precision of a disciplined army, repelling all of Bayern's advances. With goals in both halves, Atletico triumphed 2-0 at home, sweeping Bayern with a 3-0 aggregate, advancing to the final. Poor Bayern suffered a humiliating shutout, a stark contrast to their previous season when they blanked Barcelona. This season, they faced a similar fate against another La Liga team, a fitting retribution. Following Atletico's victory over Bayern, the two teams in the Champions League final were confirmed. The final will take place in 25 days at the Estadio da Luz in Lisbon, Portugal. However, Manchester City has already cast aside such concerns. For the UEFA Champions League final remains a distant prospect. Their immediate focus is on securing another coveted trophy, the FA Cup Championship. As the Premier League season draws to a close, City has 3 matches yet to be contested, including a rescheduled game. On May 3rd, in the 37th round of the Premier League, City faces Everton, who are currently positioned 5th. While this match bears little significance for Manchester City, it is of paramount importance to Everton, who are striving for a Champions League spot. The Toffees seem to believe that City, having just endured a grueling battle against Real Madrid, might be fatigued both physically and mentally, presenting them with a potential opportunity. Thus, buoyed by the advantage of playing at home, they launched a fierce assault against City. However, when the final whistle blew, the Toffees supporters were left despondent. The scoreboard displayed a glaring 0-6. The home team had been decisively overwhelmed by their visitors. Agüero and Lin Quan each scored 2 goals, while De Bruyne and David Silva added 1 apiece. Manchester City's resounding victory over Everton brought tears of joy to Professor Wenger, who had harbored concerns that City might show leniency against Everton, given their already secured championship title. Such leniency could have jeopardized Arsenal's hopes of finishing 4th. Fortunately, City did not relent, instead delivering a crushing defeat to Everton. This loss not only left Everton's goal difference trailing behind Arsenal's, but also shattered their morale, ensuring that Wenger's Arsenal successfully maintained their 4th-place standing. Whether Arsenal would secure their position was of no concern to Manchester City. On May 8th, City returned to their home ground to face Aston Villa in a rescheduled match from the 29th round of the Premier League. Against the notoriously foul-prone Aston Villa, City played with remarkable ferocity. Their aggressive tackling and assertive play rendered Aston Villa, known for their brutal tactics, into mere kittens, resorting only to complaints and appeals to the referee. By the end of the match, City triumphed with a commanding 4-0 victory over Aston Villa. Negredo netted 2 goals, while Lin Quan and Cruz each contributed 1. On May 11th, in the 38th round, which also marked the conclusion of the Premier League season, Manchester City hosted West Ham United. In this match, Pellegrini opted to field Lin Quan and other key players for just a half, allowing them to warm up and maintain their form before substituting them. Nevertheless, thanks to goals from Lin Quan and Aguero in the first half, City comfortably defeated their opponents 2-0. With this victory, Manchester City completed their Premier League campaign, achieving a remarkable record of 31 wins, 6 draws, and just 1 loss out of 38 matches, accumulating a total of 99 points. This achievement not only shattered the previous record of 95 points set by Chelsea in the 2004-2005 season, but also saw City score an astounding 127 goals throughout the season, a new high since the league's restructuring, second only to Aston Villa's historic tally of 128 goals in the 1930-1931 season. However, during that period, the league comprised a total of 42 matches, whereas the reformed Premier League features only 38 rounds. If we were to include those additional 4 matches, given Manchester City's formidable offensive prowess, they would undoubtedly shatter records. In terms of individual statistics, Lin Quan scored an impressive 52 goals in the 35 matches he participated in, not only leading the scoring charts by a substantial margin over the second-place Suarez, but also significantly surpassing the single-season goal record in the Premier League. The previous record was held by Alan Shearer and Andy Cole with 34 goals. Lin Quan elevated this record by an astonishing 18 goals, and this feat was accomplished despite the league's reduction from 42 to 38 matches. This historical record, aside from him, is unlikely to be broken by anyone else. What is most terrifying about Lin Quan is that his goal tally is complemented by an equally astonishing number of assists. In this season, he managed to provide 21 assists in the same 35 matches, which also ranks him at the top. Out of Manchester City's total of 127 goals, Lin Quan was instrumental in creating 73 of them, amounting to nearly 60 of the team's offensive output. If one were to suggest that Barcelona could not function without Messi, one might fear that Manchester City would undoubtedly regress significantly without Lin Quan. Prior to the Premier League's announcement of team statistics, the extent of Manchester City's prowess was unknown. Once the data was revealed, people felt not only the terror of Manchester City, but also a profound respect for Lin Quan. It became apparent that he had grown to such heights without anyone realizing it. Upon reviewing the opinions of others, I found that many were dissatisfied with this segment of the plot, and thus, I humbly took their feedback into account and revised the storyline. The preceding narrative has been amended, and I would like to take this opportunity to share a brief update. Having observed the sentiments expressed, it is evident that there was considerable dissatisfaction with Chapter 108, which has now been revised. Additionally, I would like to mention that my child is currently 3 years and 7 months old, exhibiting severe symptoms of autism. He tends to isolate himself, rarely responds when his name is called, lacks empathy, avoids eye contact, exhibits repetitive behaviors, and is prone to emotional outbursts. His condition has deteriorated recently, and I acknowledge my negligence as a parent, previously believing that he would improve with age. Yet, as he approaches 4, there has been no progress. With the recent exacerbation of his symptoms, I have found it increasingly difficult to manage. Next Monday, I plan to take him to a provincial maternal and child health center for genetic screening and other evaluations to ascertain if he indeed has autism. I hope not. Yet the likelihood seems high given his symptoms. Children with autism require immense companionship and family intervention. During this period, I have been unable to write during the day, only finding time to compose my thoughts after his mother has lulled him to sleep at night. I acknowledge that yesterday's chapter was not well received, and I sincerely apologize for that. I have already revised the earlier chapters. This is not an appeal for sympathy, but merely an explanation of my current circumstances. Your opinions are welcome in the comments section. I have not placed any restrictions on fan contributions. If any parents possess methods for treating autism, please do not hesitate to reach out to me, as I find myself quite at a loss. I am uncertain about the specifics of how to intervene and how to cease my child's repetitive behaviors. He is not yet 4 years old. and I genuinely do not wish for him to be hindered by this condition for the entirety of his life. The atmosphere at home has been quite poor. His mother is considering resigning, and we are both dedicating ourselves fully to accompany our child around the clock, taking him outdoors, visiting amusement parks, basking in the sun on grassy fields, and bringing him to specialized institutions for professional intervention. It is only when a child falls ill that one truly realizes the invaluable nature of health. Chapter completed. Chapter 109. The divergent fortunes of two champions. Manchester City and Barcelona. As May dawns, the 5 major leagues approach their climactic conclusions. Except for La Liga, the championship races in the other leagues have been resolved. Bayern Munich, Manchester City, Paris Saint-Germain, and Juventus have all secured their titles several rounds in advance. Meanwhile, the suspense surrounding La Liga's championship lingered until the final round. In the 37th round of La Liga, Celta, coached by Enrique, triumphed over Real Madrid at home with a score of 2-0, effectively shattering Real Madrid's hopes of claiming the title and eliminating them from the championship contention. In the same round, Atletico Madrid faced an unexpected challenge, being held to a draw by Malaga, who were down to 10 men. Given Atletico's unexpected stalemate, Barcelona failed to seize the opportunity to close the gap, drawing 0-0 against relegation-threatened Elche. Consequently, the championship suspense in La Liga was preserved until the final match between Barcelona and Atletico at Camp Nou. Currently, the point differential between the two teams is a mere 3 points, with Barcelona boasting a superior goal difference of 16. If they can secure a victory at home against Atletico, they will overturn Atletico's position and successfully defend their La Liga title. However, should they be defeated or held to a draw, they will forfeit the championship and witness their rivals celebrating at Camp Nou. For Barcelona's head coach, Martino, this match is a matter of life and death. If he fails to retain the championship at Camp Nou, it will mean a season devoid of any accolades, no Champions League, no league title, and no Copa del Rey. This would undoubtedly lead to a complete loss of patience from the club towards him. Although he did not resign immediately after losing the Champions League, it was due to the flicker of hope that remained in the league. However, if he falters in the league as well, it is difficult to fathom any justification for his continued presence at Barcelona. On May 17th, the FA Cup final and the final round of La Liga will commence simultaneously. These 2 matches will determine the last 2 champions of the 5 major leagues. Excluding the Champions League, however, Manchester City's prospects for victory are considerably brighter than those of Barcelona. This season marks Manchester City's 3rd visit to Wembley Stadium, where just 2 months prior, they lifted the League Cup trophy. Now, they are poised to challenge for the first treble in their history. Manchester City's opponent is Hull City, currently ranked 16th in the Premier League, a team not traditionally regarded as a powerhouse. Thus, pre-match predictions overwhelmingly favor Manchester City to seize the championship. However, Hull City is evidently unwilling to relinquish this hard-earned opportunity to contend for the championship. This marks the club's inaugural appearance in the FA Cup final. Should they emerge victorious, they would secure the most prestigious trophy in their history. Throughout this season's FA Cup, fortune has favored them, as they encountered no formidable rivals along the way. In the semifinals, their opponent was even a League One team. Through a combination of remarkable luck and the collective effort of the entire squad, they have reached this stage. It is clear that they aspire to continue this streak of good fortune in the final. Faced with the newly crowned Premier League champions, Manchester City, Hull City pragmatically opted for a defensive strategy. The attacking prowess of Manchester City is widely acknowledged. Without such a defensive setup, they would likely be overwhelmed. In response to Hull City's defensive approach, Manchester City adopted a possession-based strategy. The essence of this tactic lies in pressure, and Manchester City executed this brilliantly during the match. Pellegrini chose not to field Cruz, but rather deployed Fernandinho and Yaya Touré as partners. The formidable sweeping ability of these 2 players rendered Hull City's midfield nearly incapable of maintaining possession. In the first 15 minutes, Manchester City's possession rate soared to an impressive 80. Hull City found themselves pinned within their own 30-meter zone, as if engaged in a half-field defensive drill. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Barcelona, the Catalan giants were employing a possession strategy against Simeone's Atletico Madrid. However, their authentic possession approach seemed to lose its effectiveness against Atletico. Despite enjoying possession, they struggled to pose any threat to Atletico's goal, managing even fewer shots than their opponents after 15 minutes. At Wembley Stadium, the scoreboard finally changed in the 17th minute. David Silva cut in from the wing and assisted Aguero, who scored the opening goal, altering the score to 1-0. This goal ignited the atmosphere at Wembley, with countless Manchester City fans erupting in cheers. The goal made them feel as though the FA Cup trophy was beckoning them. Following his goal, Aguero celebrated passionately with a sliding gesture, prompting his teammates to mimic the celebration along the sidelines. Even Lin Quan, in a buoyant mood, joined in the revelry. Journalists and photographers on the sidelines quickly captured this precious moment, which will become a cherished memory among the many highlights of Manchester City's 2013-2014 season. On the sidelines, Pellegrini maintained composure, offering polite applause and suppressing the impulse to celebrate exuberantly. After all, it was merely the FA Cup. Such exuberance must be tempered. If he were to display excessive excitement now, what would happen during the Champions League final? As a coach of champions, he felt the need to uphold a certain image. In stark contrast, Hull City's manager harbored none of these reservations. Upon seeing his team concede, he despondently clutched his head, leaning helplessly against the back of the bench. The most effective strategy when employing a defensive formation is to secure an early goal. Once a team has the advantage, the opposing side's mentality becomes increasingly frantic, leading to more significant vulnerabilities in their offensive play. As a result, counterattacks can become remarkably precise. However, the anticipated scenario did not materialize. Instead, the worst possible outcome occurred. They found themselves trailing. In such a situation, adopting a defensive posture becomes futile, as the opposition can opt to refrain from attacking, content to maintain possession in their own half. By merely running down the clock, victory would ultimately belong to them, leaving no urgency to act. Consequently, they could no longer afford to remain entrenched in their own half. They must adopt an offensive approach. Yet, the coach of Hull City had a realistic assessment of his team's capabilities. Their defensive strategy might allow them to hold their own against Manchester City, but any attempt to push forward would likely lead to disaster. Stagnation equates to a slow demise, while an aggressive push could precipitate an even swifter downfall. Faced with two dire choices, they reluctantly opted for the latter. After falling behind, Hull City began to mount an offensive. Initially cautious, they hesitated to commit too many players forward. However, observing Manchester City's languid control of the game, their confidence gradually swelled, and they began to increase their attacking force. This decision, however, fell right into Manchester City's trap. In the 23rd minute, Manchester City suddenly accelerated, abandoning their previous leisurely pace. The ball transitioned swiftly from the feet of their center-backs, through Yaya Touré and Kevin De Bruyne, and was rapidly delivered to Lin Quan. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan executed a dazzling display of dribbling prowess along the wing. With Hull City's defenders outnumbered and disorganized in the face of Manchester City's rapid assault, chaos ensued. By the time Lin Quan cut inside to penetrate the penalty area, the defenders had yet to fully position themselves. In a moment of panic, Hull City's defender Chester rushed towards Lin Quan, forgetting his coach's pre-match instructions. One must never recklessly challenge Lin Quan, as it would only serve to aid the opponent in bypassing him. Without a hint of suspense, Lin Quan skillfully shifted his pace, effortlessly evading Chester and creating a one-on-one opportunity with Hull City's goalkeeper, McGregor. With wide eyes, McGregor tracked Lin Quan's every move, preparing for the impending save. Lin Quan set himself up, aiming toward the right side of the goal as he initiated his shooting motion. Confident in his read, McGregor lunged toward the right. However, he soon realized that Lin Quan's earlier movement had merely been a feint. Now, with an open goal before him, Lin Quan calmly slotted the ball home, extending Manchester City's lead to 2-0 over Hull City. Frustrated, McGregor pounded the turf in anger, having fallen victim to such a simple ruse. The opposing goalkeeper was left seething at having been so easily deceived. It is likely due to the immense pressure faced when confronting Lin Huang that there was an inclination towards preemptive actions in an attempt to execute timely saves. While this reasoning holds merit, the execution of such premonition was rather egregiously flawed. This technique, seemingly referred to as a series of feint shots, is seldom employed by Lin Huang, yet is frequently utilized by Messi. Lin Huang's shooting is invariably decisive. He either targets the far corner or skillfully bypasses the goalkeeper to score into an open net, demonstrating an unwavering pursuit of success. Indeed, Lin Huang rarely falters in one-on-one situations, boasting an exceedingly high success rate. As the match unfolds, it appears devoid of suspense. By the 23rd minute, The score at 20 and the final tally at 90 minutes could reach an astonishing level, which is almost inconceivable. How fares the situation on the Barcelona front? Have they found the net? Who holds the advantage? Not yet. Neither side has managed to breach the opponent's defenses. Should this continue, a stalemate seems inevitable. Surely not. If Barcelona were to settle for a draw, they would relinquish the championship without contest. Does Martino still aspire to continue in his role under such circumstances? Surely. They must intensify their offensive efforts. Barcelona is indeed exerting themselves to the fullest, yet Atletico Madrid's defense stands resolute, akin to iron and steel, proving impenetrable. Shaking the mountains is simple. Shaking Atletico Madrid is a formidable challenge. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's second goal, Pellegrini once again stood at the sidelines, offering applause. Following this goal, a palpable sense of relief washed over him, and his focus drifted away from the current match, turning instead to contemplate the tactical strategies for the forthcoming season. Manchester City has enjoyed considerable success this season, yet next season they will undoubtedly face scrutiny and targeting from all other Premier League teams. The remaining 5 teams within the Premier League's Elite Six will surely take it upon themselves to undermine Manchester City, regardless of whether in league or cup encounters. Challenges against them are likely to be formidable. Furthermore, with the abundance of strong teams, it is plausible that encounters with these 5 clubs could exceed 10 times over the season. Should they falter in a few matches or draw several, the championship may very well slip from Manchester City's grasp. Although Manchester City is formidable, they cannot guarantee victory against top-tier opponents. Thus, when facing relatively weaker teams, it is imperative for them to secure points consistently, without relinquishing even a single one lightly. When discussing the most reliable strategy for accumulating points within the league, Guardiola's possession-based approach proves to be the most fitting. From the current match dynamics, it appears that Manchester City's possession strategy does not match Barcelona's prowess. However, leveraging the capabilities of Manchester City's players to execute such tactics should not prove overly challenging. Utilizing this half-hearted strategy against stronger opponents may expose vulnerabilities, leading to potential collapse under pressure. Conversely, it seems quite suitable for confronting mid to lower-tier teams. Moreover, a significant advantage of the possession strategy is its energy efficiency, allowing players to conserve stamina for the rigors of Champions League and other cup competitions. This season, Manchester City has suffered considerably due to the demands of multi-competition engagements. To address this issue, it is vital to bolster the squad depth during the transfer window, but more critically, enhancing player stamina and minimizing energy expenditure will become the primary focus for the upcoming season. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at Camp Nou, Barcelona's head coach Martino stands at the sidelines. However, he is far from as leisurely as his South American compatriots. 30 minutes have elapsed in the match, yet the score remains a disheartening 0-0 for Barcelona. This outcome is particularly disadvantageous for them, as Atletico Madrid's key players, Diego Costa and midfield linchpin Thuram, have succumbed to injury and left the field within the first 20 minutes. The Atletico forward line has suffered a devastating blow. Nevertheless, the soul of Atletico, Simeone, remains unfazed in the face of losing 2 absolute mainstays. He swiftly adapts, altering his pre-match tactical strategy, allowing Atletico to stabilize from their unfavorable position and thwarting any advantage Barcelona might gain in their offensive endeavors. Although it seems Atletico has lost 2 pivotal players, as long as Simeone, the essence of the team, is present, they are unlikely to be easily vanquished. In contrast, since their defeat to Manchester City, Messi appears to be haunted by inner demons. In this match, he has almost become invisible in the attacking front, entirely engulfed by Atletico's impregnable defense. It is rare to see him proactively seeking the ball, raising doubts about his current form. However, in the few instances he does possess the ball, it is evident that his skill and competitive level remain intact. The issue seems to lie within his mentality. Messi appears to have lost his thirst for victory, which is perplexing given that this is a crucial match concerning the league championship. Observing Messi's lackluster performance, Barcelona begins to intensify their attacks down the flanks. This adjustment soon bears fruit. In the 31st minute, Sanchez's powerful strike from the right side of the penalty area finally breaches Atletico's defenses. Barcelona takes a 1-0 lead over Atletico. The Camp Nou erupts in euphoria, with countless Barcelona fans embracing in jubilant celebration. They have finally taken the lead. If they can maintain this score until the final whistle, the championship will still belong to Barcelona. However, it seems that Simeone's team will not concede so easily. End of chapter 110. The final championship of the Big Five leagues, the Champions League. Wembley Stadium has seen the conclusion of the first half. Manchester City currently leads Hull City 3-0. The third goal came in the 37th minute of the first half, as Yaya Touré's long-range shot further extended their lead. As the halftime whistle blows, Manchester City's players return to the locker room, laughing and chatting, buoyed by their substantial advantage and the evident disparity in skill against their opponents. As long as they do not pop the champagne during halftime, this match is likely secured. Have you received the national team training notification yet? With the World Cup approaching, discussions among the players increasingly revolve around it. Yes, we should not have anyone in the team who hasn't received it, right? Haha. The starters should all have been called up, but it's hard to say for the substitutes. For some of the favorites, their national teams are quite competitive. Manchester City boasts a number of Spanish players, and the roster of prominent Spanish stars is indeed extensive. This renders the aspiration to enter the final roster of 23 exceedingly challenging. Players such as Xavi Garcia, Negredo, and Navas are likely to be excluded. Let us move on from this topic. What national team do you believe will seize the championship? Captain Company sensed the disappointment of the omitted players and swiftly diverted the conversation towards a subject of collective interest. Haha, I have faith in the Three Lions. As a Brit, Milner unhesitatingly chose to support his homeland. Let us not even talk about the England team. Their lineup appears rather mediocre. His teammates scoffed at Milner's remarks, especially since the 23-man roster for the England national team had already been unveiled. In comparison to elite teams like Spain, many of the players selected for the England squad hail from ordinary Premier League clubs, and their market values pale in comparison to those of the Spanish national team. What about Germany? I believe they possess considerable strength this year. The speaker was not Kroos, who typically maintains a quiet demeanor in the locker room. Indeed, they are formidable. With a relatively youthful squad, Germany's draw is also favorable. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they should reach the semi-finals, though the championship remains uncertain and reliant on fortune. Haha. Has everyone forgotten about the European Red Devils, Belgium? They are undoubtedly among Europe's elite. While Belgium boasts a commendable lineup, claiming they belong to the top tier might be an overstatement. Among the 8 seeded teams for the 2014 World Cup, 4 hailed from Europe and 4 from South America. The South American quartet, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and Colombia, rightly earned their esteemed status. However, whether the 4 European teams are truly deserving of such rank is a matter of subjective interpretation. There is no dissent regarding Spain and Germany being placed in the top tier of Europe. One is the reigning champion, while the other reached the semi-finals in the previous tournament, and their recent performances are well documented, making them favorites for this World Cup. Yet, opinions are quite divergent when it comes to the other 2 teams, Belgium and Switzerland. The placement of France and Italy in the 3rd or even 4th tier has drawn widespread derision regarding the ratings for this World Cup. Can Belgium and Switzerland genuinely claim superiority over France and Italy? Belgium's lineup is indeed strong, featuring stars like Courtois, Kompany, De Bruyne, Fellaini, Dembele, Hazard, and Lukaku. Nevertheless, they are relatively young, and relying on them to achieve greatness may require patience. Furthermore, their historical record lacks the championship titles that Italy and France possess. This year, South American teams are quite robust, and given that it is their home turf, they may very well claim the championship. After evaluating the European powerhouses, the group turned their attention to the South American quartet. Throughout this discussion, one team, clearly the elephant in the room, was conspicuously overlooked, never once mentioned by anyone. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Quan couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. It seemed they had collectively decided to avoid any mention of Spain. The formidable presence of Spain in recent years had undoubtedly left an indelible mark on their minds, fostering an instinctive fear of it. The 15-minute halftime interlude swiftly concluded, and both teams resumed play. Pellegrini refrained from making any tactical adjustments during the break. Instead, he advised his players to remain vigilant on the field and to avoid injuries. In just a week, they were to face Atletico Madrid in Lisbon for the Champions League title, and sustaining an injury at this juncture could lead to lifelong regrets. The dynamics of the match mirrored those of the first half, with Manchester City firmly in control, methodically suffocating their opponents like a frog slowly boiled in water. Hull City found themselves in an exceedingly passive position, their attacks proving fruitless while being susceptible to counterattacks. Their defense was overwhelmed, unable to keep pace with Manchester City's lightning-fast rhythm of play. Such a match left them feeling hopeless and suffocated. At Camp Nou, Barcelona's fans shared in this suffocating atmosphere. In the 49th minute, Atletico Madrid valiantly equalized, freezing the smiles of Barcelona supporters, who had only enjoyed their lead for a mere 30 minutes. The equalizer meant that the 3 points and the championship trophy that seemed within reach were now slipping away. In that moment of scoring, Camp Nou fell into a profound silence, the faces of Barcelona's fans etched with shock and disbelief, clearly struggling to accept this outcome. On the sidelines, Martino was in a state of panic. He hurriedly made consecutive substitutions in an attempt to regain the advantage. However, Simeone's Atletico Madrid stood like an impenetrable wall, stubbornly blocking their path, leaving them battered and bloodied without yielding to their desires. Messi, too, appeared to feel the urgency, rarely tasked with defensive duties. He even committed a foul while competing for the ball, receiving a yellow card. His renewed vigor instilled a flicker of hope among the Barcelona supporters. This was a player who had once conjured countless miracles, and they unconditionally believed in Messi, confident that he could lead the team to victory. Messi, Messi. The fans chanted his name in unison, seemingly pouring all their hopes into him. Messi felt the weight of immense pressure. He played with remarkable intensity, tirelessly passing, receiving, running, and breaking through. Yet, Atletico's defense was too formidable. Even someone as exceptional as Messi found himself thwarted time and again. As time trickled away, the situation on the field remained unfavorable for Barcelona. Their desperate attacks failed to break through, and instead, they were countered by several threatening assaults from their adversaries. Consequently, defenders such as Pique, Busquets, and Mascherano resorted to tactical fouls to halt the opposition, incurring the inevitable punishment of yellow cards from the referee. In the 77th minute, Martino glanced at the bench and made the final substitution of the match, bringing on the 34-year-old veteran Xavi in place of Fabregas. Cesc Fabregas walked off the pitch with his head hung low, seemingly forgetting to even exchange a high-five with Xavi. His decision to heed the call of Barcelona and return to the club was not solely due to the blood of La Masia coursing through his veins, but also because the Barcelona of yesteryear was a formidable force dominating Europe. Though he captained Arsenal, the club remained trophyless year after year, with little sign of significant reinforcements, leading Fabregas to conclude that his future at Arsenal was bleak. When he chose to join Barcelona, the club had claimed the Champions League twice in 3 years and was hailed as a cosmic team, offering a professional trajectory incomparably brighter than that of Arsenal. However, fortune was fleeting. Shortly after his arrival, the upheaval caused by changes in the club's hierarchy led to the departure of the esteemed coach Pep Guardiola. Although Tito Vilanova seemed a fitting successor, fate intervened, and he had to relinquish his role due to cancer. Over 3 years, Barcelona cycled through 3 head coaches, which naturally impacted the team's performance. During this time, Fabregas could only help secure 1 league title and 1 Copa del Rey, a far cry from past glories. This Barcelona mirrored the Arsenal he had once fled, leaving him in despair, devoid of hope. He found himself questioning whether he should continue to fight for the red and blue cause. The fervor that once ignited his desire to battle for Barcelona had been dulled by the passage of time. Casting a glance at his teammates and the familiar Camp Nou, Fabregas made a resolute decision. He would depart Barcelona after the World Cup. Unbeknownst to Xavi and the other players, upon his return to the pitch, he channeled all his energy into the attack. At 34, Xavi was acutely aware that his days at Barcelona were numbered. Before departing, he wished to secure additional honors for the team. After all, this was Camp Nou, where every Barcelona player vowed to defend its honor to the death. He would not allow Atletico Madrid to lift the trophy here, though Xavi's stamina was insufficient to last the entire match. Being substituted in the 77th minute meant that he only needed to endure less than 30 minutes of play, which posed no challenge for him. The return of his old partner allowed Iniesta and Messi to breathe a sigh of relief. With Xavi on the field, they could play with greater ease. Consequently, Barcelona's attack began to show signs of resurgence, increasingly threatening Atletico's goal. From the sidelines, Simeone squinted slightly. As a coach with a background as a defensive midfielder, he admired Xavi. It was indeed remarkable to maintain such performance at this age, and Xavi's lifelong allegiance to one club embodied a spirit that Simeone greatly respected. However, this was the professional arena, a decisive battle for the La Liga title. No matter how much he admired Xavi, he could not afford to show any mercy. Upon contemplating this, Simeone swiftly enacted personnel adjustments, specifically assigning someone to monitor and restrict Xavi's movements. This alteration quickly yielded results. Upon Boyd's entry onto the field, he was required to do little more than act as an adhesive presence, closely shadowing Xavi. As Xavi aged, his physical resilience and ability to evade defenders had diminished. Under Boyd's interference, Xavi found it increasingly challenging to make an impact. With the absence of Xavi, who had served as the orchestrator of plays, Barcelona's hard-won offensive momentum was extinguished once more. Ultimately, as the match concluded, the home side Barcelona suffered a devastating reversal at the hands of Atletico Madrid, relinquishing the championship trophy to their opponents. In that moment, as the final whistle blew, the Atletico supporters erupted in jubilant celebration within the hallowed grounds of Camp Nou. This marked their first league title in 18 years, and coincidentally, the last person to guide Atletico to victory after a 19-year hiatus was none other than Simeone, who stood on the sidelines. Simeone, a youthful manager relatively new to his role, had solidified his coaching prowess at Atletico. From this moment onward, La Liga would transition from a fierce duel between two giants to a tripartite contention among Real Madrid, Atletico, and Barcelona. Under his stewardship, Atletico gradually emerged as a formidable force within the top 5 leagues, no longer to be overlooked. Now, only the final match, the Champions League final, remained on their horizon. Should Simeone's Atletico triumph in this encounter, they would etch their names into the annals of European legend, almost simultaneously with the final whistle at Camp Nou. The halftime whistle blew at Wembley Stadium. The score displayed on the big screen was fixed at 6-0. Undoubtedly, this was a massacre, a slaughter within the finals. This represented the largest margin in the history of the FA Cup final, equaling the record set in the 1902-2003 match between Burnley and Derby County, where Derby County also triumphed with a score of 6-0. Gazing at the disheartening scoreline, the players of Hull City hung their heads in despair. They had exerted nearly every effort, all of which proved futile. This score was a true reflection of the disparity in capabilities, and they accepted their defeat with grace. Meanwhile, the players of Manchester City, upon the sounding of the halftime whistle, surged onto the pitch, celebrating together in elation. This marked their 3rd trophy of the season in the Premier League, second only in prestige to the League Championship trophy. The stands at Wembley transformed into a sea of blue, with the anthemic strains of "We Are the Champions" by Queen resonating through the air. The award stage was swiftly erected, and officials from the FA, along with Prince William of the British royal family, personally attended to present medals and trophies to the victorious Manchester City players. "Lin, your performance was outstanding. I am a fan of yours," Prince William remarked with a smile as he handed Lin the award. "Thank you for your kind words. Since you are my fan, allow me to gift you an autograph." Lin replied, "Oh, that would be wonderful, but I have no paper or pen." Before Prince William could finish his sentence, he witnessed Lin producing the match ball from his hat-trick performance, swiftly signing his name upon it, and then handing it to him. Uncertain of the prince's satisfaction with this signature, Prince William paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Of course, I am pleased. Thank you, Lin. I would love to invite you for a meal sometime. I hope you won't decline." Lin Quan had executed a remarkable hat-trick in the finals, and although he could have taken the football home, he chose instead to present it to Prince William, who felt the weight of such a gift. Naturally, Lin Quan would not refuse the prince's goodwill. Having already secured 3 championships, the Manchester City players celebrated with a degree of restraint, their thoughts entirely consumed by the coveted UEFA Champions League trophy. Only with that trophy in hand would they truly indulge in a grand celebration. Chapter 111. Before the final showdown 3 days prior to the final on May 22nd, the entire Manchester City team departed from Manchester, heading to Lisbon to prepare for the season's final and most significant match. Upon arriving at their hotel, Lin Quan encountered a delightful surprise. His younger siblings, Maria, Marius, and Valentina. "Brother," Maria exclaimed as she rushed over to envelop him in a warm embrace, capturing the moment with a selfie on her phone. Following suit, Marius and Valentina dashed over, turning Lin Quan into a living ornament. "Maria, Marius, what brings you here?" Lin Quan inquired while lifting the youngest, Valentina, into his arms, playfully bumping heads with her and tickling her underarms, prompting her to erupt into giggles. "Father said he would come to watch the match, and Mother suggested we all come together to cheer for you." We all wholeheartedly agreed. Maria skillfully uploaded their recent selfie to her social media, proudly boasting about having the world's most formidable football star as her brother. It was evident that Maria held immense pride in her sibling, eager to showcase him to the world. Oh, they have come as well? Why haven't I seen them? Lin Quan looked towards the hallway, cradling Valentina. Yet he did not spot the familiar figures. They're at the front desk checking in. We are staying at this hotel too, Maria informed Lin Quan, indicating that they had chosen this particular establishment after learning of Manchester City's reservation, aiming to be closer to him so they could all be together. Great. Lead me to your room. Manchester City had reserved the middle 2 floors of the hotel, and Pep Guardiola's party was certainly not lodging there. To avoid disturbing his teammates' rest, Lin Quan opted to seek out his family. Upon his arrival, Guardiola and Sarah had just completed their check-in and were in the midst of transporting their luggage to their hotel room. With several days remaining before the match, the family's belongings, 5 individuals' worth, were indeed quite substantial. Lin Quan greeted Guardiola and Sarah, then, after putting Valentina down, proactively stepped forward to assist. Once they moved the items inside, Sarah, dissatisfied with their clumsiness and fearing a loss of order, shooed them out, opting to organize the belongings herself. Indeed, the two were not adept at such tasks, so they retreated outdoors to engage in conversation. Do you feel confident about the finals? Guardiola's team had been eliminated by Atletico Madrid. Thus, he had conducted extensive analysis on them. Coincidentally, Lin Quan's team had advanced to the finals, allowing him to share his insights as someone with experience. It's 50-50. Atletico's defensive prowess is unparalleled in the top 5 leagues. Even you were unable to score against them. To claim we are certain of victory would be sheer folly. The clash between Manchester City and Atletico was dubbed a contest between spear and shield. Manchester City's offensive firepower this season was remarkable, with 127 goals in the league, leading the top 5 leagues by a staggering 23 goals over second-placed Real Madrid. Conversely, Atletico's formidable defense had enabled them to progress through the rounds and reach the finals. Thus, this was a collision between 2 teams with starkly contrasting styles. Even before the match commenced, the pundits could surmise the strategies each team would adopt. Atletico would undoubtedly employ their high-pressing and counter-attacking tactics, while Manchester City would raise the banner of offensive play with the specific methods depending on Pellegrini's adjustments. Indeed, Atletico's defense possesses unique characteristics that have greatly inspired me. Guardiola expressed profound admiration for the distinctive defensive system developed by Simeone at Atletico. A mere focus on counter-attacking might seem unremarkable. Mourinho had nearly exhausted that strategy. During his tenure at Barcelona, he frequently encountered teams that deployed mass defenses and counterattacks. However, Atletico's approach to counter-attacking diverged significantly from the norm. They did not retreat into their half. Instead, they boldly applied pressure across all 3 lines, executing high pressing that made it exceedingly difficult for opponents to organize their attacks or even maintain possession. Bayern Munich suffered immensely in the semifinals as Atletico's players, through diligent running, relentless pressing, and vigorous fouling, shattered Bayern's offensive rhythm, leaving their midfield unable to retain the ball, let alone achieve the possession play Guardiola desired. In the finals, Atletico would undoubtedly employ this strategy against Manchester City. Moreover, having recently faced Barcelona, they possessed ample experience in neutralizing players like Lin Quan. Thus, Guardiola felt that Lin Quan's performance in this match might not be particularly stellar, at least not as dominating as in his previous outings. After absorbing Guardiola's analysis and insights, Lin Quan gained a deeper understanding of Atletico's defensive and offensive systems. They were indeed a formidable adversary. He had previously watched the final between Atletico and Real Madrid, and, to be frank, Real Madrid's victory had been quite fortunate. Just 9 minutes into the match, Atletico Madrid suffered the loss of their key striker, Diego Costa. Surprisingly, they managed to score first and employed a fierce defense that left Real Madrid's midfield in considerable discomfort. Had it not been for Sergio Ramos's header in the 3rd minute of stoppage time, which salvaged Real Madrid from the brink of despair, the championship would undoubtedly have belonged to Atletico after just a little over 100 seconds more. However, after enduring a grueling regulation time, Real Madrid unleashed a flurry of 3 goals in quick succession during extra time, ultimately triumphing with a resounding score of 4-1 and lifting the trophy with ease. The underlying reason for Atletico's lackluster performance in extra time was straightforward: fatigue. The high-pressing strategy demands relentless running from the players to create numerical superiority in localized areas, enabling them to intercept the ball and launch counterattacks. Yet, all players are professionals, and their running capabilities do not differ significantly. If excessive energy is expended during high pressing, there will inevitably be insufficient stamina left for the latter stages. For Simeone's team, the limit is already reached at 90 minutes. If an opponent can withstand their offensive onslaught for that duration without conceding, dragging the match into extra time spells doom for Atletico. As the challenger, Lin Quan was acutely aware of this vulnerability. However, he was uncertain whether his team could endure the full 90 minutes without succumbing, especially given Manchester City's historically weaker defensive capabilities. He advised adopting a formation without a striker, withdrawing the forwards to bolster the midfield numbers, knowing that Atletico would certainly contest the midfield battle. Without that support, gaining possession in the attacking third would be nearly impossible, leaving them vulnerable to being completely neutralized by the opponent's defense. Lin Quan pondered Guardiola's insights. The no-striker formation was familiar to Guardiola, yet during his tenure at Bayern, he lacked a player akin to Messi. Consequently, Guardiola's tactical reforms at Bayern elicited mixed reviews. While they dominated domestically, their European performances were lackluster. Despite defeating Manchester United and Chelsea, they were swept aside by Atletico, a team not considered a powerhouse, which left many Bundesliga fans, particularly Bayern supporters, disillusioned. Just a season ago, they were the invincible force in the Champions League, and now they could not even surpass Atletico. Not only did they fail to win, but they also could not find the net. It's worth noting that prior to Guardiola's arrival, Bayern had earned the moniker of massacre artists, with their offensive prowess rarely in question. Thus, all blame was cast upon Guardiola's shoulders. After all, he inherited a championship team. In a no-striker formation, the two flanks must feature players endowed with speed and dribbling skills, who also exhibit a vigorous defensive attitude, thereby maximizing the use of the pitch's width. It was evident that Guardiola put considerable effort into reassessing his strategies after the defeat. He devised tactical approaches to counter Atletico, albeit untested in practice, leaving their effectiveness uncertain. Just as their conversation concluded, Sarah emerged from the room, having gathered his belongings. Seeing Guardiola rambling on, he was promptly interrupted. "All right. You are not the coach of Manchester City, so stop going off on tangents. It would be unfortunate to disrupt Lin's rest." Guardiola, slightly embarrassed, fell silent. It was a habitual response. Whenever presented with the opportunity to discuss tactics and his football philosophy, he couldn't help but engage in dialogue. "Lin, you should return to rest soon. Over the next few days, we will explore Lisbon and not disturb you. After the match, we will return to Spain together." Since Lin Quan had moved to the UK to play football, it had been a considerable time since the family had gathered together in harmony. They must seize this rare opportunity to bond, as in just a week, it would be time for the Spanish national team's training camp. Once he joined the national squad, Lin Quan would be unable to return home for an entire month, with less than a month remaining until the World Cup officially commenced. "All right, if I find some time, I will come to visit you." Lin Quan indeed had to head back soon, as the Manchester City staff and coaching team would soon grow anxious. Just before leaving, he recalled something and inquired, "By the way, have you secured tickets for the final?" "Yes, we've got them, right near the pitch." Marius respectfully presented his ticket to his brother. Lin Quan glanced at it, astonished at the ticket's exorbitant price. It cost 650 each, meaning the family of 5 would spend over 3,000. If these tickets were procured from scalpers, the price would likely double. This amount surpassed the monthly income of many Spanish families. However, since Guardiola was not short on funds, Lin Quan felt no sympathy. Before the final commenced, Pellegrini was deeply conflicted regarding the starting lineup. Based on his analysis of Atletico Madrid, he anticipated a fierce midfield battle with Manchester City. To assert control over the midfield, at least one of De Bruyne or Kroos would need to be substituted. Having both on the field would heavily impact Manchester City's defensive stability. But whom should he replace? Kroos played an essential role as a defensive midfielder, significantly aiding the team. If he were substituted, Manchester City would lack a player capable of dictating the tempo of the game. As for De Bruyne, his prowess in orchestrating attacks, particularly with incisive passes, was unmatched within the squad. Substituting him would undoubtedly weaken Manchester City's offensive capabilities. Was there any strategy that could allow both to remain on the pitch? Previously, he had experimented in the League and Champions League, deploying Yaya Touré as a defensive midfielder to shield Kroos while providing cover for De Bruyne. However, the results were less than satisfactory, as Yaya Touré was an all-around midfielder, with offensive capabilities surpassing his defensive skills. Professional matters are best entrusted to those who are adept in their respective fields. In the realm of defensive midfielders, the optimal choice is undoubtedly Fernandinho. However, should he be included in the starting lineup? Pellegrini finds himself in a quandary, as Fernandinho has had a lengthy suspension and has not had ample opportunities to collaborate with De Bruyne and Kroos, raising concerns about the synergy among the trio. Should he take to the field, it may trigger a cascade of unintended consequences, potentially thwarting the desired outcome. With this in mind, Pellegrini ultimately decides against the initial thought and opts to substitute Kroos for Fernandinho. Meanwhile, on the Atletico Madrid side, Simeone is equally troubled by the dilemma surrounding his starting forward. Diego Costa, his principal striker, has sustained an injury at a critical juncture of the league. During the previous match against Barcelona, Costa was forced to exit prematurely due to his ailment. A mere week has passed, and it seems unlikely that his condition will improve swiftly. Nonetheless, in the context of the Champions League final, Atletico desperately needs Costa to rally and lead the charge for the team. Costa himself is eager to represent his side and vie for the elusive Champions League trophy. As the match approaches, Simeone wrestles with the decision of whether to acquiesce to Costa's request to be included in the starting lineup or to err on the side of caution and keep him on the bench. Yet, without Costa, how should the front line be arranged? While Villa remains an option, his age presents a significant disparity compared to Costa in various aspects. In executing a counter-attacking strategy, Costa undoubtedly aligns more seamlessly with Atletico's tactical framework. With a resolute heart, Simeone ultimately decides to take the plunge, placing his faith in Costa's recovery. If he asserts that he is fit to play, then he shall start. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 112. Manchester City vs Atletico Madrid. The Champions League final commences. Central Television. Dear viewers, welcome to the live broadcast of the 2013 to 2014 Champions League final featuring Manchester City against Atletico Madrid. I am your commentator, Hiwei. I am Suyong. Before the match begins, let us take a moment to review the starting lineups of both teams. It appears that both sides have invested considerable effort into their preparations, resulting in some surprising adjustments to their starting rosters. Indeed, the injured Diego Costa from the previous match at Camp Nou has unexpectedly been included in Simeone's starting lineup. This raises questions. Was the news of Costa's injury merely a ruse to confound Manchester City? Many viewers share the sentiments of the commentators at CCTV, pondering whether Costa's appearance in the starting lineup signals a strategic ploy from Atletico. However, Manchester City is also employing some innovative tactics. After enduring several months of suspension, Fernandinho not only made his return to the pitch, but also secured a spot in the starting lineup, replacing the team's main defensive midfielder, Kroos. This decision sparked curiosity regarding Pellegrini's strategy. What could be his intention behind such an arrangement? By sacrificing a playmaking midfielder for a more defensively oriented one, was he preparing for a fierce midfield battle against Atletico Madrid? As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the match officially commenced. Clad in blue jerseys, Manchester City launched their offensive from the left side of the pitch, while Atletico Madrid, donned in red and white striped jerseys with blue shorts, advanced from the right. Initially, both teams approached the game with caution. Following the kickoff, Atletico did not immediately pursue an attack. Instead, they engaged in a series of passes to draw Manchester City's forwards past the halfway line, subsequently shifting the ball to the flanks to orchestrate their offensive maneuvers. However, Manchester City's defense proved to be resolute, affording Atletico few opportunities. Contrary to pre-match expectations, the fierce contest began not in the midfield but on the wings. Both teams demonstrated decisiveness in their defensive tactics, committing fouls when necessary with no hesitation, resulting in a disjointed match that lacked aesthetic appeal. Nonetheless, the coaches on both sides sensed the gravity of the situation unfolding on the field. It was perplexing. Manchester City had never been primarily a defensive team, so why had they shifted their focus to defense in this match? On the Atletico bench, Simeone observed Manchester City's defensive choices with a hint of confusion. The attacking ensemble of Manchester City was undeniably opulent, yet in this match, including Lin Quan, their four forwards seemed less engaged in offensive pursuits and instead devoted considerable energy to defending. What was the rationale behind this? Were they attempting to exploit their strengths in a peculiar manner? It was bewildering and difficult to comprehend. Simeone could not help but glance at Atletico's coaching staff, uncertain about Pellegrini's intentions. Meanwhile, Pellegrini himself felt a twinge of apprehension. His decision to field Fernandinho was aimed at solidifying midfield defense, laying the groundwork for counterattacks. The proactive pressing from the forwards was intended to exhaust the opposition's defenders. This tactic had proven effective in a previous encounter against Barcelona. Yet he remained uncertain about its efficacy against a team renowned for its stamina, such as Atletico Madrid. However, upon glancing at his bench, he found solace. Manchester City's midfield and attacking options were abundant. With two wingers and a forward waiting in reserve, substitutions could be made in the second half if necessary. To the spectators, it appeared that the match was less about football and more about endurance, as both teams exhibited remarkable activity on the field. Any player in possession of the ball who failed to pass within 3 seconds of receiving it was inevitably met with pressing. Furthermore, the intensity of the pressing escalated as players approached the midfield, with the speed of the challenge increasing correspondingly. The pace of the match was brisk, yet neither side could maintain possession, rendering their offensive efforts ineffective. After 5 minutes of play, neither team had managed a single shot on goal. They couldn't even breach the opponent's 30-meter danger zone. In the 7th minute, Manchester City finally registered their first attempt. David Silva, under pressure from Atletico's fullback Juan, passed the ball back to De Bruyne. Without pausing, De Bruyne delivered a precise through ball to Lin Quan, who, as if endowed with divine insight, evaded the defenders behind him, retreated in advance, and intercepted the ball before the opposing center-back could react. He deftly flicked the ball with his heel. The football slipped past Atletico defender Miranda's narrow opening, and Lin Quan pivoted to pursue the ball. Unfortunately, he was brought down by a defender, prompting the referee to award a free kick. Lin Quan took the free kick himself, but it soared high, landing in the stands. Although the free kick went awry, it sent a shiver down the spine of Atletico's players. The true threat did not stem from Lin Quan's free kick, but rather from the intricate heel flick that preceded it. Had he successfully maneuvered past Miranda, he would have faced the goalkeeper one-on-one, presenting him with countless shooting options. Emphasizing coordinated defense, the midfielders needed to compress the opponent's space for receiving and handling the ball. Simeone expressed his dissatisfaction with the defensive effort, attributing the lapse to the second touch, where Escudero failed to exert sufficient pressure on De Bruyne, allowing him to deliver that pivotal pass. Without that pass, Lin Quan would not have had the opportunity to showcase his skills. The audience, however, was unfazed by these tactical nuances. After witnessing a slow-motion replay of Lin Quan's earlier play on the big screen, they erupted in applause. As the match was held in a neutral venue, the crowd consisted not only of the respective fans of both teams, but also a substantial number of neutral spectators. These fans arrived with an appreciation for football. Refraining from bias towards either team, they applauded whoever performed well on the pitch. Lin Quan's reputation eclipsed that of the other players, as Portuguese fans had long been familiar with his name. Nevertheless, many harbored doubts regarding his prowess, considering him too youthful and questioning whether he was indeed as formidable as rumored. This skepticism is understandable, given that Lin Quan's rise in football has been relatively recent and his accolades are not particularly grand. Had he garnered multiple Ballon d'Or awards akin to Messi and Ronaldo, the doubts surrounding him would likely have diminished significantly. However, witnessing his meticulous attention to detail during this moment left knowledgeable fans pleasantly surprised, though slightly younger. His technical finesse and astute execution suggested that he is indeed a talent worth nurturing, almost on par with an 18-year-old Ronaldo. Given that Ronaldo is also Portuguese, the fans possess a strong bias towards him. Their ability to offer such a commendation speaks volumes. Should the match continue at this pace, the number of goals scored may indeed be exceedingly scant, and their arrival delayed. However, a significant turn of events transpired in the 9th minute. While vying for possession against Manchester City defender Kompany, Diego Costa suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg in evident agony. On the sidelines, Simeone felt as though his head had exploded at the sight. It was over. Costa's old injury had flared up. Unable to restrain himself, he glanced at the match clock. Just 9 minutes had elapsed. Must he resort to a substitution so early in the game? Yet, not substituting was not an option. Atletico's forwards bore substantial defensive responsibilities. If Diego Costa were to play through the pain, it would not only exacerbate his injury, but also compromise Atletico's overall defensive strength. With this in mind, he decisively summoned Adrian Lopez to take Costa's place. It was a hasty substitution. Lopez had no time for warm-up. After all, who could foresee a substitution merely 9 minutes into the match? Costa's withdrawal undoubtedly dealt a blow to Atletico's morale. Seizing the opportunity, Manchester City intensified their offensive efforts. In the 11th minute, Fernandinho intercepted the ball and aimed to pass it to De Bruyne to initiate an attack. However, before De Bruyne could receive the ball, it was preemptively intercepted by Koch. An Atletico counterattack ensued. Koch passed the ball to Gabi, who immediately surged forward. However, Gabi was swiftly pressured by Yaya Touré and De Bruyne, unable to release the ball and reluctantly passing it to center-back Godin. As Godin received the ball, Lin Quan and Aguero lunged at him, eager to snatch it away. Godin dared not linger, quickly passing to fellow defender Miranda. Aguero charged towards Miranda once more. Miranda then passed to Juan, who, under intense pressure from David Silva, barely managed to relay the ball to Thiago. Yet, Yaya Touré had anticipated this pass, successfully intercepting it before it could reach its destination. Upon realizing they had lost possession, 3 Atletico players surged toward Yaya Touré. Startled, he launched the ball towards the right flank, finding Lin Quan. Having concentrated their previous attack on the left side, Atletico's defense now faced an opening on the right. If Lin Quan could receive the pass, a threatening attack might ensue. However, as Yaya Touré delivered the pass, Atletico's defensive formation swiftly shifted to the right. From the aerial camera's perspective, it was evident that during this movement, Atletico's defensive line remained remarkably intact, with all 3 lines closely connected, exhibiting no disjunction. This indicated that their players had nearly all made the same decision simultaneously. On the sidelines, Guardiola furrowed his brow. The tension was palpable. During the previous encounter between Bayern Munich and Atletico Madrid, they encountered a formidable defensive strategy. How did Simeone transform his 11 players into a disciplined and obedient unit akin to a military force? On the pitch, Lin Quan, as a participant, experienced the intensity of the situation far more profoundly than the spectators. In an instant, the left flank of Atletico appeared wide open, yet as the ball soared towards him, nearby players surged forward without hesitation. After Lin Quan managed to halt the ball, Atletico's full-back, Felipe, center-back Godin, and defensive midfielder Gabi had already encroached within a mere 5 meters of him. Lin Quan could only pivot, and before he could process the ball, he was met with Gabi's tackle. Gabi, being the furthest away, disrupted Lin Quan's rhythm with his challenge, necessitating an immediate adjustment from Lin Quan, which inadvertently created an opportunity for his 2 teammates to exploit. Evidently, Atletico's defensive tactics in localized areas are meticulously orchestrated. Lin Quan deftly evaded Gabi's tackle with a quick touch, yet he was subsequently jostled by Godin, leaving him somewhat unsteady, while Felipe seized the moment to attempt an interception. Lin Quan managed to protect the ball, but at that juncture, he had neither space to maneuver nor the requisite speed. Breaking free from the encirclement of 3 opposing players was, quite frankly, an insurmountable task. Consequently, he was compelled to pass the ball back to the full-back, Zabaleta. As soon as the ball left his foot, 2 of the 3 defenders immediately abandoned their pursuit, either retreating to their positions or continuing to press the ball carrier. Faced with Atletico's spatial dissection, Manchester City struggled to devise effective attacking strategies. Wherever the ball was played, Atletico's defenders invariably positioned themselves promptly, frequently creating situations of numerical superiority. Thus, it was not uncommon for Manchester City players to receive the ball only to find themselves surrounded by adversaries. In such scenarios, their avenues for breakthroughs, passing, and space for dribbling were severely curtailed. Consequently, possession was relinquished almost instantaneously. It is worth noting that even Lin Quan, known for his exceptional dribbling skills, found it challenging to retain the ball under these circumstances. While he was unperturbed by one-on-one confrontations, Atletico eschewed fair play, denying him such opportunities. Their habitual 2-on-1 or even 3-on-1 tactics, coupled with their vigorous and decisive defensive maneuvers, left no room for leniency. If they could not dispossess, they would resort to fouling, ensuring that he had no chance to penetrate their defensive line. Just as he received the ball, before he could even accelerate or turn, his options were already meticulously sealed off, as if a script had been written for him, compelling him to conform to Atletico's game plan. Lin Quan finally comprehended why elite teams such as Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, and Barcelona found it so arduous to compete against Atletico. Their high pressing was astutely targeted, effectively stifling the midfield and preventing quality passes while simultaneously constraining the forward line, rendering effective breakthroughs and attacks nearly impossible. The defensive strategy employed by Atletico Madrid appears rather aggressive, with their backline nearly pressing beyond the halfway line, while there are vast expanses of space in their defensive half. Penetrating this line proves to be exceedingly challenging. It is no wonder that numerous experts proclaim Atletico's defense to be the finest among the top 5 leagues. Their overall performance in the final certainly substantiates this acclaim. Nevertheless, Lin Quan remains unperturbed, opting for a gradual approach. At this moment, with your vigorous running and intense defensive pressure, I find it hard to believe that you can maintain such speed and ferocity in the second half. Once your stamina wanes, it will be Manchester City's turn to exert themselves. However, prior to that, Manchester City must ensure they do not concede the first goal. Should they falter, the situation could swiftly become perilous. A last-minute equalizer via a header in the 3rd minute of stoppage time, akin to Real Madrid's, is not an encounter one can expect at all times. The chapter concludes. Chapter 113. Cristiano Ronaldo and Mourinho. The key to victory lies with Lin Quan. Dad, why hasn't my brother scored yet? Maria, not being a seasoned football enthusiast, grew somewhat impatient upon witnessing 30 minutes of play without a goal from her brother Lin Quan in the final. In matches of such significance, scoring is not easily achieved. Guardiola reached out, wishing to affectionately pat his daughter's head as he once did in her childhood, only to have his gesture dismissed with disdain by Maria. At 14, she is at the rebellious stage of adolescence, disliking her father's childlike treatment. Feeling somewhat awkward, Guardiola redirected his affection towards his younger daughter, Valentina, stroking her head instead. The 5-year-old Valentina, however, reveled in her father's affection, as at this tender age, she remains her father's little darling. Yes, sister, you must be patient. Atletico's defensive prowess is formidable. Even Real Madrid and Barcelona struggle to score against them in La Liga. 11-year-old Marius is an unequivocal football aficionado, greatly influenced by his father and brother, having developed a keen interest in the sport from a young age. Being of Spanish descent, he frequently watches La Liga matches on television, even while residing in Germany. Born and raised in Barcelona, his allegiance lies firmly with Barca. As a devoted Barca fan, witnessing his beloved team relinquish the championship at home has left him profoundly saddened. Consequently, the impression left by Atletico's draw against Barca at home resonates deeply within him. In Marius's eyes, his brother shares a similar playing style with Messi, who often struggles against Atletico. Should Atletico apply the same tactics they use against Messi on his brother, it is likely that his sibling's performance would also falter. All right, Maria yawned in boredom, then took out her phone to snap a picture of the pitch, promptly uploading it to her Instagram account. Upon opening her Instagram, Maria was taken aback. The photograph she uploaded earlier featuring Lin Quan garnered an overwhelming number of comments, amounting to tens of thousands, while the likes surpassed an impressive 500,000. This represented an unprecedented occurrence since the inception of her account. However, upon glancing at the comments section, Maria found herself utterly perplexed. Tell Lin Quan to conserve his energy and wait until the latter half of the match when Atletico has fatigued. Victory is assured. Advise Lin to inform Pellegrini to employ a 4-3-3 formation against Atletico. Manchester City must wield their sharpest spear to pierce through Atletico's shield. Disregard the nonsense above. I propose a 3-5-2 formation, deploying 3 central defenders and 5 midfielders, transforming into a 5-3-2 when defending, leaving no space for Atletico. What on earth are these suggestions? Manchester City has never utilized a 3 center-back setup. Resorting to such a strategy at the last minute is akin to courting disaster. Indeed, I recommend a variant of the 4-3-3, defensively switching to a 3-4-3, as this would double the players on the flanks, effectively stifling Atletico's counterattacks from the sides. Offensively, reverting to a 4-3-3 would liberate De Bruyne and Lin Quan, while also providing David Silva with room on the wings, fully exploiting the width of the pitch to unsettle Atletico. This makes sense. Such a formation would offer enhanced protection defensively, narrowing the shape while expanding it during attacks, making it exceedingly difficult for Atletico. Well, it seems these fans have turned this space into a strategic advisory board for Manchester City's final against Atletico. Maria, what on earth are these people talking about? I can't comprehend a single word. Yet, despite her confusion, A glance at her follower count instantly brightened Maria's mood. Merely by sharing a photo with Lin Quan, her follower count skyrocketed by over 200,000 in just a few days, multiplying her numbers exponentially. In a private box at the Bright Stadium, Mendes sat alongside his two star players, Cristiano Ronaldo and Jose Mourinho, watching the match unfold. Since Mourinho's departure from Real Madrid back to Stamford Bridge, the relationship between him and Ronaldo had somewhat deteriorated. A rift had formed, with Mourinho feeling that Ronaldo had failed to assist in maintaining control within the locker room, while Ronaldo believed Mourinho's tactics hampered his performance. Furthermore, he was displeased with Mourinho's constant imposition of various demands, particularly those he deemed unreasonable, such as undertaking defensive duties. As their mutual agent, Mendes felt compelled to ease the tension between his two most significant players and their coach. Aware of Ronaldo's proud nature, he refrained from initiating a conversation with him. Instead, he approached Mourinho to discuss tactical matters, skillfully redirecting the topic. Jose, do you think the defensive strategy employed by Simeone at Atletico will become mainstream in football? As a master of counterattacking football, Mourinho had always achieved success through defensive solidity. Simone's high-pressing defensive counterattacks starkly contrast with the more passive styles typically employed, piquing Mendes's interest. He pondered whether Mourinho could glean any valuable insights from Simeone's Atletico Madrid. The efficacy of high pressing undeniably aligns with the contemporary evolution of football, as evidenced by Atletico's success. Even with a squad that may not boast extraordinary talent, the right tactical approach, coupled with collective unity, can indeed topple the giants of the sport. Chris Ronaldo, overhearing this sentiment, exhibited a subtle displeasure. He interpreted Mourinho's remarks as veiled criticism. During his final season at Real Madrid, the locker room had spiraled into chaos, a stark contradiction to the notion of unity he espoused. The implication that such unity could lead to triumph over the elite further stung, especially considering that Atletico had triumphed over his team at home that season. Noticing Cristiano's discomfort, Mendes hastily interjected, "If high pressing is so effective, why can't elite teams adopt this strategy? Most players in Atletico's ranks are rather unremarkable, with only a handful meeting the standards of top clubs. Yet, this seemingly average squad has proven formidable against the giants, underscoring the potency of tactical acumen. If this strategy is so advantageous, wouldn't it yield even greater results in the hands of more talented teams? In theory, this holds true. However, the reality is more complex. Star players often pose greater management challenges than their less heralded counterparts. High-pressing demands increased running distances and heightened defensive commitment, which many marquee players might deem unreasonable. Mourinho felt wearied by the intricacies of managing a star-studded locker room. Even at Chelsea, where he had nurtured a loyal cadre, complete control remained elusive. Simeone's success at Atletico is not solely attributed to his tactical prowess, but also to his esteemed position within the club. He has meticulously assembled this team, guiding them to their current heights, earning the reverence of his players, who regard him as a paternal figure. His authority is unquestioned, with players striving to execute his tactical directives wholeheartedly, a rarity among coaches of elite teams. For top clubs, a coach's authority must not be overly dominant, as this can hinder effective management. Mendes, no stranger to the nuances of football, nodded in understanding at Mourinho's insights. He then turned to the reticent Cristiano, inquiring, "Cristiano, having faced both Atletico and Manchester City, which team do you believe possesses greater strength?" After a moment of contemplation, Cristiano replied, "I believe Manchester City is stronger." Mendes refrained from probing for further explanation, shifting the dialogue back to Mourinho. "Jose, what is your perspective?" Mourinho echoed Cristiano's sentiments, affirming that he too deemed Manchester City the superior team. "Since you all believe that Manchester City is stronger, does that imply they will lift the championship trophy?" "Not necessarily. It is hard to say." Cristiano Ronaldo and Mourinho spoke almost simultaneously, both pausing momentarily after their remarks. Mendes let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "It appears that you heroes share a common perspective. However, I must inquire why you both favor Manchester City yet believe their victory is not assured." Ronaldo scoffed softly, responding, "Because football is unpredictable." Mourinho thought to himself that Ronaldo had echoed his sentiments, so he rephrased, "In a one-off match like the final, the element of chance is substantial. It is not guaranteed that a stronger team will prevail. Moreover, Manchester City's superiority is merely on paper. Their strength is rather limited." If their tactical approach is stymied by Atletico Madrid, they may struggle to showcase their true potential as the world's most formidable player and an exceptional coach. I trust your judgment. Can you enlighten me as to who might determine the outcome of this match? Unlike previous inquiries, Mendes already harbored an answer in his mind. Ronaldo glanced at Mourinho, and for the first time, their eyes exchanged a meaningful connection. The number 10 of Manchester City, Lin. They both provided the same answer once more. On the pitch, Lin attempted a dribble down the flank. The effort was neither a complete success nor a failure. He managed to evade the opposing fullback, but was thwarted by Godin, who slid in to send the ball out of play. The range of movement for this center-back was truly extensive, even sweeping into the flanks. Lin surveyed Atletico's defensive line and noticed that after Godin's intervention, the opposite fullback, Juan, had shifted inward, forming a new line of defense with Miranda, ensuring the goal's security. Atletico's players were tightly marking Manchester's, leaving Zabaleta responsible for throwing in the ball. With few options, he had no choice but to toss it back to a teammate in their own half, allowing them to regroup for an attack. This encapsulated many of Manchester's offensive attempts in the first half. They were not lacking in effort, yet their advances seemed to collide with an impenetrable wall, rebounding back. Given Atletico's players' stamina, unless a truly swift and efficient counterattack was executed, breaching their defense would prove exceedingly difficult. In such circumstances, set pieces presented the most genuine threat. In the 37th minute of the first half, Atletico's defender Miranda fouled Agüero on the left side of the penalty area, awarding Manchester a free kick from a less-than-ideal position. This spot was approximately 35 meters from goal, not too far for a direct shot. However, due to the angle, the likelihood of the shot being saved was quite high, especially considering that Atletico's goalkeeper, Courtois, was no novice. Shall you take it, or shall I? De Bruyne and Lin stood over the ball, quietly deliberating. Do you think Courtois could save a direct shot? Lin gestured to indicate where he intended to aim and inquired of De Bruyne. De Bruyne and Courtois are teammates in the national team, and he surely possesses a deeper understanding of Courtois' saving habits than Lin Quan. It is difficult to ascertain. It feels as though he could make the save. His movements are remarkably fluid, unless it is a shot aimed at a dead angle. The likelihood of a successful save is quite substantial. All right, let's execute a tactical free kick. Lin Quan abandoned the idea of a direct shot, as the angle for such a strike was too narrow. Barring any mistakes from the goalkeeper, scoring would be exceedingly difficult. In a hushed tone, Lin Quan whispered a strategy to De Bruyne, deliberately gesturing towards the penalty area and its flanks. Nearby Atletico players could only catch fragments of their conversation, snippets about tactical free kicks and the impossibility of a direct shot. However, they could not comprehend the entirety of their exchange, and even if they had, it was highly probable that they would not understand it, for the two were conversing in German, with only a few phrases articulated in English. The intent? Ah, splendid. De Bruyne was puzzled by Lin Quan's plethora of ingenious ideas. Nonetheless, he quickly acquiesced to Lin Quan's proposal, expressing his full willingness to cooperate with the plan. Thus, Lin Quan retreated from behind the ball, positioning himself directly in front of the penalty area, approximately 3 to 4 meters from the edge of the arc, perfectly aligned with the Atletico wall. His national teammate Villa cast a skeptical glance at Lin Quan, uncertain of his purpose in this position. Could he be attempting a tactical free kick? Many Atletico players harbored similar thoughts, for Lin Quan's placement was indeed fortuitous. As most Atletico players focused on forming a wall and monitoring the other Manchester City players within the box, Lin Quan found himself at the forefront of the Atletico penalty area, entirely unmarked. At that moment, if someone could deliver the ball to his feet, allowing him a comfortable shot, the threat posed would far exceed that of Manchester City directly utilizing the free kick opportunity. With this in mind, Villa instinctively took a step towards Lin Quan, preparing to impede him and deny a favorable shooting chance. Other Atletico players shared a similar sentiment. Even Courtois found his concentration diverted by Lin Quan. Just then, De Bruyne took the free kick. Yet, to the astonishment of the Atletico players, the ball was not aimed at Lin Quan. Rather, it surged directly towards the goal. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 114. The unfortunate Courtois. De Bruyne's strike was utterly unexpected. Had it not been for the conspicuous plotting between him and Lin Quan, along with Lin Quan's deliberate positioning at the penalty arc to mislead everyone, the Atletico players may not have been so taken aback by De Bruyne's direct shot. After all, while this position was not ideal, it was certainly not without the potential for a direct attempt. However, having witnessed the conspiring between De Bruyne and Lin Quan. The Atletico side naturally assumed they would execute a tactical free kick. Thus, when confronted with De Bruyne's seemingly conventional choice, they found themselves ill-prepared for such an outcome. Courtois exhibited an astonishingly swift reaction. Initially, his primary focus was on Lin Quan, yet upon witnessing De Bruyne's strike, he swiftly adjusted his stance and lunged towards the trajectory of the shot. His body extended gracefully through the air, akin to an acrobat soaring through the sky. The eyes of the fans from both teams were firmly fixed on Courtois, as this pivotal save could very well determine the outcome of the match, rendering it crucial for both sides. Despite his relative youth, Courtois has garnered considerable acclaim on the Champions League stage. In the previous encounter against Bayern, he thwarted 3 certain goals from Robben and Ribéry, significantly contributing to Atletico's clean sheet. Throughout the La Liga season, his performances have remained remarkably consistent, repeatedly aiding Atletico in maintaining clean sheets against opponents, including formidable rivals such as Real Madrid and Barcelona, where he often delivered spectacular saves that transformed precarious situations into moments of triumph. On this occasion, Courtois once again proved his mettle. His outstretched fingertips made contact with the ball, slightly altering its course and sending it skimming past the post. A collective sigh escaped the Manchester City supporters, as they realized they were mere inches from a goal. Meanwhile, Atletico fans clutched their chests, their hearts nearly racing out of their chests. Thankfully, they had Courtois. Otherwise, that shot would likely have found the back of the net. Observing Courtois parry his shot, De Bruyne shook his head, lamenting that a more acute angle would have sufficed. "You executed it beautifully. The opponent merely had the fortune on their side," Lin Quan remarked as he approached and affectionately ruffled De Bruyne's hair. De Bruyne nodded, casting aside the remnants of regret and disappointment. It then dawned on him that Lin Quan, several years his junior, had assumed a tone of a mentor. In a playful retaliation, he reached out to grasp Lin Quan, intending to reciprocate the earlier gesture with interest. Yet Lin Quan, anticipating this, evaded De Bruyne's grasp with a chuckle. Meanwhile, the recently celebrated Courtois found himself enveloped in embraces and kisses from his teammates. In stark contrast to the jubilant revelry around him, a sense of unease lingered within Courtois. That seemingly innocuous shot had transformed into a significant threat, all due to the psychological tactics employed by the opposition. He pondered the origin of that strategy. Was it orchestrated by his national teammate De Bruyne or by the enigmatic number 10 from Manchester City? On the sidelines, Simeone rested his chin on his hand, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the match's dynamics. The recent free kick from Manchester City had indeed posed a threat. Igniting his concern, could set pieces be Manchester City's secret weapon against Atletico? A few minutes later, a corner kick from City further solidified his apprehension. During this corner kick, Lin Quan once again conferred with De Bruyne, continuing to employ their audacious strategy. However, the Atletico Madrid players merely adopted a posture of passive observation, seemingly amused by the spectacle. The unfolding events took an unexpected turn. This time, Manchester City executed a tactical corner kick. Instead of delivering the ball directly into the penalty area, De Bruyne passed it to Lin Quan, positioned slightly to the left outside the box. Lin Quan, upon receiving the ball, lofted it back into the area, precisely finding Captain Kompany. Kompany unleashed a powerful header aimed at the goal, yet, regrettably, it was directed too squarely, striking Courtois' nose and rebounding off. Atletico's defender Godin swiftly intervened, clearing the ball out of play with a strong kick. Kompany scratched his bald head, lamenting his misfortune. How could he have directed the ball at the goalkeeper's face within such a vast target? Courtois, too, felt unlucky in such a spacious goal. How could the ball have struck him so precisely on the nose? Noticing a metallic scent, he touched his face, discovering his fingers smeared with blood. Alas, it seemed he had drawn blood from the impact. With the Atletico keeper injured, the match was temporarily halted. Medical staff rushed to assist Courtois, tending to his injury and replacing his bloodied jersey. By the time Courtois returned to the field, little time remained in the first half. The referee quickly signaled the end of the half. Throughout the first half, both teams combined for 11 shots, Manchester City with 7 and Atletico with 4. In terms of attempts, Manchester City held the advantage. However, aside from the last 2 set pieces that posed a threat, the other attempts failed to trouble the goalkeeper. Similarly, Atletico's 4 shots resulted in only 1 on target, while the remaining 3 were wildly off course. In terms of possession, Both teams were nearly equal, with Manchester City holding a slight edge at 55 to Atletico's 45. This statistic indicates that Atletico was not a team content to cede possession and rely solely on counterattacks. Overall, during the first half, with both sides primarily focused on defense, opportunities for a breakthrough were scarce. Yet, as the match time dwindled, tactical adjustments were anticipated in the second half. The question remained, who would be the first to lose their composure and shatter the deadlock? Brother, over here, over here. During the halftime break, as Lin Quan approached the sidelines, preparing to enter the players' tunnel, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from the stands. He looked up to see Guardiola and others seated near the players' entrance, while his sister Maria waved her arms enthusiastically, striving to get his attention. Her effort was commendable, as nearly all the fans in the nearby seats were attempting similar gestures, reaching out to shake hands or high-five the players. Some fans erupted into thunderous applause, uttering words of encouragement to the players. Others, more audaciously, produced paper and pens, eager to solicit autographs from the athletes. As the most prominent player in Manchester City, Lin Quan naturally attracted the largest crowd of admirers. Initially, he had no intention of lingering, but upon hearing Maria's voice, he paused and ascended to the stands. The fans in the bleachers were ecstatic at his arrival. Not only did those seated nearby rush towards him, but even onlookers, unaware of the unfolding situation, were exhilarated to see their star player suddenly appear among them. Realizing the potential chaos that could ensue, Lin Quan managed only a brief embrace with his family before hastily departing under the escort of security personnel. With Lin Quan gone, Guardiola found himself in a precarious position. As a notable figure in his own right, fans who couldn't secure Lin Quan's autograph now turned their hopes to obtaining Guardiola's signature instead. Consequently, the focus of the crowd shifted from Lin Quan to Guardiola. Maria and her companions were taken aback by the overwhelming throng. Initially filled with anxiety and even fear when they spotted the approaching mass, they soon found themselves astonished by the extent of Lin Quan's influence. It seemed his impact had grown to such a degree that even their father appeared overshadowed. In Manchester City's locker room, Pellegrini urged his players to make the most of their rest while meticulously planning the tactics for the second half. We will maintain our strategy from the first half at the onset of the second. Should the score remain 0-0 by the 75th minute, we will initiate substitutions. He called out the names of Nasri and Navas, instructing, "You two should warm up every 5 minutes after the second half begins, preparing for your imminent entry." Both Nasri and Navas felt a surge of excitement, sensing the coach's trust and the significance of potentially emerging as pivotal players in such a high-stakes match. Once Lin and Navas are on the field, we will adopt a formation without a striker. Lin Quan nodded in agreement. The defenders from Atletico Madrid posed a significant challenge. Positioning too far forward would render them susceptible to being marked closely, thereby diminishing their threat. Conversely, if he retraced his steps to bolster the midfield, they could gain numerical superiority, facilitating better control of the game. Once Manchester City established dominance in midfield, they would have the opportunity to orchestrate threatening offensive plays. Pellegrini retained one substitution slot for unforeseen circumstances. Had Diego Costa not sustained an injury in the first half, he likely would not have kept a substitution in reserve, as deploying 3 players simultaneously typically yields the most effective tactical results in a short span. This approach would not only enhance Manchester City's combat effectiveness, but also pose a greater threat to Atletico Madrid. However, such a strategy was undeniably audacious, leaving little room for error. Should any player on the field sustain an injury, he would find himself devoid of alternatives. Meanwhile, in Atletico Madrid's locker room, Simeone had completed his tactical briefing. Like Manchester City, Atletico was prepared to launch an offensive in the second half. Continuing down this path is not a viable solution. Given their high pressing and the physical toll it exacts, should Atletico be drawn into extra time by Manchester City, the prospects could become dire. The defensive strategy employed by Manchester City in this match suggests an intent to prolong the game into extra time, and thus, Simeone must not allow the opposition to realize their objective. However, breaking the deadlock poses a significant challenge for Atletico, especially in the absence of Diego Costa. While Manchester City's defensive capabilities are not insurmountable, their backline reveals numerous vulnerabilities. In the second half, our attacking play must be more resolute, embracing speed and audacity in our passing, advancing boldly rather than hesitantly. Losing possession is a risk worth taking, as regaining the ball is always an option. Conceding in the opponent's half is far preferable to doing so in our own, as long as we can effectively disrupt their build-up play and thwart their counterattacks. Conceding a goal may not pose a substantial threat to our defense. If our positional play falters, we should explore set pieces more frequently. Manchester City's performance with set pieces in the first half was commendable, and we could certainly learn from that. Atletico is not known for an overwhelmingly potent offense. In this season's La Liga, they have netted just over 70 goals, significantly fewer than the over 100 goals scored by both Real Madrid and Barcelona. While discipline and tactics can bolster our defense, the art of attacking often hinges upon innate talent, with the individual prowess of forwards directly influencing the team's scoring ability. Take, for instance, Atletico's top scorer, Diego Costa, who has contributed 27 goals this season, accounting for over 35% of the team's total. This proportion surpasses the goal contributions of Messi and Ronaldo during their tenures at Barcelona and Real Madrid. Without Costa, Atletico's offensive firepower is diminished by at least a third. Villa's scoring efficiency is less than half that of Costa, and not a single other player has reached double digits in goals. Relying on them for crucial strikes seems a futile endeavor. Thus, employing set pieces to address our offensive shortcomings is a last resort. Upon hearing Simeone's strategy, Villa felt a tinge of melancholy. He sensed the weight of age upon him, realizing that when the team needed him most, he lacked the capacity to rise to the occasion. In the first half, Atletico created several promising opportunities, yet both Villa and the substitute Lopez failed to capitalize. Had they seized just one of those chances, the match would not have been so tense. Atletico might have even taken the lead. Reflecting on this, Villa resolved to make a decision. After the conclusion of this World Cup, he would not renew his contract with Atletico, opting instead to depart for lower leagues to seek new opportunities. After all, he has amassed nearly all the honors available to him, having achieved a Grand Slam at the national level and a sextuple at the club level. Apart from the unattainable Ballon d'Or, he has no regrets. However, before departing, Villa is determined to give his all alongside his teammates in pursuit of that coveted trophy. As the second half commences, both teams prepare to resume the contest. After the kickoff, both teams maintained their tactical approaches from the first half, revealing no significant alterations. However, Manchester City players quickly discerned Atletico Madrid's shift. Their attacking style became markedly more aggressive than in the earlier period. Atletico's players increased their forward passes while reducing backward and lateral passes. Consequently, this strategy led to a decline in Atletico's passing accuracy, granting Manchester City greater opportunities for counterattacks. In the 47th minute, Zabaleta successfully intercepted the ball and, before the opponent could reclaim possession, passed it to a teammate. As Fernandinho received the ball, Atletico's players surged forward with relentless intensity. He promptly passed it to De Bruyne. Unfortunately, the delivery was inadequate. Before De Bruyne could secure the ball, he was fouled from behind by Gabi, halting Manchester City's counterattack. Despite missing this opportunity, Pellegrini on the sidelines was suddenly invigorated. He sensed the possibility of a goal. If Atletico continued to err and provide chances, Manchester City might soon find the net. End of chapter. Regarding Dodo's examination results, today, I took Dodo to the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital to consult with specialists. The diagnosis revealed moderate autism, with a score of 85. He fell short in all areas of intelligence, language, motor skills, and growth development. The intelligence assessment yielded a mere 55 points, with the passing threshold set at 90. The EEG indicated borderline readings, with various waveforms demonstrating moderate to severe deviations from the norm. Since the discovery of his condition, I have harbored suspicions that it may stem from complications during his birth. My wife and I arrived at the hospital past the due date. Yet there were no signs of labor, not even regular contractions. In 2019, the hospital was overcrowded with many mothers giving birth, and we were assigned a bed in the corridor. Dodo's mother struggled to adapt to the circumstances overnight. During routine checks the following day, fetal distress was detected. It remains unclear whether the doctor was overwhelmed or otherwise occupied, but it was only later in the evening that the abnormal results were acknowledged, prompting an urgent cesarean section. In the surgical and admission records, I could only find the fetal heart rate documented upon admission, with no record of heart rate variations during the surgery, leaving me uncertain whether he truly experienced in utero oxygen deprivation. Furthermore, I do not know if the examination results were issued on the first or second day. Thus I remain oblivious to the duration of any potential oxygen deficiency Dodo may have endured while in his mother's womb. Perhaps only the doctor knows. Yet she did not share this information with us, nor were any remedial measures taken post-birth. Oxygen deprivation in utero can lead to brain damage, the severity of which correlates with the duration and extent of the deprivation. At the time, we were entirely unaware of these implications, lost in the joy of our baby's arrival, completely oblivious to the looming peril. Had timely interventions been enacted to repair any neural damage, the outcome might have been drastically different. Dodo is now 3 years, 7 months, and 18 days old, and we originally planned to enroll him in kindergarten later this year. However, during this period, his performance has increasingly deteriorated, his temper has grown more volatile, and his emotional instability is quite apparent. It remains unclear whether his language skills have regressed or if he has simply become impatient. When we call him, he seldom responds, and when he does, his replies are barely audible. He has forgotten many things, including what he was previously taught, and has lost interest in the interactive games he once enjoyed. Today, I came across a storybook about Peppa Pig that I had purchased for him when he was just over 8 months old. The tale of the little red monkey was one he adored as a child, causing him to erupt in laughter each time I read it. Upon rediscovering this tattered book, I read the story to him. Although he did not laugh, he repeatedly pointed at the red monkey, urging me to read it once more. Long ago, there was a red monkey. He jumped onto a rocket and flew to the moon. He swam in the depths of the ocean. He also climbed the highest mountain. After reciting it dozens of times, I felt a slight sting in my nose. At this moment, it seems that Dodo may not even resemble the vibrant 8-month-old version of himself. Chapter 115. The Fatal Blow at Bright Field, Manchester City 10, Atletico Madrid. Taking advantage of a dead ball situation, Pellegrini called over Zabaleta and offered him some guidance. Zabaleta nodded repeatedly, and soon Simeone noticed a shift in Manchester City's attacking strategy. After regaining possession, their 2 defensive midfielders, if not presented with an optimal passing opportunity, refrained from directly passing the ball to the forwards. Instead, they opted to pass to the 2 fullbacks, allowing them to orchestrate the play. This tactical choice afforded Manchester City superior attacking opportunities, making it challenging for Atletico's players to press the 2 fullbacks immediately, thereby granting them more time and space to maneuver. Once in possession, the fullbacks could either advance the ball to assist or perform a 1-2 with the defensive midfielders to bypass Atletico's pressing players before passing to the forwards. This approach proved to be safer than a direct pass from the defensive midfielders. Consequently, following Pellegrini's tactical adjustments, Manchester City's attacking threat began to escalate. In the 52nd minute, Fernandinho intercepted the ball and passed it to Zabaleta, who took a few steps with the ball before passing it back to Fernandinho, just ahead of an opponent's challenge. Fernandinho then relayed it to Lin Quan, who, after drawing in the opposing press, passed to Aguero. The ball zigzagged through Manchester City's right flank before finally reaching the striker's feet. This sequence of passes was executed with remarkable speed. Even though Atletico's players had pushed their pace to the limit, they struggled to keep up with the ball's rapid movement. At this moment, when Aguero received the ball, he found himself with only Atletico defender Godin beside him. Meanwhile, to his right, Lin Quan was racing towards Atletico's penalty area after completing his pass, with David Silva mirroring his actions on the left. Atletico's defenders were hastily retreating, and both sides were engaged in a thrilling race against time. Danger loomed as Manchester City launched an attack from the flanks, putting immense pressure on Atletico's defense. In the commentary box, commentators from various nations instinctively raised their voices in excitement. At first glance, Manchester City's attack appeared rather unremarkable. Yet as it progressed into the final third, it swiftly revealed a formidable threat. A 3-on-3 scenario unfolded as a result of high pressing, leaving most Atletico Madrid players unable to return in time for defense. Although City did not possess a numerical advantage, the individual prowess of their 3 players was undeniably exceptional. In situations of fewer players, the efficacy of tactics diminishes, and the significance of individual skill becomes increasingly pronounced. Thus, witnessing this attack, Simeone's heart raced with an ominous premonition. In the midst of the defensive play, Atletico's defender Godin discreetly nudged Aguero, attempting to dislodge him and seize the ball. Being the last line of defense, he was cautious not to resort to overt foul play, knowing that such actions could easily result in a yellow card, or even a red card leading to expulsion. Aguero stumbled slightly, and just before losing control of the ball, he passed it to Lin Quan. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan sensed an opponent charging in from his side. Without needing to glance back, he surmised it was undoubtedly Atletico's full-back, Felipe. Lin Quan denied his adversary the chance to collide with him, swiftly cutting inside and advancing toward Atletico's penalty area. Felipe had no choice but to converge towards the center, while Godin, upon noticing Agüero's pass, relinquished his pursuit of him, entrusting him to fellow defender Miranda, and rushed towards Lin Quan, intending to double-team him alongside Felipe. In a 3-on-3 scenario, although the defending side was at a disadvantage, they were not entirely helpless. After all, there is but one ball in football. As long as they could disrupt the ball carrier and compel him to make a choice, the defenders could create opportunities to double-team his passing options. Particularly in this central ball possession scenario, once a pass was made, the options for the receiving wide player would significantly diminish. They would either shoot directly or pass back to the center. While passing from one wing to the opposite side was also an option, it consumed more time, allowing the defenders ample opportunity to position themselves. Moreover, Atletico's players were retreating en masse. If the three city forwards could not swiftly conclude their attack, every second of delay would diminish the threat of their rapid counterattack. Within mere moments, the situation could devolve into a positional battle, at which point, given Atletico's defensive capabilities, they would have little to worry about. Thus, by forcing Agüero to pass, the situation began to tilt in Atletico's favor. As long as Godin and Felipe could contain Lin Quan, even if they could not immediately dispossess him, merely delaying him by a fraction would grant their teammates invaluable time, effectively neutralizing this wave of Manchester City's counterattack. The pressure now rested on Lin Quan. Should he be thwarted, Manchester City's offensive efforts would falter, and the vigilant Atletico would not afford them another such opportunity. The match was likely to descend into the same stalemate as before. However, should he achieve a breakthrough and successfully execute this offensive maneuver, the dynamics of the match could be irrevocably altered. At this moment, nearly every gaze in the bright stadium was fixed upon Lin Quan, as spectators awaited his decision with bated breath. On the stands close to the pitch, Guardiola's family watched intently, their eyes wide open, captivated by Lin Quan's every move. Even though he was not on the field, Guardiola felt a profound sense of empathy. The thought of the immense challenges and pressures Lin Quan was about to face made him involuntarily break into a sweat on his behalf. In the private box, Mendes, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Mourinho paused their conversation, their attention collectively drawn to the field. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Mendes's eyes. He had long heard of Lin Quan's illustrious reputation and was filled with curiosity and eagerness regarding this young talent who had suddenly emerged in the football world in recent years. Regrettably, he had failed to recruit Lin Quan the previous year. Had he succeeded, he would have had two of the three most successful players in contemporary football under his wing. As Ronaldo observed Lin Quan sprinting across the pitch, memories of the World Cup qualifiers from 2 years ago resurfaced when he watched the match between Spain and France in the hotel lobby. That was the moment he first took notice of Lin Quan. In just 2 short years, this individual had risen from obscurity to remarkable heights, a transformation that even instilled a sense of pressure in Ronaldo himself. If he could lead his team to victory in this match, perhaps he would have a chance to contend for this year's Ballon d'Or. Mourinho, on the other hand, was devoid of such lofty aspirations. He simply observed Lin Quan with an appreciative mindset. Last year, in an effort to recruit Lin Quan, Mourinho had amassed numerous video clips and conducted extensive research on his playing style. Hence, among the three present, Mourinho was perhaps the one who understood Lin Quan the best. However, after a year of exposure to the Premier League and the Champions League, he sensed that Lin Quan's playing style had undergone a significant transformation. During his time at Werder Bremen, he was a pure attacker, exuding formidable offensive prowess and relishing the opportunity to dribble and shoot from the flanks. Yet, upon joining Manchester City, thanks to the team's formidable attacking capabilities, Lin Quan's appearances on the wings had diminished, as had his dribbling and shooting frequency. He spent most of his time in the shadow striker and attacking midfielder roles, taking on substantial organizational responsibilities. Now, as he reappeared on the wing, it seemed as if he had returned to his earlier days, which led Mourinho to confidently conclude that Lin Quan would undoubtedly attempt to bypass the two defenders. As expected, upon noticing Godin's approach, Lin Quan swiftly assessed the intentions of his opponents. They intend to double-team me? A commendable strategy, yet they are too slow. As he maneuvered with the ball, He rapidly evaluated the distance between himself and the two defenders. Philip was approximately a meter away, while Godin was 2 meters ahead. This space may be minimal for an ordinary player, perhaps offering just a single touch opportunity. However, for Lin Quan, this distance was ample. He deftly flicked the ball to the left, seemingly attempting to drift towards the center. Both Godin and Philippe instinctively adjusted their positions. Yet upon observing the actions of their opponent, Lin Quan redirected the ball to the left once more, executing a maneuver to break through from that flank. Godin hurriedly pivoted, reaching out to tug at Lin Quan, determined to thwart his advance. However, Lin Quan's motion was merely a feint, and Godin was evidently deceived. Witnessing his teammates' lapse, Philippe silently cursed the situation. He could no longer afford to hesitate. He swiftly approached from behind and forcefully shoved Lin Quan, hoping to halt the attack with a tactical foul before he could penetrate the penalty area. Although this action might very well earn him a yellow card. In comparison to conceding a goal, a yellow card would be deemed a relatively favorable outcome. Nevertheless, Lin Quan appeared to have anticipated Philippe's intervention. As the shove was executed, he had already dispatched the ball. At the very moment he completed the pass, Lin Quan felt a tremendous force from behind. Instead of being knocked down, he leveraged this momentum to stumble forward. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Agüero had just released the ball, and within 2 seconds, it was back in play. However, upon receiving the ball, Agüero found himself confronted by another defender from Atletico, Miranda, who had surged forward. He still lacked any opportunity to shoot, but Agüero had already established a rapport with Lin Quan. Upon receiving the ball, he chose not to attempt a shot. Instead, he delivered a perfectly timed through pass, executing a wall pass with Lin Quan. After stumbling a few paces and regaining his balance, Lin Quan, having just entered the penalty area, received Agüero's pass at an opportune moment. Courtois finally discerned who would take the decisive shot, and without hesitation, he charged from the goal, arms outstretched, lunging towards Lin Quan. Undoubtedly, this was a one-on-one situation. Thus, Courtois could not rely on any teammates. He had to depend solely on his own abilities to thwart the impending strike. However, could he succeed? He had scrutinized Lin Quan's success rate in one-on-one situations before the match, and the findings had left him in despair. Lin Quan's success rate exceeded 90%, with not even one missed opportunity out of 10. Therefore, once it came down to a passive one-on-one scenario, it was already a testament to Atletico's defensive failure. Although Courtois braced himself for the challenge, his confidence was waning. Yet, at that moment, the Atletico fans in the stands, along with the coaching staff on the sidelines, placed all their hopes upon him. They yearned for Courtois to conjure a miracle, just as he had done in the past, to once again safeguard the goal and avert this crisis. Alas, the miracle did not materialize. Lin Quan observed Courtois' advance and executed a deft touch to separate the ball from his body, easily bypassing him. Courtois hastily extended his leg in an attempt to intercept, but he was a fraction too late, helplessly watching the ball glide past him. After evading Courtois, Lin Quan cast a glance at the ball. Upon confirming that the ball would inevitably roll into Atletico Madrid's net, he spared no time for a follow-up shot, instead spreading his arms wide and sprinting along the touchline. Boom! The roar of the Etihad Stadium erupted like a deep-sea bomb, plunging the entire arena into a frenzy. Countless Manchester City fans wept tears of joy, embracing fervently. "We are in the lead. At last, we have scored in that damned goal." On the sidelines, the Manchester City coaching staff, witnessing the one-on-one opportunity that helped the team break the deadlock, erupted in jubilant chaos, rushing onto the field. They ran excitedly, embraced one another, and celebrated with raised fists. As Pellegrini dashed out, he slipped momentarily, nearly losing his footing, yet the old man paid it no mind, eagerly leaping towards his colleagues and assistants, celebrating together. In the stands near the pitch, Guardiola felt a pang of anxiety when he saw Lin Quan being fouled by an opposing defender, almost stumbling. Like many fans, he feared Lin Quan would lose his balance and fall within the penalty area, thus missing the opportunity. However, Lin Quan did not fall. Instead, he resiliently regained his footing and skillfully evaded the goalkeeper at a critical moment, sending the ball into the net. Such feats are easily spoken of, but incredibly challenging to execute. The push from the defender undoubtedly exerted significant force, making it exceedingly difficult for Lin Quan to maintain his balance. Moreover, the goalkeeper seized the moment to advance, leaving Lin Quan with mere fractions of a second to react and adjust. In such a brief time frame, most players would struggle to control the ball, either hurriedly shooting, only to have their attempts thwarted by the goalkeeper, or missing the chance altogether as the keeper preemptively neutralized the one-on-one situation. Yet, none of this transpired. In an instant, Lin Quan managed to balance himself and execute the shot. Moreover, the final strike appeared effortless and graceful. Surely, Courtois could not have anticipated such a deft maneuver to achieve the goal. Reflecting on this, a smile broke across Guardiola's face. As the frustrations of being shut out by Atletico Madrid in the previous 2 matches began to dissipate. Hey, I may not break the deadlock, but my son certainly can. He has avenged me in a sense. In the VIP box, Mendes and his companions, witnessing the goal, could not help but internally commend the execution. Ronaldo sighed softly. Had he been in Lin Quan's position, he doubted he could have done any better, and it was likely he would not have scored at all. Mourinho was the first to applaud, declaring, "This lad has truly exceeded my expectations." This match would be a challenge for Atletico Madrid. Mendes joined in the applause, his gaze towards Lin Quan growing ever more fervent. At just 18 years old, Lin Quan holds immense potential, and if he could bring him under his wing, he would possess the finest player in the world for the next decade.